I bought 10 gold bars for the dog at the bank. Unexpectedly, it ate them all in one go. After eating, it said 10 bars weren't even enough to pick its teeth. It demanded I buy it several more tons. A month ago, I encountered a big yellow dog on the roadside. Out of kindness, I bought it a sausage. To my surprise, this big yellow dog shamelessly followed me. Unable to leave, I had no choice. I had to take it to the rental house and named it Wan Kai. As the saying goes, people don't mind an ugly mother, and dogs don't mind a poor home. But to my surprise, this stubborn dog wouldn't eat anything. It only loved roast duck, and it had to be piping hot, which really irritated me. Several times when I went out to work, I purposely didn't lock the door. I hoped this foolish dog would run away on its own. Brother, after this meal, you have to leave on your own. You've cost me $800 in a week, I really can't afford it. If you can't afford it, why don't you find the reason yourself? I'll be darned, you can actually talk. The sudden scene scared me so much that I sat on the floor in shock. Regaining my senses quickly, I cautiously reached for the beer bottle behind me, getting ready to pick up the bottle and knock this dog demon on the head. While Wan Kai was busy eating roast duck, he arrogantly said, "I advise you not to do this." How could I listen to this dog demon? I grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it towards his head. The beer bottle made a crisp shattering sound, echoing throughout the rental house. Wan Kai, looking puzzled, lifted his head, holding his head with his paws and howling in pain. Seeing the beer bottle had an effect, I quickly pounced on him. I grabbed Wan Kai's muzzle with one hand and punched towards his face with the other. Wan Kai dodged a punch by turning his head, then kicked with both legs. He actually kicked me away. A dog actually had such strength, and a man and a dog started fighting in the dimly lit rental house. The battle only ended when I picked up a fruit knife from the table. At this point, my body was covered in bite marks, and my clothes were torn. As for Wan Kai, his entire dog head was bruised and swollen. One eye couldn't even open due to my punches. Wan Kai saw the knife in my hand and felt a sudden fear in his heart. Using a knife doesn't make you a hero. Tell me, what does this dog demon like you want from me? You're the dog demon. Your whole family are dog demons. Do you think I want to be in this lousy place? If it weren't for eating half of your sausage, acknowledging you as the master, who would want to come to this poor place? At that time, Wan Kai really had no choice. If he didn't eat that sausage, he would have starved to death. But the price of eating the sausage is to acknowledge this poor guy as the master. I was stunned at the words, "This dead dog dared to bite the master." I immediately shouted Wan Kai to come over and crouch down. Wan Kai's body suddenly moved uncontrollably, seeming to resist, but still obediently crouched in front of me. I slapped Wan Kai on the head. "Bite, and keep biting. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? You wait for me. It's never too late for a dog to take revenge. I command you to shut up." I command Wan Kai to shut up as the master. Now Wan Kai has become completely mute. Seeing Wan Kai being taken away by the teacher, I turned to the bathroom to treat the wounds. Now, I have to spend hundreds of dollars to get the rabies vaccine. After a quick wash, I hurried out, rode the electric scooter straight to the epidemic prevention station in the city. When I entered the epidemic prevention station, even the doctor was shocked. Is this kid poking a dog's nest? He is covered in scratches and bites all over. The doctor quickly took me to the front of the line and gave me a rabies shot first. As soon as I returned to the rental house, I immediately started questioning Wan Kai. "What kind of monster are you?" According to Wan Kai, he was originally just gold. He accidentally turned into a dog from a beast, and now he needs to devour a large amount of gold bars to regain strength. Since I've become its master, I have to figure out a way to get him gold bars to eat. This caught me off guard, so I immediately asked Wan Kai how much he needs to eat. Wan Kai's dog face looked embarrassed, and reluctantly answered, "Several tens of tons." Tens of tons, and I was instantly shocked. Are you darn planning to make me rob a bank in America, or find a hammer to dig for gold? I can't even afford roast duck. Where am I supposed to get gold bars for you to eat? Wan Kai saw me shocked. He quickly grinned and comforted me. "Don't worry, giving me gold bars has its benefits for you as the master." The moment I heard there were benefits, I instantly calmed down. Wan Kai said that after he eats enough gold bars in a stage, I, as the master, will gain a superpower. In this modern society, if anyone tells me I can gain superpowers, I'll give them a good smack. But if the other party is a dog, especially a talking dog, then I have to consider it carefully. With a strange look on my face, I asked, "How much does he need to eat in the first stage, and what superpower can I gain?" Wan Kai hastily replied, "Not much, just 10 catties." Then I gave Wan Kai a 10 slap. How much money would that be? Even if I sold myself in parts, I wouldn't get that much. I then asked him what superpowers I could obtain. Wan Kai covered his face with a paw and replied, "As the owner, you can gain divine power, possessing twice the strength of an average person. After hearing Wang Kai's response, I immediately lost interest. What can I do with double the strength? Fighting and killing definitely won't work. These days, hitting someone not only leads to compensation but can also land you in jail. Am I supposed to lift a bit more concrete or carry an extra brick than others? Seeing my disdain, Wang Kai hurriedly reassured me that with enough gold bars, divine power is attainable. It can be enhanced. With divine power, you'll be a superhuman, able to casually join a boxing match. Think about it. With divine power, you'll have the chance to be a hero and save the day, leading to sweet love. Not to mention, under Wang Kai's persuasion, I started to feel tempted. It seemed that with divine power, I could defy fate, marry a wealthy beauty, and reach the pinnacle of life. Finally, both man and dog agreed, immediately brainstorming how to get the money to buy gold bars. 10 gene gold bars are not a small amount. Violence definitely won't work, so we have to resort to underhanded methods. After several days of research, the man and the dog ended up taking on the job of private detectives. Mainly, I feel like it's a waste not to have Wang Kai, this dog, do the tracking. So, I emptied out all my savings to buy Wang Kai a pinhole camera, and hung it around his neck. Who would pay attention to a stray dog on the side of the road? But while the idea is great, reality is harsh. I've been unemployed for almost a month and haven't earned a penny. Even Wang Kai went from eating roast duck every meal to just cabbage now. Since the owner can't manage, you better go work to support me. At least you'll have enough to eat, right? Listening to Wang Kai's complaints, I felt embarrassed. Can't even keep a dog alive, quite embarrassing. So, I decided to change my strategy. Even a living person wouldn't hold their pee, yet no business is coming to us. Then let's go find business ourselves. Finally, Wang Kai and I discovered a couple about to get married. Unfortunately, this woman actually cheated before her wedding. With the right timing and conditions, the opportunity to make money has presented itself, hasn't it? After a few days of tracking by Wang Kai, we easily gathered plenty of evidence of women cheating. Looking at these dozen or so indecent photos, a smirk appeared on my face. Then I turned to look at Wang Kai beside me. Your photography skills are truly terrible. Haven't I taught you many times? Wang Kai rolled his eyes and ignored the bastard in front of him. Cameras are for humans, not for dogs. What can I do? According to the investigation of a person and a dog, our soon-to-be groom actually has an extremely strong virgin complex. This makes me even more excited. Money is not important. We just want to rectify the social bad behaviors. In a village outside the city, a man is squatting on a small mound, cracking sunflower seeds. Beside him lies a big yellow dog. And not far away, someone is getting engaged and exchanging betrothal gifts. As for the people celebrating, naturally, it is the female lead Lee Shunjun in the photo in my hand, and the female lead's fiancé. Pay attention, the man who is about to become the groom is completely unaware that he has long been wearing an invisible green hat. Wang Kai, do you think they will still be able to laugh in 2 days? Wang Kai gave me a disdainful look, then spoke like a human and asked sarcastically when faced with such a situation. Give me a smile to see. Today is the day Louis goes to Li Xuanjuan's house to deliver the betrothal gifts. A total of 288,000. Although this price far exceeds the average here, Louis doesn't care at all. As long as he can marry Li Shunjun with grandeur, this pure and innocent girl. What's a little money? During Louis's courtship with Li Shunju, he not only treated her with utmost care, but even hesitated to touch a single strand of her hair, because Louis believed that the most important first time for both parties, of course, it should be on the wedding day. The so-called wedding night with candles and the moment of success, those are the proudest moments in a man's life. Louis and Li Shunju smiled at each other across the blazing firecrackers. Not far away, a man and a dog on a small mound also smiled at each other. Ha ha ha, the show is about to begin. Louis handled the dowry matter beautifully, not only giving the bride's family enough face. Even the whole village knows about this. The old Li family has found a wealthy son-in-law, and is even preparing to marry off their daughter with a sky-high dowry of 288,000. Even Li Shunju's father, Li Gang, is puzzled. Why would someone like Louis from a wealthy city family be interested in their daughter? Li Gang knows what kind of daughter he has. But all of this is not important anymore. What matters is that the two can get married. That's stronger than anything. After giving the dowry and having lunch at the bride's family's house, Louis quickly drove to the wedding company to retrieve the wedding photos first. Just as Louis opened his phone to contact the wedding company, he suddenly found a friend request popping up on the messaging app. The name is Private Detective Ah Chen, with a profile picture of a person and a dog. When Louis saw this username and profile picture, he hesitated for a moment, then immediately clicked reject. Just by the name, it was obvious this person wanted to lure him into playing pirated games. I'm busy preparing for my wedding now, who has time for this? What was originally a journey of over half an hour turned into an hour due to traffic congestion. It made Louis feel agitated and restless. Stopping the car at the entrance of the wedding company, when he was about to call the staff, he noticed that the profile with a person and a dog had sent another request. Friend request, urgent matter for ego, please approve quickly. Louis once again rejected the friend request. Upon arriving at the wedding company, Louis looked at the photos filling the storage room, feeling a bit overwhelmed for a moment. When choosing the photos, in addition to the 45 included in the package, Lee Xuanju added over 70 more separately. At that time, Louis thought, just add them, after all, this only happens once in a lifetime. Never thought that something meant to happen once in a lifetime now had to be carried back by himself alone. After carrying back and forth 4 or 5 times, Louis was already out of breath and tired. Just as he was thinking of sitting in the car to watch a video and take a break before getting back to work, he once again saw the friend request. The applicant was still Private Detective Ah Chen. Louis, you don't want to regret this for a lifetime, do you? Louis was already exhausted. This bastard promoting games really didn't give him peace. Louis immediately agreed to this person's friend request, thinking of criticizing him first and then blocking him. Private Detective Ah Chen greeted Louis, saying hello, Louis, to which Louis replied, you are my dad, my son is better off being my own biological son. I don't think you would like it if someone else acted as your dad. Louis then replied, I like it, what's wrong? Afterwards, Private Detective Ah Chen sent Louis a thumbs up emoji, and then there was no further conversation. Louis immediately smirked, preparing to criticize the other party, but the chat screen was suddenly flooded with a series of photos. Private Detective Ah Chen had directly sent over a dozen indecent photos taken by Wang Kai to Louis. Louis instinctively clicked on one of the photos and was left dumbfounded. The female protagonist in the photo was none other than his fiancée, Lee Xuanju. In the evening, sitting on the steps by the river, was a desolate young man. He threw his high-end suit by the river, with a phone next to him that he had smashed to pieces. This man is the one who was noticed this afternoon. Upon receiving the photos sent by Private Detective Ah Chen, an uncontrollable rage erupted within him instantly. He smashed the windshield of his beloved car with a brick, then stumbled his way to the river. He had been sitting since the afternoon until now, not understanding why there were these indecent photos. He couldn't understand why Lee Shunjun, who had never been in a relationship, would appear in these photos. More importantly, the date was also marked on the photos. It was just over 20 days ago, during the time when Lu Yi and Li Shunjing decided to get married. Now Louis just wants to tear Li Shunjing apart and smash the man in the photo, but Li Ji told him not to do that. He can only avoid those photos by smashing his phone, but those images are already ingrained in his mind. Every time he thinks of the expression of enjoyment on Li Shunjing's face in the photo, Lu Yi's molars are about to break. Louis stood up and punched the tree next to him one fist after another. Then he kicked the phone into the water. Louis's eyes were bloodshot. He just wants to vent now, but as a law-abiding good person, he can't think of a way to vent his anger. He hated himself for meeting Li Shunjing. He just wants to end it all now. Then he walked towards the river, and gradually the water reached his thighs. Is it worth it for a woman like this? You still have parents, and a sister. Just as the river was about to reach Louis's waist, a voice behind suddenly woke up the absent-minded Louis. Louis saw that the river had already submerged half of his body. He was shocked, and quickly crawled towards the bank. Gasping heavily while holding onto the railing at the bank, he couldn't swim. If he had taken a few more steps just now, he would have been doomed. At this moment, Louis saw the owner of the voice he heard earlier, a young man who looked quite young. Beside the young man was a yellow native dog. The young man just mentioned, is it worth it for this woman? Which means he knows about Li Xuanju's matter. Then Li asked, are you the private detective Ah Chen? Yes, it's me. I'm the one who sent you the photos today. Then I pointed to the big yellow dog beside me. He's Wang Kai. Upon hearing my words, Louis immediately picked up Wang Badan and asked, why did you tell me? He then rushed over, grabbed my collar, and punched me in the right cheek. I'm not one to take a hit without fighting back. I quickly got up and pounced towards Louis. Seeing his owner being hit, Wang Kai also pounced forward, and he immediately bit Louis on the butt. Stupid dog, let go of your mouth. Louis was in pain from Wang Kai's bite and was trying to pry open the dog's mouth. But then I was pounced on and straddled, and proceeded to punch Louis in the face. I kindly sent you the photos to prevent you from being deceived, and you still hit me. Then I continued to punch Louis in the face until he was bruised and swollen before finally stopping. Seeing his owner stop, Wang Kai also let go of his mouth. I have to say, Wang Kai was really fierce this time. He bit through Lui's pants. As the farce came to an end, Lui's mood finally relaxed a lot. The two of them and a dog sat by the river. Then they started discussing the real issue. Lui asked, "Where did you get these photos from? Didn't I already tell you, I'm a private detective? Then what is your purpose in giving me these photos? Are you trying to break us apart?" I said, "Isn't it because I can't bear to see you deceived? Shouldn't you be grateful that I sent you those photos? Otherwise, you would have unknowingly married this kind of woman, and you would have been kept in the dark until death." Immediately after, I took out a pink receipt from my pocket and handed it to Lui. That is a receipt from a medical beauty institution, for a membrane repair procedure. As for the payer, without surprise, it was Li Xuanju. At this moment, Lui just smiled bitterly. At this point, Lui didn't find it surprising that Li Xuanju did such a thing. "Where did you get this receipt from?" I answered somewhat embarrassed. "I found it in the trash can." Lui gave me a thumbs up and said, "What is your real purpose?" But I evaded the question. "Do you want to deal with this woman now?" Gritting his teeth, Lui replied, "I wish I could tear her apart right now." When I heard Lui say this, I immediately understood that my purpose for this trip had been achieved. Then I said to Lui, "I can help you deal with him." "How will you deal with him? Are you a detective?" In my heart at that moment, I thought, who cares if I'm a detective or not, let's just switch to being a thug now. As long as we can make money to buy gold bars, we're not picky about any profession. Then I shouted at Lui, "If he doesn't treat you like a human, we don't need to be nice to him either. Didn't you just go to his house today to deliver the betrothal gifts? Do you still want this money?" Lui was furious and definitely wants it back, or should we let him keep it for his retirement? Shu Chen took out his phone and played a video for Lui. In the video, it was Li Xuanju carrying a large package heading to the bank. "From what I see, it won't be easy to get this dowry back. You leave today, and this woman will deposit the money in the bank right after." Lui was unfazed. "I don't plan on marrying her anymore. There's no reason why I can't get it back. If necessary, we'll go through legal means." Shu Chen knew Lui would say that. "Don't you know the customs in this place? If the woman regrets the marriage, she returns all the cash dowry on the spot. If the man regrets it, not a penny is returned. Even if you can retrieve the dowry, the important thing is, you two have already obtained the marriage certificate in advance. The dowry is likely retrievable, but if this woman turns against you, it won't be easy to divorce." Calming down, Lui looked at Shu Chen's playful face. "So, what do you suggest?" Shu Chen took out a pack of cheap cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and handed it to Lui. "I'll help you figure out how to get the dowry back and make Li Xuanju willingly go with you to get a divorce." Lui took the cigarette without saying a word. Shu Chen grinned. "Let's make sure this woman can't live peacefully." This was what Lui wanted. Just getting back the dowry and divorcing her was something he could handle himself. What Lui truly desired was to retaliate against Li Xuanju. "This is what you said, make sure she can't live peacefully." Shu Chen then lit a cigarette for Lui. "We can't do this for nothing. As for the outcome, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Lui took a deep drag from the cigarette, exhaling only a small amount of smoke due to the intensity. "If we get rid of her and retrieve the dowry, you get 88,000, and I get 200,000. "What do you mean by getting rid of her? Murder is punishable by law. Just tidy things up." Lui was speechless. He had just talked about making Li Xuanju's life miserable, and now he was talking about breaking the law. Just as Lui was about to speak, Shu Chen grabbed his hand firmly. "Deal. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Lui remembered the man in the photo. "Who is that man?" "That man, we're not sure yet. But if you want to find out, I can help you investigate, but it'll cost you." Shu Chen rubbed his hands. Lui understood his meaning and coldly snorted. "You take care of this woman, then take care of that man too. Once we retrieve the dowry, you get 200,000, and I get 88,000. Well. Shu Chen was starting to admire Lui a bit. This brother, who almost grew grass on his head, was truly daring. But upon further thought, Shu Chen understood. The more one loved in the past, the more one could hate now. Understandable, indeed. In fact, Shu Chen couldn't fathom the depth of Lui's current hatred. This touched on Lui's belief, a belief in marrying a clean and honest wife. No, calling it a belief was more appropriate. When a person's belief is shattered, it's no wonder they might go mad. Go all out? Go all out. After some brief discussion, Shu Chen parted ways with Lui. Lui headed straight to the vaccination station as he needed to get a rabies shot. Watching Lui's retreating figure, Shu Chen said to Wang Kai, "Don't go biting people randomly in the future. Rabies shots are quite painful." Wang Kai rolled his eyes at the words, thinking to himself that if Shu Chen got beaten up in the future, he wouldn't help out again. Shu Chen rode his electric scooter with Wang Kai and headed straight to the photocopy shop. Just now, Louis had given Shu Chen 5,000 yuan in cash as operational funds. Well, Shu Chen shamelessly asked for it. A hero can be brought to his knees by a single penny. Currently, his total assets amounted to less than 300 yuan, making it nearly impossible to execute his plan. It was already evening, and the photocopy shop had long closed. Under Shu Chen's relentless phone assault, the shop owner grumbled and drove over to open up for business. The owner of the photocopy shop, with a displeased expression, inserted the key into the anti-theft door. "Brother, can't you come back tomorrow to do this?" At this moment, Shu Chen was extremely inflated. In his mind, he was there to give money to the owner. "Haven't we said it all? Big business, big business. Why don't you understand?" After turning on the power and starting the printer, the owner turned to Shu Chen. "What do you want to print, and how many copies?" Shu Chen took out his phone, found Li Xuanju's photo, and handed it to the owner. "Print this, on A4 paper, how much per copy?" The owner took the phone, saw those vulgar photos on it, and immediately refused. "No, this can't be printed, it's illegal." Shu Chen was speechless. "It was just a color photo, not that difficult. Just print it, I want 1,000 copies." The owner still shook his head. "No, even if you want to print 10,000 copies, I can't do it. If the police come looking for me, I'll end up in jail. 3 yuan per copy. Deal or not?" Then, Shu Chen was kicked out by the owner. Just as Shu Chen was about to say something, the owner spoke. "While I haven't decided to call the police, you better leave quickly." What a damn bad luck, encountering such a person late at night. Shu Chen could only force a smile and say nothing. After the owner drove away, there was a click, and the door of the photocopy shop opened automatically again. After looking around, Shu Chen swiftly entered the shop. Naturally, it was Wang Kai who opened the door for Shu Chen. It had hidden quietly when the owner opened the door and stayed hidden inside when the shop closed. "Are you sure you've disabled all the cameras?" Shu Chen asked Wang Kai, doubting its reliability. "Don't worry, I only opened the door after making sure they were all disabled." Shu Chen nodded, then turned on the printer and started working on the computer. In the past, he had worked as an apprentice in an advertising company for a few months just to make ends meet. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle these things. Shu Chen had known from the beginning that the owner wouldn't agree, and he had never intended to spend money in the first place. Brothers don't talk money, it ruins relationships. Li Xuanju was in a good mood today because she was getting married in 5 days. For women, marriage is the biggest stepping stone in life. As long as they make the leap successfully, they can live without worries for the rest of their lives. Just like her fiancé, Louis. Li Xuanju didn't really love him, but she didn't dislike him either because Louis always accommodated her. Whatever she wanted, Louis would provide. Louis was great in every aspect, except for his strong virginity complex, which meant that after dating for over a year, Li Xuanju hadn't been intimate with him. It was all Louis's fault that Li Xuanju ended up making plans to meet her ex-boyfriend, who was already married. "Jimei, do you think the surgery is really undetectable?" Li Xuanju looked worriedly at her lower body and asked the woman beside her in a low voice. "Don't worry, my husband didn't notice it at the time, did he? Now he loves me more than ever." Li Xuanju's best friend, Zhang Wenli, who had recommended the corrective surgery, reassured her. "That's good." In fact, Li Xuanju had lost her virginity 10 years ago. At that time, she had just turned 18 and gave her first time to her boyfriend of a few weeks. Soon after, they broke up for good. Since then, Li Xuanju had let loose completely, accepting any man who came her way and even had 2 abortions. It wasn't until she turned 24, the age to get married, that she began to rein herself in and, through introductions from family and friends, started the blind date journey. The blind dates were not smooth sailing. The men were either ugly, poor, or clueless about women. Compared to the rich second-generation men she used to date, they were worlds apart. So Li Xuanju had always been quite picky, and as a result, by the time she turned 26, she still hadn't found a man she liked. That is until she met Louis. Louis was good-looking, didn't go out fooling around, his family wasn't extremely wealthy, but they were better off than most. He was an honest man worth entrusting a lifetime to. So when Louis asked her if she was pure, Li Xuanju chose to lie. In reality, Li Xuanju's original plan was to get Louis drunk during her menstrual period. For a man who knew nothing about such matters, as long as he saw blood, Li Xuanju would be considered a pure maiden. Unfortunately, Louis turned out to be allergic to alcohol, and he never touched a drop no matter the occasion. This made it impossible for Li Xuanju to carry out her plan. Even as they started discussing marriage, she couldn't succeed. This made Li Xuanju anxious, and in the end, she opted for corrective surgery. With Louis's personality, even if they got married, it wouldn't last. If she could get through this hurdle successfully, she could live the rest of her life in peace. Li Xuanjue went to see her ex-boyfriend again, mainly because she couldn't accept the idea of spending the rest of her life with just Louis. So, before the surgery, Li Xuanjue spent a wild day at a hotel with her ex-boyfriend. Jimei, you must not tell anyone about the surgery. It would be disastrous if it got out, Li Xuanjue said, still feeling uneasy and seeking comfort from Zhang Wenli. Zhang Wenli held Li Xuanjue's hand and reassured her, "Don't worry, the hospital has a confidentiality agreement, and you already disposed of the only receipt, remember? It was shredded by the shredder. Besides, you've already received the bride price, right? Even if things go south, with money in hand, what do you have to fear?" Li Xuanjue felt somewhat relieved after hearing Zhang Wenli's words. Just then, Li Xuanjue's mother, Lu Fang, entered the room with a stern expression. Seeing her mother's grim face, Li Xuanjue was puzzled. "Mom, what's wrong?" Lu Fang coldly told Zhang Wenli to leave, saying, "You step out for a moment, I need to talk to Xiaoju." Zhang Wenli, though confused, stood up and left. It was better for mother and daughter to have their private conversation without an outsider present. After Zhang Wenli left and closed the door behind her, Li Xuanjue asked, "Mom, what's going on? Can't we talk?" Smack! Before Li Xuanjue could finish her sentence, Lu Fang slapped her across the face. "Ah, what are you doing?" Li Xuanjue screamed, quickly standing up. "What am I doing? How dare you ask what I'm doing? Look at this." Lu Fang pulled out a folded A4 paper from her pocket and threw it at Li Xuanjue's face. "Why throw things? Can't we talk civilly?" Li Xuanjue, already rebellious by nature, was now furious and had no interest in looking at the paper. She only wanted to strangle the woman in front of her, her own mother. However, when she saw the fierce look in her mother's eyes, Li Xuanjue calmed down, picked up the paper from the floor, and unfolded it. As she looked at the paper, she was struck as if by lightning, collapsing to the ground. The colored print on the A4 paper was a naked photo of Li Xuanjue. Li Xuanjue sat on the floor, muttering to herself, What? How did this happen? Where did this come from? Someone left it at the front door. You should be grateful I woke up early this morning. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster if someone else saw it." Li Xuanjue's heart sank halfway upon hearing this. "What's going on? What's going on?" Lu Fang chuckled. "You have the nerve to ask what's going on. I should be asking you what's going on. You used to be undisciplined, but now that you're about to get married, you're still fooling around outside." I didn't. I used to go to that place often. There couldn't be any surveillance, boss. Yes, I'll go find the hotel owner. Call the police. I want to call the police." At this moment, Li Shunjing was already incoherent, trying to walk out, but was stopped by Lu Fang, who then threw her onto the bed. "Find the hotel owner? Call the police? Are you even going to go through with this marriage, Li Shunjing? Let me tell you, if this marriage doesn't happen, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my daughter." Li Shunjing couldn't believe it. Her mother, who had always been so accommodating, would say such things. She suddenly exploded, "Don't recognize me then. Do you think I want to be your daughter? Humph, you figure it out yourself." With that, Lu Fang stormed out in anger. Zhang Wenli, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, was startled by Lu Fang's sudden appearance and awkwardly smiled. "Auntie, what's wrong?" Lu Fang gave Zhang Wenli a fierce look, said nothing, and left directly. Of course, Lu Fang wouldn't give Zhang Wenli a good face, because the man sleeping with Li Shunjing in the photo was none other than Zhang Wenli's husband. Zhang Wenli entered the room, looking at the tearful Li Shunjing, and hurriedly asked, "Xiaoju, what's wrong? Did auntie scold you?" Although Zhang Wenli had been eavesdropping at the door, she couldn't hear clearly, only catching a few snippets of their argument. Seeing Zhang Wenli come in, Li Shunjing quickly crumpled the A4 paper in her hand and stuffed it into her pocket. If Zhang Wenli saw it, it would be all over. Zhang Wenli's husband, Liang Wolong, was actually Li Xuanjing's ex-boyfriend. They had broken up for some reason in the past, but had kept in touch. As for their relationship, it was the kind where they met occasionally, spent a day together, didn't contact each other otherwise, and didn't interfere in each other's lives. Only Li Shunjing knew that Zhang Wenli was even more promiscuous than her, even getting cosmetic surgery done. And only Li Shunjing knew that Liang Wolong had been with many women and was an experienced player. After Zhang Wenli and Liang Wolong got married, Li Shunjing had still kept in touch with Liang Wolong, sneaking around to have some fun, but Zhang Wenli was unaware of this. So if this matter were to be exposed, it would cause a huge scandal. Li Shunjing would never allow such a thing to happen. "Ah, it's nothing. Just had a little argument with my mom. You know how it is between us. It's just a usual thing. On such a joyous day, there's no need to argue. Let's talk things out calmly." Zhang Wenli comforted, and Li Shunjing could only say a few perfunctory words before sending Zhang Wenli home. Just now, someone had sent Li Shunjing a text message, telling her to contact that number when no one was around. After Zhang Wenli left, Li Shunjing dialed the number. Hello, who is this? Li Shunjing, right? I sent you a photo. Did you see it? The voice on the phone made Li Shunjing's heart tighten with just a few simple words. She had to suppress her anger and asked in a low voice, I received it. Who are you? What do you want? We don't know each other. As for what I want, I don't have any other intentions. I'm just a bit tight on money lately and wanted to make some quick cash. Don't rush to refuse. Give me the money, and I'll send you the original photos. Then we'll go our separate ways without knowing each other. Upon hearing the other party's words, Li Shunjie immediately realized she was being blackmailed. However, at this moment, she had no choice. How much do you want? Tell me. I heard you're getting married soon. You received 288,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. Upon hearing this, Li Shunjie felt uneasy. The other party knew she was getting married and even inquired about the betrothal gifts. The voice on the phone continued, I don't want much. Just round it up and give me 300,000 yuan. Li Shunjie screamed, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why don't you just rob me? I'll call the police. She thought the other party would ask for tens of thousands at most, and she could bear it then. But 300,000 yuan was beyond her expectations. That was a huge sum. Besides the betrothal gifts, she still needed to come up with 12,000 yuan herself. The voice on the phone chuckled, in a way, I am robbing you. If you're unwilling, I can't help it. After all, the money is in your hands. Just as Li Shunjie breathed a sigh of relief, the other party said, you can also choose to report to the police. I have thousands of these A4 paper photos. I'll plaster them all over the streets, corners, and utility poles. Oh, by the way, your village is quite big. You'll need at least 700 to 800 to cover it. Li Shunjie became furious, her sharp voice echoing through the room. How dare you? I won't allow you to do this. Ah, are you a horny quail? Why scream so loudly? Humph, I'll give you 3 hours to think. If I don't hear back from you, I'll distribute these photos all over the city. Then the other party hung up. Hearing the beeping sound from the phone, Li Shunjie wept, murmuring to herself, Why? Why treat me like this? Why treat a girl like me like this? Why? Li Shunjie couldn't understand why she was being treated this way when she had never done anything wrong. An hour passed. Li Shunjie finally stopped crying, transitioning from grievance to resentment, then from resentment to helplessness. Her emotions were extreme, and she decided to take a stand. No way was that extortionist taking her money. In a blink of an eye, nearly 2 hours had passed. Li Shunjie began to hesitate. During this time, she simulated various consequences in her mind. Lu Yi leaving her, her best friend turning into an enemy, her family kicking her out, everyone she knew looking down on her, mocking her. At that point, there would be no place for Li Shunjie in the world. 2.5 hours passed. Li Shunjie was on the verge of collapse. She truly considered calling the police, but even that wouldn't change the fact that she would be despised by everyone. Did she really have to give 300,000 yuan to that person? No, absolutely not. That was a huge sum. 2 hours and 40 minutes passed. Money could be earned again, as long as she could marry Louis smoothly. Louis would even give her more than 300,000 yuan by then. 2 hours and 50 minutes passed. In the end, Li Shunjie compromised. She could only console herself that it was for Louis's good, to preserve his family's reputation. She was the victim in all of this. But still, it was 300,000 yuan. So, she comforted herself once more. It was just 300,000 yuan, with 288,000 yuan from Louis, and she only had to contribute 12,000 yuan. Solving a problem for 20,000 yuan couldn't really be considered extortion. In the end, Li Shunju chose to dial that number again, but the call wouldn't go through. She tried twice, but no one answered. Li Shunju was now in a complete panic. Time was running out, just a few minutes left. At this moment, she was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Master, why aren't you answering the phone? Wan Kai looked puzzled at the phone flashing on the table. Shuchen was lounging with his legs crossed, smoking and blowing out smoke rings. There's a thing called lure the tiger out of the mountain. The first time you answer, it seems forced. The second time you don't answer, they get anxious. The third time, the fourth time, others will worry that the money won't be delivered, more than we do. Wan Kai was puzzled by this explanation. Even though Shuchen tried to clarify, it still didn't understand the significance of these tricky tactics. Hello? Just then, the phone rang again, and Shuchen finally answered. He turned on the speakerphone, and Li Shunju's anxious voice came through, I'll give it. I'll give it. I'll give you the money. How do we make the exchange? Shuchen raised an eyebrow at Wang Kai. See, as I said, the woman is here to deliver the money. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, under the bridge outside your village, bring the money. Remember, I want cash. You can go to the bank now to make a withdrawal. Come alone. If I see anyone else, the deal is off. Li Shunju's voice came through the phone. I'll give you the money, you give me the photo? No, you don't have to give it to me, just destroy the photo. Don't worry, I've said it before, I'm just after the money. We have no grudges, as long as I get the money, you go your way, and I'll go mine. After a brief negotiation, Shuchen hung up the phone, not giving Li Shunju a chance to speak further. Although Shuchen wasn't well educated, he understood the principle of less talk, less mistake. How much gold can 300,000 buy? Can it buy 10 pounds? After hanging up, Wang Kai couldn't wait to ask, his eyes filled with greed. Shuchen rolled his eyes. Buy 10 pounds? You can't even buy 2 pounds. Do you think it's buying cabbage? Also, don't get any ideas about this money, it's meant to be returned to Louis. Wang Kai looked at Shuchen as if he were an idiot. You're going to hand out the money you got? Boss, even a scatterbrained person wouldn't do that. Think about the days when we had to scrimp on cabbage. You're just a dog, what do you know? This is called professional ethics. We're not doing just one deal. If our reputation is tarnished, do you still want to make money in the future? Wang Kai really wanted to give Shuchen a dog's paw at that moment. Reputation? What reputation do you have? Shuchen added, this is called sticking to a profession, loving what you do. The next morning, Li Shunju went to the bank to withdraw the money, as instructed by the other party. Just half an hour later, Li Shunju left the bank with a large shoulder bag containing exactly 300,000 yuan. Feeling the weight of the money in the bag, Li Shunju felt a pang of pain because she was about to hand over this money to that damn extortionist. Despite the pain, she felt a sense of relief. As long as it could be resolved, as long as she could get through this, as long as she could get married smoothly, Li Shunju silently vowed in her heart that once this was over, she would never go out and fool around with Liang Guolong again. But just a few seconds later, Li Shunju quietly changed her vow, maybe occasionally. Yes, occasionally. Because she just loved that feeling, being with Liang Guolong behind Zhang Wenli's back. Coming back to her senses, Li Shunju pinched her thigh hard, thinking to herself, what am I thinking at this point in time? After leaving the bank, Li Xuanjia hailed a taxi and hurried back to the village, with just over an hour left before the transaction time. The bridge tunnel at the village entrance was by the roadside. In earlier years, it was the main route out of the village, but since the construction of the highway, things had changed. The tunnel had fallen into disuse, with hardly anyone passing through now. Arriving at the spot, Li Xuanjia checked her phone, 9:46. She was still on time. Following instructions, she placed the money-filled handbag on a red brick by the tunnel. Her phone rang, and she answered. The voice on the other end said, you can leave now, I will destroy the photos. The call ended abruptly. Looking around, Li Xuanjia saw only the deserted area around the tunnel, no cameras in sight. How did they know she was coming? A dog's bark brought her back to reality. A fierce-looking yellow dog was staring at her menacingly. The dog growled, ready to pounce. Li Xuanjia stepped back, but the dog advanced with each step she took. With a final growl, the dog lunged at her, and she turned and ran. The dog's barks echoed behind her as she fled into the village, where she finally felt safe among familiar faces. The villagers greeted her, commenting on her attire and the dog chasing her. When she looked back, the dog was gone. Unaware of how she outran the strong dog in her heels, Li Xuanjia's heart finally calmed. Meanwhile, the dog, named Wang Kai, had returned to the tunnel. Wang Kai grabbed the bag with its teeth, lifted it, and swiftly left the village. At the village entrance, Wang Kai hopped into a van and closed the door with its paw. The seamless actions would have amazed any onlooker. The van, driven by Mr. Shu Chen, sped away, disappearing from the village. Shu Chen joked with Wang Kai about the weight of the bag, and Wang Kai boasted about its strength. In the city center, at a fancy Peking duck restaurant, a meal cost 498 yuan. According to Shu Chen, dining there was like a feast fit for a king. Only those with deep pockets could afford it. Louis watched in disbelief as Shu Chen and his dog devoured the food voraciously, with the dog even eating at the table, holding a whole duck in its paws, just like a person. More importantly, besides enjoying the roast duck, this local dog would occasionally lift its head and give Louis a grin. This made Louis somewhat doubt life. Damn it, have dogs nowadays become so clever? Choking on his food, Shu Chen gulped down the expensive red wine in his glass as if it were beer. Waiter, add 2 more roast ducks for takeout. And pack up the rest of this half bottle of wine for me too. A bottle of wine for 1,999 yuan isn't that great anyway. The meal was Louis's treat, The place was chosen by Shu Chen, and eating roast duck was Wang Kai's desire. This meal would cost Louis several thousand yuan, but he willingly footed the bill. Beside Louis on the chair was a black handbag containing 288,000 yuan, not a penny more, not a penny less. As for the extra 12,000 yuan, it naturally found its way into Shu Chen's wallet. Louis now completely admired Shu Chen's efficiency in handling things. In less than 3 days, he managed to retrieve the betrothal gifts. Not only did he retrieve them, but he also returned the money to Louis. To be honest, Louis was also very surprised. Shu Chen could have easily pocketed the money, and Louis had asked him about it. Shu Chen's response at the time was, "In our line of work, there are rules. We only take what's rightfully ours and never touch what isn't." Shu Chen's actions deeply moved Louis, who was completely oblivious to the eye rolling from the big yellow dog nearby. As for how he managed to retrieve the money, Louis had asked, but Shu Chen had looked at him with a dark expression and cryptically said, "We have rules, don't ask what shouldn't be asked." This made Louis suddenly feel that this unremarkable-looking person in front of him was definitely an extraordinary individual. Getting beaten up by him didn't seem like a loss either. After the meal, Louis took out 88,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to Shu Chen. "This is the agreed-upon reward." Shu Chen took out a black plastic bag from his pocket and discreetly placed the money inside. "This matter isn't finished yet, we've only retrieved the money. Dealing with Li Xuanju's affairs has just begun, but it's up to you. After all, you're the employer. Do you want to continue? I'm fine with stopping here." Shu Chen said this in a low voice, trying to appear mysterious and profound. Wang Kai looked strange, watching Shu Chen's despicable appearance, almost spitting out the duck he had just eaten. Louis gritted his teeth and said, "Continue. We must continue. And that man, have you found out about him?" Shu Chen nodded, admitting that he was no longer doing this solely for money. He genuinely wanted to rectify the bad practices. "Yes, that's right." He could swear to Wang Kai about that. "That man has been identified, but the cost for dealing with him is separate, as agreed." "Who is it?" Shu Chen explained, "Zhang Wenli, you know her, right?" Louis nodded, "I know her. That evil woman's confidant." "What's the connection with Zhang Wenli?" "That man is Zhang Wenli's husband." "Damn!" Louis exclaimed. "Li Xuanju was playing around like this? She even seduced her best friend's husband? Damn it! Ruin him. Destroy his family. After it's done, I'll give you another 120,000. Shu Chen raised a finger and coughed, "It's 112,000, don't raise the price randomly." Louis quickly corrected himself, Right. It's 112,000. The two then discussed the next steps, with Shu Chen proposing 2 options to Louis. First, Louis continues preparing for the wedding, going through with the betrothal and ceremony. During the wedding, Shu Chen would expose the photos, making it public knowledge and causing Li Xuanju immense distress. "Won't everyone know about me wearing this green hat then?" No. Shu Chen sneered, "It's best if everyone knows about it. By then, you can conveniently file for divorce. Don't forget, you two are married now." Shu Chen continued with a smirk, "Then, you can file a lawsuit to demand the return of the dowry from Li Xuanju's family and apply for enforcement." Getting back the dowry money was Shu Chen's true intention. The money was retrieved, but it originally belonged to Louis. It's Li Xuanju who should be paying. Apart from the 2 people and a dog at the dining table, only God knows where the dowry money is. As for contacting Li Xuanju, that was done through a black card Shu Chen bought for a hefty sum of 200 yuan. He didn't even know who the owner of the number was. "You are the victim. What's wrong with claiming some compensation for mental anguish?" When Louis heard Shu Chen's words, he was dumbfounded. Shu Chen actually wanted to get the dowry money back again. Realizing this, Louis couldn't help but give Shu Chen a thumbs up, impressive. Then Shu Chen mentioned another plan to Louis. Second, it's similar to the first point, the only difference being that Louis doesn't have to prepare for a wedding. Shu Chen would expose the photos today, making it widely known, ensuring even the dogs in Li Xuanju's village would know. As for the dowry money, it must be claimed back in full. Anyway, I personally suggest you choose the first one, get married once. This puzzled Louis. Shu Chen explained, "You know how it is these days finding a partner, especially with your serious circumstances. During the wedding, get a few journalists, find some online influencers to promote you, and your image will be established, right?" The headline could be something like "Innocent man yearns for faithful love but is deceived by a scoundrel woman," roughly outlining how the man refused premarital intimacy, unaware that the woman underwent corrective surgery. A few simple sentences carry a lot of information. It not only describes your innocence but also outlines your criteria for a partner and your attitude towards love. With such publicity, when you go on blind dates in the future, you won't be in the dark. Girls with similar values will come to you. Think ahead, and you'll reap both money and love in the future. Bro! Persuaded by Shu Chen, Louis felt enlightened, seeing a promising future ahead, with a beautiful life beckoning to him. Impressive! Truly impressive! Without hesitation, Louis chose the first plan, settled the bill, and swiftly left the Peking Duck restaurant. He was now busy preparing for the wedding, delayed for these 2 days, increasing his workload. These days, chat with Li Xuanju normally, call her. Don't reveal your hand. Louis hurriedly replied, I understand. Walking out of the duck restaurant with Wang Kai, he held half a bottle of red wine in his left hand, a toothpick in his right, and a plastic bag of cash tucked under his arm. The 2 roasted ducks were packed in a plastic bag, carried by Wang Kai in his mouth. Handle your own stuff, can't spoil the dog. Damn, it's only been a few days, and he's got 100,000 yuan. Louis took 88,000 yuan plus 5,000 yuan for the event, and tricked Li Xuanju out of another 12,000 yuan. That's 100,000 yuan. Shu Chen had never seen so much money in his life. Thinking about this, Shu Chen was ecstatic, immediately dropping the toothpick, opening the expensive red wine, and taking a big gulp. Ah, this wine isn't that great. It's like horse urine. Wang Kai glanced around, made sure no one was there, and said, Master, when are we going to buy gold? Due to the plastic bag in his mouth, Wang Kai's speech was a bit unclear, but Shu Chen understood. Humph, buy gold? Buy a hammer. 100,000 yuan could improve life. Who would be foolish enough to spend it on gold? Or feed it to the dog? That's what I think, but I can't say it like that. After all, Wang Kai has put in a lot of effort to earn this money. Shu Chen calmly said, let's save it up. When we have enough for 10 caddies of money, we can buy it all at once. Otherwise, it's pointless to spend it now. Wang Kai immediately became unhappy. Since becoming a dog, it has never eaten gold again. You don't have to eat it all at once, you can eat it slowly. Let's start with a caddy. Master, you can also get 1/10 of the divine power in advance. Wang Kai coaxed, but this kind of low-level coaxing is useless against Shu Chen. 1/10 divine power? What a joke. Having all the divine power is twice the strength of an ordinary person. What's the use of 1/10? Shu Chen disdainfully comforted Wang Kai, let's save up a bit more. After hearing this, Wang Kai fell silent, lost in thought, while Shu Chen secretly felt pleased. It wasn't until the man and the dog walked into a deserted wetland that Wang Kai suddenly stopped, dropped the roast duck from its mouth, and started cursing Shu Chen loudly. You heartless bastard, deceiving me. Who took the photos? Who tracked us? Who stepped in to help you when you were getting beaten up? Shu Chen looked at Wang Kai, who had suddenly gone mad. Was this silly dog having a mental breakdown? It was fine just now, and now it's having an episode. Wang Kai continued to rant, even the money was brought back by me for you. You're now reluctant to buy the gold we agreed on. You damn bandit. You. As Wang Kai's insults grew harsher, Shu Chen finally realized that the dog was upset because it hadn't gotten any gold to eat, and it was harboring resentment. Shu Chen was left speechless by Wang Kai's scolding. Indeed, he was in the wrong because they had agreed from the start that once they had the money, they would buy gold for Wang Kai to eat. That's why Wang Kai was so eager to help. Wang Kai, it's not that I don't want to buy it for you, it's… Wang Kai interrupted directly, stop the nonsense. Stop using your tricks to fool me. Just say whether you're buying it or not. If not, we'll go our separate ways. Shu Chen was furious. You. Wang Kai didn't back down either. You're almost there, woof. And then, the man and the dog started fighting in the wetland. The scene of a man fighting a dog was so bizarre and indescribable. How dare you bite my face? I'll kill you. You're the stingy one who bit me. Ah, how dare you hit my leg? Ah, you damn deceiver, liar. I'll bite you to death. In the end, Shu Chen's clothes and pants were torn, and his face was bruised. Wang Kai ended up with a lame dog leg, only able to walk on 3 legs. After the fight, the man and the dog reconciled as if nothing had happened. In the end, the man and the dog found a shared electric bike, with Shu Chen riding it and taking Wang Kai into the city to buy gold. On the way, despite Wang Kai having a lame leg, it couldn't stop smiling. Shu Chen was very annoyed, looking at his torn clothes and various scratches and bites. But the gold still had to be bought, and he didn't know the significance of fighting with Wang Kai. We agreed. Just buy a caddy. When the man and the dog arrived at the jewelry store, they were dumbfounded. The current price of gold was close to 500 yuan per gram, so a caddy of gold was about 250,000 yuan. They couldn't even afford half a caddy, let alone a full caddy. With a look of disdain from the store clerk, Shu Chen left the jewelry store with Wang Kai. Wang Kai looked back at the gold in the display cases, drooling and showing strong reluctance in its eyes. Finally, the man and the dog found a bench by the roadside and sat down. Shu Chen felt both angry and amused. He had no idea that gold could be so expensive. In his mind, with 100,000 yuan, he could easily buy a couple of pounds. You saw it yourself, it's not that I don't want to buy it for you, we simply can't afford it. Wang Kai squatted on the chair, looking down at his lame leg, his expression filled with so much grievance. Shu Chen looked at Wang Kai, who remained silent, and suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt engulfing him. His face kept changing colors, from red to green. After a moment of struggle, he made a decision. He nudged Wang Kai with his arm. Wang Kai, can you settle for half a pound for now? Wang Kai lifted his head to look at Shu Chen. His dull dog eyes instantly brightened, and he vigorously nodded at Shu Chen. Hey! Shu Chen sighed, took out his phone, fiddled with it for a while, and received a transfer of 50,000 yuan. I had to borrow money online just to get you some gold to eat. I swore I would never touch online loans no matter how poor I am. Do you even know what online loans are? Forget it. What do you know? Wang Kai was touched. Of course, he knew. As a stray dog who had roamed the streets for years, he had seen online loan ads in various corners of the city and witnessed the consequences of those who couldn't repay their loans. The man and the dog entered the jewelry store again. The female clerk who had looked down on them before approached them once more, wearing a professional smile. I'm sorry, sir, animals and dogs are not allowed inside. Shu Chen ignored the clerk in front of him and waved to another girl at the door. Little sister, come here. A young girl standing at the door hurried over when she heard Shu Chen calling her. Sir, hello, how can I help you? The initial clerk, feeling ignored by the ragged man in front of her, became somewhat annoyed. Sir, there are rules in the store, dogs are not allowed. Shu Chen was used to people like her who looked down on others. He didn't indulge her. If you say another word, I'll report you. A lowly worker like you, bah. You'd think you were the boss. Be careful, I'll let my dog bite you. Woof! Wang Kai also snarled fiercely at her. Seeing Wang Kai's snarl, the clerk was momentarily speechless. Shu Chen gave the clerk a disdainful look, ignored her, and took out a black plastic bag from his pocket, handing it to the girl next to him. Beauty, I have 88,000 here, you hold on to it. Whichever piece my pet dog fancies, just take the money from inside. The girl took the plastic bag, opened it, and found it filled with shiny gold coins. She then smiled. No problem. Please come this way, let me show you around. Shu Chen didn't move. He glanced at the name on the girl's work badge with a strange expression. Zhao Xin, right? Can my dog go in? Zhao Xin, holding the black plastic bag, felt delighted, of course, as long as it doesn't bark. Shu Chen nodded, then kicked Wang Kai. Don't bark inside, be careful not to get kicked out by some ignorant fool later. Zhao Xin then led Shu Chen into the store to pick out jewelry, leaving the disgruntled clerk standing at the door, unsure of what to do. Today, Zhao Xin had encountered a big customer, as this ragged young man was asking to buy half a pound of gold. Although the commission on gold wasn't high, Zhao Xin would only earn 2 to 3 yuan per gram. But with such a large quantity, it was half a pound. That's 250 grams. A simple sale like this could earn Zhao Xin several hundred yuan in commission. If it's jewelry with labor costs, then there's a labor cost commission, which is even higher, making Zhao Xin extremely happy. Pure gold, just gold, don't bother with things like diamonds or jade. Shu Chen instructed Zhao Xin who was going to pick up the goods. He didn't want to spend money on some worthless stones, he only wanted gold. Zhao Xin smiled and nodded, then brought a whole tray of items. Shu Chen lifted Wang Kai up, drooling and using his paws to select. Any item Wang Kai touched with his paws, Shu Chen had Zhao Xin pick it out and put it on the scale. Shu Chen asked, how many grams is it? Zhao Xin looked at the number on the scale and smiled, saying, it's 227 grams, Mr. Shu. In the end, with Wang Kai and Shu Chen's relentless efforts, they managed to reach exactly 250 grams. Just as Shu Chen was about to let Zhao Xin go pay, she leaned in and whispered to Shu Chen, Mr. Shu, what I mean is. Zhao Xin carefully told Shu Chen that since they were buying gold just to reach a certain weight, there was no need to buy items with labor costs and waste money. For example, this one, and this one. Zhao Xin picked out all the jewelry with labor costs. I personally think these are unnecessary for you, after all, money doesn't grow on trees. Shu Chen was surprised. I know about the labor costs, you get a commission for those. He didn't expect this pretty girl to miss out on this money-making opportunity. Zhao Xin smiled faintly and glanced at the shop assistant at the door. Originally, that commission was for that person to earn, but since you let me earn it, how can I take more from you? Thoughtful. That's what you call thoughtful. Shu Chen was full of goodwill towards this girl and then patted Wang Kai's head. Let's choose again. The beautiful lady is helping us save money. Wang Kai then selected some more items, and Shu Chen spent a little over 120,000 for 250 grams of gold. Well, Mr. Shu, take care. Before leaving, Zhao Xian also gave Shu Chen her contact information, and Shu Chen happily told her that he would contact her next time he bought gold. As he left, Shu Chen glanced at the clueless shop assistant. Passing by her, Shu Chen loudly said, "Wang Kai, some people are destined to work for others all their lives, don't you think?" Woof, woof, woof. Wang Kai barked a few times, seemingly agreeing with Shu Chen. The shop assistant saw Shu Chen coming out with bags and bags of things, her face looking unpleasant, but she managed to force a smile. "Sir, take care." "Humph. I'm not walking slowly, am I supposed to fly?" Back in the rental house, Shu Chen looked at the balance of over 30,000 on his phone, then pointed at the pile of gold, saying softly, "Eat, hurry up, eat and show me. Let me see how you eat." 120,000. A whole 120,000. This could build him a small villa in his hometown. Looking at the rental house he lived in, he really wanted to slap himself. Wang Kai rolled his eyes. "Then help me open them, these boxes, I can't use my paws." Shu Chen took out the gold from the boxes one by one and piled them in front of Wang Kai. Without hesitation, Wang Kai ate the gold like he was eating bones. Soon, all the gold was swallowed by Wang Kai, leaving Shu Chen amazed, fearing that the dog might choke. "Is that it? Why no change? Where's my divine power?" Wang Kai once said that by eating gold, his master could gain divine power. After feeling around for a while, his master noticed no changes. Wang Kai rolled his eyes. "What changes are you expecting? The first stage starts at 10 kilograms, and you only have so little, just half a kilogram, not even enough to pick my teeth." At this moment, Shu Chen deeply regretted it. 120,000. This darn dog just devoured a small house, and he didn't even benefit from it. Wang Kai lay contentedly on the ground, closed his eyes to rest, find a way to make more money, eat another half kilogram, and things will start happening. Shu Chen felt the urge to slaughter this dead dog. On the third day after Shu Chen and Wang Kai bought the gold, Shu Chen spent his last 30,000 yuan to invite some local journalists and online influencers to attend Lu Yi's wedding. Gold must be eaten, money must be earned, and things must be done. The priority was to settle the matter with Li Xuanjue and also deal with her affair partner, Liang Guolong, so that Shu Chen could use the remaining 120,000 yuan to repay the online loan. Shu Chen didn't mind being a debtor, he had nothing to lose. But as he had told Lu Yi, one must have a long-term perspective. Being a debtor wouldn't benefit his future development. It was precisely because of this long-term perspective that Shu Chen invested heavily in buying gold for Wang Kai to eat. Moving on, after inviting the journalists and online influencers, Shu Chen called Lu Yi to inquire about his recent situation. On the phone, Lu Yi complained to Shu Chen, "Tomorrow is the wedding day, and this woman actually wants an additional 12,000 yuan for the bridal car. What's with this bridal car fee? Did she mention the dowry?" "No, she didn't." Shu Chen was delighted to hear about the 12,000 yuan. It was clear that Li Xuanjue couldn't stand any loss and wanted to find a way to get back the money she spent. If she wants it, give it to her, but don't give cash. Transfer it to her so that there's evidence when it comes to suing her to get it back. "Got it. How about your arrangements? Do you want to come over tomorrow morning to welcome the bride? It's just for fun anyway." Shu Chen immediately declined. "Everything is arranged. I won't come, I'll bring the people over tomorrow noon." Welcoming the bride was tiring and meaningless, especially when it wasn't a real wedding. It made even less sense to play along. Early on the third day, Shu Chen drove his van around the city, preparing to pick up people one by one. In their rundown area, celebrations were held at noon, and funerals in the afternoon. As for where he got the van, it was simple. He rented it for 30 yuan a day, refueled it himself, and didn't have to pay for any damages. The first person they were going to pick up was a food blogger named Zhu Quan, who claimed to have 1 million followers. As for why they had to find a food blogger for this, it was simply because Shu Chen didn't know many people. Even Zhu Quan was someone Shu Chen had met when he wasn't famous yet, back when Shu Chen was a restaurant waiter and had exchanged contact information. So when Shu Chen tentatively asked, Zhu Quan unexpectedly agreed right away, saying he wouldn't charge anything. In Shu Quan's words, eating melons is a kind of food too, isn't it? And it's a delicacy among delicacies. After picking up Zhu Quan, Shu Chen intended to go for the second person, but Zhu Quan brought 6 people along. Makeup artists, photographers, copywriters. Everything was there, almost causing Shu Chen's van to be too full. Even Wang Kai, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was pushed to the back. After dropping off Zhu Quan and his team at the hotel, Shu Chen called Lu Yi, asking him to take care of Zhu Quan and company while he continued to pick up more people. Shu Chen's second contact was a local TV station's low-profile field reporter named Manhwa. Their acquaintance traced back to an interview at a construction site for migrant workers. At that time, Shu Chen was earning 150 yuan a day carrying concrete on the site. He looked dirty and miserable, but Ma Dehua, impressed by his situation, discreetly shared his contact information with Xu Chen, offering help if needed. When Ma Dehua learned about Lu Yi's wedding, he agreed to interview without any payment. Interview? No problem, but you must ensure that I am the only reporter present for an exclusive coverage. Xu Chen readily agreed, as Ma Dehua was the only journalist he knew. Ma Dehua's team, consisting of only him and another cameraman, seemed modest compared to Zhu Quan's online team, leaving Xu Chen pondering the lack of successful traditional journalists in the era of thriving online influencers. Feeling a bit disheartened, he contemplated trying his luck in the online realm. After dropping Ma Dehua at the hotel, Xu Chen went to meet the third person, an outdoor anchor named Liao Fei, known for his quirky street interviews popular among the local elderly. Unlike the previous contacts, Liao Fei demanded 1,000 yuan as an appearance fee, which irked Xu Chen, who had no other options but to comply. Their connection was solely through online means. Upon meeting Liao Fei, his first words were, "Where's the money? Pay first, then we talk." Annoyed, Xu Chen reluctantly handed over 10 bills, realizing he had to yield in certain situations. Who still uses cash these days? You're quite old-fashioned, buddy, Liao Fei teased, accepting the money with a grin. Inside the hotel, nearing noon, in a private room, 5 people and a big yellow dog were present: the groom Louis, the renowned food blogger Zhu Quan, the future prominent journalist Ma Dehua, the glutton anchor Liao Fei, and the handsome dog Wang Kai. And lastly, the charming and beloved super detective Xu Chen. Xu Chen spoke up, "Everyone's here. Let me explain briefly. The wedding will proceed as usual, and after the bride appears on stage, the host will announce toasts to the guests. At that moment, all eyes will be on the stage, and I will display the photos. Then, everyone can perform as they wish, showcasing their talents." Everyone nodded in agreement. Xu Quan turned to Louis, "Brother Lu, just to confirm, we can do anything we want, right?" "Well, to be blunt, we internet folks lack refinement and tend to be sharp-tongued." Xu Quan was concerned about upsetting Louis, as they were there to benefit from his popularity. Louis remained silent, looking at Xu Chen. Speaking on Louis's behalf, Xu Chen said, "Do as you please, be ruthless if needed, just don't treat that woman as a human. The only thing to remember is to portray our male lead in a pitiful light, the more pitiful, the better." These days were unbearable for Li Shunjing, who contemplated confessing to Louis about being extorted for 300,000 yuan. But she dared not. In the end, she managed to temporarily compensate by giving Louis an additional 12,000 yuan to cover her losses. She was starting to resent Louis a bit. If they had gotten married half a year earlier, or if Louis had proposed to her half a year earlier, none of this would have happened. But despite the resentment, things were already like this, and there was no way to change it. After marrying Louis, she would definitely make him buy her a house and put it under her name. The groomsman who came early this morning to pick her up was not bad, handsome, and gentle in speech. She must find a chance to get to know him in the future. And her best friend's husband, Liang Wolong. This jerk. He knew she was getting married today, yet he didn't bother to come and escort her. After being with him for so long, this heartless guy. Makeup is done, what are you thinking about? Are you nervous because it's your first marriage? Relax, everything will be fine. Just as Li Xuanju was lost in thought, a voice interrupted her. It was her makeup artist. Li Xuanju looked at herself in the mirror, feeling unrealistically beautiful. She stood up and turned around in front of the mirror. The flawless white wedding dress on her made her feel like an angel. Ah, such a beautiful princess, not marrying a prince but settling for Louis. Li Xuanju felt her fate was unfair. The makeup artist gently reminded her, "It's time to get ready, you'll be on stage in 20 minutes. Li Xuanju nodded, "Got it." Li Xuanju left the makeup room and headed to the back door of the banquet hall. Once the wedding ceremony started, she would enter through this door. The 2 bridesmaids were already waiting for her here. "Ajay, time is running out. Ajay, you look so beautiful today. Becoming a bride, I wonder when it will be my turn." The 2 bridesmaids teased Li Xuanju. Li Xuanju smiled, "Soon, it won't be long before it's your turn." Li Xuanju didn't really like these 2 bridesmaids because they were more extravagant than her, leading her down a wrong path in the past. She had even engaged in a threesome with them. It was all their fault, leading her down a path of no return and extorting 300,000 from her. Now having them as bridesmaids was inevitable because she was getting older, and all the girls she knew were already married. "I envy you for finding Lu." At this moment, grand and majestic music filled the banquet hall, interrupting the bridesmaids' words. The wedding had begun. The voice of the host came, even with the door closed. Li Xuanju could hear it clearly. "In fairy tales, you are my eternal angel. In stories, you are the bond of my life. From this unique love in the world, I declare the wedding of Mr. Lu Yi and Miss Li Xuanju officially begins." Upon hearing this, Lee Xuanju's body was covered in goosebumps. Dear friends, good morning. I am the wedding host Wu Yifan. There was enthusiastic applause from the audience. Even through the closed door, Lee Xuanju could hear it, indicating the host's excellent control of the atmosphere. It is a great honor to host the wedding ceremony for this couple. On behalf of the newlyweds and both parents, I sincerely welcome all the guests. Following was a set of standard pleasantries, followed by enthusiastic applause from the audience. At this moment, let us all look forward to the unveiling of the mystery by this couple. Let us warmly welcome the handsome groom, Mr. Louis, to the stage. After the host finished speaking, the music suddenly changed to a deafening symphony. Louis was about to make his entrance. Lee Xuanju took a deep breath. Pretending she wasn't nervous would be a lie. Because the door was still closed, Lee Xuanju could not see the scene inside and could only judge the stage of the wedding by the host's words. It's almost her turn. Accompanied by the applause of the guests' blessings, we finally invite our groom onto the stage. Our groom is holding flowers, waiting for the appearance and arrival of his beloved. Lee Xuanju continued to take deep breaths, knowing her turn was approaching. Her palms were already sweaty. Come on, friends, let's focus our gaze on where happiness begins. Please welcome Miss Lee Xuanju, the beautiful bride. As the host's voice fell, the door in front of Lee Xuanju opened from the inside out. Stepping forward through the door with small steps, two bridesmaids held up her beautiful wedding gown. At that moment, the lights in the entire banquet hall suddenly dimmed, a spotlight shining directly on Lee Xuanju. All eyes were on her. At that moment, Lee Xuanju was truly the star of the show. Under everyone's gaze, Lee Xuanju walked slowly towards the stage, with her bridesmaids following behind her. At this moment, Lee Xuanju's father, Lee Gang, also walked onto the stage. Lee Xuanju took her father's hand, feeling happy at that moment. The radiant bride, beautiful, charming, lovely, and dignified, accompanied by her father, slowly stopped in the center of the stage. Handsome groom, are you ready? To welcome your beautiful bride. To welcome the sunshine in your heart. In a pure white wedding gown, holding flowers, beautiful like a fairy tale, reminiscent of that year. Gentle music played, a song specially chosen by Lee Xuanju for them. At this moment, Louis walked slowly forward, kneeling in front of Lee Xuanju to present her with a bouquet. After Lee Xuanju took the flowers, Louis stood up. Lee Xuanju looked at Louis, but he only gazed back at her with indifference. This made Lee Xuanju's heart tremble, although she didn't realize what was happening. Alright, dear friends, the two most important people in the bride's life will now have a solemn handover ceremony here. Does the uncle have any important words to say to the newlyweds? The host walked up to Lee Gang with the microphone. Lee Gang took the microphone and said to Louis, Louis, you must treat my daughter well. My daughter is sensible, obedient, and well-behaved, never causing trouble. After you two get married, you must work hard and let me hold a chubby grandchild soon. Never causing trouble. What kind of words were those? The host didn't expect Lee Gang to say such things. Old fool. Can't he choose his words according to the occasion? The host quickly took back the microphone, trying to smooth things over. Ha, it seems our uncle is quite humorous and witty. Well, thank you for the blessings, uncle. Now, let's give a round of applause to the father-in-law. Please, uncle, take your seat of honor. Thank you for your hard work. Because of Lee Gang's words just now, there were whispers among the audience, but everyone remained composed and didn't cause a commotion. The host, Wu Yifan, felt a headache coming on. Even Lee Xuanju turned her head to glare at Lee Gang. Despite a small commotion, the wedding had to go on. Alright, dear friends. Now, the two happiest people in the world will walk hand in hand into the sacred hall of marriage. Let's applaud them. Bless the newlyweds, may happiness set sail for them. The host gestured for Louis to hold Lee Xuanju's hand, which he reluctantly did, and then the two newlyweds entered. At that moment, the two bridesmaids behind Lee Xuanju also stepped back. At this joyful moment, the two new people in front of us, hearts touching, hands holding, smiling as they walked towards us, a pair for a lifetime. Let's welcome this happy moment with warm applause. Applause erupted from the audience, and at that moment, the host finally breathed a sigh of relief. As Louis led Lee Xuanju to the center of the stage, the wedding ceremony continued. The two people who truly love each other, standing on this stage at this moment, signify that from now on, you will face each other in the name of husband and wife. Today, in front of all the guests and friends, I ask you to make your eternal vows. Mr. Louis, are you willing to take Miss Lee Xuanju, who is gentle, kind, and virtuous, as your lawful wife? Through poverty and wealth, in sickness and in health, will you stay by her side for the rest of your life, forsaking all others? Do you agree? The host handed the microphone to Louis's lips, and at that moment, Louis looked down at the audience. He saw Shu Qin in the corner below giving him a thumbs-up gesture, and a cold smile formed on Louis's lips. do not agree. The host took back the microphone, nodded with a smile, and said, "All right. Then, Miss Li Shunjing, do you agree to marry?" Mid-sentence, the host suddenly realized. Not agree? Did he hear it correctly? This was the first time in nearly 10 years of hosting weddings that the host encountered such a situation, and he seriously doubted if he misheard. At that moment, the noise from the crowd below was like a storm, like thunder rolling, like a roaring train, like a passing plane, like a bustling market. Hearing and seeing the audience's reactions below, the host knew he did not mishear. "Louis, what do you mean?" Li Shunjing, who had just realized the situation, roared at him on the spot. But Louis had no intention of acknowledging her. He went straight to the host, took the microphone from him. At the same time, the large screen on their wedding stage suddenly changed its display. The screen, which had been showing Louis and Li Shunjing's wedding photos, now displayed some vulgar and indecent pictures. The protagonist in the photos was none other than Li Shunjing. The crowd became restless. "Oh my god, what's going on? Ah, isn't that Li Shunjing? Isn't she the bride today? Who is that man? He's not the groom." Li Shunjing saw this sudden turn of events, and fear washed over her. "No, weren't the photos supposed to be destroyed? I paid 300,000 yuan. Asterisk smack. Asterisk Louis walked up to Li Shunjing and slapped her across the face. Li Shunjing was knocked to the ground by the slap, but at that moment, she was too aggrieved to feel the pain. She looked at Louis with tears in her eyes. "Louis, it's not what you think. It's not what you think." Holding the microphone, Louis said, "Everyone, I refuse to go through with this marriage. I just received the news myself, just saw the photos like all of you. Please believe me, right now I am more shattered and helpless than anyone present." The people present fell silent upon hearing Louis's words, waiting for what would come next. Meanwhile, Li Shunjing's parents, Li Gang, with a dark expression, wanted to help their daughter up from the ground. But her mother, Lu Fang, stopped Li Gang and dragged him towards the hotel's entrance, wanting to leave this place of scandal. "Are you not embarrassed enough?" Just as they were about to reach the door, a group of young security personnel in uniform intercepted them. "Uncle and auntie, don't rush to leave. If you want to leave, please return the betrothal gifts first. This wedding is off." The two were then escorted back to their seats by the group. "I've known Li Shunjing for over a year. In that time, I wouldn't even touch a hair on her head, and I never thought she was like this. To deceive me, she even underwent cosmetic surgery. Everyone, please look at this payment receipt." Pointing at the screen, Louis turned the dirty photos into a receipt for cosmetic procedures. The payer is Li Shunju, but the surgical procedure is a Chu membrane repair surgery. "Oh my goodness. I always thought this kind of thing was just talk on the internet, never imagined someone would actually do it to deceive people. This woman is shameless, not only cheating but also using such means. Is this the so-called little fairy? How can such a person still exist in this world?" Li Shunju was now crying on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She felt like she was going crazy. Why does everyone in the world have to be against me? She looked helplessly towards the VIP table below, where her father and mother were seated. But when her eyes met theirs, they actually looked away. At that moment, all that remained in Li Shunju's heart was malice. She felt like devouring the flesh of everyone present, drinking their blood. She felt like she was going to be depressed. Yes, depressed. As long as she was depressed, they wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Now, let's all meet the male lead in the photo. See what kind of person he is, abandoning his family and children to cheat with someone else. As Louis's voice continued, the stage lights dimmed, just like when Li Shunju appeared earlier. A spotlight accurately shone on the table below the stage, where Zhang Wenli's family was seated. At that moment, besides a little boy, there was only one man at the table, Zhang Wenli's husband, Liang Guolong. Then Louis, holding a microphone, introduced, "This is the male lead in our photo. Sitting next to him is the female lead's best friend Zhang Wenli, and this male lead is Zhang Wenli's husband. The relationships here are quite tangled, you can figure it out yourselves." Zhang Wenli was now more devastated than Li Shunju on stage, looking incredulously at her husband beside her, her eyes almost popping out. "I never expected this. I never expected it." The saying "guard against fire, theft, and best friends" turns out to be true. My goodness, playing with the best friend's husband. This Li Shunju, is this a soap opera coming to life? Playing around like this. Disgraceful, disgraceful. Remove Li Shunju from our family tree. My Li family cannot have such vulgar people. Louis continued with a cold sneer, "This marriage is definitely not going to happen. Next, I request all of you to be witnesses for me. I will demand the return of 288,000 yuan in bride price from the woman, as well as 12,000 yuan for transportation. A total of 300,000 yuan. Uncles and aunties, What do you think? If you don't return it, I will sue you in court. Of course, if I sue, I will also demand compensation for mental anguish and request the court to enforce it. At that moment, the spotlight focused on the VIP table, shining on Li Gang and Lu Feng. The couple's faces were pale, without saying a word. Li Xuanju on stage had had enough. They even wanted to demand the return of the bride price. Didn't she already give them 300,000 yuan? She had no money now. How could Louis do this? How could he treat me like this? No more bride price? I already returned it. I have no money. I really have no money. Don't push me. I will be depressed. Depressed. By then, everyone present will be responsible. Li Xuanju's roar echoed through the entire banquet hall. Upon hearing Li Xuanju's words, the people below the stage immediately became agitated. Depressed? Depressed my ass. You can just die now, it's none of my business, but before that, return the damn bride price. Return it or get lost. If there's an issue, go talk to the court, stop pretending to be depressed. Is this the little fairy's way of throwing punches? Wanting to beat everyone present to death with one punch? As your cousin, I really feel ashamed. I knew you weren't a good person when I saw you at the nightclub as a child. At that moment, the people below the stage turned against Li Xuanju en masse. Li Xuanju stood up, took off her wedding dress in front of everyone, threw it down to the stage, then picked up her high heels and hurled them towards her cousin below the stage. This was her final act of resistance. Just then, a person appeared on the stage. It was Li Xuanju's best friend, Zhang Wenli. Seeing someone finally willing to come up on stage to help her, Li Xuanju felt slightly relieved. Smack! Zhang Wenli immediately slapped Li Xuanju. The force of the slap might not be as strong as Lu Yi's, but it still left Li Xuanju stunned. You shameless seductress! Trying to seduce someone else's husband? Ah, I didn't. It was your husband who seduced me? Li Xuanju felt deeply wronged. At this moment she couldn't care about anything else. She lunged forward and grabbed Zhang Wenli's hair. The two of them started fighting on stage. At this moment, Zhang Wenli's husband, Liang Guolong, also came up on stage and quickly pulled them apart. Look! The legal wife and the mistress are fighting, and the husband actually chooses to help the mistress. Everyone, take out your phones and record this. At this moment, a voice came through the microphone, not Louis or the host, but our handsome Shu Chen. As for Louis, he was already standing next to Shu Chen, coldly watching everything. Smack! The sound of a slap rang out again, but this time the one being hit was Liang Guolong. Zhang Wenli slapped Liang Guolong and roared, Divorce! I want a divorce from you, how dare you deceive me? I'll make you leave with nothing. Li Xuanju, seeing Zhang Wenli who bites anyone she sees, couldn't take it anymore. Zhang Wenli, do you think you're so innocent? Didn't you also have hymen repair surgery? I was the one who took care of you for a few days back then, don't you forget that. Liang Guolong, you've been deceived too. Zhang Wenli deceived you as well. What a mess. A dog-eat-dog situation. The unified thought of the audience at this moment was, this is more exciting than watching an action movie. Liang Guolong was furious. He never expected Zhang Wenli to deceive him for so long. Liang Guolong punched Zhang Wenli to the ground. How dare you deceive me? I'll kill you. It must be said that Li Xuanju's move to stir up trouble was quite clever. Originally trying to mediate, Liang Guolong ended up fighting with his legal wife. Zhang Wenli was indeed fierce. Her nose was bleeding, but she still stood up, rushed towards Liang Guolong, grabbed his hair and wouldn't let go. At this moment, Li Xuanju took the opportunity to viciously pinch Zhang Wenli's waist from behind. Bastard, how dare you hit my daughter? Shameless scum, you dare cheat on me and hit my niece. You fox spirit, dare to use dirty tricks. I'll kill you. Just then, Zhang Wenli's mother and aunts also joined the battlefield, rushing over to grab Liang Guolong. Although Liang Guolong was a strong man, he couldn't withstand the outnumbered opponents, and was immediately pinned down on the ground, scratched by several women until his face was covered in blood. Meanwhile, Li Xuanju, who launched a sneak attack from behind, had her hair grabbed by someone and was kicked in the stomach. Li Gang in the audience couldn't stand it anymore. No matter how much of a scoundrel his daughter was, she was still his daughter. Li Gang rushed onto the stage in a frenzy to check on his daughter's condition, only to be caught up in the melee. Losing his temper, Liang Guolong swung his fists wildly, not hitting a single woman but accidentally punching Li Gang in the back. In pain, Li Gang, who was already furious, couldn't bear it any longer. He immediately turned around and engaged in a physical fight with Liang Guolong. Men's fights are never as visually appealing as women's fights, where insults are more common and injuries are lower. Adult men fighting is less entertaining, but the level of harm is extremely high. Whether it's skillful attacks or wild swings, as long as a vital point is hit, it's almost always fatal. For example, right now, Liang Guolong threw a punch, but because the movement was too big, Li Gang instinctively bent over and dodged it. Li Gang seized the opportunity and landed a direct punch on Liang Guolong's chin. Liang Guolong's vision darkened instantly, and he fell stiffly in the center of the stage. Never underestimate any adult, even if they are shorter and older than you. At this moment, Shuchen was stunned by this scene, completely forgetting that he still held a microphone. Damn, this uncle is amazing. Aging like fine wine. Could he be a Lian Pei in ancient times or a Huang Zhong in modern times? With Liang Guolong convulsing uncontrollably on the ground and Shuchen's exclamation, the whole commotion temporarily came to a halt. Li Gang was also startled at this moment. He intended to hit his face but ended up hitting his chin. They thought the commotion would end there, but Zhang Wenli still couldn't accept it and spat at Li Xuanjue. Li Xuanjue, not one to back down, spat back. Next, a spitting battle erupted on the stage. Tui, 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 tui. In the end, Li Xuanjue lost the spitting battle. Facing 4 or 5 women spitting at Li Xuanjue, his fists were no match for their hands. In just a short while, Li Xuanjue was covered in thick phlegm from head to toe. After spitting out the last bit of saliva, Li Xuanjue felt parched. This made Li Xuanjue both shocked and angry. Just as she was about to grab a bottle to hit someone, the police arrived, alerted by the hotel staff. The onlookers in the audience were not pleased. The show was just getting started. Better late than never, they had to come at the climax. Smash! Let's deal with the original wife first. Let them make a scene, let them fight, but we still need our food. What are the hotel chefs doing? Those who enjoy watching a spectacle always find it exciting, especially when it's not their concern. In the end, Li Xuanjue, Li Gang, Zhang Wenli, and their relatives were all taken away by the police, while the unconscious Liang Guolong was taken away by the ambulance that arrived late. In reality, Liang Guolong was the most pitiful in this commotion, with scratches all over his face, blood dripping, lying unconscious on the ground. Even the paramedics were startled when they arrived, wondering if this kid was dead. In the banquet hall, a voice rang out again. Dear friends and family, as a friend of the host Louis, I apologize on his behalf. It's past dinner time now, and I'm sure everyone is hungry. I will inform the hotel to serve the food, please eat before leaving. As for the betrothal gifts you brought for the wedding, they will be returned to you in full. Upon hearing these words, most of the guests who were about to leave turned back. Free food and a refund of the betrothal gifts after the meal. Only a fool would miss out. Once the dishes were served, everyone started eating. At this moment, Louis, now dressed casually, quietly walked onto the stage and began cleaning up the mess. Someone saw Louis's desolate figure and inexplicably felt a twinge of sympathy. Hey, Louis is such a good man. How could he end up with Li Xuanjue, this little fairy? This guest sighed, and someone behind him suddenly chimed in. Before the wedding, Louis wouldn't even touch a hair on Li Xuanjue's head. He wanted to save their first time for the wedding night. Of course, it was Shuchen who answered this guest. At this moment, his task was to move among the crowd and promote the goodness of Louis. At another table in the banquet hall, someone said, in this day and age, someone like Louis is rare. If I had a daughter, I would definitely marry her to him. At this moment, Shuchen interjected, you don't have a daughter, but you can figure something out, like auntie, your relative's daughters, just like you said, men like Louis are hard to find in this day and age. Shuchen was now advocating for Louis. Guests at another table started gossiping, a dowry of 288,000. He actually married such a person. As Li Xuanju's cousin, I feel ashamed. Cousin is right, so when Louis goes to court, please ask our relatives to sign the joint letter to help this poor child. Let's all support him. Let me toast to cousin first. Shuchen picked up the bottle of red wine on the table and drank straight from it. Can red wine be drunk like beer? Cousin, we'll need your help with the joint letter. Li Xuanju's cousin smiled boldly, no problem. I've never liked Li Xuanju anyway. I'll take care of the joint letter for you. Although the joint letter didn't have any substantial effect, it still had some usefulness. Especially when it was signed by relatives from Li Xuanju's side, the significance was different. Whether it would be useful or not was another matter. As Shuchen would say, it's better to be prepared. After the guests finished their meal, Shuchen even returned the guests' betrothal gifts for Louis, a process that lasted from noon until afternoon. There were always 1 or 2 shameless bastards trying to claim more, demanding 600 instead of the agreed 500. Helplessly, Shuchen had to distribute the money one by one according to the guest list. Finally, after returning the last guest's betrothal gift, Shuchen felt a headache. These bastards have no shame. At this moment, Louis approached and handed Shuchen a small backpack. There's 120,000 inside. I rounded it up for you. The extra 8,000 is your hard work fee. Shuchen accepted the backpack, feeling uneasy about taking the money as he hadn't really done much, just provided an idea. And it was an idea that anyone could have come up with. Leave the rest to me, you don't have to worry about anything, focus on the lawsuit, this is just the beginning. Louis nodded, then left the hotel. Although he had vented his anger, he couldn't find happiness. Just as Shu Qin said, this was just the beginning. Li Xuanju and her group were taken to the police station, where everyone else was detained for 7 to 15 days, except Li Xuanju, who was released. The reason was that according to the hotel surveillance footage, Li Xuanju was the one being assaulted, so he was let go after receiving criticism. However, his father, Li Gang, might face a sentence due to the severe blow he delivered, pending Liang Guolong's injury assessment. Li Xuanju was now walking in the street in a sorry state, wearing only a corset meant for a wedding dress, not even wearing shoes. Some people had offered her clothes, pants, and shoes, but she had thrown them away. Instead of going home, she walked to a bridge, standing at the edge, contemplating jumping into the rushing river to end it all, but looking at the turbulent water, she hesitated. The cold wind hit her, and her clothes didn't provide warmth, so she shivered in the corner of the wall. She hated Louis. Why couldn't he just have a proper wedding and live a good life? She had even planned to turn over a new leaf after marriage. She hated Zhang Wenli. Not only did her best friend not help her, but she also colluded with relatives to attack her. She had only slept with her husband. Why treat her like this? She hated the scoundrel who took her dowry money, promising that if she paid, the photos wouldn't be leaked. She had trusted him so much. She hated her mother, Lu Feng. Why did she stand by and watch when she was being beaten? After all, she was her daughter. She hated her father, Li Gang. Liang Guolong was there to help her, but her father punched him down. She hated everyone in the world. Why is everyone against me? I'm just a fragile girl. In the morning, Li Xuanjue woke up from the hotel bed. She was too cold last night and ended up getting another room. Li Xuanjue stretched lazily, then yawned. It was a beautiful morning. But when she came to her senses, her face fell, her eyes turned red, tears streaming down her face. Woo! Ah! After crying, Li Xuanjue screamed, startling caterpillars on the tree outside, making them fall off. She then opened her phone, wanting to watch videos to distract herself. She opened a short video. The first recommended was Scumbag deceives good man into marriage, seduces friend's husband and gets beaten up. Just seeing the title made Li Xuanjue shiver. It was the video from the hotel yesterday, showing her being pinned down by Zhang Wenli pulling her hair. How much longer will this go on, dear God? Li Xuanjue used to enjoy these videos and engage in debates in the comments, always siding with the girls regardless of right or wrong. But now that she was the one in the video, she didn't like it and felt very wronged. When she checked the comments, she broke down. As a woman, I feel ashamed for her, going to such lengths to deceive an honest man. This top comment had over 9,999 likes and countless replies. I was there, saw it happen. She was taken away by the police, didn't even attend the wedding. A fine woman exposed at her own wedding and beaten by her friend. What a scandal. This comment also had 9,999 likes and numerous replies. This is a typical little fairy, luckily exposed. Otherwise the groom would be in trouble. Such a person, dark and ugly, demanding a dowry of 288,000? Even a dog wouldn't marry her. Li Xuanjue reluctantly clicked on this comment. Whenever little fairy was mentioned online, sisters would speak up. Don't insult little fairies, they just have bad personalities. But this woman is truly malicious, she's 30 already. Scrolling down, Li Xuanjue couldn't find any allies. The entire comment section was condemning her, some even resorting to insults. After much searching, Li Xuanjue finally found a comment supporting her. The girl just seeks happiness. What's wrong with that? Who hasn't made mistakes? People in the comments are so judgmental. Western society is more open. Can you guarantee you're clean? Full of hope, Li Xuanjue opened the replies to this comment, only to be met with despair. The first reply was from the commenter themselves. Yes, we are judgmental. Women like her should be drowned in a pig cage. Manual dog head for survival. The following interactions were between users and the commenter. Wow, almost lost control of my knife. Can't tell if they're a friend or foe. Someone drag them out and behead them. Ha ha ha. Ah. The terrifying screams once again filled the entire hotel room. Li Xuanjie threw her phone onto the bed. She had initially wanted to throw it on the floor and smash it, but after a moment's thought, she decided against it. Outside the hotel, the poor caterpillar on the tree fell to the ground again, frightened by the sharp, piercing screams. This was Li Xuanjie's first experience of being cyberbullied. She had never imagined it would be so painful. Her heart felt suffocated, and she felt like she could break down at any moment. She picked up her phone again, trembling, and reopened the video, leaving a comment in the comment section. Everyone, don't treat a girl with such malice. Isn't there a possibility that this girl is being slandered? Forced into a corner? Never take things out of context. She's just a delicate girl. After writing this comment, Lee Xuanjie felt a bit relieved. At this moment of despair, all she wished for was a few sisters to speak up for her. Taking a deep breath, Lee Xuanjie walked into the bathroom. The warm water sprayed on her head, her first time showering without a shower cap, and surprisingly, it felt good. The water kept flowing, and Lee Xuanjie didn't want to leave the bathroom. She just wanted to stay there until the end of the world. If only the photos hadn't been leaked, she would have been a happy bride by now. If only everyone in the world were gone, how great would that be? As Lee Xuanjie was lost in her thoughts, she felt suffocated. Complaining, she said, a cheap hotel room without even a ventilation system. Helplessly, she had to leave the bathroom. After drying herself off, she lay back on the bed. When she picked up her phone again, she saw a notification that she had over 99 unread messages. These messages were replies to her comment. Are you blind? Can't you see the photo on the big screen in the video? Slandered? Forced into a corner? Are you Lee Xuanjie's dog? Even calling you a dog would be an insult. Forced into a corner for what? Forced to have an affair? Forced to seduce a friend's husband? Forced to undergo reconstructive surgery? Talking about taking things out of context, do you even understand what that means? Calling her a girl, making it a gender issue when the situation is clear. Are you mentally ill? Lee Xuanjie, who had just started to feel a bit better, instantly felt upset again, feeling like she had been holding her breath once more. Just then, she received a message on her chat app from Louis. In the message, Louis mentioned that he had contacted a lawyer, demanding that Lee Xuanjie's family return the dowry and preparing to sue for the return of his 288,000 yuan dowry and 12,000 yuan for the car ride, totaling 300,000 yuan. He also informed Lee Xuanjie that she would need to pay him additional compensation for mental anguish, including all large transfers during their relationship apart from red envelopes, as well as all expenses related to the latest iPhone she was using. Louis stated that he was open to a private settlement and mediation, but he would only give Lee Xuanjie a week to respond. If she couldn't provide a satisfactory answer after a week, he would sue her, and if he won, he would apply for enforcement from the court. This news made Lee Xuanjie, who was already angry, black out in front of her eyes and faint. When Lee Xuanjie woke up from her faint, it was almost noon. Coming to her senses, she put on the hotel bathrobe, preparing to extend her stay at the hotel. At that moment, she didn't want to go home to face her mother, Lu Feng. However, the hotel reception informed her that the hotel would be closing and suspending operations for the day. I'm sorry, miss, but we need to close for renovations due to inadequate fire safety facilities. Helplessly, Lee Xuanjie returned her room key and chose to check out. She told the front desk that she would go out for breakfast and come back to change clothes. Then she left wearing the hotel bathrobe. In fact, she had no clothes to wear, there was only a shapewear she had taken off in the hotel room, so Lee Xuanjie planned to sneak out wearing the hotel bathrobe and leave directly, with only a phone in her hand. Fortunately, the hotel did not ask for a deposit when she checked in. After Lee Xuanjie left, a man with a big yellow dog appeared at the hotel front desk, took out 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the front desk. Thank you, sister, for the inconvenience caused to the hotel business. The man was Xu Chen, who had already colluded with the hotel front desk not to extend Lee Xuanjie's stay, and the price was him paying 500 yuan to the front desk lady. The front desk lady took the money happily, and also 120 yuan for the bathrobe. Please pay for that too. Xu Chen rolled his eyes, took out another 200 yuan from his pocket, and handed it to the front desk. No need for change. Lee Xuanjie walked on the street, and many people pointed and whispered about her as she passed by. Lee Xuanjie thought it was strange to walk on the street in a bathrobe, so she didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until she saw 4 paper photos posted on the utility pole that she finally understood what was going on. It turned out that all those pedestrians on the street knew her. This made Lee Xuanjie lose her composure, and she frantically tore at the A4 paper on the utility pole, but the papers were glued on too tightly, making it hard to tear off even one. Her actions attracted the attention of the people around her. So it's her. Isn't she the woman who trended on social media? How shameless. She still has the nerve to go out and dress so casually. She's really shameless to the core. Corrupting public morals, she's tarnished the reputation of the locals. Wasn't she taken to the police station? Why is she here, looking like she's gone mad with that outfit? Suddenly, a banana peel landed right on Lee Xuanjie's head, and she turned to the crowd and roared, "Who did that? I'll call the police and have you all arrested." The people around remained silent, for in the face of an outsider, they wouldn't betray their own kind. Ah, go to hell. Die. Li Shunju saw everyone around looking at her with amusement, and she lost control, screaming and throwing the shredded paper scraps in her hand at the crowd. However, the light paper scraps had no impact, not even hitting anyone. Instead, the wind blew them onto Li Shunju's fluffy bathrobe. The onlookers stared at Li Shunju as if she were a clown. Unable to bear it, Li Shunju hurriedly pushed through the crowd. But when she got out of the crowd, she found her photos plastered all over the utility poles, walls, trash cans, and other prominent places. She quickly hailed a cab and rushed home. At that moment, all Li Shunju wanted was to go home and escape this hellish situation. Even the taxi driver recognized her, giving her a strange look, reluctant to take her because he felt it was bad luck. But after Li Shunju offered 50 yuan more than the usual fare, the driver let her in. After all, who would refuse money? The journey was silent. When Li Shunju arrived at the entrance of the village, she saw her photos plastered all over, and at that moment, she truly felt like dying. Carefully making her way from the village entrance to her home, she was afraid of being recognized by the villagers. As she neared her home, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, not encountering anyone along the way. Just 2 more turns, and she would be home. The last turn. Li Shunju stepped into the alley leading to her home, and at that moment, Li Shunju was dumbfounded. At this moment, there was a sea of people outside her house, many holding portable cameras and microphones, waiting in front of her door. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Quick! Look, Li Shunju is back!" Instantly, all eyes turned towards Li Shunju, and everyone surrounded her. Tell me, which young girl doesn't yearn for love? Which young girl doesn't have dreams of being adored like the moon among stars? Li Shunju had also fantasized about becoming a star one day, with countless interviews flooding in. She just hadn't expected to become a star in this way. The crowd closed in on Li Shunju, cameras flashing, nearly blinding her. "Miss Li Shunju, how long have you been in a relationship with Liang Guolong?" Liang Guolong is still unconscious, and the audience in front of the TV hopes to get an accurate answer from you. "Miss Li Shunju, it's been said that you and Liang Guolong were once a couple, so why did you hand him over to your best friend?" The viewers in the live broadcast room are eager for an answer. "Miss Li Shunju, Mr. Louis once said on stage that he would make you return the betrothal gifts, but you claim to have already returned them? What's going on? It's been heard that Mr. Louis has already consulted a lawyer today to sue you. How do you plan to respond?" The overwhelming questions left Li Shunju dumbfounded. How she wished for a knight to rescue her from this ordeal. After enduring misfortune for so long, lucky fortune finally smiled upon Li Shunju as her knight came to her rescue. In the crowd, Li Shunju's mother, Lu Fang, wielding a mop covered in feces, charged through the outer circle of people towards the center. Her fierce momentum was unstoppable, causing chaos and distress among those in her path. "What the hell is this? Ugh! Ugh! It's feces! Damn it!" In an instant, the crowd scattered, and Li Shunju's formidable mother struck her directly on the head with the mop. Covered in filth, Li Shunju couldn't help but retch. But because she was covered in feces, under this bizarre halo, no one dared to approach Li Shunju. Led by the feces knight Lu Fang, Princess Li Shunju successfully broke through the encirclement and returned safely home. As Lu Fang closed the heavy iron gate, she angrily shouted at the crowd outside, "I dare anyone to stay here. Get lost. All of you, get lost." Then, she casually tossed the mop into the sky, its power akin to a nuclear bomb. Li Shunju was brought inside by Lu Fang, where she immediately took a shower. Just like in the hotel, she stayed in the bathroom, not wanting to come out. Unfortunately, some things couldn't be avoided, and eventually, Li Shunju emerged from the bathroom. At that moment, her mother Lu Fang sat on the sofa with a stern expression, while Li Shunju kept her head down, afraid to look at her, expecting verbal abuse or even physical violence. However, none of her imagined scenarios came to pass. Lu Fang just asked coldly, "Are you hungry? If you are, I'll cook you a bowl of noodles." Li Shunju hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, then shook her head. Although she hadn't eaten anything all day, the sight of the mop earlier had completely killed her appetite. Even after cleaning up, Li Shunju still felt uneasy. "Someone called to inform me that Liang Guolong has woken up. He's fine, and he's decided not to press charges against your father out of consideration for you. Your father will be back after a few days in detention." After enduring a streak of bad luck, Li Shunju finally received some good news. But she couldn't find joy in it because she knew there was more bad news to come. Lu Fang sighed and said, "Louis called, he said he also messaged you. He demands a refund of 28. The dowry of 80,000 yuan and various expenses totaled 300,000 yuan. He said that considering the relationship between you and her, returning the dowry would settle the matter, otherwise he would sue. and then you would have to compensate him for mental damages. After the people outside disperse, I'll accompany you to the bank to withdraw the money and return it to Louis. At this moment, Li Shunju was at a loss. She also wanted to return the money, but she didn't have any money now. Helplessly, Li Shunju told Lu Feng about the scam that happened a few days ago. As for Li Shunju personally going to deliver the money, even now, Li Shunju still didn't know who scammed her, but she was certain that the person who scammed her was the same person plastered all over the streets. Oh my god! How can there be someone as foolish as you in this world? Lu Feng, who had originally intended to resolve the matter calmly, almost fainted upon hearing about Li Shunju's foolish actions. It's because you said if this marriage doesn't happen, you won't recognize me as your daughter. I was scared at that time too. Li Shunju felt a bit wronged at this moment. The A4 paper photo was handed to her by Lu Feng herself, and she was left to deal with it regardless. At that time, she had no choice. Lu Feng was now regretting her actions deeply. This matter was also closely related to her, and she couldn't entirely blame Li Shunju. What are you waiting for? Call the police. That's 300,000 yuan. Lu Feng dialed the police hotline. Li Shunju wanted to stop her because she knew the money was unlikely to be recovered, but she couldn't speak at that moment. Scammed out of 300,000 yuan. It wasn't an online scam, but a local one, a major case indeed. The police took the report very seriously. After getting their detailed address over the phone, they told Lu Feng they would dispatch officers immediately and asked them not to worry. The arrival of the police, whether they could solve the case or not, at least dispersed the crowd gathered outside Li Shunju's house, which relieved Li Shunju. Finally, she wouldn't be bothered by these annoying pests anymore. Subsequently, Li Shunju explained the situation to the police in detail. So, the person posting photos on the street is the scammer. Obviously, anyone could deduce this situation. So, this person shouldn't be able to escape now. The photo has had a significant impact both online and in reality, already considered as spreading obscene material. The police then informed Li Shunju and her daughter that once the suspect was caught, they would be notified immediately, believing there would soon be a resolution, and they should wait quietly. While the police asked them to wait, others were not as patient. Just then, the heavy iron gate of Li Shunju's house was violently pounded, startling Li Shunju, who quickly peeked out from upstairs to see. To her surprise, the visitor was none other than Zhang Baoguo, the father of Zhang Wenli. Zhang Wenli's mother had been detained, but he hadn't gone. Seeing Li Shunju peeking out, Zhang Baoguo immediately shouted, "Damn it, open the door. Why choose to be a homewrecker when you could have been a decent person? If my grandson becomes a single child because of you, I'll ruin your life. Even if I'm an old man, I'm not afraid of going to jail." Startled by his words, Li Shunju quickly withdrew her head from the window and sat next to Lu Feng, not daring to make a sound. Lu Feng, on the other hand, didn't go out to argue with Zhang Baoguo, sitting on the sofa with a grim expression, remaining silent. Argue? She was already in the wrong, so what was there to argue about? Bang! 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 Each muffled sound of the iron gate being pounded outside made Li Shunju's heart tremble. Fortunately, Li Shunju's house had a new iron gate installed when she was about to get married. The knocking continued for about 10 minutes. Seeing that Li Shunjie refused to open the door, Zhang Baoguo began to curse loudly, spewing threats and obscenities, but this mental attack seemed to have no substantial effect. Finally, Zhang Baoguo had to leave. Let's wait for the police's news first. If the culprit is not caught, we'll sell our few acres of land and repay Louis's money first. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Shunjie immediately objected. How is that possible? What will we do if we sell the land? I'll call Louis. Ask him if we can delay the payment and slowly repay him. Lu Feng, looking at her foolish daughter, was furious, but getting angry wouldn't solve anything at this point. She could only hope that the money could be recovered. Do you think Louis will agree to that? He probably wants to tear you apart right now. If you don't believe me, call and ask him. Then Lu Feng left the living room. She really didn't want to see Li Shunjie's disgusting face anymore. After Lu Feng left, Li Shunjie took out her phone. She tried several times to call Louis, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Feeling wronged again, she felt like she was being driven crazy. Reason told her not to dwell on these matters and to relax. She turned on the TV to unwind. However, to her dismay, she saw her own news on TV again. Woman cheats with best friend's husband before marriage. Is it a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? The lengthy headline was accompanied by an on-site interview, and the interviewees were actually Li Shunjie's relatives, with her cousin being the most ruthless. This pushed Li Shunjie over the edge. She involuntarily grabbed her hair and pulled at it while watching the TV, feeling both irritated and unable to suppress a silly smile, which she didn't even notice. At night, Li Shunjie prepared to sleep, but her worries kept her awake, tossing and turning in bed. Every time she closed her eyes, various figures and scenes appeared before her. There was Louis, Zhang Wenli, Liang Wolong, the women who had beaten her, and her damn cousin who had called her a prostitute since childhood. The thought of her cousin made her angry. Li Xuanjie's family had a feud with him. Their parents had fought many times over the distribution of irrigation water in the fields when they were young, leading to a long-standing grudge. They had been estranged ever since. She had hoped to receive some betrothal gifts from his family when she got married, or else who would invite them? Moreover, when her cousin got married, he shamelessly came to ask for gifts from Li Xuanjie's family. In a daze, just as Li Xuanjie was about to fall asleep, an image of a large black backpack appeared in her mind. There was nothing special about the backpack except that it contained 300,000 yuan. This sudden image startled Li Xuanjie awake. She sighed and checked her phone. It was already 1:30 in the morning. Suppressing her emotions, Li Xuanjie forced herself into a state of relaxation, and drowsiness crept in once again. At that moment, two figures appeared outside Li Xuanjie's house, a person and a big yellow dog. Shu Chen and Wang Kai hid in the corner to avoid being seen, with Shu Chen holding a large bunch of firecrackers. It was a gift he had prepared specifically for Li Xuanjie. It was late at night, time to have fun, not sleep. It's not easy to buy firecrackers that make a big noise. I drove around in my van for a long time to get these. Wang Kai, hurry and jump on the wall. I'll throw the firecrackers to you. Shu Chen kicked Wang Kai, who was dozing off, and Wang Kai reluctantly opened his eyes. Looking at the 2 to 3 meters high wall, Wang Kai was speechless. Bro, I'm a dog, not a cat. I can't jump up there. Shu Chen gave him a slap on the head. Don't you know you can step on my head? Wang Kai was furious but dared not speak up. Shu Chen picked up Wang Kai, but he was still short of reaching the top. Shu Chen cursed silently. Why build such a high wall? For thieves. After a struggle between man and dog, Wang Kai finally managed to grab onto the high wall by pushing off Shu Chen's head. Once Wang Kai stood firmly on the wall, Shu Chen threw a firecracker to him, instructing him to dismantle it and slide down along the wall. Unable to explode without dismantling it, and risking breakage if thrown, Wang Kai had no choice but to comply. After setting everything up, Shu Chen tossed a lighter to Wang Kai. Despite being a dog, Wang Kai lit the fuse with the lighter in his paw, and with a spark. Bang! 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 Li Xuanjie, who was about to fall asleep, was startled awake by the loud firecracker noise, taking a sharp breath in shock. She quickly sat up, opened the window to look outside, only to see the yard ablaze. As she opened the window, the explosions intensified, nearly deafening Li Xuanjie. She hurriedly closed the window, huddling in a corner, covering her ears, trying to drive out the noise of the firecrackers. Bang! 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 After what seemed like an eternity, the firecracker noise finally ceased. At this moment, Li Xuanjie's mother, Lu Fang, was also awakened and came to Li Xuanjie's room in her nightgown. Damn! What's going on? Who did this despicable act? Lu Fang couldn't help but curse, looking at Li Xuanjie trembling in the corner. Do you know what's going on? Li Xuanjie shook her head, unable to fathom who would do this to her. Was it Louis? No, it couldn't be. She knew Louis wouldn't do such a thing. Then who could it be? Could it be her damn cousin? Unlikely. Or maybe Zhang Wenli's father? Probably not. Mom, I'm scared. Often, the most frightening thing is the unknown. At this moment, Li Xuanjie was overwhelmed with fear, thinking that if someone dared to set off firecrackers in her yard today, they might throw them into her room tomorrow. It's okay, don't be afraid. We'll report to the police tomorrow morning, Lu Fang comforted Li Xuanjie, adding, I have a friend who sells surveillance cameras. I'll get one tomorrow morning, and once we have the footage, we can catch the culprit. Li Xuanjie nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of exhaustion that was indescribable. Lu Fang comforted her a bit more, gesturing for her to sleep early, then left the room. Back in bed, Li Xuanjie tried to sleep, but she was wide awake, afraid to use her phone, fearing she might come across more bad news. Finally, everything quieted down, and her tense heart relaxed a bit. She closed her eyes again, faintly hearing some movement downstairs. Could someone have entered? Li Xuanjie tensed up, wondering if it was the person who set off the firecrackers. Frozen in fear, she kept her eyes wide open, searching the darkness. Then, a rooster crowed outside. It was just a chicken, Li Xuanjie thought. Just as she was being paranoid, she heard footsteps outside her door. The slightly ajar door creaked open slowly, making a faint noise. Li Xuanjie widened her eyes, staring intently at the door in the darkness. Was it just the wind? She tried to make out something in the darkness with the faint light from the window, but found nothing. At that moment, she heard a faint gasp in the darkness, a sound that didn't seem human. What was it? A ghost? Wrapped in her blanket, she held her phone, easily activating the flashlight by double-tapping the lock screen button. Lee Xuanju quietly tapped her phone twice under the covers. She felt something standing beside her, and finally mustered the courage to extend her hand holding the phone. Before her eyes was a eerie face, not human, but that of a dog. The dog face was grinning at Lee Xuanju, the first time she had seen a dog smile, a smile so eerie and terrifying. Lee Xuanju was so scared she couldn't breathe, and when she came to her senses, the grinning dog spoke. Lee Xuanju, your time has come, come with me. The dog's voice echoed in the quiet room. Instantly, Lee Xuanju felt her scalp tingle, goosebumps covering her body, a wave of immense fear spreading. The next moment, Lee Xuanju chuckled foolishly. Her eyes rolled back, and she passed out. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! She was fine just last night. How did she end up like this today? Lu Fang sat on the floor, tears streaming down her face, looking up at the ceiling in despair. It must have been those firecrackers. Someone must have thrown firecrackers into my yard last night. Lee Xuanju's home was now filled with people, doctors, police, and some relatives. They gathered in Lee Xuanju's room, observing the woman lying in bed, drooling and smiling foolishly. Lee Xuanju had gone mad. She kept muttering, good dog, don't speak. Dogs can't speak. Only the king of hell's dog can speak, good dog, good dog. She rambled on, leaving those around her puzzled. No matter how they tried to talk to her, she showed no response, only speaking of dogs. Ah, dog lord, please tell the king of hell that I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Lee Xuanju screamed again, thrashing on the bed. People around quickly restrained her, fearing she might harm herself in her frenzy. News of Lee Xuanju's madness spread, even going viral online, leaving many bewildered. Just the other day, she was fighting at a wedding, and now she's gone mad. Could it be fake? But when footage of Lee Xuanju bending over to eat cabbage in the village fields was shared online, people finally believed. She's gone mad just like that? What kind of shock did she experience? We should feel sorry for her, but for some reason, I can't muster any sympathy. Is my heart as hard as steel now? Good deeds bring good rewards, bad deeds bring bad consequences. Everything has its price to pay. Let's accumulate some good karma in the comments section. No matter what, she's the one suffering in the end, along with her family. Isn't anyone curious about the dog Lee Xuanju mentioned? Was she scared mad by a dog? In Shuchen's rented room, Wang Kai looked at the video on Shuchen's phone with a speechless expression. Wang Kai turned to Shuchen, you knew about this earlier? Shuchen also looked speechless, thinking Lee Xuanju's mental resilience was too weak. Afterwards, he began to analyze rationally. Encountering a talking dog would startle even the gods, not to mention this woman who has been under a lot of stress these days, real-life stress, the stress from family and friends, online stress, and now the stress from a talking dog. It's not surprising if someone goes crazy. This matter should probably end here. Shuchen then called Louis, and it was evident that Louis had also seen the video. Shuchen could clearly sense that Louis's mood was a bit low. Although Lee Xuanju's feelings for him were fake, during their relationship, Louis was genuinely invested in Lee Xuanju. Despite feeling low, Louis had no regrets, especially since he had almost been deceived. Are you still planning to sue Lee Xuanju? It seems pointless to sue a lunatic, but what about your money? Shuchen asked the question he was most curious about. Louis sighed on the other end of the phone, I'm not planning to sue anymore. As you said, suing is just for revenge. As for the money, I don't need it. I've already taken it back long ago. Consider it as leaving some retirement money for Lee Xuanju's parents. After all, during the time I was their son-in-law, they were quite nice to me. In fact, Shuchen had anticipated this outcome long ago. Since Louis had made his decision, he decided not to say more to avoid stirring up trouble. But as the saying goes, if you start something, you must finish it. After all, Shuchen had taken the money. Do you want to continue with Liang Guolong? Shuchen then offered several suggestions, mostly leaning towards extreme measures, but Louis rejected them all. After a moment of silence on the phone, Louis said, just beat him up, but I have to do it myself, and I don't want him to know it was me. Is there a way? Shuchen was taken aback. Bag over the head, a clubbing? Was that all it took? Louis added, then this matter will end here, and from now on, we don't know each other. No problem. Faced with Louis's request, Shuchen readily agreed. Not knowing each other was fine, especially after all the trouble they had been through. Louis added, we need to find a place without surveillance. Everywhere is monitored now. Shuchen smiled proudly, you can rest assured on that. I guarantee there's no surveillance. Ha! Surveillance? With Wang Kai around, surveillance was non-existent. Otherwise, how could he plaster photos all over the streets? Wasn't that asking for trouble? Wang Kai, the money-devouring beast, might not be good at fighting people, but if you wanted it to sabotage surveillance, that was a piece of cake. As for how it was done, Shuchen didn't understand the principle, but how do you reason with a dog that can talk and swallow gold without choking? It seemed unreasonable. As Shuchen had said, surveillance couldn't capture them at all. Recently, the police had been searching for the person plastering photos all over the streets, but when they reviewed all the surveillance footage from various locations, they found nothing. What was even more bizarre was that at 1:30 a.m. the next day, the place still had no photos. However, by 1:31 a.m. the photos were already on the wall, as if they had appeared out of thin air. The personnel comparing the surveillance footage felt like they were dealing with ghosts. It would be manageable if it happened in one or two places, with professionals tampering with the footage. But this was the case in dozens of streets, and the police were at a loss as to who could pull off such a feat. What was even more absurd was that many surveillance cameras in various locations were directly damaged, burned from the inside out. Some older machines even had their storage cards burnt, with no signs of forced entry from the outside. In other words, someone was causing the surveillance to short-circuit without physically tampering with the cameras, rendering the memory cards useless. The most deadly thing is that many monitors are scrapped in exactly the same way. Notice that it's said to be exactly the same, not just similar. It's just like. It's like they were all uniformly scrapped on a production lathe. Because things that are exactly the same can only be done by computer-controlled programs, humans can't do it. This matter is no longer as simple as spreading obscene photos and committing fraud. For this reason, the police specially formed a task force and began a covert investigation. Liang Guolong has been in a miserable state recently because of the exposure at Li Shunju's, which also implicated him. Liang Guolong also knew about Li Xuanju's madness. After all, the news spread too widely. If she's gone mad, then so be it, but for Liang Guolong, it's a good thing because then he only needs to bite once and he's done playing with Li Xuanju. Yes, only once. Absolutely not more. At this time, he is still in the hospital, but he is now staying in a regular ward. He could have been discharged yesterday, but he used the excuse of feeling unwell to have the doctor give him another comprehensive checkup. Actually, there's nothing wrong, he just really doesn't want to leave the hospital. Liang Guolong's wife, Zhang Wenli, is still in detention, but his father, Zhang Baogua, has already called to scold him and advised him to stay away for a while and not go home. Because their home is now full of relatives who have come from their hometown, all with the purpose of dealing with Liang Guolong. His father-in-law's intention is quite clear. He doesn't want Liang Guolong and Zhang Wenli to divorce, which would leave his grandson without a father, turning him into a single-parent family. Because his father-in-law, Zhang Baogua, grew up in a single-parent family. Liang Guolong is grateful to Zhang Baogua for this. However, Zhang Baogua doesn't have much say at home. If Zhang Wenli is determined to divorce, Zhang Baogua can't do anything about it. His current advice to Liang Guolong is to stall for time, wait for them to cool down, then Liang Guolong can apologize, write a guarantee, make a solemn oath, and the matter will be considered closed. Liang Guolong himself doesn't want a divorce either, because he was originally a poor boy who came out of the mountains, and by a stroke of luck, he met Li Xuanju, who then introduced him to the wealthy woman Zhang Wenli. Because of Zhang Wenli's good family background, since Liang Guolong married Zhang Wenli, he hasn't worked a day, just idling around all day. He doesn't want to give up this kind of life. As for the incident where Zhang Wenli deceived him about undergoing corrective surgery, he no longer wants to pursue it. After all, if you really want to blame someone, it's hard to say who's right or wrong. This matter is already too complicated. In short, in Liang Guolong's words, not a single good person among the group, including himself. Quietly completing the discharge procedures, Liang Guolong slipped out of the hospital through the back door. Passing by the wholesale market, he bought a duckbill cap to wear on his head to avoid being recognized. As his father-in-law said, Liang Guolong needs to lay low for a while, so he needs money. He doesn't have much money on him. Fortunately, he still has a small treasure trove, right in the storage room of Zhang Wenli's house. Zhang Wenli's family is in the frozen food business, and they have their own freezer outside the city, where he has accumulated cash over the years. As for why he needs to hide cash, there's no way around it, it's all for the sake of life. Keeping money in the bank account is easy to trace, and he has been living it up outside all these years relying on this small treasure trove. Liang Guolong plans to go on a vacation at this time. He plans to go to the seaside and even wants to taste the flavor of foreign girls. Whatever happens, he'll deal with it when he returns in style, Liang Guolong sneered. Taking a taxi to the freezer, Liang Guolong skillfully avoided the doorman hired by their family. In a corner of the freezer, he opened a tile on the wall and took out a large iron box from inside. Liang Guolong endured the cold air in the freezer, squatting on the ground counting the money. There's over 60,000, quite a sum. Liang Guolong then stuffed all the money into his pocket, put the iron box back, and left the freezer. Everything went unnoticed, except for a stray dog urinating by the roadside. He was now ready to head to the airport, buy a ticket, and disappear. As for needing an ID to buy a ticket, how could someone like him not have the habit of carrying his ID with him? After all, it's convenient for booking a room. Zhang Wenli's freezer was located on the outskirts, making it troublesome to hail a cab, and the airport was far away. Normally, Liang Guolong would drive here himself, but now there was no car available for him. Liang Guolong's eyes fell on a parked van by the roadside. Walking over, he found the driver to be a young man wearing sunglasses and a duckbill cap like him. Liang Guolong inquired, "Master, want to do a private job? Take me to the airport." The driver glanced around and immediately refused. "No, I'm busy." Liang Guolong surveyed the surroundings and noticed there were no other cars around except for this van. 100 to the airport. "I'm in a hurry, just consider it a favor." The driver extended a finger and gestured to Liang Guolong, 300, and I'll go. No problem. As long as he could leave, 300 was nothing to Liang Guolong. He then directly sat in the front passenger seat of the van. Sensing movement behind him, he turned around and saw a stray dog sitting in the back of the van, the same one that had watched him come out of the freezer. As the driver started the van, he said, "Oh, my pet dog, it's fine, it doesn't bite." Liang Guolong noticed the dog playing with a hammer using its paws. To ease the awkwardness, he chatted with the driver. "This dog seems smart, trying to pick up the hammer. How could a dog pick up a hammer?" The driver's words left Liang Guolong speechless, unsure of what to say. They continued the journey in silence. When Liang Guolong realized they were on the wrong road, he grew suspicious. "Master, are you lost? This isn't the way to the airport." The driver calmly replied, "I didn't intend to, but my car is unregistered. It's a black car, I can't enter the city directly, I have to take a detour." He added, "I can only drop you off at the city outskirts, and then you'll have to figure out your own way." This left Liang Guolong speechless. How did he end up in a black car? But it was too late to turn back now, and he had already paid 300. Fine then. As Liang Guolong started to doze off, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and then everything went black. The dog in the back seat was holding a hammer in its paws, looking at the unconscious Liang Guolong with a mischievous grin. This duo was none other than Xu Chen and Wang Kai, who had initially planned to forcefully abduct Liang Guolong, but they never expected Liang Guolong to willingly board their car. What a stroke of luck, saving them a lot of trouble. Xu Chen stopped the car, patted Liang Guolong's body, and found a pile of cash, making Xu Chen burst into laughter. Of course, Wang Kai was the happiest of all. The matter of the gold was finally settled. At night, Louis received a call from Xu Chen and drove to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts. There, Liang Guolong was tied up, a snakeskin bag over his head, struggling on the ground, his muffled groans indicating his mouth was gagged. When Louis saw Xu Chen immediately gestured for him to stay silent to avoid being discovered, then handed Louis a stick, indicating that he could take action. However, Louis didn't even take the stick. Instead, he directly took off his suit jacket, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and landed a punch right on Liang Guolong's belly. Ugh! Ugh! Liang Guolong on the ground writhed in pain, but his feet were tied with ropes, rendering him immobile. Louis's punches rained down on Liang Guolong, with each blow causing him to struggle. Just as the next punch was about to land, Xu Chen stopped Louis and pointed elsewhere. Xu Chen was helpless too. Louis was hitting a dangerous spot, the abdomen, which could be fatal. In his rage, Louis was calmed by Xu Chen's intervention. He picked up a wooden stick from the ground and struck Liang Guolong's calf. At this moment, Liang Guolong was at a loss, not knowing why he was being targeted. All he felt was the relentless beating, unable to negotiate as he couldn't speak. 1 strike. 3 strikes. 5 strikes. Louis put all his strength into each blow, more like hitting a sandbag than a person. It wasn't until Liang Guolong's leg was a bloody mess that Louis, panting heavily, finally stopped. Xu Chen walked over, patted Louis on the shoulder, gestured with a cigarette box, indicating that Louis should go outside to smoke and rest for a bit. Leaving the warehouse, Xu Chen handed Louis a cigarette and another to Wang Kai. As for when Wang Kai picked up the bad habit of smoking, Xu Chen had no idea. One day, he returned home to find Wang Kai puffing away on a cigarette. Louis glanced in surprise at Wang Kai but didn't ask further. "Have you had enough?" Xu Chen asked in a low voice. Louis shook his head. "We agreed to just teach him a lesson last time, but seeing him now, I really want to kill him." Xu Chen fully understood Louis's feelings. After all, Li Shunjing was still legally Louis's wife. Anyone would want to kill someone who slept with their spouse, especially in Louis's severe circumstances. Smiling, Xu Chen said, "Even if you kill him today, no one will know, except for me and my dog, of course." Looking at Shu Chen's smiling face, Louis knew he wasn't joking. Surprisingly, Louis was truly tempted at that moment, wanting to end Liang Wolong's life. But a hint of reason stopped him, warning that he would live with guilt forever if he did so. In his dilemma, after finishing the cigarette and flicking the butt, Louis stood up again, ready to return to the factory. Shu Chen and Wang Kai followed, both somewhat curious, wondering what choice Louis would make. To kill? Or not to kill? In the end, Louis chose a middle ground, not to kill, but not to let him live either. Approaching Liang Wolong, Louis, with a conflicted expression and a fierce look, lifted his foot and stomped fiercely on Liang Wolong's groin. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. Initially, Liang Wolong convulsed and struggled intensely, groaning continuously. Eventually, he passed out from the excruciating pain, no longer reacting to Louis' stomps, unable to fathom the extent of his suffering. Shu Chen and Wang Kai exchanged a glance, swallowing hard simultaneously, feeling a chill down their spines. This Louis, he was ruthless. According to Shu Chen's estimation, Liang Wolong's little dragon would never become a big dragon in this lifetime. Louis drove away, leaving Shu Chen to deal with the aftermath. Before leaving, Shu Chen instructed Louis that if any police officer asked him anything, he should just say he didn't know. After all the mess that had happened, Louis was the prime suspect with the strongest motive. Louis was well aware of the seriousness of the situation and promised to keep silent. He handed Shu Chen a pack of cigarettes, saying, "You're a rich man now, smoke better quality cigarettes. The 10 yuan ones are bad for your health and damn hard to smoke." Then, the two bid their final farewells, knowing that most likely, Louis and Shu Chen would never see each other again in their lifetimes. The next morning, someone found Liang Wolong collapsed at the street corner, covered in injuries, and promptly called for an ambulance. Our hero Liang Wolong, who had just been discharged from the hospital the day before, was now back in the hospital. During the initial examination, the doctors discovered that Liang Wolong had bruises and swelling, with the most severe injury being a fractured leg. When they cut open Liang Wolong's pants to treat the leg wound, all the doctors present gasped in shock. They found that Liang Wolong's private parts were disfigured, and his testicles had turned into a pile of mud. What had Liang Wolong gone through? It was unbelievable. The hospital immediately called in all the experts to discuss how to treat him. Due to delayed medical attention, his condition had worsened, with his testicles even oozing pus. After a unanimous decision, in order to save his life, the doctors decided to remove Liang Wolong's private parts and testicles. When Liang Wolong woke up again, he found himself in the familiar hospital room. He seriously doubted if yesterday had been a nightmare and if he had ever been discharged. Trying to sit up, he realized he couldn't move. His father-in-law, Zheng Baogua, was sitting beside him, saying, "Hey, the anesthesia hasn't worn off yet. You won't be able to move for another half a day." Liang Wolong tried to speak but found it difficult, only managing to make groaning sounds. Zheng Baogua stood up, looking at Liang Wolong with a helpless expression. "Wolong, once you're discharged, go file for divorce with Ali. You cheated first, and we will ask the court to kick you out with nothing." Liang Wolong was stunned, unable to say a word to Zheng Baogua. What's going on? Wasn't his father-in-law against the divorce? How did it suddenly turn out like this? And to be kicked out with nothing? What the hell happened? However, Liang Wolong didn't get any answers. Zheng Baogua didn't say another word and left after a while. As the effects of the anesthesia wore off, Liang Wolong felt the pain, especially below. He struggled to uncover the blanket and found his lower body wrapped in bandages, his gut feeling telling him that something was missing down there. "No! No! No!" A desperate roar echoed through the hospital from Liang Wolong's mouth, as an elderly man sharing the room with him looked at the young man who had lost something precious with pity in his eyes. As Shu Chen had suspected, the police quickly found Louis and questioned him about Li Shunjing and Liang Wolong. Louis had rehearsed countless times in advance. Don't ask, if asked, say you don't know. He claimed ignorance about everything, only mentioning that Li Shunjing's family still owed him 300,000 yuan in dowry and that Liang Wolong was Li Shunjing's affair partner. Despite their suspicions, the police were helpless. Could the tragic fate of Li Shunjing and Liang Wolong be a mere coincidence? But if he didn't talk, what could they do? Ultimately, Louis was the biggest victim, not only losing his money but also being unjustly labeled with a green hat. In the end, they could only secretly send someone to monitor Louis. But Louis didn't care at all because Shu Chen had long disappeared from his life. At this moment, Shu Chen was walking Wang Kai on the street. It had been almost a month since he parted ways with Louis, and he had been hiding in the rental house for a month without stepping out at all. As for daily necessities, ordering takeout on his phone was sufficient. Although his rental house was simple, it didn't stop him from ordering takeout, right? And the purpose of going out today was just 2 words, to spend money. What to spend on? Looking at Wang Kai's proud expression, it was definitely spending on gold. Wang Kai had a small backpack on his back filled with cash. With the money they had on hand now, pooling together to buy half a pound of gold was no problem, thanks to the unexpected fortune of over 60,000 from robbing Liang Guolong. As for the online loan he took, as long as he paid the interest first, it was fine. The interest rate was a bit high, but as long as he didn't end up as a defaulter, it didn't matter. Although he wanted to repay the loan early, his financial situation didn't allow it. Not only Wang Kai, Shu Chen was also somewhat excited. Last time, the half-pound of gold was like hitting a rock with an egg, getting nothing out of it. But today, Wang Kai had already guaranteed that this half-pound would definitely yield results. Magical power. Humph. Shu Chen wanted to see how much magical power there really was. The man and the dog arrived at a local homely restaurant, where a beautiful woman invited them for a meal before dealing with the gold matters. Shu Ge, you're here. I'll have the waiter serve the dishes. The woman who invited them was already waiting for Shu Chen in the restaurant, and this woman was Zhao Xian. If you're wondering who Zhao Xian is, well, she's the salesperson at the jewelry store, the cute girl Shu Chen bought gold from last time. Shu Chen teased Zhao Xian, wow, you look pretty today. This meal is going to cost me tens of thousands at your place. That's right, before buying gold today, Shu Chen had informed Zhao Xian in advance. He had a good impression of this beautiful woman, and since he was going to buy gold anyway, he might as well let her earn some commission. Shu Ge, you're joking. Tens of thousands are just a drop in the bucket for you. Zhao Xian spoke the truth. He had just bought tens of thousands of gold last month, and now he was going to buy tens of thousands again this month. Others bought small pieces of gold, but this local tyrant bought by weight. When Shu Chen heard others praise him, he felt quite proud. Pocket change, it's all pocket change. I'll buy more in the future, and I'll look for you then. Wang Kai rolled his eyes on the side upon hearing this. Pocket change? How much wealth did he have that he considered it pocket change? They had a pleasant lunch, with Wang Kai also joining them at the table, which surprised Zhao Xian. She could only guess that this was a special quirk of wealthy people. After all, last time when choosing gold, Shu Chen's dog pointed, and Shu Chen bought. Zhao Xian was the type of girl who didn't talk much, quietly staying by your side without making you feel awkward. Shu Chen was willing to deal with this kind of woman, effortless. After lunch, they arrived at the jewelry store, and unsurprisingly, Shu Chen saw the same salesperson who had given him a hard time last time. It's said that enemies blush when they meet. When he approached her, Shu Chen coughed and deliberately said to Zhao Xian beside him, "Can my dog come in? Will someone blind enough come to kick me out?" Zhao Xian was a smart person and instantly understood Shu Chen's meaning. She smiled and said, "Of course, you can go in, sir, rest assured." This scene made the salesperson itch with anger but dared not speak out, only able to force a smile. Last month, Zhao Xian became the sales champion of this branch because she attended to the person in front of her, but the manager scolded her severely after knowing that she had turned away a customer. Dog? What's wrong with a dog? As long as they are willing to buy, even if they bring a dog in and it poops on the floor, you have to provide the paper for the customers, and then you clean it up. This was the manager's exact words, a typical capitalist attitude. Shu Chen sat on a bench in the store while Zhao Xian went to get the goods for them. She understood Shu Chen's request, anything in pure gold would do, the design didn't matter. Shu Ge, I'm sorry, products without a work fee are usually clearance items, so there isn't much stock left. I can only get you up to 186 grams. Zhao Xian also mentioned her point, there was no need to waste money on the work fee. She would give Shu Chen 186 grams for now and inform him when more stock arrived, as the difference was only a few tens of grams. It's okay, just give me that, make it up to 250 grams. Shu Chen didn't want to waste time over a few grams of something. He needed to try out that mysterious power as soon as possible. Either buy it or don't, but if buying, buy enough. In the end, Zhao Xian helped Shu Chen reach 250 grams, and he paid over 130,000 in cash. Cash, I happen to have this much. He took out all the money from Wang Kai's backpack and then used his phone to pay over 4,000 more to make up the amount. Shu Chen was feeling a bit of a pinch now, having spent so much money for no reason. But someone was watching, so he had to save face. It's just a small amount, all small change. I'll come back in a while, I'll contact you in advance. Zhao Xian smiled and nodded, no problem. Shu Ge, take care, I won't see you off, I have to get back to work. After Shu Chen and Wang Kai left, the salesperson who had been mocked by Shu Chen approached Zhao Xian. Xian, how much did that person buy this time? Hearing her sarcastic tone, Zhao Xian secretly chuckled, not much, just over 130,000. He said he would buy more next time. The salesperson was helpless. This should have been her deal, but Zhao Xian took it over. However, she couldn't blame anyone but herself. It was all because she had looked down on him for being a bit sloppy in the beginning. The man and the dog quickly got into a taxi after leaving the jewelry store and returned to their rental house. Wang Kai greedily eyed the bags in Shu Chen's hands. Quick! Open them quickly! Shu Chen, lounging with his legs crossed, looked at Wang Kai. Don't rush, I have many questions for you. Wang Kai was impatient. Hurry up. What is it? Ask quickly. He urgently needed to get his hands on the gold. I command you as your master, don't move. Shu Chen shouted, and Wang Kai couldn't move, his paw suspended in the air. Wang Kai was stunned, not understanding why Shu Chen was suddenly acting this way. What are you doing? Quickly let me go. Shu Chen sneered. Tell me, you clearly have the ability to mess with the surveillance. Why don't you go steal the gold yourself? It should be easy for a dog like you to sneak into a jewelry store. Wang Kai was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Shu Chen to ask such a silly question. Out of anger for this foolish question, Wang Kai was a bit annoyed. I can't use it if I take it myself, it has to go through you, didn't I tell you? Hearing Wang Kai's response, Shu Chen was also dumbfounded. It has to go through me? Do I have shit on my hands? Is it that enticing? Wang Kai explained, you are the master, you have to feed me, otherwise, if I eat it myself, it's useless, that's the rule. Rule? Since when was there such a rule? Who the hell made this rule? Then Shu Chen asked another question. Did you have other masters before? How many? Yes, of course, why wouldn't I? Shu Chen asked again, what happened to them? Wang Kai rolled his eyes. So what if I died? The last time I starved to death, it was during chaotic times, back in the Ming Dynasty when wars were raging. Oh, the Ming Dynasty was at war, so it's normal to starve, Shu Chen nodded. The Ming Dynasty! Damn it, the Ming Dynasty! Shu Chen suddenly jumped off the sofa, grabbed Wang Kai by the neck, and demanded, what about the Ming Dynasty? Startled, Wang Kai's tongue almost rolled out as he gasped, damn it! Let go, you're being too rough. According to Wang Kai, his original form was a creature that swallowed gold, but inexplicably turned into an animal and began wandering. As long as someone fed it, that person became its master. The worst part was that if the master died, Wang Kai would perish within a month. However, this death wasn't final but a period of unconsciousness. Each time Wang Kai woke up, it would inhabit a new body and start wandering again. In its previous life during the Ming Dynasty, Wang Kai wasn't a dog but a cat. When its master starved to death in the chaos, Wang Kai followed suit. Upon awakening, it had transformed into a dog on the brink of starvation and coincidentally encountered Shu Chen, leading to their subsequent events. That's about it. Even if you ask me, I can't fully explain what happened. I've had a tough life being a cat and a dog all along. Wang Kai sighed, looking forlorn, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Wait a minute. How does eating gold benefit me? Wang Kai raised his head, scrutinizing Shu Chen from head to toe, making him uncomfortable. What? Do you think all my previous masters were as poor as you? I've also been with wealthy families. Humph. Hey! Wang Kai's words left Shu Chen speechless, unable to refute the heartless dog. So, what did your wealthy masters gain? Besides divine power, what else? Wang Kai explained, divine power is standard, the rest depends on luck. Shu Chen could gain divine power with 10 pounds of gold, but that was just the beginning. Wang Kai seriously doubted if Shu Chen would ever accumulate 10 pounds of gold in his lifetime. After hanging around with Shu Chen for so long, Wang Kai had only managed to get a pound, half of which he hadn't even swallowed. Wang Kai was already planning for his next reincarnation, hoping for a wealthy master in the next life. Seeing through Wang Kai's thoughts, Shu Chen felt an itch of anger. Hurry up and eat your gold. Subsequently, Shu Chen opened all the gold, piled it up, and signaled Wang Kai to devour it. Just like last time, Wang Kai gulped down the gold in a few bites. Wang Kai looked satisfied, while Shu Chen patiently waited for his 1/10 of divine power to manifest. 5 minutes passed. Shu Chen felt no change. 10 minutes passed. Still no change, just a slight hunger creeping in. Half an hour passed. Shu Chen was getting dizzy from hunger. What's going on? Why no effect? Wang Kai, lying contentedly on the ground, savoring the gold, remarked, aren't you hungry? With power comes consumption, you need to eat now. It dawned on Shu Chen, who hurried to his cheap fridge to scavenge for food. Cakes, egg tarts, cola, snacks, and the leftover takeout from last night. He devoured everything until his teeth ached. He still felt hungry, and it made him extremely uncomfortable. Shu Chen finally understood why Wang Kai had said his previous owner would starve to death. This damn situation had turned him into a food bucket. How could he not starve to death? Wang Kai smirked at Shu Chen, muttering to himself, bastard, you dared to choke this lord just now. Starve to death. By now, Shu Chen was dizzy from hunger, staggering as he rode his electric scooter, searching for the nearest restaurant. Boss! Bring me 10 plates of egg fried rice. Hurry, I'm starving to death. The restaurant owner, who was idly sitting on a rocking chair, opened his eyes and glanced at Shu Chen. How many of you are eating? Shu Chen, feeling as anxious as ants on a hot pan, replied, just me, hurry up, I'm starving, bro. In between frying the rice, Shu Chen grabbed several bottles of soda from the fridge and chugged down 7 to 8 bottles in one go. By the time the egg fried rice was ready, Shu Chen picked up a plate and started devouring it hungrily. The taste didn't matter anymore. Filling his stomach was the priority. After finishing 7 plates of egg fried rice, Shu Chen's hunger eased a bit. Boss, bring me 10 more. The boss swallowed nervously, thinking, is this guy a pig? How can he eat so much? Buddy, we're out of rice. How about some rice noodles? 10 plates of egg fried rice, 3 pounds of noodles, 2 baskets of unsold cold buns from the morning, and a bunch of drinks later. Shu Chen had spent over $300 on this meal, more expensive than a table of stir-fried dishes. After devouring the last bun, Shu Chen patted his belly contentedly. The owner approached him and said, young man, with your appetite, why not join an eating contest? Honestly, I feel like no one can out-eat you, those online streamers are nothing compared to you. An eating contest? Shu Chen was familiar with this, it was quite popular in the small town. Is there a cash prize? How much? He knew those eating contest champions from the small town were quite wealthy. After some thought, the owner replied uncertainly, it should be a few thousand, maybe tens of thousands. Shu Chen instantly lost interest, that amount of money could barely cover begging expenses. After a brief chat with the owner, Shu Chen left the restaurant. Upon returning home, he found Wang Kai looking at him with a mischievous grin. How was it? Are you full? I'm full, definitely full. Will I be this hungry in the future? If he remained this hungry in the future, it wouldn't be fun. This was just a fraction of his divine power. If he had all of it, he'd be eating all day long. Wang Kai shook his head. No, just need to replenish energy every 10 days or so, or your body won't handle it. More power means more consumption. Thinking about his newfound strength, Shu Chen decided to experiment. He scanned his room and realized the heaviest thing was his bed. Squatting beside it, he exerted force and lifted the bed effortlessly, nodding in approval. It works indeed. Wang Kai rolled his eyes. Didn't you lift the bed to clean under it a few days ago? Even Wang Kai thought that flimsy wooden bed could be lifted. Shu Chen chuckled awkwardly, hey, just kidding. He then walked to the window and focused on the solid security bars. Placing his hands on them, he gripped each side and pulled with all his might. Shu Chen's face turned red, veins popping on his neck as he strained. As he exerted more force, the security bars slowly bent from the sides, but Shu Chen felt he hadn't used all his strength yet. With continued effort, the straight bars were transformed into an oval shape. After Shu Chen-san let go, he looked around in shock. This is so awesome. It's important to note that this wasn't just any aesthetically pleasing aluminum alloy security fence but an old one made of solid steel bars. Even though he had reached this level, Shu Chen still felt like he hadn't used all his strength. He turned to Wang Kai and said, I remember you saying that divine power can double your strength. This is only 1/10. How can it be so amazing? Wang Kai nonchalantly replied, of course it doubles your strength, but it's double the human limit, not to mention your own. If you strengthen yourself through training, you can become even more powerful. Wow! Double the human limit strength. Shu Chen wasn't sure how much the human limit strength was, but he knew it was definitely not less. At least those muscular bodybuilders, with their bulging muscles, felt like they could knock out a cow with one punch. So, does that mean he could now knock out 1/10 of a cow? No, wait, considering his own strength, he could probably knock out 1/5 of a cow. Shu Chen was extremely excited at this moment, eager to test the extent of his strength. He turned his gaze towards the security door of his rented room. Bang! Shu Chen punched the security door with all his might, causing it to dent. Although the dent wasn't deep, Shu Chen was quite satisfied. That was a security door. Ouch! He squatted down, grimacing in pain. Ouch! It hurts so much. This scene left Wang Kai dumbfounded. Bro, your strength is impressive, but your hand is flesh. If you hit iron, it will definitely hurt. The pain made Shu Chen calm down, and he no longer dared to do such tests recklessly. Once he regained his composure, he started thinking about how to make money because what Louis did was not something one could come across easily. It wasn't realistic to rely on this ability to make a living. To be honest, if Louis didn't have money, Shu Chen wouldn't even bother sending him the photos, and none of the subsequent events would have happened. He wasn't a saint. Wang Kai, didn't you leave any treasures for yourself in your past lives, to help you get rich in the future? This question hit a nerve with Wang Kai. I did leave some, but they were dug up by someone. Wang Kai had left a box of treasures for himself in one life, and in the next life, after going through hardships with its current owner, they finally reached the burial place, only to find that not even a single hair was left. Wang Kai complained, "The changes in the past were minor, now they can't even be found. Modern people can flatten mountains to build houses, how can you hide things? With what can you hide them?" Shu Chen was astonished to learn that this guy had actually done such things. He had just asked casually. Returning to the topic, he needed to figure out how to make money. During the month he spent hiding at home, he had done his homework. He was no longer a private detective, he was planning to become a professional sleeper. And what kind of sleeper could make Shu Chen, who never worked for free, so interested? Of course, it was a haunted house sleeper. Houses worth millions, even billions, were labeled as haunted houses and couldn't be sold. Hence, the profession of a sleeper was born. It aimed to dispel the superstitions surrounding haunted houses, allowing buyers to purchase with peace of mind. In simple terms, it was an activity to debunk feudal superstitions. Shu Chen's task was to sleep in luxury homes, and it would be live-streamed. As for why he chose this profession, it was simple: high pay. The price varied for each house, like the one Shu Chen chose, which paid 8,000 yuan per day. Of course, earning that 8,000 yuan wasn't easy, he had to sleep continuously for 15 days to get paid. Many people with great courage have tried to stay overnight, but most of them could only hold on for less than 3 days, and now it was Shu Chen's turn. "Wang Kai, do you think there are ghosts in this world? What do you think?" Early the next morning, Shu Chen arrived in CD City with Wang Kai, looking weary from the journey. They had taken a black car directly here last night, which was unavoidable because he had Wang Kai with him. He had considered renting a van to drive over, but when he thought about the cost of renting it for several days, at 30 per day plus fuel expenses, it just didn't add up. When you're poor, you have to plan every penny carefully. After contacting the intermediary yesterday, Shu Chen set off with Wang Kai. People in the big city were all amazed at Shu Chen's first visit. He looked like a country bumpkin, gazing around at the towering skyscrapers. "Wang Kai, if there's a major earthquake, can those people living so high up escape? Wang Kai, who do you think owns this office building? It must take a lot of money to build so high. Speak, speak, speak. What's the use of saying anything?" Wang Kai looked around, surrounded by people from all directions. How could he speak? If it opened its mouth to speak, Shu Chen would probably mysteriously disappear within 2 days, while Wang Kai would end up lying in some unknown laboratory being dissected. The man and the dog waited at a bus stop for a long time until they finally caught a business car, driven by a chubby man wearing glasses. Rolling down the car window, the chubby man tentatively asked, "Shu Chen? It's me, let's go, it's too hot here." After a brief introduction, the chubby man named Wang Yitao turned out to be Shu Chen's intermediary for the overnight stay. Wang Yitao had seen many people like Shu Chen, who boasted about their courage and skills, and he was happy to serve them. Whether they could make money was their business, not Wang Yitao's, as he only charged a 2,000 intermediary fee, which Shu Chen naturally paid. The haunted house in his hands had been unsold for over 2 years, and no one had ever managed to stay for 15 days. The man in front of him was just another passerby paying the intermediary fee. "Why did you bring a dog?" Wang Yitao furrowed his brow. "Didn't you say only one person is allowed?" "It's just me." Just as Wang Yitao was about to say something, Shu Chen added, "Don't worry, during the live broadcast, I won't let it appear on camera. If you're still worried, I'll release it immediately. After all, it's just a stupid dog I picked up on the roadside." After a moment of thought, Wang Yitao nodded, "That's fine, but try not to let it appear on camera. Get in the car. Don't let it sit on the seat, it might dirty the car." This made Shu Chen feel a bit embarrassed, and Wang Kai was quite annoyed. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. For money, they endured it. After the man and the dog got into the car, Wang Yitao glanced back at Wang Kai, who was obediently lying at Shu Chen's feet, before starting the car. While driving, Wang Yitao briefed Shu Chen on the situation. As a qualified intermediary, he had to go through the necessary procedures. The owner of the mansion is named Li Kaiping, an out-of-town businessman. In recent years, his business has been in decline, with both of his companies and over a dozen factories losing money and eventually going bankrupt. Due to his lavish spending habits and gambling addiction, Li Kaiping ended up borrowing large sums of money, even resorting to loans for gambling. With his business connections, Li Kaiping managed to secure many loans based solely on his reputation, but after squandering all the money, he was unable to repay. After killing his wife and daughter, he committed suicide in the mansion. With just a few simple sentences, Shu Chen already understood the gossip. In his heart, he thought, this guy is really inhuman, leaving and taking his wife and daughter with him. So now the house has been foreclosed by the bank, but because it's a murder house, no one wants to buy it even if it's dirt cheap, Wang Yitao added. "You're lucky. Normally, this job requires someone with experience in foreclosures, but since you mentioned you used to work as a real estate agent, I contacted you," he continued. As they chatted along the way, they arrived at an estate. The architectural style of the estate was European classical, with the main building standing on a vast lawn, offering a view of the surrounding beauty through its windows. Additionally, there were luxurious facilities such as a separate library, banquet hall, and outdoor swimming pool outside the estate. This mansion was like a tranquil paradise, allowing one to enjoy peace and luxury away from the city's hustle and bustle. Shu Chen was stunned by the scene before him. This was where the wealthy lived. Compared to this, the rental house Shu Chen lived in was worse than a pigsty. Next, you'll need to stay here for 15 days, and according to the bank's requirements, you'll need to live stream 24 hours a day, including eating, sleeping, going to the bathroom, and showering. Make sure to hide your private parts and don't get too carried away, Wang Yitao instructed. Shu Chen nodded. He was aware of all this, as it had been discussed over the phone, and he didn't mind. Wang Yitao handed Shu Chen a key and live streaming equipment from the car. "You know how to use these, right? It's quite simple to operate," he said. Shu Chen took the items. "I do. The bank has already reached an agreement with the live streaming platform to conduct a series of broadcasts for you, ensuring that more people can watch your live stream," Wang Yitao explained. "So, you need to actively interact with the audience in the live stream room. Who knows, you might become famous overnight." After briefing Shu Chen on everything, Wang Yitao drove away, leaving Shu Chen and Wang Kai behind. Of course, before leaving, Wang Yitao had also collected a 2,000 yuan agency fee from Shu Chen. Carrying his belongings and Wang Kai, Shu Chen walked towards the main building villa deep in the estate. Upon opening the door with the key, he was shocked by the luxurious decor before him. The house was elegantly and luxuriously decorated, exuding a noble and exquisite atmosphere in both material selection and color coordination. Various high-end furniture filled the room, and the floor was spotless, as if someone came to clean regularly. "If only I could recognize the owner of this place as the owner, then I wouldn't have to worry about money," said Wang Kai. It could speak, indicating that there were no surveillance cameras here. Shu Chen snorted. He sensed Wang Kai's sarcasm. The owner here even slaughtered his wife and daughter. Do you think he would spare a dog? Ignoring Shu Chen, Wang Kai wandered around the villa on its own. Meanwhile, Shu Chen set up the live streaming equipment. The chubby guy had already told him that the live stream would officially start at 6 p.m. At 6 p.m., Shu Chen had everything ready for the live stream. Wang Kai had already wandered off somewhere, but Shu Chen didn't mind. Wang Kai was definitely scouting the place. Shu Chen supported himself and Wang Kai through legitimate work, and even a dog like Wang Kai couldn't freeload forever, right? So this time, Wang Kai was ready to transform into a ninja dog and rob from the rich to help the poor. The rich naturally referred to the dignitaries living in the estate area, and the poor naturally referred to Shu Chen and Wang Kai, the two of them. Wang Kai's target was not this house. He was here as a test sleeper. If anything went missing here, he better not think he could sneak away peacefully, as these things now belonged to the bank. Shu Chen understood very well that whoever touched the belongings of the disadvantaged group would meet their end. Wang Kai's goal is the several other estates nearby, each separated by no more than a kilometer. The estate areas are isolated from each other yet not entirely cut off, standing independently without disturbing one another. Normally, they wouldn't have the chance to visit this wealthy neighborhood, let alone enter it, so Wang Kai must seize this opportunity. As the time was approaching, Shu Chen started the live broadcast 5 minutes early. When she saw her own face on the phone screen, Shu Chen felt a wave of embarrassment, not because she was thin-skinned, but after all, this was a big girl getting married for the first time, so a bit of shyness was inevitable. At 6 o'clock sharp, Shu Chen's live broadcast debut officially began. With the platform's recommendation, people started entering Shu Chen's live stream one after another. Through back-end data, it was discovered that there were already over 100 viewers in the live stream room. Hello, everyone. I am Shu Chen, the trial sleeper of this luxury mansion. Starting today, I will be live streaming the luxury mansion life continuously for 15 days. Shu Chen picked up the portable live broadcast pole and led the audience around the mansion. This is a mansion in the Jiwei estate area in CD City. I believe most of you have heard about the people living here to some extent. That's right, the residents here are some social celebrities. This mansion was once sold for over 100 million yuan at its peak. Next, I will show you the structure inside the villa and later take you to tour the estate outside. Shu Chen started introducing the structure and design of the villa area to the audience in the live stream room. First is the living room. The over 200 square meters living room looks extremely grand. Next is the indoor hot spring. In winter, if you don't want to swim in the pool outside the estate, you can. Due to her previous experience as a real estate salesperson, Shuchen found it easy to talk about these things. Then she noticed that the number of viewers in the live stream room had instantly decreased by half. She also received the first barrage message since starting the broadcast: "Aren't you the trial sleeper for haunted houses? How come you're selling houses now? Boring." Shuchen immediately realized, right, I'm not a real estate agent. Whether the house sells or not has nothing to do with me. I'll stay for 15 days, take the money, and leave. Shuchen awkwardly replied, I'm just introducing the basic information to everyone. Alright, the show officially begins now. Then Shuchen started to be herself, heading straight to the second floor and entering one of the rooms. Here, this is where the owner of the mansion killed his wife and daughter. It was so tragic when they died. I heard his wife's face was completely disfigured. Li Kaiping was too cruel. You can search online for the CD wealthy businessman's family massacre incident. It was a big deal back then. In the next 15 days, I will be living alone in this room and providing continuous live streaming for everyone. Feel free to chat with the host whenever you want, I'll be here. Shuchen changed her attitude, speaking frankly, and the number of people in the live stream room gradually increased. She then changed the title of the live stream to Haunted House Trial Sleep, Combating Feudal Superstition. As the number of viewers increased, the barrage became more active, and Shuchen engaged with the comments. Barrage, aren't you afraid of ghosts at night, host? Shuchen, ghosts? It's all feudal superstition. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be here. Barrage, host, I heard the previous trial sleeper left after less than 3 days, citing excuses. What do you think? Shuchen chose to ignore this comment. What do I think? I think he's just plain cowardly. Barrage, host, how much do you earn as a trial sleeper per day? How do you solve daily necessities without leaving the house? Shuchen, the salary isn't high, it's all arranged by the company. As for supplies, the company will deliver them, no need to worry about that. As the chatting and wandering around the villa continued, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and the sky had completely darkened. It was now the most interesting part of the show, with nearly 1,000 people in the live broadcast room. Barrage, host, go out and explore. Bro, go check if there are any ghosts outside? Hurry up and go out. What's the point of hiding in the room all the time? Most of the barrage comments urged Shuchen to go out for a stroll, but he refused. He chose to ignore these kinds of comments. Shuchen lay on the bed muttering to himself, I'm just here to earn money as a test sleeper, not a real host. What do you want me to do? Am I shameless? Just then, an animated plane suddenly appeared on Shuchen's phone, leaving him stunned. He immediately jumped up from the bed and exclaimed, thanks to the Big Brother Minotaur for sending the plane. Thank you, Big Brother. Shuchen may not be interested in live streaming, but he wasn't completely ignorant either. A plane gift was worth $100. After deducting the platform fees, Shuchen could still pocket tens of dollars. This unexpected windfall made Shuchen ecstatic. Who would refuse a pie falling from the sky? Minotaur's barrage, go out for a walk and show us around. Minotaur Big Brother is right. I'll show you around. Seeing Shuchen's ugly face, the barrage exploded. Big Brother is confused. What a shameless person, only willing to move for gifts. You want to take the test sleeper's salary and the live streaming gifts, don't you? Shuchen didn't tolerate these people and retorted directly, I'm just a test sleeper, my job is to sleep, Humph. Wanna boss me around? Why don't you send gifts then? Bah! He used to feel ashamed of the hosts who acted silly and funny after receiving gifts. Now he instantly understood them. For this, Shuchen could only sigh and say, the boy who slays demons eventually becomes a demon. At this moment, the bank's auction manager was also watching the live stream. Suddenly, he received a call from the intermediary Wang Yitao. Boss, have you watched the live stream? Should we make this kid stop? He keeps talking about the haunted house, afraid it will affect the house's sale. The manager smiled slightly, the whole city knows about the haunted house, there's nothing we can't say. Don't bother him, as long as he stays for 15 days. The manager hung up on Wang Yitao's call, picked up his phone again to watch the live stream, and then opened the gift section, sending a gift to Shuchen's live stream. At that moment, a scream came from the live stream room. Oh, Big Brother, I just stepped out of the room and you're sending gifts again. Thanks again to Minotaur Big Brother for sending the plane. Big Brother, get rich, get super rich. The auction manager was the first one to send gifts to Shuchen, with the ID Minotaur. Although he was the auction manager, he didn't have to take responsibility if the house didn't sell, so he was just having fun. On the other side, as Shuchen stepped out of the room, he suddenly couldn't find where the villa's streetlights were. The only source of light was the faint glow emanating from his hand. Under this dim light, the villa corridor he was in seemed eerie, like a path to hell. This scene left the audience in the live stream stunned, even forgetting to send barrage comments for a moment. Wasn't Shu Chen afraid of ghosts? Actually, he wasn't. When Shu Chen's beloved grandmother passed away due to illness, he had wished countless times for ghosts to exist in the world so he could see his grandmother again. In order to see his grandmother, he even self-taught some so-called soul summoning techniques, but clearly, none of those spells worked. Instead of summoning his grandmother's spirit, he ended up summoning a beating from his father. It was precisely because of this childhood experience that Shu Chen was completely indifferent to the specters and demons that were conjured up in his mind. Even if ghosts were terrifying, could they be more terrifying than humans? This is the room where the nanny used to stay before. Don't mention that scoundrel Li Kaiping still had a bit of conscience back then, actually spared his own nanny. But if you say he had a conscience, he had none. He even killed his wife and daughter. Shu Chen chatted with the audience in the nanny's room, and the conversation steered directly to murder. If I were one of Li Kaiping's wife or daughter, I would definitely not rest in peace. Could it be that this woman did something to offend Li Kaiping? Unexpectedly, just these simple words from Shu Chen instantly livened up the atmosphere in the live broadcast. Aren't you afraid, broadcaster? Respect the deceased, be cautious with your words. Be cautious. You better be careful when you sleep at night, beware of his wife coming for you. Shu Chen, however, paid no attention, a cold smile on his face. She's coming for me? If she comes for me, I'll give her a run for her money. This outrageous statement shocked everyone. Is this a mattress tester? This guy is not a tester, he's a bandit, not sparing even ghosts. Kid, you've got guts. Let's see if you can last these 15 days. Beware of nightmares. What's wrong? A mattress tester trying out ghosts, so what? It's part of the job. Later, Shu Chen moved to another room. Using the faint light from his phone, he showed the audience around the room with the guy who gave him the plane ticket, and as for the other freeloaders, well, just by the way. Pointing around, Shu Chen said, this is where Li Kaiping's cats and dogs lived. Damn, even cats and dogs can live in a villa, while some people don't even have a room of their own. What was originally a lament about the unfairness of fate, fell on the ears of the audience in the live broadcast in a strange and sarcastic manner. I apologize for being born human. I'm sorry I don't have my own room yet. I share a room with my brother. Say it again. Say it again and see what happens. UF asterisk 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 ing piece of S asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you can't talk, then shut up. For a moment, the entire live broadcast room started spewing insults at Shu Chen. Shu Chen looked stunned, then immediately got angry, raised a friendly middle finger towards the camera, and greeted the vast audience. Alright, going out for a walk. Leaving the pet room, Shu Chen walked downstairs, smoothly passing through the villa's gate. He walked straight to the edge of the swimming pool, which was already empty, but clean, with only some yellow leaves. Shu Chen made up his mind, he would definitely take a swim in this private pool at some point. Quick, look, the bushes are moving. There's a ghost. At this moment, a barrage reminded Shu Chen. He bypassed the pool and walked towards the green belt. He pushed aside the bushes and found nothing inside. Shu Chen turned to the camera and said, it's just the wind blowing. But the barrage kept flooding in. Look, it's really moving. It's moving. Don't turn around, look at your phone. Shu Chen looked at the footage on his phone, and indeed, the bushes were moving. He suddenly turned around, pulled apart the bushes, but still found nothing. When he turned back, the bushes started moving again. Is there something there? Could it be a ghost? Try turning around, but don't touch it this time. Following the barrage reminders, Shu Chen turned around, but every time he did, the bushes would stop moving. When he turned his head back, the bushes would start moving again, all of which he could clearly see on his phone. And Shu Chen knew it wasn't the wind, as there was no wind at that moment. This repeated several times, always the same. This time, not only Shu Chen, but even the audience in the live broadcast room were taken aback. Shu Chen tried again several times, and he felt that there was indeed something watching him. But the camera couldn't capture it. Run quickly. There's something dirty. Don't run, walk slowly, pretend you don't know, otherwise the dirty thing will chase you in a while. Too spooky, hurry back to sleep. Under the command of the barrage, Shu Chen turned around and continued to film the grass behind with the front camera. At this moment, the grass stopped moving. Shu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he took a step forward, the grass moved slightly. Then Shu Chen dared not move, and as he stayed still, the grass remained motionless too. With each step he took, the grass moved a bit. Shu Chen swallowed nervously, feeling like something was staring at him. The next moment, Shu Chen sprinted directly, running all the way back to the edge of the pool. The grass behind him shook more violently, and suddenly it burst open, with grass flying everywhere like the scene of blasting cabbages with firecrackers in the countryside during childhood. Just then, a big yellow dog leaped out of the grass. It was Wang Kai. Ha ha, it turns out to be just a dog. Scared me for a moment. Where did this stray dog come from, even learning to play tricks? Quite a clever dog, isn't it? But how did a dog make the grass fly everywhere? Look at how scared the anchor is, his face has turned pale. Shuchen looked at Wang Kai, who looked serious, and he felt that something big was not right. Only he knew that the commotion just now was not caused by Wang Kai. Are you okay? Scared by a dog like this? If you can't handle it, let's end the broadcast and go home. It's only the first day, you're scared of just a dog. Come on, let's have a big brother send him gifts. Let him perform some exorcism. Ha ha ha. Shuchen had returned to his room by now, his face pale, cold sweat dripping. Facing the sarcastic remarks in the live broadcast room, Shuchen could only shout stubbornly. A dog suddenly jumped out. Aren't you afraid? I'm just scared of dogs, not ghosts. Don't be superstitious. Then Shuchen placed his phone camera on the table, preparing to wash up and sleep. I'll wash up and sleep. I'll play with you guys tomorrow. At this point, the mischievous barrage started again, insisting on watching Shuchen wash up with the camera. Thinking of the words of the intermediary Wang Yitao, recording eating, sleeping, going to the toilet, and bathing. This made Shuchen both itchy and helpless. What Shuchen didn't know was that Wang Yitao's words were just symbolic. There was no need to record everything so thoroughly. Shuchen took the camera to the bathroom, positioned it to capture only his upper body. After confirming multiple times that his lower body was not visible, Shuchen began to undress, preparing to take a shower. Wow! I didn't expect this, his body is actually so good. Look at those muscles. Damn, why him? He doesn't look like someone who works out, right? Those lines, envy and jealousy. Shuchen was feeling proud at this moment. Just practice more if you're a novice. Shuchen's muscular physique was thanks to the 1/10 of divine power he gained from feeding Wang Kai gold. After gaining this power, in just one night, he transformed from a skinny guy to a handsome muscular man. Just like Spider-Man in the movies who turned into a muscular hero overnight after being bitten by a spider. The only difference was that he was bitten by a spider, while Shuchen was fed by a dog. You guys can just look at this physique. What you can't get will always stir you up. Shuchen joked with the people in the live broadcast room while showering. Suddenly, Shuchen shivered. Just as he shivered, the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Since the door was not facing the camera, only Shuchen could see it. When he saw that it was Wang Kai, he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wang Kai had a piece of paper in his mouth, with a crookedly written word on it. How crooked was the word? Crooked enough to tell it was written by a dog. Run! After staring at it for a while, Shuchen finally recognized the word run on the paper. Wang Kai even deliberately added a worm-like exclamation mark after the word. Then Wang Kai blinked vigorously at Shuchen, which startled him. Shuchen didn't dare to delay, quickly turned off the faucet, didn't even put on clothes, and walked out of the bathroom, grabbing a bathrobe and putting it on. Following Wang Kai's lead, Shuchen hurried to catch up, making sure the camera couldn't capture Wang Kai. After going downstairs, Wang Kai gestured with his eyes for Shuchen to sleep on the sofa. Understanding instantly, Shuchen lay down on the sofa and placed the camera on the coffee table. Why are you sleeping in the living room? Didn't we agree to sleep in the master bedroom? Could it be that it's a place where someone died, and you're scared, huh? With your attitude, what kind of tester are you? Go home and sleep. Shuchen replied nonchalantly, I'm just lying down for a bit. I'll go up to sleep in a while, just taking a nap. What's there to be afraid of? Then Shuchen started playing with his phone on the sofa. Let me tell you, this is private time now. Don't disturb me, my current identity is a tester. He chose to ignore the barrage of comments. Although he was playing on his phone, Shuchen's mind was not on the phone. After Wang Kai gestured for him to lie on the sofa, he went upstairs directly. He remembered the invisible thing in the bushes by the pool outside just now. Could it have followed him in? Since gaining divine power, Shuchen felt that his insight had become sharper, otherwise he wouldn't have sensed all this today. At this moment, there was a faint movement on the second floor of the villa, so subtle that even Shuchen had to listen carefully to hear it, let alone the viewers in the live broadcast room. But just in case, he stood up and went to the coffee table to lower the volume of the live broadcast. After a few minutes, there was a clattering sound coming from upstairs. Shuchen was both shocked and curious, but because of the live broadcast, he couldn't go upstairs to investigate. Wang Kai was fighting with something. Is it a ghost? What the hell is happening? Shuchen became increasingly alarmed. Just as he was about to give up the live broadcast and go upstairs to check, Wang Kai came down. Shuchen noticed that Wang Kai's hind legs were bleeding, as if it had been bitten by something, but he couldn't ask at that moment. Wang Kai ran into the blind spot of the camera, then pointed upwards with his paw and made a sleeping gesture. Wang Kai indicated that he could go back to sleep. Then Wang Kai ran out of the door, and Shuchen had no idea what it was up to. Communication between a human and a dog was impossible at the moment. Shu Chen stood up from the sofa on the first floor and prepared to go upstairs to sleep again. But he found that the barrage in the live broadcast room was exploding. The eye contact he had just made with Wang Kai had been seen by sharp-eyed viewers. Damn it! What are you doing? Don't scare me! I'm a scaredy cat. Are you seeing something, streamer? Who are you signaling to? Oh my god? How did I see a reflection in your eyes? Something flashed by, bro, you better be careful. Shu Chen, who reacted quickly, suddenly stopped in his tracks, looking ahead in surprise. This scene made the night owls in the live broadcast room hold their breath. Could it be that Shu Chen really encountered something dirty? As time passed by, Shu Chen suddenly smiled at the camera. Gotcha, bunch of fools, ha. It was only then that the people in the live broadcast room realized they had been tricked. The people in the live broadcast room were completely enraged by Shu Chen's actions and started bombarding him with comments. Are you stupid? Scaring people is illegal. I'm going to report you and have the admin shut down your live broadcast room. Wait, why do I feel like he actually saw something? There were also people in the live broadcast room who didn't believe Shu Chen at all, relentlessly questioning him. However, after all, these stubborn unbelievers were just a small minority. Under Shu Chen's selective blindness trick, they were eventually overwhelmed by the barrage frenzy. In the mansion's estate outside, Wang Kai was standing by the pool, baring its teeth and glaring fiercely at the air. It seemed to be confronting something invisible. Wang Kai, do you think there are ghosts in the world? Guess. This was a conversation between Shu Chen and Wang Kai before they arrived in the seedy city. Actually, Wang Kai didn't know if there were ghosts because the definition of ghosts is really vague. Some say that things you can't see are ghosts, but if you can't see them, can they still be called ghosts? Some say that ghosts can harm the living, but the living can't harm ghosts. Isn't that nonsense? If that were the case, wouldn't the world be overrun by ghosts? Some say that ghosts are just lingering resentment, unable to die or be destroyed. This made Wang Kai even more speechless. Why should resentment, of all things, be considered more advanced than other emotions? Does that make it able to turn into a ghost? To be precise, isn't Wang Kai more like a ghost? The body dies but the soul doesn't, instead continuously reincarnating in the world. Originally, Wang Kai came to the wealthy estate area to make money. However, on the way back with the money, Wang Kai saw Shu Chen playing with a little girl near the pool in the bushes from afar. As they played, Wang Kai sensed that something was amiss. It discovered that Shu Chen couldn't see the little girl at all, yet she kept teasing Shu Chen using the bushes. When the little girl approached Shu Chen, wanting to put her hand into his heart, her hand passed through his body without causing harm. That's when Wang Kai knew there was trouble. They had encountered a ghost. This led to the scene where Wang Kai burst out of the bushes, sending the little girl flying out, causing the bushes to scatter everywhere. As for how Wang Kai managed to harm such entities, it was explained earlier. If you really think about it, Wang Kai is more like a ghost than these entities. They just lack a physical body, unlike Wang Kai. After driving the little girl away, Shu Chen returned to the villa, with Wang Kai sneaking in from behind, ready to investigate further. What a shock awaited them. There was a woman sitting on the steps inside the villa, staring fixedly at Shu Chen. The woman's face was grotesque, covered in knife wounds, looking extremely eerie. When Shu Chen went back to his room, she followed. When Shu Chen went to take a shower, she followed him into the bathroom. In the bathroom, the woman walked up to Shu Chen, her entire body passing through him, as if trying to merge with him. No, according to Wang Kai's understanding, more accurately, she was trying to possess Shu Chen's body, attempting to take over his soul. However, due to Shu Chen's strong positive energy and divine protection, she was flung and fell to the bathroom floor, unable to get up for a long time. After Wang Kai called Shu Chen out of the bathroom, it went back alone and started attacking the woman. The woman, in excruciating pain from Wang Kai's bites, fought back fiercely. If Wang Kai could attack her, she could also attack Wang Kai. In the end, the woman and the dog went crazy fighting in the bathroom, with the woman losing to Wang Kai, eventually passing through the wall and fleeing in disarray. Wang Kai had a minor skin injury on its hind leg from the woman. This led to the current scene, with Wang Kai baring its teeth and glaring fiercely at the air by the pool. In reality, it was staring at the woman. The woman with the grotesque face was extremely afraid of Wang Kai and tried to retreat, but she couldn't move back, as if there was an invisible wall behind her blocking her way. Watching the menacing dog Wang Kai approaching, the woman was so scared that she cowered on the ground, trembling. At this moment, a little girl with a ponytail ran over from a distance and stood in front of the woman, looking at Wang Kai. Despite trembling with fear, the little girl stood her ground. "Can you understand me?" Wang Kai approached them and asked in a low voice. The two women, one big and one small, looked puzzled when Wang Kai spoke. "Damn it! If you can't understand, just go die." Just as Wang Kai was about to pounce, The little girl suddenly nodded frantically. She tried to say something but couldn't make a sound. The sudden understanding of lip reading left Wang Kai struggling, as he had never dealt with humans before. After a series of difficulties in translation, he finally understood what the little girl was saying. She said she could understand and asked the dog not to bite them. Then Wang Kai continued, "Don't disturb the person inside from now on. Got it? We'll stay for 15 days, so you two stay outside obediently." The woman still looked puzzled, but the little girl seemed to truly understand, nodding quickly and muttering something under her breath. Through Wang Kai's unreliable translation and the little girl's repetition, a conclusion was reached. The little girl told Wang Kai that they had to go back inside during the day, or they would get sunburned. Sunburned? Wang Kai had never heard of such a thing before. Since when could the sun burn people? But then Wang Kai thought again, these two, one big and one small, didn't seem quite human. Go back during the day, come out at night, got it? The little girl looked aggrieved, her lower lip quivering as she repeated something in her mouth. The little girl said, "Home. That's our home. How could you not let us go home?" Her pitiful look tugged at the heartstrings. But Wang Kai, not being human, had no sympathy. "Stop talking. I said you can't go back even during the day." Seeing the little girl being bullied, the woman's previously puzzled expression turned fierce as she silently snarled at Wang Kai. "Oh, dare to threaten this dog?" Wang Kai stepped forward again, scaring the two ghosts into immobility. The woman even took a step back subconsciously. Suddenly, a white light emanated from the woman's back, causing her to collapse in pain. This startled Wang Kai, realizing that their range of activity was also limited. No wonder the woman had stopped running when he chased her here. The little girl was also startled, trying to pull the woman over, but she was too weak to move her. The little girl looked at Wang Kai with pleading eyes. Helpless, Wang Kai had to bite the woman's hand and drag her inside a bit. "Is this your mother?" Wang Kai asked again. The little girl nodded vigorously and started chattering with Wang Kai. The little girl said, "Mother has lost her intellect and only has instincts left. I will take care of her and not disturb you." Satisfied with the girl's assurance, Wang Kai nodded. It didn't want these two strange beings to delay its money-making plans. Shuchen woke up, lazily stretched, and absent-mindedly slapped his own buttocks. Suddenly realizing he was still live streaming, he quickly stopped. Hey, being a mattress tester isn't an easy job. He had tossed and turned all night yesterday, unable to sleep. No choice but to accept it. Then he played on his phone until 2:30 in the morning, finally falling asleep from exhaustion. Checking his phone, it was already noon, and his stomach was growling with hunger. Opening the backstage of the live broadcast room, he found that there weren't many people, which suited him just fine as he enjoyed the peace. After all, what he did wasn't very interesting during the day, it was only in the evening that things got exciting. But due to work obligations, the live broadcast still had to go on. After a quick wash-up, Shuchen picked up his selfie stick and headed downstairs. Opening the villa's door, he saw a huge plastic bag waiting outside. It was the supplies they had sent him, mostly food items. This was what Shu Chen had requested, clearly stating his large appetite. As for the expenses, they had already discussed and even signed a contract, right? If Shu Chen stayed for a full 15 days, someone would take care of the bills. But if he didn't stay the full 15 days, well, he would have to pay for it himself. Most of the food was instant meals that required minimal preparation. Shu Chen had already checked the villa's kitchen, which was empty, not even a pot to cook in. Luckily, there was a microwave for simple heating. Shu Chen took out the items from the plastic bag: frozen roast duck, steamed buns, pan-fried dumplings, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot. After laying everything out, Shu Chen adjusted the camera and prepared to start eating. The barrage in the live chat room started teasing him again. "Good morning, streamer, are you still cold?" Shu Chen responded to the barrage with a friendly middle finger gesture and then started eating without saying a word. He was starving. If he didn't eat soon, he would really be in trouble. Shu Chen found it strange how he could go without eating when not hungry. Yesterday, for example, he hadn't eaten or even drunk water all day. But today, he couldn't resist the hunger and felt like he would pass out if he didn't eat. After devouring a large meat bun in a few bites, Shu Chen felt much better. He then picked up another, and another, and another. After eating over a dozen large buns, Shu Chen washed them down with a drink. Ah, so satisfying. He then started on the self-heating rice. He didn't particularly like it, finding the texture different from regular rice. But when starving, he would eat anything available. Shu Chen couldn't understand picky eaters. In his words, picky? Starve them for 3 days and nights, they'll find even shit delicious. After finishing 3 boxes of self-heating rice and another bottle of cola, Shu Chen groaned, "Amazing." Ding! The microwave beeped, indicating that his roast duck was ready. Shu Chen placed it on the table. Originally, he had planned to save the duck for Wang Kai, but Wang Kai was nowhere to be found, so Shu Chen reluctantly ate it himself. The frozen roast duck wasn't great, similar in taste to regular duck but a bit dry. But when hungry, any food would do. Shu Chen dug in, devouring the duck greedily until only the bones were left. With the duck finished, he turned to the self-heating hot pot. Not bad, like eating spicy hot pot, it tasted decent. He quickly finished all the hot pots with his chopsticks. Looking at the remaining broth in the hot pot, he decided to drink it all. After a hearty meal, Shu Chen had almost finished the main dishes but was only half full. He then took out a bag of bread and started eating it with milk. Bread, it looks big, but it's just a small lump of flour. Shu Chen stopped only after eating over a dozen loaves of bread and 2 boxes of milk. It's unrealistic to eat this thing to get full, it just fills the stomach a bit. Ding, the microwave beeped again, his frozen dumplings were also heated up. Gotta admit, even frozen, dumplings taste pretty good. The fragrant dumplings were delicious, almost making Shu Chen bite his tongue. A whole big bowl of dumplings, he devoured them quickly. Afterwards, Shu Chen patted his belly satisfied, feeling half full. Gotta say, the meals the bank provided him were really good, not cheap at all for a few meals. He was very satisfied with this all-you-can-eat job. This eating session lasted almost 2 hours, meticulously planned by Shu Chen, not a minute wasted. This scene was all captured by the bored audience in the live stream room. Are you a pig? How can you eat so much? Even pigs can't eat as much as you. Hey! Where did all the food you ate go? Did it really all go into your belly? What are you doing as a test sleeper? Why not become a food broadcaster? You'll definitely earn more. Are you insane? Is your stomach a black hole? Shu Chen picked his teeth with a toothpick, casually watching the barrage of comments. I'm just a kid from a poor family. I can eat a little bit more. A little bit more? Can you really call this a little bit more? You've eaten a week's worth of food in one meal. Some busybodies directly edited videos of Shu Chen eating and posted them online. There are many food broadcasters online, but they all have one problem. Their eating is edited. Whether they really eat it or immediately vomit afterwards, only they know. After all, people aren't stupid, everyone has a scale in their heart. Shu Chen's continuous eating style was unprecedented. What Shu Chen didn't know was that his video of eating nonstop spread rapidly on the internet, causing a huge sensation. Shu Chen had nothing to do all day today, lying on the bed, under the bed, life was simply comfortable. As night fell, more people joined his live stream. In fact, starting from 5 in the afternoon, the number of viewers in his live stream had been increasing, but the first thing these curious viewers asked was, "Streamer, are you hungry? When's your next meal?" Newcomers, may I ask the big brothers in the live stream, did the streamer vomit during the stream? Where did you put all that food? Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? It was then that Shu Chen realized he had scared them during lunch, rolling his eyes at this. Eat my foot, one meal lasts 3 days, not hungry for 3 days. As a result, Shu Chen casually said this, and the live stream became even more lively. Streamer, you eat so much? You must poop a lot, right? Is the toilet always full after you eat? One meal lasts 3 days? Then I'll come back in 3 days? I'll send you gifts, can you keep eating? Shu Chen, with a helpless look on his face, saw this barrage and suddenly perked up. Giving me gifts to keep eating? Can there really be such a good thing in this world? Shu Chen, who had a downcast face, suddenly smiled, and quickly responded, of course. Why not eat? You send gifts, I eat. Then he immediately changed his expression. It seems I can't eat anymore. I've eaten everything the boss sent today. The barrage came alive again. No worries, I live in CD City. I can deliver to you. What do you want to eat? We'll crowdfund for you. Yes, we'll crowdfund for you. As long as you can eat. Ziwei Manor, right? Just wait, I'll bring it to you. However, Shu Chen didn't believe their nonsense at all. With his understanding of these online warriors, they were all talk and no action, each one more cowardly than the next. As the sky darkened slightly, he heard the doorbell ring. Opening the door, he found several security guards standing there. They were carrying bags of things. Seeing Shu Chen open the door, one of the guards said, "Sir, this is your delivery." Ziwei Manor had more than one estate, so there was also security arranged to patrol the area. Although Shu Chen's house was currently unoccupied, there were still some high-ranking officials living in other estates. Oh, okay, thank you. He never expected that these online friends were actually serious and had really sent him things. There's more in the car. One of the guards pointed to the patrol car behind, filled with food. With the help of the guards, they made several trips back and forth to finally move the pile of things into the house. After the guards left, Shu Chen's phone lit up. He looked down and saw someone had sent him a gift. A cartoon version of a battleship was flashing in the live stream. Shu Chen exclaimed, "Thanks to brother Zhang Iquang for sending that. A plane for 100 yuan, a spaceship for a whopping 1,000 yuan. At this moment, Zhang Iquang's message appeared in the barrage. "Let's begin. I've sent you a whole roasted lamb, 1,000 yuan to eat it. Isn't that too much?" It was then that Shu Chen remembered. Zhang Iquang was the one who told him to keep eating during the day and was the one sending him gifts. Shu Chen looked at the tightly wrapped package on the ground, still warm and emitting a fragrant aroma. Shu Chen's eyes widened. "Brother, this whole roasted lamb must weigh at least 20 catties. Even if I'm good, I can't finish it all." The live stream then showed a dynamic image of the spaceship. Zhang Iquang sent 5 spaceships. "Boss, you're confused. Sending both a lamb and gifts. Hurry up and eat. The boss has spoken. Apart from bones, how can it weigh 20 catties? It's probably just over 10 catties. Take the money and get on with it, the boss will leave soon." Shu Chen, looking at the flashing images and the barrage urging him on, felt irritated. Was he the kind of person who would sell himself for money? Was he the kind of person who would sell himself for some gifts? Obviously not. He was a man with dignity. At that moment, the live stream displayed that Zhang Iquang had sent 10 spaceships. "Eat. Brother Zhang Iquang wants me to eat, so I must eat." The dignified Shu Chen from before, upon seeing the special effects of the spaceship, immediately set aside his dignity and fed it to Wang Kai. Dignity? Pride? What were those things? Can they be eaten as food? The boss simply invited me to eat a whole roasted lamb. So, under the gaze of everyone in the live stream, Shu Chen took the roasted lamb out of the pile of food, sat on the ground, and prepared to eat. Shu Chen first tore off a lamb leg, picked it up with his hands, and started gnawing on it. "That's right, make the boss happy, who knows, he might get you more spaceships. The lamb leg looks so delicious, he's enjoying it so much, I'm getting hungry just watching. Host, I also crowdfunded 100 yuan to buy you food, don't waste it." Little did Shu Chen know that after his video went viral, someone spontaneously created a group chat and crowdfunded to buy him food, all just to watch his eating broadcast. At first, no one believed in this thing until a person named Crazy Young Master of Love Burial took the lead in crowdfunding 5,000 yuan and specifically requested his friend in CD to deliver a whole roasted lamb. Then, more and more people joined the crowdfunding. In the end, they actually raised over 70,000 yuan, and the initiator was not a scammer but just a simple netizen who enjoyed causing a stir, documenting every expense in the group. With a whole lamb leg in his belly, Shu Chen felt a bit parched. After rummaging through the food pile, he finally found a box of drinks. "Alright, I've eaten one leg, does anyone else want to support the little brother's eating broadcast career? Send a gift as a reward." Minotaur sent out 2 airplanes, Imperfect Stonehouse sent out 1 airplane, Jadii Fan sent out 1 airplane, Water God Xiaoyan sent out a magic book. Looking at the gifts rewarded on the screen, Shu Chen was overjoyed. These weren't just gifts, they were pure silver coins. Shu Chen tore off another big lamb leg and stuffed it into his mouth. He finally understood the joy of receiving gifts as an online streamer. If things didn't work out, he could just become a streamer himself. It was better than working everywhere just to make a living, right? In no time, a live stream room for a haunted house tester turned into a food-eating broadcast room. It had been 11 days since Shu Chen started live streaming as a luxury house tester. For more days, and he could settle the bill and run away. Except for the first day when Shu Chen was targeted by some unknown dirty stuff, nothing unexpected had happened since then. His daily routine was chatting and joking with people in the live stream room, then crazily eating under the torment of the gifts from the big brothers. As for the food, it was all gifts from the big brothers. He could only say that he couldn't finish it all, absolutely couldn't. At first, Shu Chen had a dream of becoming a streamer to make a living. After all, it wasn't much effort. But starting from 2 days ago, he noticed that fewer and fewer people were watching him through the live stream backstage. The real-time viewers had dropped from over 10,000 at its peak to around 3,000 now, and it was still decreasing. That's when he realized that people's novelty for him as a big eater had worn off. As a promising young man born in this century, Shu Chen knew well that the internet had no memory. Many people rose to fame quickly, only to fade away just as fast. So Shu Chen decisively rejected the contract sent by some live streaming union, claiming they would turn him into a big internet celebrity. Big internet celebrity? Bullshit. Shu Chen didn't believe in all that. He only knew that the news these years was full of stories about internet celebrities with sky-high breach of contract fees, ranging from tens of millions to billions. Some might argue that it was the person's fault for breaching the contract due to their own mistakes, but Shu Chen didn't want to deal with all that. He knew that very few internet celebrities had a good ending. As the saying goes, you only see the thief having fun, you don't see the thief getting beaten. It was best to make a quick profit and then retreat. Since yesterday, people's enthusiasm for watching Shuchen eat had waned, with some even complaining in the barrage about how boring it was. Shuchen noticed all of this and kept it in mind. In his spare time, he calculated his gift income over these days. After deducting taxes, platform fees, and various other deductions, he was left with over 30,000 yuan. This already satisfied him greatly, as this windfall was unexpected. So, Shuchen immediately withdrew the money and transferred it to his phone. After all, what's in hand is truly yours. With this money and the little savings he had, he could finally repay his online loans. He still owes 50,000 yuan in online loans. After repaying the loan, he felt extremely relaxed. Being debt-free truly lightened his heart. In the past 10 days, Shuchen rarely saw Wang Kai and had no idea how many treasures this dog had acquired. He only occasionally saw it daydreaming in the manor's yard. Surprisingly, Shuchen was somewhat looking forward to Wang Kai giving him a surprise. Wang Kai didn't search for treasures everywhere as Shuchen imagined because there was nothing to steal. Oh, there was nothing at all. Originally, Wang Kai imagined that there would be a lot of cash and even gold in these mansion estates. The result was nothing but some daily necessities. Wang Kai couldn't steal anything. Nowadays, people keep money in their phones, and valuable items are stored in bank vaults, completely different from before. Not to mention treasures, it didn't even find much cash, just some loose change of 10s and 20s that Wang Kai couldn't be bothered to take. So, these days it returned to its old profession, that of a private detective. As for the employer, it was that little girl. Yes, Wang Kai was hired by a ghost. The task was to help them find the person who killed their entire family. According to the little girl's silent description, her father did commit suicide, but not after killing them. The little girl's father, the former owner of this manor, Li Kaiping, did indeed commit suicide because of business failure, borrowing money for consumption, and then gambling with loan sharks until he forced himself to death. After his suicide, it was the little girl who found the body and informed her mother. Her mother was also terrified and, after calming down, chose to seek help from the police. However, instead of the police, two masked men in black arrived. The two men immediately attacked the mother and daughter because the little girl's mother bit one of them when she resisted, and the mother was even slashed in the face with a knife. And then they died, only to wake up in their current state. They feared the sun, couldn't be seen by others, and couldn't touch anyone. The little girl's mother had become foolish, lost her senses, and only wandered around. Time passed. During the day they hid in the house, and at night they went out for some fresh air. Of course, this so-called fresh air was only psychological, as they couldn't feel anything in their current state. Over the years, the little girl had seen many people wanting to buy their house, even trial sleepers like Shuchen who moved in without a second thought. Although the little girl couldn't touch physical objects, she could control some minor things with her mind, like rustling the grass like the wind, moving a piece of paper, or even adjusting someone's hair while they looked in the mirror with her mind. Through these means, the little girl scared off one group of potential buyers after another. However, about half a year ago, an old Taoist priest arrived here, and no one knew who had invited him. Although the priest, like ordinary people, couldn't see them, the little girl knew he could sense them. Moreover, the priest's aura was very powerful, and they didn't dare to approach him. The priest set up a formation in the manor, and since that day, the movements of the little girl and her mother began to be restricted. Initially, they could walk outside the manor, but from that day on, they couldn't even leave the manor. Once they exceeded that range, they would be injured by a white light. Just like the day Wang Kai frightened the little girl's mother, but slightly stepped back, causing her to collapse on the ground. This invisible formation covered the entire manor like an inverted bowl, with no blind spots, leaving them with no escape. Most importantly, the magic formation is shrinking with the passage of time, albeit slowly. It will eventually shrink to a point. By then, the little girl and her mother will be dispersed by the white light. Fortunately, they met Wang Kai, who could see them. This reignited a glimmer of hope in the young girl waiting for death in the cage. A glimmer of hope for revenge. Time flies, and Shu Chen's retirement life is coming to an end. Thank you all for accompanying me these days. Thank you to the big brothers who sent gifts, and thank you to those brothers who raised money to buy me food. After thanking everyone in the live broadcast room, Shu Chen clicked to end the live stream. Damn it! Finally over. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Shu Chen had been live streaming for a full 15 days, and the most painful part for him was going to the bathroom. This villa was great in every way, except that the toilet had to be a flush toilet. What's the deal? Can't you squat over a pit or something? And when he went to the bathroom, he also needed to live stream. That feeling, let alone how uncomfortable it was. What was originally a completely relaxing moment, the thought of having a bunch of people watching you could instantly give you constipation. It was not just disgusting, there would also be people in the barrage asking you, Anchor, is it smooth when you go to the bathroom? Anchor, how much did you go, is it full? Even more disgusting, someone would ask, Anchor, did you go dry or loose today, what color was it? Damn it! Shu Chen felt that this generation of netizens was really too much. At this time, he also received a text message, a remittance message, receiving 108,000 yuan. Shu Chen immediately refused to accept it, saying that it was supposed to be 120,000 yuan. Why was it only this much, inexplicably missing more than 10,000? He immediately called the intermediary Wang Yitao, and Wang Yitao told him over the phone that this was the money after tax. His total salary for these 15 days was 120,000 yuan, within the range of 36,000 to 144,000 yuan, and he needed to pay 10% personal income tax. The contract states salary, so it is paid to you according to the salary standard. Just as Shu Chen was about to get angry, Wang Yitao on the other end of the phone said, I advise you to just take the money and hold on to it, don't make trouble for no reason. If you really calculate your income from all the gifts received during the livestream, your personal income will have to be raised to another level, and then you will have to pay 20% tax. With this statement, Shu Chen immediately changed his tune. Of course, this is a duty that every citizen should fulfill. He then quickly hung up the phone. Pa! Shu Chen spat at the phone screen and then prepared to pack up and go home. In fact, he didn't have much to pack up, he came empty-handed in the first place, only bringing 2 sets of clothes for changing. As a result, the things that the netizens sent him piled up like a mountain, making it difficult for him to handle. Fortunately, during these days, he only ate the perishable items first, such as fruits and cooked food. He kept the long shelf-life items for later, planning to send them back home slowly by express delivery. Wastage is a shameful act. Just then, Wang Kai wagged its tail and came in cheerfully. Don't leave yet, I have something to tell you. Shu Chen lowered his head to organize the food. What's up? Did you get some antiques? No antiques, but I've got a business deal for you. Business deal? Shu Chen raised his head, looking at Wang Kai strangely. What kind of business deal could it talk about? It didn't dare to speak casually. Then Wang Kai told Shu Chen all about the 2 female ghosts, big and small. Are you saying, there are really ghosts? I encountered ghosts on my first day here? Wang Kai nodded. Are you saying, the news is all fake, and they were killed by someone else, not the mother and daughter? Then the female ghost asked us to seek revenge for her? Wang Kai nodded again. So, you mean you haven't earned anything during this time, all you did was investigate? Wang Kai nodded once more. Shu Chen was instantly furious. Wang Kai hadn't gained anything from this, it was all in vain coming to this wealthy area. No way! I'm not doing it. Revenge? How? Are we going to kill someone? Seeking revenge for a ghost, only you could come up with that. We're not Pacific police officers. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Chen picked up a large package and headed towards the door. Just as he reached the door, Wang Sai's voice echoed from behind him, they're offering 4 million in cash. Shu Chen had already stepped out the door, but immediately retracted. How much? Am I hearing this right? Wang Kai looked at Shu Chen with disdain and repeated, they're offering 4 million in cash. Shu Chen dropped the package and approached Wang Kai. Actually, they're quite pitiful. They were killed inexplicably. I may not have many virtues, but I do have a strong sense of justice. Tell me, what have you found out during this time? Shu Chen's ability to change his demeanor so quickly was truly a waste, not being an actor. Of course, his reaction was completely within Wang Sai's expectations, as initially Wang Kai had also refused, even more resolutely than Shu Chen. It wasn't until Wang Kai heard the female ghost mention the 4 million that he agreed without hesitation. The little girl said that the 4 million couldn't be given to them yet, they had to wait until after they sought revenge. According to the little girl, this money was left by her father, and she wasn't even allowed to tell her mother. The money was hidden by Li Kaiping in cash to ensure his wife and daughter's basic livelihood after his death, a location only known by the little girl. Wang Kai said to Shu Chen, I haven't found anything special these days. It's really inconvenient for me to handle things, so I've been waiting for you. Found nothing? Shu Chen rolled his eyes. If you found nothing, why didn't you go find something valuable first? This guy's brain doesn't work properly. Where are the mother and daughter? Can I meet them? Helping is one thing, but shouldn't you meet the people first? Wang Kai shook his head, then pointed with his paw to the empty air beside them. You can't see them, they're right next to us now. Shu Chen turned to look, staring for a while, seeing nothing but air. However, he had a feeling of being watched, just like the first day he arrived at the villa. How did you see them then? When we first arrived, you didn't warn me? Wang Kai shook his head. I don't know either. I didn't see them when we first arrived, but after going out and coming back, I saw them. You were even having your heart taken out, right there in the bushes. Upon hearing Wang Cai's words, Shu Chen swallowed hard. Was his heart really taken out by a ghost? He immediately backed down, but the thought of the 4 million made him dismiss the idea. That's 4 million. In cash. Shu Chen coughed, selectively ignoring the fact that the female ghost had taken his heart, then said to the empty air, "Ahem. Ladies, please don't rush. I'll go check the reports of the case from that year." Shu Chen left the Jiwei Manor area with Wang Cai and rented a house nearby. He couldn't stay in the manor area, after all, he wasn't the owner there. But it didn't matter, since he couldn't see those two ghosts anyway. Wang Cai, being a dog, could sneak in. Shu Chen searched online for the CD wealthy businessman's family massacre case. All reports stated that the businessman killed his wife and daughter due to massive debts before committing suicide. And this incident had happened several years ago, with no recent updates. Shu Chen turned into a headless fly directly. As for the so-called clues that Wang Cai had been investigating these days, it was actually meeting some acquaintances of the girls under the guidance of the little girl. Among them were their family's nanny, Aunt Zhang, the girl's uncle Lu Wei, and also the blood brother of the girl's father, Su Shuixin. According to Wang Cai, he didn't find anything suspicious among the three of them. Aunt Zhang had worked at Li Kaiping's house for 9 years. She was forcibly dismissed by Li Kaiping a week before he attempted suicide. At that time, Li Kaiping's reason for letting her go was that he had run out of money and could no longer afford to pay her salary. The girl's uncle, Lu Wei, was Li Kaiping's biggest creditor. Before Li Kaiping went bankrupt, when he was short of funds, Lu Wei lent him 10 million without interest. Li Kaiping's blood brother, Su Shuixin, came from an average family and was just an ordinary worker. Li Kaiping had tried to help Shuixin several times before, but Shuixin had always refused. Their friendship was pure and genuine. Li Kaiping, as a wealthy businessman, only went to eat cheap barbecue and drink inexpensive beer with Shuixin. Shu Chen looked at Wang Cai. "Who do you think did it?" Wang Cai squinted at Shu Chen. "I don't think it's anyone. No one has a motive." Shu Chen also felt the same way. No one had a motive. All the cameras on the day of the incident were violently destroyed. According to the final footage, Li Kaiping destroyed all the cameras himself before his suicide. The video of Li Kaiping destroying the cameras was public and easy to find. This puzzled Shu Chen. Why would someone planning to commit suicide deliberately destroy the cameras? It didn't make sense, as if he was protecting the two criminals who killed his wife and daughter. The security measures at Purple Way Manor are very strict. There is only one way in, and people who are not registered by the owners cannot enter. How did those two get in? Even if they got in, there would be records of when they entered and left. Unless, like Wang Cai, they crawled in through a dog hole. At this point, Wang Cai spoke. The little girl said her mother resisted fiercely at the time, bit the man's arm through his clothes, probably very hard. Could it have left a scar? Shu Chen knew about this, but he couldn't just go around asking people on the street, "Excuse me, sir, I suspect you're a murderer. Can I see your arm?" What else did the little girl say? "Tell me the important parts." After a moment of recollection, Wang Cai said, "She said the two killers kept asking her mother about the whereabouts of 4 million. But her mother had no idea about any 4 million, and although the little girl knew, she was too scared to say." Asking about 4 million? That's not right. Only the little girl knew about the 4 million, right? How did the killers know? Shu Chen's mind raced, and he stood up suddenly. "Why didn't you mention this important detail earlier?" Wang Cai was startled by Shu Chen's reaction. "Didn't I mention it? Look, a clue has just emerged." So Shu Chen took Wang Cai and left. They arrived at a residential area, where Aunt Zhang lived. Shu Chen intended to see Aunt Zhang, suspecting that she might know about the 4 million and hired someone to commit murder. He knocked on the door, and a slightly plump middle-aged woman, Aunt Zhang, opened it. "Who are you?" "Hello, I'm a police officer and would like to ask you some questions." Shu Chen showed her a badge, which Aunt Zhang didn't get a clear look at before he put it back in his bag. Aunt Zhang was a bit startled. Why would the police come looking for her when she hadn't done anything wrong? Despite her apprehension, she opened the door and let Shu Chen in, who was accompanied by a dog. She furrowed her brows but didn't object. Once inside the room, Shu Chen plopped down on the sofa, and Aunt Zhang approached him. "Comrade, what can I help you with?" Shu Chen didn't beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, "It's about the Li Kaiping family massacre case. We have recently discovered many new suspicious points and would like you to cooperate with the investigation." Aunt Zhang was surprised and opened her mouth wide. "Hasn't this case already been concluded as a murder-suicide?" Shu Chen smiled. "We now suspect it was murder, so we are preparing to re-investigate. Of course, it's just a suspicion at this stage." Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang became nervous. "Are you suspecting me?" Shu Chen quickly denied. "Of course not. You were the closest to the family, so we wanted to ask you if anything unusual happened when you were dismissed. Please try to recall. Hearing this, Aunt Zhang visibly relaxed and began to recollect. There was nothing special. During that time, Mr. Lee was extremely anxious, pacing around the house all day. As a servant, I didn't dare to ask anything. Mr. Lee was known for his bad temper throughout CD City. During that time, he kept calling friends asking for money, but it seemed like not many were willing to lend him any. Shortly before the incident, Mr. Lee dismissed me. Apart from my regular salary, he also gave me an extra 10,000 yuan. Not getting the desired information, Xu Chen inquired about the mother and daughter. Miss Lian has always been obedient since childhood, which Mr. Lee liked. Before the incident, for some reason, Mr. Lee had her drop out of school and stay at home, so her mood wasn't good at that time. Lian was the name of the deceased little girl. As for Madame Lu Shui, she was extremely worried about Mr. Lee during that time. Madame Lu Shui's family is also a prominent household in CD City. I vaguely remember that she had several arguments with her family over the phone at that time, probably because her family refused to help Mr. Lee. Xu Chen chatted with Aunt Zhang for a long time but didn't extract any useful answers. In the midst of their conversation, Xu Chen casually mentioned the 4 million yuan matter. Aunt Zhang, according to our investigation, Li Kaiping had nearly 4 million yuan unaccounted for in his finances. Do you know anything about this? Xu Chen observed Aunt Zhang's reaction keenly. Upon hearing about the 4 million, Aunt Zhang's expression remained unchanged, and she calmly replied, "Forget about 4 million, even if it were 10 million, I wouldn't find it strange." Everyone knew Mr. Lee had a gambling problem. He often used company funds for gambling, but he always managed to cover it up in the end. Xu Chen nodded, bid farewell, and left. All right, Auntie, thank you for your cooperation. I'll take my leave now. After leaving Aunt Zhang's home, Xu Chen and Wang Kai returned to their rented house. Xu Chen turned on the computer, and the screen displayed Aunt Zhang's house, where she was cooking in the kitchen. They had installed cameras in Aunt Zhang's house, all thanks to Wang Kai's skills. Wang Kai looked at the surveillance footage and asked, "Did you find out anything?" Xu Chen shook his head, "Nothing at all. Either she's a great actress, or she genuinely doesn't know anything." In reality, despite all the chatter, Xu Chen's main goal was the 4 million yuan. Let's keep monitoring. Next, one person and one dog went to Su Shuoxin's house. When they arrived, there was only his elderly mother at home. When she heard they were police officers, the old lady was startled. She quickly called Su Shuoxin, who was working outside, to come back. When Su Shuoxin returned, he was still wearing his work clothes, looking dirty. Frowning, he asked, "Police? What do the police want with me?" Xu Chen then explained the purpose of their visit, mentioning it was about Li Kaiping. At the mention of Li Kaiping, Su Shuoxin's whole demeanor dropped. Old Li? Poor guy. Xu Chen was puzzled and didn't understand why Su Shuoxin said that. Can you explain in detail? Whether it was because he had been holding it in for too long or because he felt indignant for Li Kaiping, Su Shuoxin started talking nonstop like a chatterbox. When Old Li first came to CD City, he was penniless, almost begging at the train station. I took pity on him, bought him a box of lunch, and found him a daily labor job. Xu Chen was immediately interested at such an explosive beginning. Gradually, Old Li settled down and started doing business. He set up a stall, sold fried potatoes, sold low-quality shoes. Although there were ups and downs, he also made some money. Then he started a tile business. At that time, there was a huge demand for tiles in the country, and anyone in that line of work who wasn't a fool could make money. Old Li was not a fool, on the contrary, he was very smart and gradually expanded his business. Xu Chen nodded, signaling Su Shuoxin to continue. Old Li is also sentimental. Even when his business grew, he didn't forget about me. He tried to invite me to be a partner many times, but I refused. Then he sold me this house. Well, he said he sold it, but he actually gave it to me because he only took 1,000 yuan from me, not a penny more. Later, Old Li met his wife Lu Shui, who also came from a wealthy family. One was a self-made big boss, the other was a rich and powerful heiress. They were a perfect match and eventually got married. Xu Chen nodded, acknowledging that they were indeed a good match. Su Shuoxin sighed and continued, then the melodrama began. Although they say the deceased is great, this matter was really messed up, and Old Li was harmed because of it. As Old Li's business grew bigger and he earned more money than many people could in a lifetime, he wanted a child. But his wife Lu Shui couldn't conceive no matter what. Old Li thought it was his fault and asked me to accompany him to the hospital for a full-body checkup. As a result, Old Li was fine, and in fact, he was very healthy. So the problem could only be with his wife Lu Shui. After repeated questioning, Lu Shui finally revealed the truth. Before meeting Li Kaiping, Lu Shui had accidentally gotten pregnant multiple times due to her reckless lifestyle and had undergone many abortions, which had damaged her body, and now she couldn't conceive anymore. To put it bluntly, Old Li was a scapegoat. During that time, Old Li was in a frenzy, neglecting the company and not wanting to go home, just spending his days drinking beer with me. Shuchen instinctively wanted to light a cigarette, but he put the cigarette back in the pack. After all, they were at someone else's house, and it didn't seem appropriate. Su Shuexin noticed Shuchen's movement. "Go ahead, smoke. It's fine. Give me one too." After Shuchen lit a cigarette for Su Shuexin, he asked, "So what about Lian? Wasn't Lu Shui unable to conceive?" Su Shuexin took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaling smoke as he spoke. "Lian was brought back by Old Li from an orphanage, and I went with him." Such a bombshell. Let me say something unpleasant. With Lao Li's financial resources, women who want to have children with him could circle the earth. Whenever he wants, he can divorce and find a new one. Shu Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the harsh truth. But Lao Li is stubborn. I advised him to divorce, but he adamantly refused. I remember before he made it big, he said something to me. He said, "Suga, let me tell you, I will only touch one woman in my life, and that is my future wife. I won't touch any other woman, no matter if I have money in the future. And once a woman marries me, no matter what happens, I will not divorce. I will walk the path I choose, even if I have to kneel." At that time, I thought Lao Li was joking or drunk. I never expected he was serious. He would rather adopt a child from an orphanage than divorce and find someone new. Shu Qin fell silent, only able to admire Li Kaiping, a true man. Lao Li treated Lian very well, even though she wasn't his biological daughter. After a long conversation, Su Shuexin finally poured out his heart. These years, he had no one to confide in, which was truly difficult for him. At this moment, Shu Chen asked, "According to our investigation, there is a discrepancy of over 4 million in Li Kaiping's account. Do you know what happened?" Su Shuexin fell silent upon hearing this. He didn't want to answer, but considering Lao Li's passing, there was nothing left to hide. "I know." Shu Chen was relieved and immediately pressed for more details. "It's not just 4 million. To be precise, it's 4 million plus a property. That property is now under my name. When Lao Li faced bankruptcy, he bought a property and transferred it to me, saying it was for Lian when she came of age. But now it's meaningless. Lian is also gone. But I refuse to believe Lao Li would harm Lian. He truly loved that girl. Officer, you must clear Lao Li's name." Seeing Su Shuexin's emotional state, Shu Chen comforted him, "Don't worry, that's what I'm working on. Please cooperate and clear Li Kaiping's name." As he said this, Su Shuexin's eyes welled up. He had watched Lian grow up too. Shu Chen hurriedly asked, "So, where is that money now?" Su Shuexin wiped his tears and sniffles with a paper from the coffee table. "I don't know. I really don't know. I only knew about the 4 million because Lao Li mentioned it casually when he was drunk." Su Shuexin never probed into Li Kaiping's affairs. Most of the time, he was the one Lao Li confided in. Li Kaiping had once said that without Su Shuexin as his good brother, he wouldn't have been able to survive. Shu Chen then inquired about the Lu family, especially Lu Shui's younger brother, Lu Wei. The Lu family was a prominent one, and Shu Chen found it nearly impossible to approach them, even with credentials. Su Shuexin was furious when talking about the Lu family. As I mentioned before, the Lu family knew about Lu Shui's abortion. They even accompanied her. It seems like they were deceiving Lao Li from the start. The Lu family wasn't after Lao Li's money. His wealth was a drop in the bucket for them. In fact, when Lao Li was in dire straits, the Lu family helped him a lot. His nephew alone lent Lao Li 10 million for a turnaround. But later, they turned their backs on him. I'm not sure of the specifics. Perhaps it was due to Lao Li's gambling issues. Lao Li told me that the Lu family made it clear they wouldn't lend him a penny more. Li Kaiping's gambling habit started when he found out that Lu Shui couldn't conceive. In Old Li's words, he just wanted to numb himself. Otherwise, whenever he thought of Lu Shui asking him to be a scapegoat, he would get angry. I suspect that Li Kaiping's bankruptcy has a lot to do with the Lu family, but this is a business matter, and it's meaningless to talk about it now. Shu Chen asked again, "When was the last time Li Kaiping contacted you?" Su Shuexin recalled, "It was just 2 days before the incident at his house. We even had a drink together." Shu Chen frowned. "Did Li Kaiping mention anything to you at that time?" Su Shuexin shook his head. "No, he didn't say anything. Just like usual, he came to me to vent. During that time, he was feeling bad because Lu Shui wanted a divorce." "Divorce? Lu Shui wanted to divorce Li Kaiping?" Shu Chen continued to inquire about the divorce. "So, I said this matter is dramatic. It goes like this." Su Shuexin initially described Li Kaiping as stubborn. Shu Chen thought it was just an adjective until he heard Su Shuexin's further explanation. then he understood why Su Shuexin used stubborn to describe Li Kaiping. It turned out that since Li Kaiping knew that Lu Shui had an abortion before marriage and asked him to be a scapegoat, although life continued, in the past decade or so, Li Kaiping had never touched Lu Shui, there was no intimate relationship between them. And as promised, Li Kaiping did not go out to find other women, but instead numbed himself with alcohol and gambling. Lu Shui, at a young age, became a widow, while Li Kaiping became a monk who abstained from women. So their divorce was completely reasonable. In response, Shu Chen could only sigh and say, "Incredible." Shu Chen noticed another suspicious point, but they have been through so many years, why did they choose to divorce when Li Kaiping was facing bankruptcy? Su Shuexin sneered, "Why? Isn't it because Lu Shui cheated and was caught by old Li?" Su Shuexin explained that Lu Shui, unwilling to remain a widow, cheated on Li Kaiping behind his back and was eventually caught by him. But as Su Shuexin said, Li Kaiping was very stubborn, extremely stubborn. Even if he found out that Lu Shui was cheating, he had no intention of divorcing, and the two of them kept dragging on because of this matter. "Wow!" Shu Chen exclaimed, "Wow!" As the saying goes, there are many scandals in wealthy families. Afterwards, Shu Chen bid farewell to Su Shuexin and returned home with Wang Kai. Similarly, Su Shuexin's home was secretly installed with cameras by Wang Kai. One man and one dog began to monitor Zhang Yi and Su Shuexin. Before everything was revealed, Shu Chen would not believe anyone. According to the analysis, Zhang Yi's motive was minimal, but not ruled out. Su Shuexin's motive was also minimal, but not ruled out. After all, he knew someone with 4 million. The only one left was Li Kaiping's younger brother-in-law, Lu Wei, but unfortunately, Shu Chen couldn't get close to him. To be honest, the one with the biggest motive was Li Kaiping himself, just as reported in the news. Bankrupt, owing huge debts, while his wife betrayed him and wanted a divorce. However, the truth told him that Lian and Lu Shui were not killed by Li Kaiping, but by someone else. If he and Wang Kai hadn't encountered the two female ghosts, one big and one small, Shu Chen would have declared the case solved by now. Unless Lian, the little ghost, lied. But that's unlikely. Why would a dead person lie? Wang Kai, we have to go ask that little ghost, ask her if she lied. Experience told Shu Chen that even a little kid could lie and distort the facts. Kids these days are not innocent, after all, it's the information age. Wang Kai nodded, "I'll go tonight. What about you? Are you going?" Shu Chen nodded, "Yes, we must go. Otherwise, she will deceive you, and you won't even realize it." Just like how Wang Kai didn't even tell him about the murderer asking about the whereabouts of the 4 million before committing the crime. Wang Kai knew he was in the wrong and didn't dare to speak. At night, a man and a dog arrived outside the gate of the Ziwei Manor. With Wang Kai's guidance, they sneaked in through a fence on the side. This dog hole was made by Wang Kai himself these days for future convenience. After much effort, Shu Chen finally squeezed in and complained, "Damn, couldn't you make the dog hole a bit bigger?" After avoiding surveillance cameras all the way, guided by Wang Kai, the man and the dog finally arrived inside the manor after a long detour. There was no choice, everything was to avoid the cameras. Returning to the manor, facing this familiar feeling, Shu Chen sighed. Why did it feel like coming home? Actually, this was quite reasonable since Shu Chen had lived here for half a month. On the way, Shu Chen and Wang Kai had planned that when he asked questions later, Wang Kai would be responsible for passing on the message without adding any extra words. They arrived near the library in the manor, and Wang Kai tapped Shu Chen with his paw, indicating that the two ghosts had arrived. Shu Chen followed Wang Kai's paw direction and felt the gaze piercing into him again. Shu Chen said, "Can I ask now?" After Wang Kai nodded, Shu Chen began to inquire, "Lian, according to your account, after your father committed suicide, you and your mother called the police. Instead of the police, 2 masked men in black arrived. Are you sure the emergency call went through?" Wang Kai stared at Lian, translating her silent words with lip movements. "Yes, my father committed suicide, and then my mother called the police. It took several attempts to get through, and then 2 men came and killed us both." Hearing Wang Kai's translation, Shu Chen was stunned. It took several attempts to get through an emergency call? That doesn't seem right. Shu Chen actually wanted to ask Lian's mother, Lu Shui, but Wang Kai said she had lost her senses and only had some basic instincts left. Shu Chen asked again, "I heard your father was seeing another woman at the time, betraying your mother. Is it possible that your mother killed your father and pretended to call the police?" Shu Chen was ready to twist the facts to deceive this little ghost. As the saying goes, when with people, speak ghostly words, when with ghosts, speak human words. Who knows if she was speaking ghostly or human words? After a long silence, Wang Kai spoke up, "Nonsense. It was clearly Mom who brought a man home and was caught by Dad. Mom was the traitor. But my dad did commit suicide. I saw him in the crack of the door stabbing himself in the neck several times before it went in. Well, asking a question sure brought a surprise. Seeing your dad commit suicide and trying several times. You didn't try to stop him and just peeked through the crack in the door? Shu Chen asked again, then why didn't you stop your father? Wang Kai replied, I didn't know he was going to commit suicide, and before that, Dad had just argued with Mom. I didn't dare to talk to him either. Shu Chen tried to empathize and think from a child's perspective. Not daring to talk in such a situation was somewhat understandable. Why were your dad and mom arguing? Think carefully, did anyone say anything unusual? Wang Kai translated again, they were arguing all the time during that period. Something special? Dad said he wished Mom a bad death that day, does that count? A bad death? Yes, that counts. Now that they've turned into ghosts, it definitely counts as a bad death. Wait a minute, turned into ghosts? Why didn't Li Kaiping turn into a ghost? Only the mother and daughter did. Why didn't your father turn out like you guys now? The news said that your time of death was almost the same, and you all died in the same place. Logically speaking, your father should have turned out like you guys. Shu Chen waited quietly for an answer. After a long time, Wang Kai spoke, I don't know, Dad didn't change. We haven't seen Dad since we woke up. Woke up? Shu Chen continued to inquire, when did you wake up? After a while, Wang Kai said, it should have been about half a month. We were killed on February 14th. I remember it very clearly because my friend wished me a happy Valentine's Day. When I woke up, it was already March. A half-month gap in between? This process seems a bit slow. Tell me again about the characteristics of those two people. You keep mentioning the men in black. Where am I supposed to find them for you? They were wrapped up too tightly. There was really nothing distinctive about them. Even their heights were similar. Enough. Shu Chen felt like he had asked a bunch of useless questions. It was a wasted trip. He had no idea where to look for answers. Now these two ghosts were trapped here by an old Taoist. It was unrealistic to expect them to go out and identify someone. Ah, how nice it would be if they could go out, cursed old Taoist. Wait, the old Taoist. Shu Chen immediately stood up, signaling Wang Kai that they could leave. There was nothing more to ask. The two retraced their steps and left the Ziyu Manor area. Once outside, Shu Chen took out his phone to make a call, and of course, he called the intermediary Wang Yitao. When the call connected, Wang Yitao's impatient voice came through the phone, hello? Didn't I settle everything with you? What else do you need? Shu Chen immediately stated his purpose. He wanted the contact information of the person in charge of the auction. You want the contact information of the person in charge? I'm sorry, I really don't have that. Wang Yitao promptly refused. Don't have it? Playing dumb. Shu Chen was sure he didn't believe it, so he continued to persuade, brother, I really have an urgent matter. Please give it to me. I promise not to say you gave it to me. Then, he was hung up on, but Shu Chen, undeterred, called again. I really don't have the number. I'm just an intermediary. I don't know these big shots. Shu Chen muttered to himself, it's precisely because you're an intermediary that you must know. Then Shu Chen was hung up on again, and when he tried calling back, the call wouldn't go through. Wang Yitao had blocked Shu Chen. So, Shu Chen started borrowing phones from passers-by on the street to make calls. Hello, may I ask who you are? Faced with an unknown number, this damn intermediary was still polite. Brother, just give me the phone number. Upon hearing Shu Chen's voice, Wang Yitao's politeness disappeared, and he immediately said, get lost. Then he blocked this passerby's number too. Next, Shu Chen went to borrow phones from others, and as expected, he was blocked again. After 7 or 8 attempts, Wang Yitao couldn't take it anymore and finally gave Shu Chen the phone number of the auctions person in charge, with strict instructions not to mention that Wang Yitao had provided it. As for why Shu Chen was so persistent in getting the phone number, it was because he wanted to find the old Taoist who set up the formation in the manor through the person in charge of the auction. The old Taoist must know something, not about who the murderer was, but why Lian and Lu Shui turned into ghosts. As long as he could figure out what happened, he could trace it back to the murderer. After getting the phone number of the auctions person in charge, Shu Chen immediately dialed the number. A middle-aged man answered the call, and Shu Chen identified himself. Oh, so you're Shu Chen, I remember you, I like your live streams, do you need my help with something? Look at that. Look, this is the art of speaking for successful people. That stinky intermediary Wang Yitao will never achieve great things in his lifetime. Mr. Yang, you see, I used to work as a test sleeper at the Purple Way Manor, and I heard about what happened there. Didn't you hire an old Taoist priest to perform a ritual back then? A friend of mine from my hometown is facing some issues and wants to find a knowledgeable master to perform a ritual. Could you introduce the old Taoist priest to me? The person on the phone chuckled. Oh, I see. Master Gu is indeed a skilled individual. No problem, I'll send you an address. The old Taoist priest doesn't use the phone, you'll have to visit him in person. Shu Chen, who had been prepared to coax and persuade shamelessly, was taken aback. Was it that easy? Look at this. This is what you call influence. That fat fool Wang Yitao. After exchanging pleasantries, the other party hung up, and a few minutes later, Shu Chen received a text message on his phone. The next morning, Shu Chen set out with Wang Kai. They arrived at a place called Rabbit Mountain. The Taoist priest named Gu was in a Taoist temple on Rabbit Mountain. Rabbit Mountain was a semi-wild mountain. The foot of the mountain had been developed into a real estate project, while the top of the mountain was where the villagers' ancestral graves were located. The Taoist temple on Rabbit Mountain was built with contributions from the local villagers. After climbing the rugged path on the mountain for a while, Shu Chen and Wang Kai finally saw the Taoist temple. The temple was not large in scale, it resembled a quadrangle courtyard more than a temple. The temple gate was wide open, allowing Shu Chen and Wang Kai to walk in directly. As soon as they entered, Shu Chen saw a young Taoist sweeping the path. "Excuse me, I'm looking for Master Gu," Shu Chen said. The young Taoist raised his head and replied, "Master is offering incense. Please wait." Obviously, the young Taoist was accustomed to receiving guests and led Shu Chen to a nearby shed to rest while he went to inform Master Gu. Shu Chen and Wang Kai waited for a long time before the person they were waiting for arrived, Master Gu Yanchun. This Taoist priest was short in stature, had a serene demeanor, wore a white Taoist robe, a lotus hat, and a gentle smile, giving off a mild aura. Shu Chen stood up to greet him and went straight to the point. "Master Gu, I've come here suddenly because I have something to ask you." Master Gu gestured for Shu Chen to sit down and asked, "What is it?" "Master Gu, I'm here about the Li Kaiping family massacre from a few years ago. I want to ask you, do you know how their ghosts came to be?" Shu Chen went straight to the point about the ghosts. There was no point in beating around the bush with someone who could set up such ghost exterminating formations. It was better to be straightforward. Upon hearing Shu Chen's words while sipping tea, Master Gu stopped and opened his eyes wide, staring at Shu Chen in surprise. "What else do you know?" Indeed, this old Taoist knew something. Master Gu continued, "Can you see them?" Shu Chen neither confirmed nor denied, just silently locked eyes with the old Taoist. In the end, Shu Chen had to admit defeat and nodded, "I can see them." Hearing Shu Chen's admission, Master Gu took a sharp breath. The yin and yang eyes should not exist in this world. "You must be very careful, dear guest." Shu Chen was unfazed. After all, it was Wang Kai who could see them, not him. "Please answer my question, Master Gu. How were they born?" Master Gu lifted his teacup again, took a sip, and slowly said, "Through the art of self-inflicted death." Li Kaiping used a forbidden technique that sacrifices his own soul to curse others to never reincarnate, turning them into what the world calls ghosts. This time, Shu Chen was truly shocked. Just as he suspected, Li Kaiping had a plan, and he was the mastermind behind turning them, mother and daughter, into ghosts. It must be said, Li Kaiping is truly ruthless. As for why I set up the formation, it's to send their two lonely souls to reincarnate. Shu Chen was puzzled. Why would Li Kaiping do such a thing? Are there any conditions for this technique? Master Gu nodded. Yes, the practitioner's soul must dissipate within half an hour. Master Gu explained that this malicious technique was limited in scope. If the practitioner died within an hour, and living beings around them died, none of them could be reincarnated. Well, that makes sense now. Li Kaiping used this malicious technique, then hired killers, all to curse his cheating wife, preventing her from reincarnating. As for Lian, according to Su Shueishin's description, Li Kaiping originally didn't plan to kill Lian, otherwise he wouldn't have left her 4 million in cash and a property. Shu Chen estimated that the two hired killers, after taking the money, didn't do their job properly, lacked integrity, and ended up killing Lian as well. The reason for the incident was known, making it easier to investigate. Following Li Kaiping's project expenses should lead to finding the killers. Such a melodramatic mess. Would this benefactor be willing to follow the old Taoist and learn the Taoist ways to benefit all beings? Just as Shu Chen was analyzing, Taoist Gu Yanchun spoke again. In his view, Shu Chen possessed the ability to see the spirits and the balance of yin and yang, a rare talent bestowed by the heavens. Upon hearing the old Taoist's words, Shu Chen was momentarily stunned. Become a Taoist priest? Nonsense, pure nonsense. Shu Chen immediately asked, "Do Taoist priests make money?" This question left Gu Yanchun at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Shu Chen sneered, grabbed Wang Kai, and prepared to leave. He was ready to follow the money trail. In his view, nothing was more important than his 4 million reward. Gu Yanchun sighed. The benefactor might consider that with great power comes great responsibility. Why waste your talents? With great power comes great responsibility? Why does that sound so familiar? Oh, it's something Spider-Man said. Didn't expect this old Taoist to be a fan of Spider-Man. Quite trendy. Let's talk about it later, I'll consider it. Shu Chen evaded. On the way down the mountain, the old Taoist's words echoed in his mind. With great power comes great responsibility. Sorry, I'm naturally rebellious. Shu Chen and Wang Kai descended the mountain. Their task now was to find Li Kaiping's financial records and identify the payment made for the hired killers. In reality, there were many unresolved issues in the Li Kaiping case, such as where he learned dark arts, how the two hired killers knew about the 4 million, and so on. The situation was too complex. Shu Chen didn't want to uncover everything. His style was as long as the result was right, the process didn't matter, even if he selectively ignored some details. In short, he was not bound by trivial matters. Their current trouble was that they couldn't access the account books. Li Kaiping's company's financial records were either destroyed, with the police, or at the bank. Whatever the case, it was a tricky problem for Shu Chen. Sitting on a stone stool at the foot of the mountain, Shu Chen pondered his next move. Was it possible that the money used to hire the killers didn't come from the company but from Li Kaiping's own pocket? Even so, Shu Chen still couldn't find a way to investigate. He took out the forged identification from his bag and played with it in his hand, wishing so much at this moment that he was a real policeman. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. Wang Kai, do you know how to use a computer? Wang Kai, crouching by Shu Chen's feet, lifted his dog head suddenly. What do you think? I think you don't, but if someone directs you, you will. Shu Chen stood up, dusted off his bottom, turned around, and prepared to go back up the mountain. What are you doing? Didn't we just come down? No, I'm preparing to become a Taoist. Just as Shu Chen and Wang Kai had just come down the mountain, they were preparing to go back up again. As for Shu Chen's plan to become a Taoist, so be it. As long as Guayanshan could release Lian and Lu Shui, and then he could smoothly get that 4 million. As long as the money is in place, not to mention becoming a Taoist, he would even become a monk. Shu Chen and Wang Kai returned to the Taoist temple. Guayanshan was still sitting in the shed drinking tea. Seeing Shu Chen return, Guayanshan was somewhat puzzled. What? Have you changed your mind again? Shu Chen smiled. I changed my mind. Master Gu was right. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Guayanshan squinted at Shu Chen. Although he didn't have deep contact with him, Guayanshan had figured out his character. He was a typical early bird who wouldn't work without gain. Speak, what are your conditions? Shu Chen smiled awkwardly, feeling like a kid whose thoughts had been seen through. Nothing special, just want Master Gu to release those two ghosts. Guayanshan frowned. Release the ghosts? What did that mean? The formation he set up would be completed in half a year, and the two poor ghosts could reincarnate. Suddenly letting them out would be a waste of effort, wouldn't it? Guayanshan wanted to refuse outright, but deep down, he hoped Shu Chen would practice Taoism with him. Give me a reason. The thing is, Shu Chen explained everything, starting from his role as a test sleeper, to meeting the two female ghosts, to the ghosts pleading for his help, and mentioning that the two female ghosts were not killed by Li Kaiping, and there was more to the story. In his description, Shu Chen portrayed Lian and Lu Shui as particularly tragic, causing Guayanshan's mouth to twitch, but he patiently listened to the end. So, what did they give you in return to make you help so eagerly? Shu Chen denied on the spot. There's no reward. I've always enjoyed helping others since I was young. I can't stand seeing others wronged. If I turn a blind eye, it's fine, but if I see it and don't lend a hand, I feel uneasy. Guayanshan leisurely sipped the already cold tea. I can't help you if you don't tell the truth. Shu Chen cursed silently at the old fox and finally had to speak up. 400,000. They said they would give me 400,000 to help them find the murderer. Guayanshan obviously didn't believe it. 400,000? I think it's closer to 4 million. Guayanshan added, as the saying goes, when will the cycle of revenge end? Since they have passed away, why bother? Before Guayanshan could finish, Shu Chen immediately interrupted. In the end, they are the victims, right? Master Dao, as you said, learning Taoism from you is to benefit the world, and the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This doesn't align with your principles. Faced with Shu Chen's smooth talk, Guayanshan was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to refute. However, Shu Chen was right. In the end, they were the victims. So, what do you plan to do? Find the murderer, then help them seek revenge? Wouldn't you become the murderer again? Guayanshan posed another question, indicating that if Shu Chen's answer didn't satisfy him, he wouldn't agree. Shu Chen originally wanted to say that he would take care of them once he found them, but he had a second thought. If he said that, the old Taoist would never agree. Of course, we will send them to prison. As for their ultimate fate, it's up to the law to decide. We are in a society governed by the rule of law. We can't just let the murderers roam free, can we? Obviously, Shu Chen's answer did not satisfy the old Taoist, but his final statement about not letting the murderers go free was agreed upon by Guayanshan. In the end, the old Taoist agreed to Shu Chen's request and promised to break the law formation to release Lian and Lu Shui. As a condition, after sending the two prisoners to jail, Shu Chen had to stay by his side to learn Taoist arts. As for why Shu Chen was so determined to release them, it was because he needed someone to command Wang Kai to manipulate the bank's computer to help Wang Kai find Li Kaiping's transaction records. Coincidentally, Lian, as the daughter of a wealthy family, had been groomed by Li Kaiping as his successor from a young age, learning about banking. In other words, Lian was a professional. Shu Chen's plan was to have Wang Kai sneak into the bank with Lian by its side. The whole plan was not only crude and full of loopholes, but don't forget, Wang Kai was a dog that could even destroy surveillance cameras, and Lian was an invisible soul to ordinary people. With the support of these two cheats, even the most flawed plan could become perfect. Under Shu Chen's constant urging, Gu Yanchun was taken down the mountain before he could even tidy up. For Shu Chen, time was money and it was something that could not be delayed. As for learning Taoist arts from the Taoist, Shu Chen was not that honest. Once he got the money, he immediately ran back to his hometown. He was just an old man with 1.5 feet in the grave. Could he afford to eat himself? Is this the shortcut you mentioned? At this moment, Gu Yanchun looked at Shu Chen with a fierce expression, wishing he could suppress him on the spot with his Taoist powers. Shu Chen told Gu Yanchun that he knew of a path that could lead them into the Ze Manor. Gu Yanchun originally thought it would be a path unknown to outsiders, but he never expected it to be a dog hole. How could the dignified Taoist Gu ever crawl through a dog hole? What a disgrace! Shu Chen turned to Gu Yanchun and made a hushing gesture, then whispered, "Keep it down, if the security catches us later, they won't care if you're a Taoist, they'll just arrest you as a thief." Gu Yanchun was furious, but helpless, and could only lower his voice and say, "I can't crawl through a dog hole, I'll contact Xiaoyang and have him take us in." The Xiaoyang mentioned by Gu Yanchun was naturally the auctioneer in charge that Shu Chen had contacted by phone. Forget it, when they need you, they call you Taoist master, when they don't, you're nothing. Wang Kai was the first to crawl into the dog hole, and Shu Chen followed suit, urging, "Hurry up, don't dawdle. Go in and come back quickly." Gu Yanchun looked at Shu Chen's backside, wanting to get angry but was helpless. Shu Chen was right, when they needed you, they called you a Taoist master, when they didn't, you were nothing. Nowadays, Taoists like them were seen as charlatans in the eyes of ordinary people. Gu Yanchun sighed deeply, and in the end, he had to put aside his pride, raise his backside, and crawl into the dog hole. An old man, a young man, and a dog arrived at the manor. At that moment, Lian and her mother were wandering inside the villa. When Lian saw Wang Kai approaching, she felt inexplicably joyful, thinking they had brought good news. However, when she saw the old Taoist beside Wang Kai, she was almost scared out of her wits and immediately hid with her confused mother. As soon as Gu Yanchun stepped through the villa's gate, he began to look around. Where are they? Why can't I sense them? Gu Yanchun couldn't see them, but he could feel their presence. Shu Chen rolled his eyes. He could see everything, but the only thing visible to him was Wang Kai. However, he couldn't let this slip. "Go, Wang Kai, bring them here." Shu Chen kicked Wang Kai, signaling him to go and do the job. Shu Chen explained with a smile, "This old dog from my family specializes in dealing with these monsters and demons." Wang Kai looked at Shu Chen with resentment. If the old Taoist wasn't there, Wang Kai would have confronted Shu Chen. In the amazed eyes of Gu Yanchun, Wang Kai ran up to the second floor of the villa. It was only then that Gu Yanchun noticed Wang Kai, a dog that didn't run around aimlessly, didn't bark unnecessarily, and seemed to understand human speech. In the eyes of people like them, such a clever dog was indeed a great helper. Throughout history, cats and dogs have been able to see things that ordinary people cannot. Such a spiritually aware dog is truly rare. Take good care of this dog. Seeing Wang Kai plunged Gu Yanchun into memories. In his youth, he also had a dog like this that helped him catch many evil spirits. Unfortunately, dogs never live as long as humans, and his dog never had offspring, which made Gu Yanchun feel very regretful. While it's still young, find a clever female dog to keep it company. Remember to let it have offspring, the more the better. Shu Chen could only smile awkwardly at this and then said, I know. Soon, Wang Kai came back down and returned to their side, while Shu Chen felt someone staring at him. Lian and Lu Shui, mother and daughter, had arrived. Naturally, Master Gu Yanchun also sensed their presence. Gu Yanchun spoke to the air in front of him. "Shu Chen says you can understand human speech. At least you haven't turned into mindless evil spirits yet. Therefore, I, as a Taoist, will let you go. To fulfill your wishes, find the true culprit who killed you, and die in peace. Once your wishes are fulfilled, I will help you reincarnate." Shu Chen nodded with a smile, but he immediately felt something was wrong. Lost their minds? Evil spirits. Damn it! Isn't Lian's mother, Lu Shui, someone without a mind, only instinct? Doesn't that mean she's going to turn into an evil spirit? Shu Chen subconsciously swallowed, wanting to stop it, but it was too late. Gu Yanchun chanted a spell and said, "Now that I know your names, the wronged souls Lu Shui and Lian. As the sage said, the true deity is here, and all ghosts must retreat. Today, I, Gu Yanchun, will use my own cultivation to grant you temporary freedom. Zhong Kuei's pardon, pardon." Suddenly, a strong wind blew through the villa, making Shu Chen's hair dance in the wind. Two glowing yellow talismans appeared out of thin air in front of Gu Yanchun and flew towards Lu Shui and Lian, sticking precisely on their foreheads. Lian felt as comfortable as if bathed in a spring breeze, the talisman on her forehead emitting a warm sensation. It was the first time since becoming a ghost that she felt so comfortable, as if she had regained her physical body. On the other hand, Lu Shui struggled and howled in agony, her once ruined face becoming grotesque. Gradually, the yellow talisman on Lu Shui's forehead turned red, causing Gu Yanchun to be alarmed. "No, she's an evil spirit. Catch her quickly." Then, Gu Yanchun spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed on Lu Shui without penetrating her body but sticking directly to her. Lu Shui opened her mouth wide, ready to bite Lian beside her, who was too scared to move. At that moment, Shu Chen also reacted and lunged forward. In his view, Lu Shui was like an invisible person, but with blood and red talismans sticking to her, Shu Chen could discern Lu Shui's position. Shu Chen had just pounced when he felt something push him away. This demon was incredibly strong, but that leap saved Lian from being torn apart by Lu Shui. At the same time, Wang Kai also lunged forward. Lu Shui seemed naturally afraid of Wang Kai, as she turned to flee when he approached. Wang Kai didn't give her a chance, jumping up and landing a paw on Lu Shui, knocking her to the ground. It wasn't just Shu Chen who gained divine power after consuming the gold, Wang Kai had it too. And Wang Kai's power surpassed Shu Chen's. Shu Chen got up and quickly pulled out a steel finger tiger from his pocket. He had bought it online for 10 yuan for self-defense. After all, this thing was legal. Shu Chen rushed over and threw a full-force punch at the fallen Lu Shui. He couldn't see where exactly the punch landed, but he heard a loud clang as his fist collided with Lu Shui's body, creating a sharp and piercing sound of metal clashing. In Wang Kai's view, Shu Chen's punch hit Lu Shui in a sensitive area. Right on target. Even as a demon, Lu Shui was almost knocked unconscious by this shameless blow. Lu Shui's momentum weakened considerably, leaving her lying on the ground unable to get up. Wang Kai, who had expected a fierce battle, now eyed Shu Chen with a strange look. What a chaotic punch to kill the master. Could this guy really be the chosen one? At that moment, Gu Yanchun, the old Taoist priest, dragged his weak body over to Lu Shui and took out several authentic talismans from his pocket, placing them on her body. In Wang Kai's view, Lu Shui, who had been convulsing and struggling, now lay motionless on the ground like a vegetable. Gu Yanchun turned to Shu Chen and cursed, "You said they still had intelligence? Why didn't you make it clear? I almost got killed by her backlash, you damn." Gu Yanchun was really furious, and despite his high self-esteem, he couldn't help but utter a few unspeakable curses. Upon hearing himself being scolded, Shu Chen retorted, "How was I supposed to know? You didn't explain anything, just went ahead and attacked. How was I supposed to know she was a demon? Those with clouded minds are demons, those without intelligence are demons. You don't even understand the basics. What's the point of learning Taoist practices? When did I ever say I wanted to learn Taoist practices? You didn't teach me anything, I know nothing." After a heated exchange of insults, Gu Yanchun eventually conceded defeat first. After all, he was old and had already spat out a mouthful of blood due to the demon's backlash, so he couldn't argue with the hot-headed Shu Chen. Seeing Gu Yanchun stop, Shu Chen didn't have the heart to bully the old man any further. In fact, both the old and the young were at fault in this matter. Shu Chen was wrong for not explaining the situation clearly to Gu Yanchun, not telling him that only Lian, this little demon, still had intelligence. Gu Yanchun was wrong for not clarifying the situation, assuming both demons still had intelligence. Lian stood by Lu Shui, wanting to touch her mother but being blocked by the yellow talisman. She could only look at Lu Shui lying on the ground with a worried expression. Wang Kai stood near Gu Yanchun, ready to slap the old man if he dared to use those strange spells against Shu Chen. Fortunately, despite their argument, they didn't come to blows. So, what now? We can't let this demon go free, especially after absorbing Zhong Kuei's pardon. She can harm people now. After a brief moment of silence between the old and the young, Gu Yanchun finally spoke up. Watching Gu Yanchun giving a way out, Shu Chen could only accept it and tentatively asked, "Then why don't you just kill this evil spirit first?" Gu Yanchun sneered, "Kill her? Easy for you to say. If I kill her, another one will immediately turn into an evil spirit, do you believe that?" Gu Yanchun pointed to the air next to the steps, where Lian was located. "So, what do you suggest then? How about you take her back first?" Shu Chen said stubbornly. And that was exactly what Gu Yanchun had in mind. Yes, I'll take her back first. You take the other one to handle things. Once they fulfill their wishes, I'll help them find peace. Without further ado, under Gu Yanchun's urging, Shu Chen began to move the unconscious Lu Shui who was lying on the ground. Not until he tried did he realize the weight of this damn evil spirit, which was at least 1,000 catties. Shu Chen, who thought he was strong, struggled to move her alone, let alone carry her away. This is resentment. 1,000 catties is nothing. Some powerful evil spirits weigh tens of thousands of catties. Gu Yanchun looked at Shu Chen with a smile, giving him the first lesson of a Taoist. Come and give me a hand. What are you standing there for? Shu Chen impatiently looked at the old man. I'm old, I can't move her. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. In the end, not only Gu Yanchun but also Wang Kai, along with Lian who had been watching on the side, all came to help. A bizarre combination of an old man, a young man, a dog, and a ghost. It took tremendous effort to move the unconscious Lu Shui. Wait, they said they can't be exposed to sunlight, or they'll be burned to death. The old Taoist disdainfully said, burn? Nonsense, let's go, it's fine. With the pardon protecting them, sunlight can't harm them. How else could they regain their freedom? Upon hearing this, Lian immediately ran outside to test it and found that sunlight indeed didn't harm her. With no worries, the group finally started moving Lu Shui. After countless rests, they finally managed to move Lu Shui to the dog hole. Getting out of the dog hole was another trouble, so Shu Chen had no choice but to let Wang Kai, the strongest one, go out first. Then he slowly pushed Lu Shui out. Be careful, don't lose the talisman, or if she wakes up again, we'll all be dead. Gu Yanchun reminded from the side. If you can do it, then you do it. It's easy to talk when you're not doing the work. After much effort, they finally managed to get Lu Shui out of the dog hole. Wait here, I'll go get a car. Let's hide her. After coming out, he asked Gu Yanchun and Wang Kai to watch by the roadside, making sure no one discovered them. From a passerby's perspective, Gu Yanchun was surrounded by several talismans floating in midair and a pool of blood floating in the air. Unfortunately, in the eyes of ordinary people, Lu Shui was now invisible. In the end, Shu Chen rented a van for 100 yuan a day, and together they managed to put Lu Shui in the trunk and headed towards Gu Yanchun's Taoist temple. As the saying goes, it's easy to go up the mountain but hard to come down. When they arrived, it turned out that going up the mountain was the real challenge. It was unrealistic to carry the 1,000-catty Lu Shui up the steep mountain path. So, when renting the car, Shu Chen also bought a handcart. After much effort, they managed to put Lu Shui on the handcart, tied her up securely to prevent her from rolling down the mountain while being pushed. After everything was set, they started climbing the mountain. The easiest one along the way was the old Taoist Gu Yanchun, who climbed the mountain leisurely with his hands behind his back, enjoying the scenery. Then there was Lian, the little ghost who was of little help. Shu Chen pulled the cart in front, while Wang Kai pushed from behind. This was tough on both a person and a dog. The mountain road was already in bad shape, and the broken cart was hard to maneuver, with stones frequently getting stuck in the wheels. Every time this happened, the person and the dog had to exert more force to push through. Damn it! This money isn't easy to earn. Shu Chen was already out of breath. Hurry up, stop dawdling, we're almost there. Young people need more exercise, Gu Yanchun chuckled, looking at Shu Chen. Shu Chen could only roll his eyes at the old man, he was too exhausted to curse. In fact, he was secretly amazed at Shu Chen's strength, and his ancestral mutt. Earlier at the manor, Gu Yanchun seemed to be helping, but he was actually not putting in any effort, not because he didn't want to, but because he had no strength. It was mostly Shu Chen and Wang Kai exerting themselves, Shu Chen lifting and Wang Kai dragging on the ground. And now with the cart, it was all Shu Chen and Wang Kai. The old Taoist could only marvel, impressive. After a bumpy journey, the group finally settled the evil spirit Lu Shui in the Taoist temple. Shu Chen lay on the ground catching his breath, while Wang Kai lay beside him, panting with his tongue out. Fortunately, the young disciple had swept the ground spotless. After a brief rest, the person, the dog, and the ghost set off immediately. The bank was still open, and they had to hurry. In the van, Shu Chen suddenly asked, Lian, can you walk through walls? Wang Kai answered for Lian, she says she can. Good, if you can walk through walls, go in first, get an account and password. We need to check your dad's account, you're a pro at this, right? Wang Kai said, she says no problem, she can do it. By the time they arrived at the bank, it was already afternoon. Shu Chen parked the van in front of the bank and signaled Lian to start. Sensing Lian's presence disappear, Shu Chen knew she had begun. He and Wang Kai waited in the car. Late into the night, Shu Chen sensed Lian's return. How did it go? Did you get it? Wang Kai spoke, she says she couldn't. Those people shut down the computers and left without entering any account. With no other choice, they had to continue waiting. It seemed they had to wait until early the next day when the employees were back at work. Shu-chen had thought of driving back to sleep but was afraid of being late the next day. So, he made up his mind to stay at the bank and keep watch. The next morning, when the bank opened, Shu-chen signaled Lian to go. The old Taoist told them that Lian could only stay in the sunlight for 7 days under Zhong Kuei's pardon, so they had to act quickly. Lian soon returned, and Wang Kai said she had succeeded. Shu-chen immediately took out pen and paper and noted down the account and password. All they had to do now was wait. In the afternoon, Shu-chen got out of the car with Wang Kai. Shu-chen entered the bank alone, while Wang Kai sneaked in. As soon as Shu-chen entered, he asked the security guard at the entrance, "Hello, I'd like to apply for a new card." Before Shu-chen could finish his sentence, he collapsed. The quick-witted security guard caught him. Sir, what's wrong with you?" All eyes were on Shu-chen, and the guard helped him up and seated him. It's nothing, just a bit of low blood sugar, an old problem," Shu-chen reassured. The guard sighed in relief and quickly fetched 2 free candies from the counter and handed them to Shu-chen. Shu-chen took the candies, opened them, and ate. "Thank you. I just wanted to get a new card." The guard smiled. "Take a rest first, there's still half an hour before closing time, no rush." After Shu-chen finished handling the card, the bank was already closing. Wang Kai had been successfully locked inside the bank and had destroyed all the surveillance equipment. Wang Kai went to the counter to withdraw money and crawled into the counter, under Lian's command, to operate the computer. The next morning, anxiously waiting, they finally saw the bank opening. Just as the beautiful woman was about to open the door, Shu-chen immediately shouted at her, "Excuse me, miss, where is the restroom? I suddenly have a stomachache." The beautiful woman was startled by Shu-chen's sudden outburst but politely said, "Turn right at the intersection, there is a public restroom." "Thank you, miss." Meanwhile, Wang Kai took advantage of Shu-chen's conversation with the beautiful woman and swiftly ran out. Shu-chen started the van and anxiously asked after Wang Kai got in, "How did it go? Did you find anything?" Wang Kai said, "I found something, but it's a bit much. The most suspicious is a 2 million remittance, under the guise of a technical service fee." According to Wang Kai, this so-called technical service fee was sent in the name of Li Kaiping's company, which was on the brink of bankruptcy at the time. The money was transferred from Li Kaiping's personal account to the company's account the day before and then sent out the next day. Less than a week after the money was sent, Li Kaiping committed suicide. Wang Kai suddenly said, "I don't believe my dad hired someone to kill me and my mom. I don't believe it. My dad has always been good to me." "What?" Wang Kai pointed to Lian beside him. "It was Lian who said that, not me." Shu-chen then realized that Lian was there too. After sighing, she said, "Based on my analysis, your dad only hired someone to kill your mom, and you were just an unintended casualty." Shu-chen chuckled. "Anyway, your dad never intended to kill you, right? It can only be considered an accident. He left you a fortune of 4 million, if he really wanted to kill you, he wouldn't have left you any money." Shu-chen had wanted to tell Lian that she wasn't Li Kaiping's biological daughter, but he stopped himself. There was no need to upset her further since her parents were already gone. It was unnecessary, truly unnecessary. Lian remained silent, quietly staying by Wang Kai's side. After a while, Shu-chen driving in front suddenly spoke, "Are you going to seek revenge? The killer who murdered your mother and you is still at large. If you don't seek revenge, I'll take you back to the Taoist temple, have the old Taoist priest perform rites for you and your mother, and help you both reincarnate. As for the 4 million, we won't take it." This money, whether earned or not, was Shu-chen's sincere words. Before the investigation, Lian firmly believed that her father was not the one who had them killed, that it was all just an accident caused by another culprit. But as the investigation progressed, it became clear that her father had hired someone to do it, making no difference from personally killing them. This was something unbearable for anyone, having their own father pay to have them killed, turning them into a living dead. Wang Kai suddenly said, "I won't seek revenge, the money is still yours. Initially, I only wanted you to investigate the killer." This time, Shu-chen fell silent. He had truly hoped that Lian would seek revenge. He also wanted to take down those 2 scoundrels who did nothing despite taking the money. Lian shouldn't have died. But this decision was something only Lian could make. Just like the situation with Li Xuanju and Louis back then, Shu-chen had asked Louis if he wanted to continue. One's own affairs should be decided by oneself, and once decided, there should be no regrets. This was the lesson Grandma taught Shu-chen when he was still in the small mountain village. In the Taoist temple of Rabbit Hill, Shu-chen asked Taoist Gu Yanchun to help Lian and her daughter, Lu Shui, transcend. When Lian said she no longer wanted revenge, Gu Yanchun was surprised. But at the same time, he understood. Gu Yanchun was the only living person besides Shu-chen who knew the truth. In fact, he knew it even before Xu Chen. Knowing that Li Kaiping used the false death technique, he roughly guessed what was going on, including Li Kaiping's hiring of killers. Being killed by her own father's hired hands was no different from dying at her father's hands. Although Gu Yanchun couldn't see the little girl named Lian in front of him, he could feel the sadness emanating from her. At the same time, he felt that Lian's obsession had dissipated, and in fact, without his help, Lian would soon dissipate into the world. However, as Xu Chen said, if possible, please let Lian be reborn into a good life. Even Lu Shui, who was now an evil spirit, did not harm anyone after transforming into one. So, Gu Yanchun agreed to help the mother and daughter transcend. At this moment, Lian stood on the rooftop of the Taoist temple, looking down at the familiar city below, then towards her home. When she died, she was 11 years old. Now, over 3 years later, she was still 11. During these years, she was trapped in the manor. Back then, she longed for freedom, but when she finally had a brief taste of freedom, she wished she was still trapped in the manor. As time passed, she was slowly extinguished by Taoist Gu's spell. This way, at least she wouldn't have to know such a cruel truth. Don't be sad, don't be afraid, reincarnation is not as painful as you think, it's like falling asleep. A familiar voice came from behind Lian, it was Wang Kai. Lian silently said, can we meet again in the next life? In fact, Lian was very grateful to Wang Kai. The first time she met Wang Kai, he rushed over and knocked her down without a word, then chased and bit her. This made Lian both scared and delighted. She was scared that Wang Kai would bite her, but delighted that Wang Kai could actually see her. What surprised her even more was that Wang Kai could speak. This was the first time in 3 years since her death that she had spoken to someone, as before she could only face her already senile mother all day. Oh no! She was talking to a dog. Although the conversation was silent, it truly satisfied her. We will meet again. Lian smiled upon hearing Wang Kai's response. Wang Kai, can I touch you? Wang Kai hesitated for a moment, then approached Lian and lowered his head. Lian reached out and stroked Wang Kai's head. It must be very soft, right? Although Lian could touch Wang Kai, she herself had no sense of touch. This feeling was strange, but it made Lian feel very disappointed. Hey, you two, come down for dinner. Just as Lian was lost in thought, Xu Chen's voice came from below. The dog and the ghost jumped down from the roof. At the dining table, Taoist Gu Yanchun specially prepared a spiritual meal for Lian, complete with spiritual bowl and chopsticks. He told Lian that ghosts could also eat these things. Curious, Lian picked up the chopsticks. Despite not being able to touch physical objects, she managed to pick up the chopsticks. She carefully picked up something resembling peas from the plate and put it in her mouth. The moment it touched her lips, it melted, turning into a warm flow that entered Lian's intangible body. The taste was like a sweet potato steamed in clear water. This was the first time Lian had eaten something in over 3 years, and it made her want to cry. She had thought she would never eat anything again in this lifetime. She couldn't help but eat faster. Eat slowly, you only need to eat enough of this, eating too much will make you uncomfortable. At the dining table, Gu Yanchun reminded. After the meal, with Gu Yanchun's permission, Lian took Wang Kai out. In his words, the reprieve of Zhong Kuei could last for 3 more days, no rush to help Lian transcend, allowing her to enjoy the earthly life a bit longer. Xu Chen also found this proposal quite nice. During these 3 days, Wang Kai took Lian to the highest point of Rabbit Ear Mountain to watch the sunrise she longed to see. Due to the terrain, the rising sun was blocked by a taller mountain, but even so, Lian was content. Wang Kai also took Lian to bathe in a secluded mountain spring. However, bathing was a luxury for Lian. She couldn't sink in the water, and even when Wang Kai tried to splash water on her, it had no effect. Wang Kai quietly took Lian back to the villa. Lian said she wanted to take another look, as she had lived there her whole life. Inside the villa, Lian lay in her own large room, feeling both familiar and strange. The room remained the same, but the person in it was no longer the same. After leaving the villa, Lian prepared to meet someone. As for who it was, Lian told Wang Kai it was her deskmate, whom she had secretly admired. Wang Kai, do you know what a secret crush is? Wang Kai nodded without speaking. Based on her memories, Lian found the boy's house. Luckily, she met him just as he was about to return home. She had intended to just sneak a peek, but encouraged by Wang Kai, she decided to take a good look at him. Lian passed through the walls of the boy's house and saw him in the living room, the one she had longed for. He had grown up. Looking at the boy much taller than herself, Lian glanced at her own self. She remained at the age of 11, while he was almost 15. Lian approached the boy, who was unaware of her presence and engrossed in his game. She wanted to kiss his cheek. Although Lian no longer had a heartbeat, she felt it racing at that moment. What was there to fear? He couldn't see her anyway. Encouraged by Wang Kai, she pressed her lips against his cheek and swiftly left the boy's house. After Lian left, the boy felt a tremor in his heart. The girl he had almost forgotten appeared in his mind once again. Lian, are you there? Are you okay? Whenever he thought of Lian, the boy felt a tinge of sadness. He shook his head vigorously, trying to distract himself with the game and avoid overthinking. Lian joyfully found Wang Kai and told him about her brave act of kissing the boy. Wang Kai praised her with a smile, saying she did well. With Wang Kai's praise, Lian's smile grew even brighter. She looked up at the moon above. Lian knew it wasn't her moon, but at that moment, the moon was indeed shining upon her. Hey, old man, is this what you call transcendence? Burning them with fire? Shu Chen helped Gu Yanxun carry firewood and complained, saying it was nothing like he had imagined. What's wrong? Did you think I would perform some great magic, like golden lights and auspicious dragons and phoenixes? Have you watched too many TV dramas? Gu Yanxun rolled his eyes at Shu Chen. If not with fire, how else would they transcend? Should they chant Buddhist scriptures like monks? Shu Chen was momentarily speechless and could only help the old man move firewood obediently. Master Gu, is there really such a thing as reincarnation? Shu Chen suddenly became curious. Believe and it exists, doubt and it vanishes. Have you encountered many similar people, and have you seen many similar flowers? Facing the babbling old Taoist, Shu Chen chose to ignore and silently continued to carry firewood into the fire kiln. He finally understood why Gu Yanxun's Taoist temple had a fire kiln. It was for spiritual salvation. After stacking the firewood, Shu Chen dragged Lu Shui into the fire kiln. At this moment, there were only Shu Chen, Gu Yanxun, and his young Taoist disciple in the temple, so this task naturally fell on Shu Chen. Hey, old man, are we having a rare decent meal today? In the kitchen, Shu Chen teased Gu Yanxun about the terrible food he had been serving them these days. Today, the sun seemed to rise from the west as he actually decided to cook the piece of cured meat hanging on the wall. Send-off meal, let her eat well, and we'll eat well too. Shu Chen could only sigh. I heard that meeting someone from a past life takes 100 or 200 years. I probably won't have the chance to meet her again. Gu Yanxun put down the spatula in his hand, squinted at Shu Chen, and asked, who told you that? Have you met someone from a past life? Shu Chen was startled, trying to appear calm on the outside while panicking inside, almost letting slip. It's all over TV and short videos. Old man, you should play with your phone more often, don't fall behind the times. Gu Yanxun was shocked to hear that people nowadays were so knowledgeable. Maybe he should get a phone. Seeing that he had fooled the old Taoist, Shu Chen quickly left the kitchen. At noon, Wang Kai returned with Lian. Shu Chen didn't inquire about their overnight absence and instead invited them to eat. Gu Yanxun genuinely liked Wang Kai and would always invite him to join them for meals without Shu Chen's prompting, which puzzled Shu Chen. The meal today was exceptional, with a variety of dishes spread on the small table. Even Lian's separate table had 3 plates. Care for a drink? Gu Yanxun tentatively asked Shu Chen. Sure, but don't drink too much. Gu Yanxun returned to the kitchen and brought out bottles of aged wine. Gu Daochang, what year is this wine from? Is it spoiled? Spoiled? Can wine even spoil? Gu Yanxun poured a glass for everyone present, including Wang Kai and the young Taoist. Then, he took out a small glass bottle from his pocket and poured its contents into a small bowl in front of Lian. This is rootless water, even ghosts can drink it. I've prepared it for you, you should be able to taste the alcohol. Look at that, Gu Daochang had thought of everything. Gu Yanxun raised his glass, let's drink to Lian and his mother's smooth reincarnation and may they be born into a wealthy family in their next life. Shu Chen also raised his glass, jokingly toasting the empty table, in the next life, you owe me 8 million. Lian smiled and raised the spirit bowl on the small table. From Shu Chen's perspective, he could only see a floating bowl. Lian silently said to Shu Chen, in the next life, I'll give you 80 million. The young Taoist also stood up, cheers. The floating spirit bowl shook slightly in response. Wang Kai held the wine glass with his paws, woof, woof. Lian knew that Wang Kai couldn't speak in front of people, but she was the only one who could see him. So mischievous Lian winked at Wang Kai, who couldn't stop smiling. Cheers, cheers. Woof, woof, woof. Lian was excited, raising the spirit bowl on the small table, continuously thanking everyone. Only no one could hear anything. Lian finished all 3 dishes prepared by Taoist Gu Yanxun for her. This meal was the happiest one Lian had in the past 3 years. Shu Chen, Wang Kai, Taoist Gu Yanxun. At this moment, Lian was thinking, it would have been better if she had met them earlier. Lian was feeling a bit reluctant to leave them at this moment. However, reluctant as she was, Taoist Gu mentioned that Lian's obsession with her father had dissipated, and even if Taoist Gu didn't intervene, it wouldn't be long before she would be scattered. So, she had to leave. The fire in the small Taoist temple's kiln had already ignited, and strangely, the flames in the kiln were blue. Gu Yanxun told Lian not to be afraid, as the flames wouldn't hurt when they burned on her. It's time, go in. Everyone stood silently by the kiln, unsure if Lian had actually entered because they couldn't see her. Only Wang Kai knew that Lian kept looking back at them with reluctance in her eyes as she took each step towards the kiln. The path was short, but Lian walked for a long time. However long it was, there would eventually be a moment when it would come to an end. Lian still entered, and her whole body was instantly engulfed by the blue flames. Wang Kai, thank you, I've been very happy during this time. Faintly, Wang Kai seemed to hear the voice of a little girl. Woof, woof, woof. In response, Wang Kai could only bark. Meanwhile, Shu Chen faintly saw a little girl with twin ponytails and wearing a white down jacket waving goodbye to them in the flames. Hey, old man, did you see that? I did, that's Lian. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Shu Chen's face. So this was how Lian looked. Gu Yanxun took the little Taoist inside first. Shu Chen and Wang Kai waited by the kiln until the fire died down before standing up. Wang Kai looked up at Shu Chen, whose expression was very grim at that moment. The world is in a mess, someone has to come and fix it. What are you planning to do? An eye for an eye. After Lian left, Shu Chen bid farewell to Gu Yanxun with Wang Kai, saying they had things to do. Gu Yanxun only advised Shu Chen, don't go too far. As for what they were going to do, Gu Yanxun could also guess roughly. Shu Chen and Wang Kai descended the mountain, and their first task was to retrieve the 4 million cash left by Lian. As the saying goes, take the money and clear the trouble. After getting the money, Shu Chen prepared to deal with the 2 murderers. Following the location provided by Lian, they drove onto the national road and stopped at the foot of a mountain. Indeed, as Lian had said, there was a crooked neck tree at this location. Arriving beneath the crooked neck tree, after looking around, they saw a large stone wrapped in tattered cloth. Beneath the stone was where the money was hidden. This was the secret base of Lian and her father Li Kaiping, known only to the 2 of them in the whole world. Standing by the stone, Shu Chen and Wang Kai noticed traces of excavation. Subsequently, Shu Chen picked up the shovel he had prepared and began digging downwards. After about 10 minutes of digging, Shu Chen felt his shovel touch something. Continuing to dig, a large plastic bucket appeared before them. After partially uncovering the lid, Shu Chen immediately opened it to find the bucket filled with bright red banknotes. It had to be said that Li Kaiping was truly talented. The money had been buried underground for so long without a hint of mold, indicating excellent protective measures. After digging out the entire bucket, Shu Chen carried it and climbed up the mountain path. Now, they were going to buy gold. They bought 9 pounds of gold in one go, gaining all the divine power. And then they went to deal with those people. Back in the city, Shu Chen activated the navigation and headed straight to the gold and silver jewelry store. It was impossible to buy financial gold bars at the bank. Suddenly having so much money couldn't withstand scrutiny. He couldn't possibly say it was a gift from a ghost, right? He never bought too much at each store, 250 grams at most, 100 grams at least, never exceeding half a caddy. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he and Wang Kai almost ran all over the city to buy the 9 caddies of gold, making over 20 purchases. Spending over 2 million, Shu Chen used up most of the money in the plastic barrels. After returning the remaining money to the Taoist temple, Shu Chen and Wang Kai brought the gold back to the rental house. The reason for putting the money with Gu Yanxun was mainly because he rented the house with fake documents, and he trusted the old Taoist to keep it safe. He even told the old Taoist that if he didn't come back, the old Taoist could use the money for his retirement. At his age, he shouldn't be messing around all day long. Who knows when his time will be up? Enjoy the money and live in peace. This angered the old Taoist, and they almost got into a fight on the spot. Back at the rental house, Shu Chen destroyed 2 laptops, as there was no point in monitoring Zhang Yi and Su Shuoxin anymore. As for the cameras in their house, he would retrieve them if he had the chance, or forget about it if not. Why do I feel like you're preparing for the worst? Wang Kai was puzzled by Shu Chen's actions. Isn't this preparing to risk our lives? One wrong move, and we either die or end up in prison. Wang Kai patted a large bag of gold. Are you looking down on me, or on yourself? Swallow these gold bars, and you'll become a superhero in no time. Shu Chen could only respond with a wry smile. Nowadays, being a superhero might not be that useful, right? What good is the limit of human strength? A peanut hitting your head could still kill you. Even at your limit, you're still within the realm of human vulnerability. According to Lian's description, those 2 men in black had guns. Hurry up, get ready, I'm going to start eating gold. According to Wang Kai, it could eat so much at once without any issues, but it was afraid that Shu Chen might turn into a dried corpse on the spot. Shu Chen knew Wang Kai wasn't lying because just gaining 1/10 of the divine power almost starved him to death. Therefore, following Wang Kai's advice, Shuchen not only bought 4 bags from the Black Clinic but also injected himself with nutrients. He also prepared a large amount of high-calorie food for himself. Better safe than sorry. After setting up the 4-bag and inserting the needle into his body, Shuchen signaled that Wang Kai could start. Honestly, he really wanted to dissect Wang Kai to see where all that gold was going. A table full of gold jewelry was swallowed by Wang Kai like dog food. Let's begin. You start eating too. I'm going to start refining them, Wang Kai reminded. Shuchen didn't hesitate, picking up the already torn open chocolates on the table and swallowing them. After consuming a dozen chocolates, Shuchen grabbed a large bag of white sugar and poured it into his mouth, washing it down with cola, swallowing frantically. About 5 minutes later, Shuchen felt his heart tremble. The strong heartbeats sounded like drums in his ears, and his once muscular body visibly shriveled at an alarming rate. Hurry up and eat. Increase the 4 drip to the maximum. I've already refined over 2 caddies. Don't let yourself get drained. Wang Kai suddenly shouted at Shuchen. A huge wave of hunger hit him, and Shuchen quickly adjusted the 4 drip to the maximum. The water in the 4-bag flowed down like a small tube. Shuchen grabbed the food in front of him and started chewing frantically. It couldn't be relieved. There was no way to relieve it at all. Shuchen felt like he was about to pass out from hunger. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into an ancient glutton. The food he stuffed into his mouth was swallowed directly without even chewing. As time passed by, Shuchen had changed from a strong man to a skinny figure. Hold on. It's already over 6 caddies. Don't you dare die, or I'll have to reincarnate again. Wang Kai was sitting cross-legged like a person, surrounded by a faint golden light. Stop dawdling and get on with it. Shuchen's determination surged as he staggered to his feet, yanked out the needle in his hand, and poured the nutrient solution from the 4-bag into his mouth. Then, he grabbed the expensive wild ginseng he bought from the herbal medicine store and chewed it down like a radish, trying to alleviate his hunger. Surprisingly, the wild ginseng was indeed a great tonic. After swallowing a large piece, Shuchen's hunger was slightly relieved. However, it was only temporary because shortly after, he felt dizzy and lightheaded again. Frustrated, Shuchen exclaimed, "If only I had listened to Wang Kai and bought a couple more roots. Saving money? What a joke!" As time passed, Shuchen had turned from a skinny man into a skeleton, with sunken cheeks and protruding eye sockets. "Wang Kai, have you finished your damn cultivation yet? I'm about to meet the king of hell." "Almost. Hang in there a little longer. If you go meet the king of hell, I'll have to finally in. Hang in there, big brother." In the rented room, Wang Kai had already refined the gold, while Shuchen had completely passed out, looking no different from a dried corpse. Wang Kai, who could move freely, quickly rummaged through the room, found a funnel, and stuffed it into Shuchen's shriveled mouth. He then picked up some glucose from the floor and poured it into his mouth. Fortunately, even though Shuchen had passed out, he subconsciously swallowed. This child was truly starving. After the glucose, Wang Kai poured soda into his mouth until several boxes were emptied, bringing a hint of color back to his pale face. Wang Kai was anxious, muttering to himself, "Big brother, please don't die. I've just eaten 10 caddies of gold." Suddenly, Wang Kai had an idea and rushed out of the rented room to a nearby herbal medicine store. It was late at night, and the herbal medicine store was closed. Wang Kai stood in front of the rolling shutter door and forcefully tapped it with his paw. With a loud bang, the shutter door was forced open by Wang Kai's paw. This was the strength he gained after eating 10 caddies of gold. Then, Wang Kai tore open the hole further and squeezed through it. When he returned to the rented room, he had a plastic bag in his mouth filled with various tonifying Chinese herbs: ginseng, Angelica sinensis, Polygonum multiflorum. Wang Kai dumped all these herbs into a juicer and poured the juice down Shuchen's throat through the funnel. Gradually, Shuchen, who was previously unconscious and gasping for breath, calmed down, and his breathing stabilized. Seeing the positive effect, Wang Kai was relieved and juiced the remaining herbs. Then, he fed Shuchen another bowl of herbal soup, and Shuchen slowly opened his eyes. As Shuchen opened his eyes, he felt weak all over and extremely hungry. Wang Kai hurriedly said, "Quick, eat something to regain your strength, or you'll pass out again." With Wang Kai's support, Shuchen struggled to sit up and grabbed a braised pig's trotter, asking as he ate, "Is it done?" Wang Kai nodded, "It's done. It's done." After a night of food therapy, Shuchen finally recovered, leaving the rented room filled with food scraps he had left behind. The remnants of food alone piled up into a small mountain, indicating how much Shuchen had eaten. And as he continued to eat, his body was visibly recovering at a rapid pace. Watching his shriveled body fully restored to its previous robust appearance, Shuchen felt a bit worried. "I keep fluctuating between being thin and strong. Can my body handle this?" Wang Kai patted his chest reassuringly. "Don't worry, you're fine. your body structure is different from ordinary people. How is it different? Unable to answer Shu Chen's question, Wang Kai could only respond vaguely, it's just different, you're a superhuman. After finishing the last piece of pancake, Shu Chen stood up. At that moment, he felt full of strength, capable of punching Wang Kai to death with a single blow. Wang Kai, let me try a punch? I've endured a lot for you. Wang Kai quickly backed away in fear. No. If you punch me, it's no joke. It could be fatal. The limit of human strength combined with his own strength? Shu Chen had no specific reference value for the limit of human strength. He searched on his phone for human strength limits, a punch force of 450 kilograms, deadlift of 500 kilograms, 100-meter sprint in 9.58 seconds. Various data were available. However, there was no unified standard, and Shu Chen didn't know how strong he was now. Nevertheless, being a healthy adult male, if what Wang Kai said was true, factoring in his own strength, wouldn't it be reasonable for him to be able to punch a cow to death with full force? Wang Kai, my strength may be great, but can I withstand it? A rebound might give me internal injuries. Without a matching body, how could such great strength be unleashed? Don't worry, you can handle it, you can withstand 100 punches. Shu Chen clearly didn't believe Wang Kai's words. He was too unreliable, like the time he almost killed himself by swallowing 9 pounds of gold in one go. It was only after the fact that Wang Kai said it could have been eaten slowly, just like starting with half a pound the first time. Shu Chen asked why he didn't eat it separately. Wang Kai replied, weren't you in a hurry? Shu Chen understood, Wang Kai was not only unreliable but extremely so, interpreting everything based on his own understanding. Just like the incident with Lian, where Wang Kai knew it was important but arbitrarily classified it as unimportant, choosing to ignore it selectively. Shu Chen seriously doubted whether Wang Kai had reincarnated as an idiot, lacking common sense. Therefore, Shu Chen prepared to go out and find an arcade with a boxing test machine to try it out. Only by trying it himself would it be reliable. Passing by a street corner, Shu Chen saw a large crowd gathered at the entrance of a pharmacy across the street. Several police cars were parked there. Brother, what's going on? Why are there so many people? Shu Chen asked a passerby. It seems like the medicine in the pharmacy was stolen, including their treasured possession, 100-year-old ginseng worth several thousand. I heard it's valuable. The passerby informed Shu Chen. Shu Chen suddenly remembered the ginseng remnants in the juicer and then looked down at Wang Kai. Wang Kai just winked at him with a sly smile. Shu Chen immediately understood, lowered his head, and quickly led Wang Kai away from that troublesome place. In a deserted corner, Shu Chen whispered, you didn't forget to disable the surveillance, did you? Wang Kai pursed his lips, I handle things, trust me. The man and the dog arrived at a game arcade, where Shu Chen spent a considerable sum to buy $20 worth of game coins, mainly because they didn't sell just $10. Approaching the testing machine, seeing no one around, he pretended to crouch down to tie his shoelaces. I've taken care of the surveillance. Not until Wang Kai nodded did Shu Chen insert 4 game coins. Shu Chen leaned back slightly, left foot forward, right foot back, veins bulging in his right hand under the long sleeves. With both feet slightly bent, Shu Chen stared at the testing machine in front of him, suddenly burst out with a full-force punch. Boom! A loud noise rang out. Luckily the game hall was playing loud music. The music masked the loud bang. The tremendous force shook the machines fixed on the ground. The numbers on the machine kept jumping, but halfway through, it suddenly shut down. A burnt smell emanated from behind the machine, revealing smoke. So powerful. Shu Chen looked at his fist, swallowed hard, and swiftly left the game hall with Wang Kai. Now, they had business to attend to. On the outskirts of CD City at night, Dong Guangping, who had finished a day's work at the construction site, was speeding on his motorcycle on the highway. His home was tens of kilometers away from the city. He rented a dilapidated tile house in the middle of nowhere and had been living there for over 3 years. His co-workers always teased him, the gas money you spend commuting to work every time could afford you a better house in the city in a month. Why run to the outskirts every day? Does living there add a few more years to your life? Dong Guangping just smiled at such remarks. Although Dong Guangping, as a master carpenter, earned a decent amount, he was very frugal, sometimes even reluctant to buy the cheap boxed meals at the construction site. He sent all his earnings back home because he had a sister suffering from uremia. As for Dong Guangping's parents, they were killed in a car accident shortly after his sister was born. It happened on a mountain road, so the hit-and-run driver was never found. He and his sister grew up together, and it was only when Dong Guangping reached adulthood and could do physical labor that life gradually improved. However, fate took an unexpected turn many years ago when his sister unfortunately developed uremia. To save his sister's life, Dong Guangping emptied all his savings to cover the high medical expenses. He did any work that could earn money. Finally, after nearly 3 years of chemotherapy, the hospital informed Dong Guangping that a suitable kidney donor had been found. Desperate, Dong Guangping finally saw a glimmer of hope, but he also faced exorbitant surgical costs. By then, he was almost crushed by debt, with no money left for the operation. Just when he was at his wit's end, a man named Li Kaiping found him. Li Kaiping said that as long as Dong Guangping did something for him, he would receive a reward of 1 million. Dong Guangping agreed without hesitation, but when he learned that the task was to commit murder, he hesitated. However, Li Kaiping said, if you don't do it, someone else will. Another patient's family member has already agreed, and I found another helper for you. After much hesitation and inner struggle, Dong Guangping agreed. But when he learned the specifics of the task, he was incredulous. Li Kaiping, the boss, actually instructed them to go to his house and kill his wife immediately after Li Kaiping committed suicide. This made Dong Guangping suddenly realize why the boss dared to contact them personally, because he was already determined to die and was not afraid of repercussions afterward. The day after Dong Guangping agreed, someone transferred 1 million to his account, and that same day, Dong Guangping arranged the surgery for his sister. The boss, surnamed Li, was not afraid of them backing out. Li Kaiping had said that if his wife was alive after his death, someone else would come to kill him, and they wouldn't spare his sister either. If his wife died, everything would end there. After his sister's surgery on the same day, Li Kaiping brought Dong Guangping and another so-called patient's family member to his estate and secretly hid them. Dong Guangping and the other patient's family member were arranged to hide in the library inside the estate. All they had to do was wait for Li Kaiping's signal, for which Li Kaiping gave them a phone. They stayed hidden for 5 days, and on a noon 5 days later, Li Kaiping's so-called signal came. He made their phone ring once and then hung up. He and the other patient's family member put on clothes, gloves, and covered their faces. They ran out of the library, with the so-called patient's family member even carrying a gun at his waist. The two knocked on the door of Li Kaiping's villa, and a little girl opened the door. They immediately subdued the little girl and tied her up. Then, they swiftly went upstairs to a room, where they found Li Kaiping lying on the floor with a fruit knife stuck in his neck, blood pooling around him. It was evident that Li Kaiping was already dead, and his dying wish was for his wife to die in the same room as him. The two left the little girl on the floor and prepared to restrain Li Kaiping's wife, intending to subdue her. The patient's family member had told Dong Guangping that Li Kaiping had hidden 4 million in cash at home, and they would split it when they found it. However, his wife was too fierce. When asked about the 4 million, she not only refused to answer but also resisted and even bit one of Dong Guangping's accomplices. In a fit of rage, the patient's family member slashed Li Kaiping's wife's face multiple times, with the final blow piercing her chest. As they were about to flee the scene, they noticed the little girl they had tied up on the floor staring at them intently. This sight sent shivers down their spines. Li Kaiping had explicitly instructed not to harm his daughter, but the look in her eyes unnerved Dong Guangping. It was as if her gaze could penetrate his mask and reveal his true identity. Without further ado, Dong Guangping rushed over and slit the little girl's throat. After quickly tidying up the room, the two fled the estate through a small path arranged by Li Kaiping, never to meet the patient's family member again, going their separate ways. Soon after, Dong Guangping saw the news about Li Kaiping's family on TV, the incident being classified as a murder-suicide. All thanks to the letter Li Kaiping had left behind. Following that event, Dong Guangping took his sister to live in the outskirts to avoid suspicion. Fortunately, they lived peacefully over the years, and Dong Guangping paid off his debts and saved a considerable sum of money. After waiting a while longer for the storm to pass, he could buy a second-hand house in the city and take his sister to enjoy life there. The thought of this always lifted Dong Guangping's spirits, so today he bought some braised dishes specially to have a good meal with his sister. As he rode his motorcycle into an alley, a figure suddenly darted out, startling Dong Guangping. He quickly grabbed the brakes and cursed, "Are you blind? Can't you see the headlights from that far away?" The person was also startled and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, big brother, calm down. I got lost. Can you tell me where I can catch a taxi?" Seeing that the person was young and had a good attitude, Dong Guangping suppressed his anger and directed him, "Go out from here, then turn left, and you'll reach the main road in about 10 minutes. The young man took out his phone. "Big brother, could you help me with the navigation? I'm afraid I'll get lost again." A young man walked towards Dong Guangping, who sighed, "Come on, I'll help you." When the young man reached him, he said, "Big brother, I want to go here, what do you think?" Before Dong Guangping could react, the young man in front of him grabbed his neck, lifted him off the motorcycle, and slammed him to the ground. The fall left Dong Guangping dizzy. The young man released his grip on Dong Guangping's neck. "What's going on? What are you trying to?" Before Dong Guangping could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his knees. Ah! The young man pulled out a hammer from his waist and smashed Dong Guangping's kneecaps. left leg, right leg, each received a blow. Ah! Ouch! What are you doing? Dong Guangping cried out in agony, his body writhing in pain, his eyes bloodshot. He tried to stand up and escape, but realized his feet were numb. His legs were broken. His kneecaps shattered. Why scream so loud? Is it really that painful? Suddenly, Dong Guangping, struggling on the ground, was silenced as a dog appeared in front of him, stuffing something into his mouth. Dong Guangping tried to reach for what was in his mouth, but the dog raised its paw and struck his arm. Dong Guangping's hand was deformed instantly, and the dog ruthlessly stomped on his limp hands. Crack! Dong Guangping distinctly heard the sound of his bones breaking in his hand. Intense pain spread throughout his body. The excruciating pain felt like tearing him apart, causing him to curl up, emitting muffled groans. Sweat poured down his body, soaking his clothes, while fear-induced urine wet his pants. With only one hand able to move, Dong Guangping extended it, attempting to crawl on the ground and escape. But he couldn't. Dong Guangping's hand bled as it scraped against the ground, only managing to move a few meters. He was desperate, not knowing who the terrifying man and dog before him were, unable to recall any offense against them. Despite his honesty over the years, he always avoided trouble, never seeking conflict. Brother, don't run, what's the point with broken legs? Terrified, Dong Guangping turned around to see the young man lifting his motorcycle as if to strike him. Dong Guangping exerted all his strength to crawl forward, but it was in vain. Bang! The motorcycle crashed into his back with a loud noise. Dong Guangping barely felt the pain before losing consciousness, convulsing with only one hand still moving. The young man approached Dong Guangping, coldly glancing at him, then turned to the dog beside him and said, "Give him a good one?" The big yellow dog spoke, "You're the master, you decide." When Dong Guangping woke up again, he found himself locked in a large dog cage. The place seemed like an abandoned factory. Suddenly, intense pain engulfed his body again, nearly causing him to pass out. "Hello, awake?" Dong Guangping noticed a familiar yet unfamiliar young man sitting on a bench outside the cage, looking at him. Seeing that face, Dong Guangping immediately recalled the horrifying ordeal he had endured earlier. Dong Guangping tried to speak but found his mouth still gagged. Not only his mouth, but his disabled limbs were also bound. The young man suddenly said, "Do you remember who you have offended?" Dong Guangping shook his head frantically, unable to recall. Seeing Dong Guangping shake his head, the young man reminded, "Do you remember the incident with the Li Kaiping family? It's been almost 4 years." Dong Guangping was thunderstruck, his eyes wide. Wasn't the matter with Li Kaiping settled? Why come looking for him now? Besides, it was Li Kaiping who ordered the hit. The young man seemed to read Dong Guangping's mind. "Regardless, an eye for an eye. You must pay for the lives of the family of 3. Dong Guangping wanted to speak but couldn't, only shaking his head frantically. "Li Kaiping only wanted you to kill his wife. Why did you also kill his daughter? He gave you 4 more years, you should be grateful." Suddenly, the image of the little girl who stared at him intensely appeared in Dong Guangping's mind, her gaze as vivid as if it were yesterday. The memory was still fresh. "Am I doomed?" Dong Guangping's eyes dimmed. The young man added, "Don't worry, I won't kill you or torture you." This statement ignited a glimmer of hope in Dong Guangping. "I'll keep you here, whether you can escape is up to you." The next words shattered Dong Guangping's last hope. He looked at the large lock on the cage outside and realized the man had no intention of letting him live. "No, I must survive. My sister needs me to take care of her." "Oh, and your weak sister, considering you've taken more than one life isn't enough, so let's use your sister's life to settle the score." Hearing the young man's words, Dong Guangping frantically banged his head against the cage, making a loud thudding sound. The young man stood up, laughing as he walked out. "An eye for an eye, just right, ha ha ha." His voice echoed in the factory, accompanied by Dong Guangping's screams, making it seem like the most malevolent execution ground at that moment. And Dong Guangping's fate awaited him, starving to death in the factory. Wang Kai heard Shu Chen's voice outside the factory and asked with a frown, "Are we going to deal with his sister too?" Shu Chen shook his head, "She's innocent and unaware, no need to involve her. Harm should not reach family members, right?" Shu Chen wasn't sure if this phrase was appropriate. Dong Guangping did business with money, and so did Shu Chen, even though Shu Chen handled things on his own. But that's just the way it is. "Let's go, Wang Kai, find another person." Wang Kai nodded, and the two disappeared from the edge of the factory. According to Shu Chen and Wang Kai's investigation, the other culprit was named Zheng Shuang, who had served in a foreign mercenary group. Moreover, Lian had mentioned that one of the culprits carried a handgun, which should be Zheng Shuang. So, dealing with Zheng Shuang required extra caution. Wang Kai said a regular handgun wouldn't kill him now, but Shu Chen clearly didn't believe that. Furthermore, leaving aside whether it could kill him, Who in their right mind would want to be shot for no reason? Zheng Shuang wasn't in CD City but in a small town next to CD City, where he and his wife ran a snack shop across from a market. Xu Chen and Wang Kai had been staking out the market entrance for 7 to 8 days, but hadn't found an opportunity to strike. The high foot traffic made it difficult. Even at night, the market was bustling. Originally, they planned to catch Zheng Shuang when he returned home, but he never did. After closing the shop, he slept inside. At this moment, Xu Chen was eating a scallion pancake made by Zheng Shuang in the van. I have to admit, it tastes really good. Wang Kai was in the back of the van, gnawing on a braised duck, saying as he chewed, "This can't go on like this. I'm trying to figure it out. Why are you so anxious?" In the afternoon, Zheng Shuang and his wife finished a day of sales and began cleaning up the shop. While cleaning, Zheng Shuang said to his wife, "It's our mother's birthday in 2 days. Let's take a break and go play for a couple of days." "Sure, no problem." Zheng Shuang's wife was first surprised, then smiled happily. It had been a long time since she had taken a break. The last time she took a break for herself was a long time ago. Everyone says that running a business gives you freedom, but only when you do it yourself do you realize that many times it's not that you don't want to play, but you can't bear to. Zheng Shuang's wife was in a great mood. When she saw a big yellow dog nodding and bowing to her at the door, she suddenly remembered there were a few unsold meat buns in the steamer. She turned around and went to feed the dog with the meat buns. She walked out of the shop, squatted down, opened her hands, placed the meat bun in front of the yellow dog, and then smiled and said, "Go ahead and eat, you're lucky today, there are leftovers." The big yellow dog just sniffed the bun with its nose, didn't eat it, and kept looking at her, wagging its tail. Could it be that it didn't see the meat and didn't want to eat? Then Zheng Shuang's wife reached out to break the bun in half on the ground. Just as she reached out, the dog suddenly lunged and bit her hand. "Ah!" The wife's scream startled Zheng Shuang in the shop, and he rushed outside to find a dog tearing at his wife's hand. "You damn dog! Get out!" Zheng Shuang was furious, kicked at the big yellow dog, but the dog agilely dodged. After the big yellow dog ran away, Zheng Shuang quickly squatted down to check his wife's injuries. By this time, his wife's hand was already cut and bleeding. "Let's go! Hurry up and clean it and get a rabies shot." Zheng Shuang told his wife to clean up in the shop, while he ran to the street to get his electric bike. As for the dog that bit someone, it was, of course, our Wang Kai. At night, outside the quarantine station, Zheng Shuang was smoking at the hospital entrance, while his wife was receiving intravenous fluids inside the quarantine station. Being bitten by a dog or scratched by a cat, a few rabies shots would do, but because Zheng Shuang's wife's wound was too large, coupled with her serious illness a few years ago, her resistance was not very good. Just to be safe, a little fluid would help. After finishing a cigarette, Zheng Shuang was about to turn back to the hospital when a young man approached him, also holding an unlit cigarette in his mouth. "Brother, can I borrow a lighter? I don't know where mine went." The young man said to Zheng Shuang, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Zheng Shuang. Such incidents of having a cigarette but no lighter often happened to Zheng Shuang, so he didn't find it strange and reached into his inner pocket to find a lighter. Just as he reached into his pocket, suddenly, Zheng Shuang sensed danger approaching. It was his professional instinct. "Oh no!" Zheng Shuang was about to dodge, but it was too late. The young man who asked for a light suddenly punched Zheng Shuang in the jaw. Such great force. Zheng Shuang felt his vision darken, and he lost consciousness in an instant. The person attacking Zheng Shuang was none other than Xu Chen. Xu Chen effortlessly lifted Zheng Shuang, carried him to the van on the roadside, opened the door, and threw him inside. Then he got into the driver's seat, drove the van, and disappeared into the night. On an unknown mountain, Xu Chen carried the unconscious Zheng Shuang to the edge of a cliff at the mountaintop. Below the cliff was a dense pine forest, looking like an abyss in the night. Here, Xu Chen specially selected a grave for Zheng Shuang. This place is desolate, and no one will come here for at least 10 or 8 years, let alone discover Zheng Shuang. "You come, I can't do it." Xu Chen threw the unconscious Zheng Shuang aside and said to Wang Kai, You come! I can't do it either, I'll keep watch for you." Wang Kai quickly shook his head and ran away. Xu Chen glanced disdainfully at Wang Kai, then shifted his gaze to Zheng Shuang. "Kill and be killed, it's only right and proper. If you have anything to say, tell Lord Yen in the underworld." Xu Chen wouldn't handle Zheng Shuang like he did with Dong Guangping, taking his time. This kind of person who served in a foreign legion had blood on his hands, making him too dangerous. One wrong move and he could turn the tables. Xu Chen reached for Zheng Shuang's neck and squeezed with all his might. Zheng Shuang, still unconscious, twitched and struggled for a few moments but never opened her eyes. In just a few seconds, Zheng Shuang's throat was crushed, and she ceased to breathe. Xu Chen then lifted Zheng Shuang and threw her down the mountainside. It's simple, killing is really simple, dying is simple too. Lian probably died simply as well. It's over. Who was right or wrong in the whole affair, who was good or bad, is no longer clear. Dong Guangping had a sister, Zheng Shuang had a wife, they killed for the sake of their loved ones' illnesses. But what about Lian and Lu Shui? Mother and daughter were killed by Dong Guangping and Zhang Shuang for money. Was Li Kaiping, who hired the hitman, a good person? Definitely not. Was he a bad person? It's hard to say. Li Kaiping was first deceived and betrayed by his wife Lu Shui. He was only seeking revenge. So Lu Shui, Li Kaiping's wife, was not innocent either. In this matter, apart from Lian, who suffered unjustly, there was no one good. Shu Chen wasn't, and neither was Wang Kai. This world, sometimes, is just so messed up. Time flies. In the Taoist temple on Rabbit Ear Mountain, Shu Chen had been here for over half a year. It must be said that the old man's place was indeed a good shelter. During this time, he had been learning Taoist methods from Gu Yanxun, but Shu Chen's talent was really poor, not even comparable to the little Taoist in the temple. You really wasted those eyes of yours that can see in energy. This was what Gu Yanxun said to Shu Chen. From this sentence, one could hear how disappointed Gu Yanxun was. Actually, it wasn't Shu Chen's fault. He had never been able to see the so-called yin energy. It was Wang Kai who could see it. Shu Chen couldn't stand Gu Yanxun's constant nagging, so today he was ready to go home. Old man, I'm leaving, you better live longer, I'll come find you when I have time. At the entrance of the temple, Shu Chen waved goodbye to Gu Yanxun. Hurry up and get lost, don't come bother me if there's nothing wrong. Gu Yanxun waved impatiently at Shu Chen. Shu Chen rolled his eyes at Gu Yanxun and gave him a friendly middle finger, which made Gu Yanxun furious. He took off his shoe and threw it at Shu Chen. Shu Chen easily dodged the projectile and ran down the mountain with Wang Kai. Watching the disappearing figure, the little Taoist turned to Gu Yanxun and said, Master, is Hui really that untalented? I see you scolding him every day. Gu Yanxun patted the little Taoist's head. Not untalented, not only untalented, but rather quite excellent. Arrogance is the last thing you want in practicing Taoism, scolding him is for his own good. Gu Yanxun smiled faintly towards the mountain and then walked back into the temple. The little Taoist nodded as if he understood, so that's how it is. As for why Shu Chen was going down the mountain to go home, it was because Louis called him. Upon receiving a call from Louis, Shu Chen was surprised. Louis had told Shu Chen that they would never have any contact in the future. So, Shu Chen immediately asked if the situation with Li Xuanju and Liang Guolong had been exposed. Louis said no. Although the police had been suspicious of him, they had no evidence. Shu Chen asked right away, then why did you call me? Louis on the other end of the phone said that a relative of his was in trouble and needed Shu Chen's help, assuring him that he would be compensated after it was resolved. Shu Chen agreed immediately. Even though he still had a lot of money from Lian, he couldn't just sit idly by, right? During his time at the Taoist temple, he had eaten so much that Gu Yanxun shook his head in disbelief, saying he couldn't afford to keep him. Helpless, Shu Chen had to use his own money to improve the food at the temple. After half a year of extravagance, paying off online loans, and setting aside some money for Gu Yanxun's retirement, he now had just over 1 million left in his account. After a long journey, Shu Chen and Wang Kai rushed back home at noon, and Shu Chen immediately contacted Louis' so-called relative. After a phone discussion, they arranged to meet at Shu Chen's rental house. Shu Chen returned to the rental house with Wang Kai, and as soon as he opened the door, a musty smell hit him. The area was quite damp, and all his clothes and bedding had gone musty. Shu Chen quickly covered his nose and opened the windows for ventilation. Once the air circulated, the smell in the room dissipated somewhat, and he and Wang Kai began cleaning up. Knock, knock, knock. Just as they were halfway through cleaning, there was a knock on the door. So soon? Shu Chen was surprised that Louis' relative had arrived so quickly. Opening the door, he saw a middle-aged man with a duckbill cap and stubbly beard. The middle-aged man, upon seeing Shu Chen, tentatively said, Hello, I'm the one Louis introduced. Shu Chen nodded, Please come in. The middle-aged man frowned upon seeing the scene in the rental house, thinking it was too dirty. I just rushed back because of your matter. This place hasn't been lived in for a long time, Shu Chen explained awkwardly. The middle-aged man sat on a relatively clean stool and got straight to the point. After the introduction, the middle-aged man named Lu Tao, Louis' cousin, sized up the young man Louis had introduced and couldn't help but wonder if he was reliable at such a young age. Tell me, what do you need? As long as the money is right, I can handle anything. Lu Tao sighed at the words, thinking, well, a desperate situation calls for desperate measures. Here's the situation. 6 years ago, Lu Tao was introduced to a woman by his family, who is now his wife, Wu Menjiang. At that time, the family was pressuring me, and since we were from the same village and knew each other well, we got married after just 2 months of knowing each other. 8 months after marriage, before 9 months had passed, Lu Tao's child was born. Although premature, it was a son, and Lu Tao's family was overjoyed. When Wu Menjing had just finished her postpartum confinement, she told me that childbirth was very painful, and postpartum recovery was very uncomfortable. She didn't want to have any more children and insisted that I undergo sterilization. Shu Chen was surprised and gestured for Lu Tao to continue. At first, I refused, but Wu Menjing kept causing a scene at home every day. Whenever my parents weren't home, she would bring up the issue. If I didn't comply, she wouldn't even sleep with me. Sigh. Unable to bear the constant nagging, Lu Tao thought, since they already had one child and raising a child was expensive, if Wu Menjing didn't want to have more children, then so be it. So Lu Tao secretly underwent a sterilization surgery at the hospital with the company of Wu Menjing, without informing his parents. Shu Chen swallowed hard, shivering. I heard online that this surgery involves cutting the balls, right? Lu Tao nodded. It's not as serious as it's said online, just need some rest. Shu Chen gave Lu Tao a thumbs up, then continued, if a woman doesn't want to have children, why can't she get sterilized herself? Why do you have to do it? Lu Tao shook his head bitterly, took out a cigarette, handed one to Shu Chen, lit one for himself, took a deep drag, and exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, I did think about this at the time, felt that a man should give in to a woman, especially when it's his own wife. Lu Tao took another drag. If it was just that, it would be fine as long as the family is harmonious and happy. But what Lu Tao couldn't accept was that just a month ago, his wife Wu Menjing was pregnant again. Shu Chen almost choked on his smoke at the news. What? You mean, after you got sterilized, your wife got pregnant again? Lu Tao nodded, his eyes already red. Shu Chen looked at the tearful Lu Tao sympathetically. Is there something wrong with the Lu family's ancestral grave? Louis was cheated on before marriage, now Lu Tao is being cheated on after marriage. Shu Chen tentatively asked, what about the child? Lu Tao suddenly covered his face, couldn't hold back his crying, his body trembling, shoulders shaking. The deep sorrow and pain in Lu Tao's heart couldn't be contained at that moment. Shu Chen sighed. He already knew the answer. The child Lu Tao had raised for so many years wasn't his own. Shu Chen didn't console Lu Tao, just let him cry. There's a saying, isn't it, it's not a sin for a man to cry. At times like this, shedding a tear, releasing some emotions, can ease the heart. After about 10 minutes, Lu Tao calmed down. Sorry, couldn't hold it in for a moment. Shu Chen took out 2 tissues from his pocket, handed them to Lu Tao to wipe his tears. I seem to remember that even after sterilization, there can be a surgery to reverse it. You need to solve this first. Lu Tao smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Already tried, it's too late. Lu Tao wasn't naive. After hearing the news, he immediately went to the hospital for a vasectomy reversal surgery. The results showed that Lu Tao had been sterilized for too long, and the vas deferens had shrunk and couldn't be reversed. Lu Tao felt despair. It meant that his branch of the Lu family would end with him. And Lu Tao himself was the only child in his family. His parents were too old to have children. It was truly the end of the family line. Shu Chen handed a cigarette to Lu Tao, patting his shoulder. Lu Tao's series of experiences were bizarre, but not funny. As a man, Shu Chen hadn't experienced it himself, but he could empathize. Forced into marriage, raising children who weren't his own, and now Lu Tao was left childless, with no possibility of having children. To be honest, in such a situation of being childless, it wouldn't be excessive to punish that woman and her whole family. Lu Tao continued, now, Wu Menjing is making a fuss about divorcing me. She wants to marry that wild man, who was the biological father of the children. It turned out that before knowing Lu Tao, Wu Menjing had an affair with a married man, and their contact had continued over the years. Not only was Lu Tao's son from that man, but even the child in her belly was his. The man had recently divorced, and Wu Menjing was thrilled. After waiting for so many years, she finally saw an opportunity. So she wanted to divorce Lu Tao, take her son and the unborn child, and go find that man. This woman is really... Shu Chen was at a loss for words upon hearing this, unsure whether to describe her as devoted or as wicked. So, what do you plan to do? Lu Tao crushed the cigarette he had just smoked in the ashtray repeatedly. Divorce. I feel disgusted just looking at her now. I'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with her in a couple of days. Since you're already planning to divorce, why did you come to me? Shu Chen was puzzled. Lu Tao looked up at Shu Chen, gritting his teeth. Revenge. I want to get back at them. My cousin said you could help. Shu Chen quickly waved his hand in refusal. If you're planning to divorce, why seek revenge? Lu Tao paused for a moment, then realized, are you saying, not to divorce? Exactly, that's the way to go. Shu Chen patted Lu Tao's shoulder. If you divorce, things will get complicated. Since it's come to this, don't divorce, just make her suffer. Lu Tao nodded in understanding. What should I do then? Shu Chen interrupted him. Before that, I need to clarify some things. Firstly, you've consulted a lawyer, right? Lu Tao nodded. Indeed, before coming to Shu Chen, he had already consulted a lawyer who assured him of a high chance to leave Wu Menjing with nothing and receive a substantial compensation. However, that wasn't what Lu Tao wanted. If you don't take the conventional route, I offer an unconventional one, but I need to make things clear to you. More importantly, my services don't come cheap, as Louis must have told you. Lu Tao nodded, stating that money wasn't an issue as long as they could deal with them. Shu Chen squinted at Lu Tao. How far are you willing to go with this revenge? Lu Tao was taken aback. How far? This question left Lu Tao speechless. He only wanted revenge and hadn't thought about the extent of it. Shu Chen presented him with options. First, ruin their reputation, a form of mental revenge. Lu Tao shook his head, finding no meaning in ruining their reputation. Second, incapacitate them, a physical revenge. Treat them as they treated you. Lu Tao was surprised by this service. Although he came for revenge, he didn't expect such an offer. To this, Shu Chen just smiled. Money talks, I'm just serving the one who pays, right? Lu Tao, the god. Being called a god made Lu Tao uncomfortable, but he excitedly said, that's it. That's it. Incapacitate them. Shu Chen waved his hand. Hold on, I'm not done yet. Third, simply eliminate them. Frankly, such people have no place in this world. Lu Tao thought he misheard, swallowing hard as he confirmed. You mean, eliminate? Shu Chen chuckled. Yes, eliminate. If what you said earlier wasn't just talk, then they are better off dead. Honestly, Lu Tao was starting to feel scared and hesitant. He had considered taking a life, especially in his moments of rage, thinking of grabbing a knife and ending the lives of this despicable couple, then turning himself in to exchange their lives for his. But as an ordinary person, Lu Tao had too much to lose, especially his elderly parents who he hadn't repaid for their upbringing. Don't rush your decision. Different services come with different costs, it's all up to you. Lu Tao found himself in another difficult choice, his inner turmoil growing stronger. After a long time, Lu Tao lifted his drooping head, his eyes red as he looked at Shu Chen, a hint of madness in his eyes. They won't find out, right? I don't want to go to jail. Of course not, besides, what does it have to do with you if they find out? In the end, Lu Tao chose to maim the couple instead of killing them. He was just too kind-hearted, just like how his wife chose to marry him because she saw his honesty and kindness. Although Shu Chen felt a bit disappointed with Lu Tao's choice, he didn't say much. He always believed in taking people's money and helping them out of trouble. Whatever God said, that was it. After Lu Tao left, Wang Kai looked at Shu Chen and suddenly said, the books the old Taoist gave you, read them more when you have time. Even if you can't learn anything, at least you can cultivate yourself. Wang Kai noticed something off about Shu Chen, realizing he was constantly trying to persuade Lu Tao to choose murder. It didn't know when Shu Chen's hostility had become so heavy, always thinking about killing. Got it. Shu Chen casually replied, then turned to start cleaning the rental house. Wang Kai watched Shu Chen's back, feeling uneasy. In fact, Lu Tao hadn't been home for 4 or 5 days, and his phone had been off all this time to avoid Wu Menjing bothering him. Just after leaving Shu Chen's place, Lu Tao was ready to go home. He had to go back because Shu Chen told him to find and tear up the marriage certificate right away. In Shu Chen's words, wasn't she eager for a divorce? If he tore up the certificate, it would be troublesome for her to divorce him. When Lu Tao returned home, his wife Wu Menjing was watching TV on the sofa, and their son from her affair was playing with Ultraman toys on the floor. You finally decided to come back. There hasn't been a man at home for the past few days. Someone knocked on the door at night, and our son couldn't sleep out of fear. As soon as he entered, Wu Menjing started accusing Lu Tao. Lu Tao gave Wu Menjing a disgusted look. He's not my son, not my problem. Hearing this, Wu Menjing was furious. She stood up from the sofa, hands on her hips. What do you mean he's not your son? Even if he's not biologically yours, he's called you dad for so many years. What more do you want? Listen. Can a person say such things? Lu Tao was almost driven mad by this woman's words. He was starting to regret not letting Shu Chen kill her. Thinking of what Shu Chen promised him, Lu Tao sneered, I must have been blind to meet a woman like you. Faced with Lu Tao's half-hearted curse, Wu Menjing remained unfazed. Over the years, she had already figured him out, a good-for-nothing who wouldn't even swear. Wu Menjing walked up to Lu Tao and held out her hand. Hand it over. Lu Tao was puzzled. Hand over what? Of course, hand over this month's living expenses. You disappeared without giving me money this month. My son and I need to eat, you know? Upon hearing this, Lu Tao truly wanted to strangle this shameless woman on the spot. What does it have to do with me if you and your son eat or not? Lu Tao ignored her directly. Go ask your son's father for it, not my problem. Then Lu Tao tried to leave, but Wu Menjing grabbed him and sharply said, "You are the boy's father. Get it straight, Lu Tao, we're not divorced yet." Lu Tao shook off Wu Menjing's hand and walked straight into the room. Wu Menjing persisted and followed Lu Tao into the room. "Humph, Lu Tao, you can withhold the living expenses, but let me make it clear to you. If we divorce, you have to give me half of the property. I've consulted a lawyer. No matter what, we're still legally married, and all of this is considered marital property. Divorce and wanting to split the property? For 6 or 7 years, I've been greened by Lousy, and the children aren't even mine, yet she still wants to split the property." Smack! Lu Tao turned around and slapped Wu Menjing across the face. This slap left Wu Menjing stunned. She never expected Lu Tao, who had always been so obedient to her, to hit her. "Ah!" Wu Menjing screamed, "Lu Tao, you hit me, how dare you hit me? After all these years with you, how dare you hit a pregnant woman? There's a child in my belly. A child. How dare she mention the child?" Lu Tao completely ignored Wu Menjing, about to open the drawer to get the marriage certificate, but Wu Menjing grabbed his clothes. Wu Menjing reached out her claws and frantically scratched at Lu Tao. "Apologize to me right now. If we divorce, I will let the court award our son to you, so you won't end up with no descendants. Remember, you've had a vasectomy." Lu Tao pushed Wu Menjing onto the bed, took out the marriage certificate from the drawer, and pointed it at her. "Divorce? Let me tell you, you wretched woman, I disagree. Divorce isn't that simple. Either you go to court for a forced divorce, but I will present all the evidence to leave you with nothing, compensating me for the mental anguish over these years. Don't think you're the only one who has consulted a lawyer. Disagree with the divorce? What does that mean?" Wu Menjing was stunned. She never expected Lu Tao to treat her like this. "Lu Tao, you scoundrel! You promised to divorce me." With those words, Wu Menjing got up from the bed, wanting to snatch the marriage certificate from Lu Tao. However, Lu Tao tore the 2 marriage certificates to shreds. "Without the marriage certificate, they won't process the divorce for you. You have to apply for a replacement yourself, and as for when to do it, it's not my concern." Then Lu Tao added, "Another thing, I won't go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you. If you want to go by yourself." What's going on? How did Lu Tao suddenly change like this? Tears of grievance streamed from Wu Menjing's eyes. "Lu Tao, you scoundrel!" Crying, Wu Menjing picked up the torn marriage certificates from the floor. Why are you treating me like this? I'm just a girl. I'm pregnant." Sob. At this moment, Wu Menjing felt extremely wronged. Lu Tao had unexpectedly gone back on his word, even though she was still waiting for him to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for the divorce. She was still waiting for him to split the property with her. Sitting on the ground crying, Wu Menjing noticed that Lu Tao had disappeared from the room without comforting her, even though in the past, whenever she shed tears, she got her way. Wu Menjing turned her head and saw that Lu Tao had already vanished from the room, and she screamed again. "Ah, Lu Tao, come back. You promised to divorce me. Don't you love me anymore?" Returning to the living room, Lu Tao found his son looking at him. Lu Tao had poured out 200% of his fatherly love for this son, only to find out he belonged to someone else. Louis felt a pang in his heart. The son stood up from the ground and shouted at Lu Tao, "Dad! Dad!" Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar address, Lu Tao's heart ached. He walked up to his son and patted his head. "Good son, from now on, don't call me Dad, call me Grandpa." After Lu Tao left, the distressed Wu Menjing tried to call Ishirue, but the call wouldn't go through. Ishirue was the man who had been entangled with Wu Menjing for many years. Wu Menjing had met Ishirue when she was just 16 years old. They met at a bar. At that time, Wu Menjing didn't want to study, so she left school early and entered society, working part-time at a bar. The so-called part-time job was to accompany customers. In their line of work, they would leave their contact information with the bar owner. When customers wanted companionship while drinking at the bar, they would call them. Generally speaking, the prettier ones can earn around 500 yuan per session, while the less attractive ones make around 200 to 300 yuan. They are responsible for accompanying customers to drink. However, the bar owner will take a cut of this money. But it doesn't matter, after all, it's a mutual benefit, and generally speaking, bar owners are not too greedy. Wu Menjing naturally belongs to the category with a high appearance fee of 500 yuan because, in terms of looks, Wu Menjing is petite and very cute. Her acquaintance with Ishirue was also because she accompanied him in the bar. Ishirue was the one who requested her company. And every time Ishirue came to the bar, he would choose her. Over time, Wu Menjing and Ishirue became acquainted, and they got to know each other a bit. Ishirue had also proposed to Wu Menjing to go to a private room, but Wu Menjing refused. In their line of work, hugging and touching are acceptable, but going to a private room is generally not preferred. Moreover, at that time, Wu Menjing was only doing part-time work, hanging out at the bar to earn some pocket money. More importantly, Wu Menjing was still a 16-year-old minor. He Shirue, being a gentleman, respected Wu Menjing's refusal to go to a private room and never made inappropriate advances towards her. He simply drank and chatted with her. This made Wu Menjing develop a favorable impression of He Shirue. He Shirue naturally noticed this and began to pursue Wu Menjing. Under He Shirue's persistent pursuit, they became a couple. Subsequently, they naturally progressed to intimacy, and Wu Menjing gave her first time to He Shirue. That year, Wu Menjing was 17 years old, and He Shirue was 26. As their relationship developed, Wu Menjing gradually realized something was amiss. She discovered that He Shirue was already married. This discovery hit her like a thunderbolt, leaving Wu Menjing dumbfounded. She then went through a period of distress, even attempting suicide in Tianhe. Before jumping into the river, Wu Menjing called He Shirue, who rushed to save her. Later, He Shirue told her that he did not love his current wife, his only love was Wu Menjing. He knelt down and promised her, "I will definitely divorce my current wife and marry you. Please give me some time. Please don't hurt yourself, I will be heartbroken." Although it was absurd, it was this promise that prevented Wu Menjing from attempting suicide again. She stayed by He Shirue's side honestly, hoping that one day he would divorce and marry her. Hoping that one day, lovers would become spouses and grow old together. However, when Wu Menjing turned 20, there was no sign of any action from He Shirue. Not to mention divorce, He Shirue had even had a daughter with his original wife. To make matters worse, Wu Menjing's parents found out about her work as a hostess in the bar and her affair with a married man. This infuriated them, leading to physical and verbal abuse towards Wu Menjing. They forbade her from interacting with He Shirue, locked her up at home, and confiscated her phone. Dramatically, while confined at home, Wu Menjing realized she had not had her period for a long time. At her insistence, her mother bought a pregnancy test for her. The result was clear: Wu Menjing was pregnant. She was carrying He Shirue's child, which left her with mixed feelings. On one hand, she was happy because she could use the child as leverage to force He Shirue to divorce his wife and be with her. On the other hand, she did not want to become a mother so soon. She had not finished enjoying her youth. But these were just Wu Menjing's thoughts. Her parents had a different perspective. They wanted her to find a suitor before her pregnancy became noticeable, otherwise, Wu Menjing would be an unmarried mother, and their family would become the subject of ridicule in the neighborhood. Then there was what happened next. After considering various options, they chose Lu Tao. Lu Tao was honest and kind, with no major flaws except being a bit older. Moreover, Lu Tao was a designated relocated resident, and in a few years, his family's old house would need to be relocated. Wu Menjing was definitely against this. She cried, threw tantrums, and even threatened to commit suicide at home. In the end, Wu Menjing's parents forced her into meeting Lu Tao by using extreme measures. She agreed to meet Lu Tao, but only if they returned her phone to her. Upon getting her phone back, Wu Menjing immediately called He Shirue, crying as she told him about her pregnancy and her parents' pressure for her to go on a blind date and get married. She thought He Shirue would rescue her from this predicament, but he actually advised her to follow her parents' arrangement. "You know about my financial situation, darling. You don't want our child to suffer, do you? Why not marry him, let him help us raise the child. When the child is a bit older, we both divorce, and then we can be together forever." Wu Menjing, who was already under He Shirue's spell, actually believed his nonsense and went to meet Lu Tao for marriage. Upon meeting Lu Tao, Wu Menjing felt an indescribable sense of disgust. Just looking at this man made her sick. But it was all for He Shirue, for the loved child in her belly. Wu Menjing had to endure the disgust and pretend to like Lu Tao during their dates. She even arranged a drunken encounter with Lu Tao, leading to an unexpected pregnancy. Everything went smoothly. Upon learning of Wu Menjing's pregnancy, Lu Tao immediately arranged for a wedding without hesitation. After getting married, except for the first 3 months, Wu Menjing would meet He Shirue irregularly until just before giving birth. He Shirue seemed to really enjoy her pregnant appearance, always looking excited during their meetings. He Shirue also told Wu Menjing that she must not have children with Lu Tao. She could only have a child with him, and they would make Lu Tao help raise the child. Wu Menjing, who obeyed He Shirue unquestioningly, naturally agreed. This led to the incident where she went crazy at home, demanding that Lu Tao undergo sterilization. Everything was for He Shirue, everything was for their love. At this moment, He Shirue was sitting in a chair in the hotel, looking at the phone call from Wu Menjing, feeling a hint of disgust rising in his heart. The phone kept ringing, but He Shirue chose to turn it off. He really didn't want to deal with this foolish woman. Just when he was about to finalize his divorce and property division, she had to involve herself in his affairs. He had already arranged the divorce, and after so many years of peaceful separation, all he had to do was wait for the property division. Now, his wife had heard the news and refused to share the assets with him. She informed him that she was contacting a lawyer to sue him, aiming to leave him with nothing and make him compensate for the emotional distress she had suffered from being deceived all these years. Shirue was furious. Just a little longer, and he would have had the money. This foolish woman, Wu Menjing, she spilled all the beans about the past years to Lu Tao on the day of his divorce. How could there be such a foolish pig in this world? And this woman even took it upon herself to have Lu Tao sterilized without his knowledge. And she had kept it from him for so many years. Now he was not only penniless but also stuck in the hotel, facing a lawsuit. Shirue stood up, took a shower to calm down. After the shower, he pondered for a while and turned on his phone again. I'm looking beyond, above the moon, how many dreams there are. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, his phone rang again. Shirue answered the call. Hello, how are things on your end? At the other end of the phone, Wu Menjing's voice, filled with grievance and sobs, came through. Why didn't you answer the phone? You made me so worried. Hearing Wu Menjing's tone, Shirue sensed trouble, but still patiently asked, Darling, don't cry first, what's going on? Over the phone, Wu Menjing told Shirue that Lu Tao had just returned home, tore up the marriage certificate, and informed Wu Menjing that Lu Tao would not divorce her, and even if he did, she would have to leave with nothing. Leave with nothing, leave with nothing, leave with nothing again. Just hearing these words made Shirue furious, and at that moment, he finally exploded. Blaming this woman who couldn't keep her mouth shut, Shirue coldly said, You figure it out yourself. If you can't get the money, don't come looking for me. He then added, Hurry up and find a lawyer. Generally, leaving with nothing is impossible, so go consult a lawyer quickly. These words were not just for Wu Menjing but also for himself. Finding a lawyer was now something he had to do. Wu Menjing on the other end of the phone cried even louder when Shirue scolded her. He hurriedly comforted this foolish woman, afraid she might do something stupid. Darling, stop crying for now, go find a lawyer first, no matter what, get the divorce, divide the property. Soothed by Shirue, Wu Menjing on the phone stopped crying. Okay, I understand. Shirue then hung up the phone, ready to go out. He also needed to contact a lawyer and take legal action. The thought of legal action gave him a headache. Shirue's wife made it clear to him that no matter how many lawsuits he filed, she had all the time to drag it out, and he wouldn't get a penny. Shirue's wife came from a wealthy family with connections in various industries. He understood that since his wife had spoken, he really wouldn't get a penny. However, with a glimmer of hope, Shirue still wanted to try finding a lawyer. Lu Tao's home. After being scolded by Shirue, Wu Menjing quickly tidied up and left with her son. Shirue told her to find a lawyer, so she would find one. For Wu Menjing, Shirue's words were like a decree. After leaving with her son, Lu Irue, Wu Menjing suddenly realized she had no idea where to find a lawyer, not even knowing where law firms were located. For a moment, the mother and son could only stand at the entrance of the residential area, lost in thought. Just then, a man with a dog approached Wu Menjing. Beauty, what's wrong? I've seen you standing here for a while, can I help you with something? The man was Shu Chen with his dog, Wang Kai, who had been waiting here for a while. Wu Menjing looked up at Shu Chen and couldn't help but size him up. This ordinary man actually dared to strike up a conversation. Was he blind? Didn't he see she was with her son? Did he think she was his sister? Maybe. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Wu Menjing's mind, instantly lifting her spirits. No, it's nothing, I just want to find a law firm. Do you know where I can find one? A lawyer? Shu Chen suddenly realized, this woman wanted someone to fight a legal battle with Lu Tao. Shu Chen pretended to be surprised. Miss, this must be fate. I am just a humble lawyer. Wu Menjing was taken aback. Could such a coincidence really happen? Was her good luck about to come? But out of caution, Wu Menjing remained composed. Is that so? Of course, it's true. Absolutely genuine. Shu Chen immediately took out a bulging wallet from his pocket, slightly tilting it to prevent Wu Menjing from seeing inside. After rummaging through the wallet, Shu Chen took out a small notebook and handed it to Wu Menjing. Wu Menjing took the lawyer's certificate and opened it to find a 2-inch photo of the man in front of her. As Shu Chen would say, in this day and age, anyone who still carries a wallet, especially young people, is either a scammer or a fraudster. Shu Chen didn't have a single cent in his wallet, but when it came to fake certificates, he had them all. He had them for all the top mainstream professions. It was all for the sake of survival. Shu Chen took back the lawyer's certificate and smiled at Wu Menjing, saying, "Beauty, do you need any legal advice? Oh, by the way, I specialize in studying marriage law, but I know a bit about other matters too. However, if it comes to lawsuits, I'll need my colleagues to handle it. After all, everyone has their own expertise." When Wu Menjing heard the man in front of her claim to specialize in marriage law, she was certain that good luck had finally come her way. Wu Menjing even became more polite in her speech. "Hello, Mr. Lawyer, I do have some matters regarding marriage that I would like to consult about." Here it comes. Falling into the trap. Shu Chen chuckled. "Beauty, let's find a place to talk. It's not very professional to discuss business on the street." "Oh, yes, let's go to your law firm to talk." Wu Menjing immediately understood Shu Chen's intention. After Shu Chen and Wu Menjing's son left, the loud voice of the residential security guard reached the street, drawing the attention of many passers-by. "Hey, master, what's wrong with this surveillance camera? The new one I just bought yesterday is already broken. Hurry up and come to replace it, or else the property management will come bother me again." Originally, Shu Chen had planned to take Wu Menjing away directly. However, her troublesome son was a problem. After some persuasion, Wu Menjing decided to send her son to her parents' house first. So, Shu Chen drove Wu Menjing to an old residential area. While Wu Menjing was sending her son away, Shu Chen called Lu Tao. "Hello? Lu Tao, have you arrived at the location?" At this moment, Shu Chen was on the phone inquiring about Lu Tao's whereabouts. Lu Tao's voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm here, you can start now." Upon hearing the response from the other end of the phone, Shu Chen hung up. Shu Chen had Lu Tao go to the largest pedestrian street in the city to act as a homeless person. As for why he did this, it was simple: to provide Lu Tao with an alibi. Shu Chen made sure Lu Tao was in a crowded place and under constant surveillance by cameras for 24 hours. After the call, half an hour passed, but Wu Menjing had not come down yet. Shu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Women are so indecisive. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Wu Menjing finally came down, but she had red eyes, clearly indicating she had been crying. "Oh, MS. Wu, what's wrong? Did you have a fight with your family?" Wu Menjing sniffed, wiped her eyes with a tissue. "No, it's nothing, let's go." When Wu Menjing returned to her parents' home earlier, she was scolded by them because they found out about her plan to divorce Lu Tao. This was because Lu Tao had already called her parents. The two elderly people never expected Wu Menjing to be so ruthless, forcing Lu Tao to undergo sterilization. "Alright, let's go then." Shu Chen didn't ask much. There was nothing to ask. Wu Menjing's parents were not good people either. Wu Menjing nodded and then followed Shu Chen out of the residential area and into Shu Chen's small car. Of course, the small car was rented by Shu Chen. With his current relatively comfortable financial situation, he couldn't drive a van anymore. Vans were not classy enough. "MS. Wu, our law firm is in the outskirts, so it might take a while. If you feel tired, you can rest for a while." Wu Menjing nodded, completely unaware that a nightmare was about to descend upon her. As for their destination on this trip, it was a familiar place. It was the outskirts warehouse where Louis beat Liang Guolong a year ago. It was also where Shu Chen made his first bucket of gold. Night. He Shuruwei walked out of a noodle shop. His attempt to consult a lawyer was not going well. He visited many law firms in a row, and some of them, upon hearing his name, he Shuruwei, immediately showed him the door without a word. He Shuruwei knew for sure that it was his ex-wife's family pulling strings against him, but he was helpless about it. He could only vent his anger on the roadside garbage bin. Finally, he found a small law firm, and the lawyer inside, who looked unreliable at first glance, told he Shuruwei that he might not necessarily lose this lawsuit. Cheating is one thing, divorce and property division are another. Cheating might result in he Shuruwei getting a little less, but he wouldn't walk away empty-handed. Hearing this, he Shuruwei was delighted, but the lawyer continued, "However, if the other party drags it out, it's normal for it to take 3 to 5 years. Only when the final judgment is made can you apply for enforcement." Hearing this, he Shuruwei was instantly unhappy. 3 to 5 years. What was he going to do during these years? He Shuruwei knew a bit about the mess with his ex-wife's family. His ex-wife's family was not to be trifled with. If this dragged on for 3 to 5 years, he reckoned his body would end up in the wilderness. Frustrated, he Shuruwei wandered aimlessly in the alley, and in the midst of his wandering, he suddenly remembered Wu Menjing. He took out his phone, wanting to call and ask how Wu Menjing was doing, only to find her phone was switched off. "Oomph, damn woman," he Shuruwei cursed, then continued strolling down the street. Thinking of Wu Menjing made he Shuruwei angry, but at this point, they were in the same boat. He couldn't afford to fall out with Wu Menjing now. Since these troubles started, it was Wu Menjing who had been giving him money to spend. If he fell out with her, he would have no financial support. In fact, over the years, Shuruei had been involved with not just Wu Menjiang but 4 or 5 other women. More women meant more trouble and more places to spend money. Although his wife usually gave him a lot, it was not enough for his daily expenses. If only he hadn't spent money recklessly over the years. Lost in thought, Shuruei walked into a dim alley. Suddenly, an electric scooter came rushing towards him from the opposite direction. Shuruei blinked hard, thinking he must be seeing things. Riding the scooter was a big yellow dog. Just as Shuruei was dumbfounded, the big yellow dog, riding the electric scooter, crashed into Shuruei at a fast speed. Ow! A cry of pain escaped Shuruei's mouth as he was knocked to the ground. The pain in his thigh made him struggle in agony on the ground. As he lay there in pain, the dog riding the scooter walked up to Shuruei, looking at him with pity in its eyes. Enduring the intense pain, Shuruei stared at the big yellow dog in front of him, his intuition telling him that this dog that could ride an electric scooter was no ordinary one. Shuruei's judgment was indeed correct. Can a dog that can ride an electric scooter be simple? In the next moment, the dog lifted a brick with its paw and was about to smash it down on Shuruei's head. Shocked, Shuruei thought, damn, is this a hallucination? A dog that can pick up a brick. Don't hit me. Dangerous. Good dog. Good dog. Unfortunately, humans cannot communicate with dogs unless the dog is like Wonkai, but Wonkai wouldn't buy his story. Bang! The brick hit Shuruei's head directly, his vision went black, and he passed out instantly. Watching Shuruei pass out, Wonkai's mouth curled into a cold smile, muttering, good dog. Good damn dog. At this moment, another man walked out of the alley, and it was Shu Chen. Shu Chen gave Wangkai a thumbs up. Well done. They had been following Shuruei for a long time. Shu Chen had intended to take action himself, but Wang Kai insisted on taking the initiative. Wang Kai pursed his lips. I'm afraid you might go too far and kill him by accident. Shu Chen was taken aback. Wang Kai, you've been acting strange lately. Why are you so afraid of me killing someone? Wang Kai shook his head, gesturing for Shu Chen to get rid of Shuruei quickly as someone would arrive soon. Wang Kai didn't know when Shu Chen had started acting differently. Perhaps it was since he gained divine power, or maybe since he dealt with those 2 murderers. Shu Chen had become somewhat arrogant, feeling he was meant to uphold justice and no longer valued human life. It wasn't that Wang Kai cared about those people's lives. To him, they were like stray dogs, not his kind. Who would care about the life of a stray dog on the roadside? Wang Kai was only worried that Shu Chen's reckless actions would bring danger upon himself, because Wang Kai knew there was more than one special being in this world. Just like Taoist Guyanshun, Wang Kai knew that old man was no ordinary person. If that old man wanted to deal with them, it would be effortless. It was an intuition from a beast that devours gold. So, when Shu Chen and Guyanshun argued in the villa, Wang Kai stood quietly by Guyanshun's side, ready to strike if anything went wrong. Outside the abandoned factory, Wang Kai was talking to Shu Chen. Are you saying I've become arrogant? Shu Chen was surprised and a bit defiant. How am I being arrogant? Think about what happened with Lu Tao. Hearing Wang Kai's words, Shu Chen wanted to argue, but seeing Wang Kai's serious gaze, he calmed down and thought carefully. Arrogant? No way. He hadn't done anything wrong. He was just taking on a job, and those 2 were truly despicable. It wouldn't be excessive to kill them for what they did. Kill them? Kill them. Shu Chen suddenly realized and looked at Wang Kai in shock. Just a few days ago, he was trying to persuade Lu Tao to directly slaughter those 2 despicable individuals. At this stage, Shu Chen found direct killing simpler than mental or physical torture. The realization made cold sweat spread down his back, soaking his shirt in moments. In the past, he wouldn't have done something like that just to take the easy way out. When did this start? Shu Chen remembered when he snapped Zhang Shuang's neck on that mountaintop and marveled at how simple killing was. Wang Kai, Shu Chen realized he had indeed become conceited. Since meeting Wang Kai, his fate had changed from a penniless youth to a young man with over $1 million in savings. From the events with Li Xuanju, he saw the dark and bloody side of the world. Then with Li An's case, he encountered ghosts that ordinary people never saw, and he resolved 2 murderers' cases. Ultimately, he was just a young man in his early 20s, his mind and body unable to keep up with his experiences. At that moment, he felt like he was looking down on the world from a mountaintop. Little did he know, he was the one standing at the mountain's foot. Wang Kai, Wang Kai raised his paw, patting Shu Chen's pants leg, leaving a dusty paw print on them. Understood, our journey ahead is long. We can be bold in our actions, but we must keep a good mindset and lower our pride. The lower, the better. Upon hearing Wang Sai's words, Shu Chen nodded. He took a deep breath and replied in a barely audible voice, got it. Wang Kai gestured for Shu Chen to sit beside him. Shuchen didn't mind the dirt under his feet and sat down on the ground. Let me tell you a story, a true story. In that lifetime, Wang Kai was a black cat and also had a master. In that lifetime, Wang Kai was very fortunate. His master was a merchant who secretly traded private salt and had some wealth. After communicating with his master, Wang Kai's master unhesitatingly gave him 10 caddies of gold and gained divine power. With the divine power, Wang Kai's master participated in the imperial examination and unsurprisingly became the top scholar in martial arts. Wang Kai's master was equally clever, using the divine power to elevate his status. After becoming a top scholar, he was appointed an official by the court. Wanting to advance further, his master amassed wealth through corruption and abuse of power, finally accumulating 100 caddies of gold for Wang Kai. After consuming the 100 caddies of gold, his master gained the ability to fly. 100 caddies of gold can only make you fly? No way, who dares to fly these days? Flying equals death. Shuchen interjected. Even if you fly fast, can you outfly a missile? Wang Kai rolled his eyes. Stop interrupting. Everything after the divine power is different. It's all about luck. Shuchen awkwardly smiled, signaling Wang Kai to continue the story. After unlocking the ability to fly, Wang Kai's master became arrogant. In an era of cold weapons, being able to fly made him invincible. He became more audacious, disregarding others and offending many. Even the emperor was displeased with him. Just as the emperor was about to take action against him, he revealed his ability to fly, attempting to win the emperor's trust and secure a high position like a national teacher. The emperor, impressed by his ability to fly, promised to promote Wang Kai's master. True to his word, the emperor bestowed upon Wang Kai's master the title of a second-rank official and appointed him as the deputy director of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Wang Kai's master enjoyed great prestige for a while and tried to amass wealth again, aiming to gather 1,000 caddies of gold to unlock his third ability. The idea was splendid, but reality was cruel. Less than half a month after his promotion, on a certain day, he went to court as usual. However, upon entering the palace hall, the emperor suddenly ordered the hall to be sealed. 500 iron-armored soldiers surrounded Wang Kai's master, attempting to kill him. Unable to fly away, Wang Kai's master refused to sit idly and fought back vigorously. Empowered by divine strength, he fought like a god among men. After knocking down more than a dozen iron-armored soldiers, he was stabbed to death in the chaos. Shuchen was speechless. Is that it? He thought he was like a god among men, but he only managed to knock down a few. Wang Kai seemed to see through Shuchen's thoughts. What I mean is, never be arrogant. What are you thinking? Shuchen wasn't foolish and understood Wang Kai's message. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep a low profile in the future, however low it needs to be. But at that moment, Shuchen's mind was on the gold. Damn it! The third ability requires 1,000 caddies of gold. In the factory, Manhwa and Hashirui were thrown into a deep pit. The pit was over 6 meters deep, specially prepared by Shuchen for this pair. The walls were lined with tiles, each one meticulously placed by Shuchen himself. Climbing out was impossible. Furthermore, Shuchen considerately smeared pig lard all over the walls of the pit. Not to mention the difficulty they faced trying to escape. Even when Shuchen managed to climb up after tiling the bottom with ceramic tiles, it took tremendous effort. He was literally pulled up by Wang Kai using a rope. At that moment, Wu Menjing saw Hashirui still unconscious beside her, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. She had no idea what had happened. The lawyer had brought her here and forcefully thrown her into this pit. She almost fainted from the fall, but no matter how much she screamed, the lawyer remained silent. It wasn't until nightfall when he threw the unconscious Hashirui into the pit and left, ignoring Wu Menjing's desperate cries. A day and night had passed, and Wu Menjing's tears were almost dried up, yet Hashirui still hadn't woken up. She couldn't understand why the lawyer treated her this way when she hadn't done anything wrong. Indeed, there wasn't a single decent man in the world. She had been too naive to trust him and follow his deceitful words. But there was no remedy for regrets in this world. All Wu Menjing could do was sit on the ground, hugging her legs in helplessness, staring blankly above. Just as she was on the brink of despair, a figure appeared at the top of the hole. It was that damned lawyer. Who are you? What do you want? Let us out now. I'm telling you, I'm pregnant. If something happens to me. Wu Menjing's outburst at Shu Chen's appearance was filled with curses and threats, overwhelming him and prompting him to leave. Ah, come back, you damn turtle. Watching Shu Chen leave, Wu Menjing screamed, but to no avail. Her piercing screams woke the still unconscious Hashirui. Water. Water. My head. Hashirui was extremely thirsty at that moment. He tried to sit up but found himself with a splitting headache. Seeing Hashirui wake up, Wu Menjing hurried over to help him up. Honey, are you okay? Wu Menjing had always called Shirue honey in private, thinking her dreams were about to come true, only to face this situation. Shirue struggled to lift his head, looked at Wu Menjing, then glanced around. What's going on? Where are we? He only remembered being knocked unconscious by a dog with a brick, the rest was a blank. Woo. I don't know either. Yes. We've been kidnapped. Someone kidnapped us. Wu Menjing burst into tears, telling Shirue she knew nothing except that a lawyer with a dog had kidnapped them. Lawyer? Kidnapping? With a dog? Shirue wondered if it was his ex-wife who had orchestrated this. Just then, Shu Chen approached the hole again. How's it going? Still shouting? Upon hearing the voice, both of them looked up, and Shirue immediately questioned, Who are you? Did Zhu Meng, that fat woman, send you to kidnap us? Xu Meng was Shirue's ex-wife. Shu Chen chuckled, Guess. Let us out now. You rotten man, you'll have a bad end. Wu Menjing continued to roar. Seeing this, Shu Chen walked away, leaving the bickering couple in the pit. Shirue glared at Wu Menjing. Can you let me finish before you speak? His words left Wu Menjing speechless. You've been spoiled by Lu Tao, that's why you have such a bad temper. Shirue continued to complain to Wu Menjing, wondering if she had no sense of the situation. They had been kidnapped, yet she was cursing at the kidnapper. Wasn't that asking for trouble? The priority was to communicate with the kidnapper. Honey, Shut up, don't speak. When I ask you later, you better play dumb. Suddenly, there was no sound in the pit, and Wu Menjing cowered in the corner, looking aggrieved and not daring to make a sound. Meanwhile, Shirue lay on the ground trying to rest, feeling unbearable pain all over, especially in his head. Time passed, and their phones had been taken away long ago. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Wu Menjing's stomach growled, and she said pitifully, Honey, I'm hungry. However, this statement was met with Shirue's roar, Hungry? Screw you. You're hungry, what about me? Endure it. Time quietly slipped by as they both suffered from hunger, and before they knew it, it was evening. Wu Menjing was so weak from hunger that she had gone from sitting with her knees hugged to lying on the ground. Shirue, equally famished, with blurry eyes, became extremely weak. The arrival they were eagerly waiting for, Shu Chen, never showed up, which left them feeling somewhat hopeless. Could it be that the kidnapper wanted to starve them to death here? Just as they were losing hope, Shu Chen finally arrived, holding a chicken leg in his hand, his mouth greasy from eating. Are you going to call out or not? Wu Menjing and Shirue saw Shu Chen as if he were their savior. Wu Menjing looked at the chicken leg in Shu Chen's hand, swallowed hard, and wanted to speak, but then remembered Shirue's instructions and could only shake her head. Weakly, Shirue spoke, Did Zhu Meng send you? Can you let us go? How much did she pay you? I'll double it. Shu Chen squinted at Shirue below and replied, She did pay me quite a bit. Double it? Can you afford that? Upon hearing Shu Chen's words, Shirue immediately knew there was a chance. As long as they could negotiate, everything could be settled. Yes. I've already divorced her, I can give her half of my assets, I can afford it. Definitely can afford it. Shu Chen clearly didn't believe Shirue's words. If he got tricked, he would be in trouble. I see. Let me call her and see if she can add more money. Sure, you make the call, I'll talk to her. Shirue was delighted. Even though he had cheated, he believed that after so many years of love, Zhu Meng would definitely make this person let them go. Smiling, Shu Chen waved at the two. Alright, I'll make the call first. Shirue immediately shouted, Wait, can you give us something to eat first? However, Shu Chen had already left and didn't respond to the request. Just then, a chicken leg bone, stripped clean of meat, fell in front of him and Wu Menjing. Another night and morning passed, and it was now noon on the third day. In the large pit, there was no trace of the chicken leg bone left. As for who ate the bone, only they knew. Shu Chen walked back to the edge of the pit. What was Zhu Ming's phone number again? I forgot to ask yesterday. By now, Wu Menjing was so pale from hunger, and Shirue's lips were cracked from thirst. Water. Give us some water. Otherwise, we'll die of thirst. Shirue had no strength left to deal with Shu Chen. After a night of contemplation, he realized that Shu Chen had no intention of calling Zhu Meng. At this point, all he wanted was water and food. Slapping his thigh, Shu Chen exclaimed, Oh, I almost forgot. Forgot to give you water, wait a moment. In the hopeful anticipation of Wu Menjing and Shirue, Shu Chen left once again. However, this time, Shu Chen did not disappoint them. He indeed brought a blue plastic bottle filled with water. Quick, drop it down. In Shirue's plea, Shu Chen tossed the bottle down to them. Shirue immediately ran over to pick up the bottle, and Wu Menjing also wanted to go, but she was glared at by Shirue and could only sit and wait. At this moment, she only hoped that Shirue would save her some. When Hishirue opened the bottle to take a sip, a foul smell hit him, making him nauseous. This wasn't water at all, it was clearly urine. And it was hot urine. Hishirue angrily looked up at Shu Chen, as if demanding an explanation. Clever as Shu Chen was, he immediately understood Hishirue's meaning. Sorry, I've been eating spicy food these days, so it's a bit yellow, just bear with it. Shu Chen then ignored Hishirue's curses, laughed heartily, and left the factory. Outside the factory, Wang Kai looked at Shu Chen with a strange expression. You're really something. Shu Chen gave Wang Kai a look. Don't blame me, there's a bit more of your ingredient in that bottle, big brother, not to mention second brother. Yes, that bottle contained a mixture of Shu Chen and Wang Kai, a drink that would surely be a great tonic. Wang Kai's mouth was wide open in excitement. Do you think they'll drink it? Definitely. When people are thirsty, they'll drink anything they can find, not just ours, they might even drink their own. In the pit of the factory. As Shu Chen had said, that delicious drink in the bottle had been finished, Hishirue drank it, and Wu Menjing did too. Not only did they drink it, but they also refilled the bottle with their own mixture. Hishirue had thought about pouring out what was in the bottle and just drinking their own, but after some thought, he gave up. In such hot weather, wasting water wasn't a good habit. The water issue was resolved, but hunger was a big problem. In the evening, as the sky darkened, the sun was about to set. Shu Chen once again came to the edge of the pit. Hey, are you hungry? Wu Menjing looked up and quickly shouted, hungry. Give me something to eat. I can't take it anymore. Please, please. Wu Menjing was almost fainting from hunger. She had long forgotten Hishirue's warning not to speak. Yes, please give us something to eat. There's a child in her belly. Hishirue chimed in, using the child in Wu Menjing's belly as leverage, trying to win Shu Chen's sympathy. Shu Chen, being so kind, must have been moved, and said firmly, wait. I'll get you something. No one should suffer, especially not a child. In the hopeful anticipation of the two, Shu Chen brought them the food they had been longing for. A steamed bun. No, to be precise, a steamed bun that had been bitten into a big piece, as if by a dog. This was no ordinary half bun. This was a handmade bun made from old dough. Shu Chen threw the bun into the pit and instructed, don't you dare steal it. This is for the child. Wu Menjing and Hishirue saw the old dough bun falling from the sky, like manna from heaven, and without any regard for their dignity, they pounced on it and fought over it. You crazy woman, what are you fighting for? You're so short. You won't starve. Hishirue shouted at Wu Menjing, who was acting like a mad dog. But the current Wu Menjing was no longer the same as before. She didn't want to hear anything Hishirue said. All she could see was that old dough bun. However, despite the frenzy, it was actually of no use. Petite Wu Menjing was no match for the towering Hishirue. The ownership of the old dough bun ultimately went to Hishirue. From above the pit came Shu Chen's voice. I declare, the man wins. He gets the first choice in mate selection. Wu Menjing looked at Hishirue holding the bun, feeling resentful. Hishirue, you jerk. I can't believe I still love you so much. You would choose a bun over me. As the words were still on her lips, Wu Menjing lunged again, trying to grab the steamed bun. Smack! Hishireu's hand landed on Wu Menjing's face. I even gave you the chicken drumstick. What's wrong with me eating a steamed bun? Stunned by the slap, Wu Menjing exclaimed, you hit me. I'm carrying your child. How could you hit me? Over a steamed bun. She couldn't believe she had loved him for so long. She even gave birth to a son for Hishirue, whom she handed over to Lu Tao to raise. And she named the son Lu Irue. She divorced him as soon as she heard about his divorce. She had sacrificed so much for him, and he hit her over a steamed bun. Helpless, Wu Menjing could only crouch on the ground, silently weeping, not because she didn't want to cry out loud, but because she had no strength left to cry out. At that moment, Wu Menjing felt like the whole world had abandoned her, and she felt like smashing her head against the wall. But she didn't dare. As the saying goes, it's better to live a hard life than to die easily. Just then, Hishirue walked over. Here. This is for you. Wu Menjing looked up, gazing at the half-steamed bun in Hishirue's hand, feeling warmth in her heart at that moment. He does still love me. Wu Menjing reached out with trembling hands to take the steamed bun. Eat slowly, don't choke. Don't snatch in the future, I will give it to you. You are my treasure. Wu Menjing nodded with tears in her eyes, chewing the steamed bun, her eyes once again filled with love for Hishirue. Smack! Watching this scene by the big pit, Shu Chen was dumbfounded and slapped himself in the face. What kind of operation is this? Can you play like this? Slap and then give a steamed bun to eat? Hishirue even managed to pull it off in this situation. At this moment, Shu Chen understood. He finally understood why honest Lu Tao fell for it. Lu Tao didn't lose unjustly. This is simply a blow to the ego. Time passed, and it was the 12th day. Lu Tao, who was wandering the streets, received a call from Shuchen, asking him to call the police. The police were looking for Wu Menjing, and he wanted to find her. Why call the police? Aren't they in your hands? As the employer, Lu Tao knew about Shuchen's actions of tying them up. He was puzzled and didn't understand why Shuchen wanted him to call the police. Wasn't that turning himself in? Shuchen's voice came from the phone. Don't you just want to hurt them? Since you didn't kill them, someone has to come to their rescue, right? Do you want me to release them myself? Lu Tao was stunned by his words, as if there was some truth to it. Also, they have seen my face, so I can't stay here. Hurry up and bring the money. I need to prepare to run, and you can come and see them again. After speaking, Shuchen hung up, leaving Lu Tao looking constipated on the street. Lu Tao sighed, stood up from the chair on the street, and prepared to go home for the money. Hey, Lu Gu, going home already? It was a security guard speaking. These days, he had become quite familiar with Lu Tao. The security guard liked Lu Tao because although he had money, he wanted to experience the life of a wanderer, and he was generous, often treating them to breakfast and always carrying good cigarettes to share. Yeah, going back. I thought about it, home is still better, it's too exposed to the elements here. Lu Tao laughed and casually replied. The security guard walked up to Lu Tao, took out a pack of cheap cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and handed it to Lu Tao. When you have time, come find me to hang out, we promised to go fishing together. Lu Tao nodded. The security guard continued, go home and live well. There's no need for a couple to quarrel. As the saying goes, a quarrel at the head of the bed, harmony at the foot. Regarding Lu Tao's matter, the security guard knew a little about it, but not much. He only knew that Lu Tao had left home after arguing with his wife. Arguments at the head of the bed lead to reconciliation at the foot of the bed. Lu Tao chuckled and said, all right, got it. I'll be on my way, brother. Lu Tao picked up his clothes hanging on a chair by the street, bid farewell to the security guard, and then left. After Lu Tao departed, the security guard sighed, seems like even wealthy people don't have it easy. It's better to live a simple and peaceful life without quarrels and troubles, that's the way to go. Lu Tao returned to his rural hometown, where he had already prepared the money for Shu Chen and left it at his family's home. A total of 1 million in cash, 500,000 for one person. Initially, Shu Chen had mentioned that if they were to kill them, one person would only receive 400,000, but since Lu Tao was introduced by Lu Yi, they could offer a discount and charge only 750,000 for both. Lu Tao asked Shu Chen why it was cheaper to kill them. Shu Chen simply replied with 2 words, less trouble. Lu Tao was taken aback at that moment, realizing that the young man in front of him had definitely shed blood before. Therefore, Lu Tao never thought of defaulting on payment, nor did he dare to. When Lu Tao returned to his rural hometown, his father was feeding the chickens in the yard, while his mother was preparing lunch in the kitchen. Dad! Lu Tao called out to his father who was bending down to feed the chickens. His father looked up, saw his son had returned, and his face full of wrinkles broke into a smile. You rascal, why are you back? You didn't even call to say you were coming back. Where's Wu Menjing? Why hasn't she come back? Seeing his father in such a good mood, Lu Tao replied with a smile, I just got back from a business trip. I was passing by, so I thought I'd come and visit. Lu Tao's parents were unaware of his relationship with Wu Menjing, and Lu Tao had no intention of telling them. The 2 elderly people were getting old and couldn't handle any shocks. Hearing the commotion outside, Lu Tao's mother also rushed out from the kitchen. Taozi is back. Where's Ai-Rui? Why didn't you bring Ai-Rui over to play? Mom! I just got back from a business trip. I haven't even gone home yet. When his mother inquired about his estranged son, Lu Tao could only use the same excuse to brush it off. Ai-Rui? Ai-Rui? Lu Ai-Rui. Damn it, Rui. Hearing this name, Lu Tao felt angry. He had never understood why Wu Menjing insisted on giving their son that name. Now he finally understood. Alright, go take a shower quickly. You stink, lunch will be ready soon, eat and then you can leave. Lu's mother urged Lu Tao to take a shower quickly, and that was exactly what Lu Tao intended to do. After being a vagrant for over 10 days, he was extremely dirty. It was only now that he remembered Shu Chen's words about being under constant surveillance for 24 hours. Why couldn't he go to an internet cafe and had to eat dust by the roadside? After a hot shower, Lu Tao felt incredibly refreshed. At that moment, Lu's mother had also finished preparing lunch and called out to Lu Tao to come and eat. At the dining table, the family of 3 enjoyed their meal and chatted happily. It was only then that Lu Tao felt the warmth of family ties. He had been directed here and there by those 2 strangers in the city, serving them like an ox and a horse, yet he had gained nothing in return. Suddenly, Lu's father brought up Lu Yi's matter. Lu Yi is getting married next month. The invitations have been sent out. I heard this time the bride is a teacher with excellent family education. Xiao Yi has finally turned over a new leaf. That previous woman at the wedding, what was she all about? Nearly half a year ago, Lu's parents had naturally attended that wedding as relatives. As the older generation, they were also shocked by the scene at that time. Lu's mother agreed, poor Louis is also a pitiful child. On such a joyous occasion, he was ruined by that woman. But it's good that she ruined it, at least he won't have to wear a green hat. That woman is a disaster. Lu's father nodded at the words, I heard that woman went crazy, who knows if it's true or not. Let it be, what's done is done. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is never good. Lu's mother pursed her lips, what's wrong with talking about it? A woman like that would have been drowned in a pig cage in the past. Lu Tao at the dining table buried himself in his meal, listening to his parents discussing Louis's affairs, feeling uneasy. In fact, he was much worse off than Louis, who hadn't suffered any real harm, except for almost wearing that green hat. But in the end, he didn't wear it, did he? As for Lu Tao, not only did he wear the green hat, but he also became a stepfather, raising another man's son. If this matter hadn't come to light, Lu Tao would have had to raise a second child for someone else. The worst part was that after listening to Wu Menjing's nonsense, Lu Tao underwent sterilization, losing his ability to have children. Lu Tao quietly raised his head, looking at his parents chatting away, feeling extremely bitter. Lu Tao couldn't even leave a legacy for the Lu family now. He was such a failure as a son. After lunch, Lu Tao left. He rode his father's old motorcycle, which hadn't been ridden in a long time due to his father's age. Luckily, there was still some gas in the tank, and it could run smoothly. There was also a large bag on the back of the motorcycle. Inside was 1 million in cash. Following Xu Chen's provided address, Lu Tao rode to the outskirts of the city. After wandering around the outskirts for a while, Lu Tao finally found the rundown factory that Xu Chen had mentioned. At that moment, Xu Chen was in the factory, wearing sunglasses, lying on a lounge chair playing with his phone, while his pet dog was sunbathing with half-closed eyes. Xu Chen took off his sunglasses, glanced at the dusty Lu Tao, you're here? The person is inside, do you want to take a look? Lu Tao got off the motorcycle, took the backpack from behind, and placed it next to Xu Chen. There's 1 million in there, are you satisfied? Xu Chen stood up from the lounge chair, smiled at Lu Tao, satisfied with what? We're in this together, you said it's enough. Then it's definitely enough. Xu Chen picked up the backpack and threw it into his van, then took out a face mask from the van for Lu Tao to wear. Let's go inside. After putting on the face mask, Lu Tao followed Xu Chen into the factory. The factory was in a dilapidated state, with a large pit on the ground. Xu Chen pointed to the pit, indicating that the people were inside. Before approaching the pit, Lu Tao smelled a nauseating stench, cautiously moving closer, afraid of being seen by the two inside the pit. When Lu Tao peeked inside, he was stunned. The deep pit was filthy, with all kinds of filth scattered around, causing the foul smell. Lu Tao glanced at Xu Chen, who shrugged, showing helplessness. Xu Chen was indeed helpless. He couldn't just let them come up to use the toilet and then throw them back down. Wu Menjing and He Shuruwei were lying in the pit, disheveled. They looked like weak dead dogs. Wu Menjing, who was already thin, had become a bag of bones, with sunken cheeks and eye sockets, resembling a skeleton wrapped in skin. He Shuruwei wasn't faring any better, his unkempt appearance devoid of the former charm, his hollow eyes reflecting despair in their current situation. With his upper body exposed, he revealed ribs as thin as chopsticks. Seeing the pitiful state of the two inside the pit, Lu Tao felt a hint of pity. He examined their limbs and realized they weren't missing any arms or legs, which relieved him. Xu Chen, who had been observing Lu Tao, could see what he was thinking. After all, once Xu Chen gained all his powers, his senses became very sensitive. Xu Chen tapped Lu Tao, who was peeking by the pit, and gestured outside, signaling Lu Tao to follow him. Lu Tao nodded in response. What's wrong? Feeling soft-hearted? Xu Chen mocked immediately. Don't rush, let me show you something first. After watching it, you can decide if you still feel soft-hearted. Xu Chen took out his phone, fiddled with it, and then handed it to Lu Tao. Take a look. As the boss, you have the right to know these things. Lu Tao, puzzled, took the phone, which displayed a video recording. It was a video of the pit in the big pit, recorded by a pinhole camera installed by Xu Chen above. The video was clear, and even their conversation was audible. It was recorded a few days ago when Wu Menjing and He Shuruwei were voraciously devouring a big cake. As for where the cake came from, it was undoubtedly given by Xu Chen. It happened to be Xu Chen's birthday that day, so in celebration, they were rewarded with some stale cakes, a sufficient amount. After finishing the cakes, they picked up a bottle nearby and started drinking from it. They were grateful, knowing it was Xu Chen's birthday, so Wu Menjing and He Shuruwei also gave him a birthday gift. Their little life seems good, With so many cakes and drinks, how did they end up looking so hungry? Shu Chen just smiled and gestured for Lu Tao to continue watching below. In the video, after eating and drinking their fill, they each lay down on the ground. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to other desires. At this moment, He Shirue spoke up, "Darling, want to have some fun?" Wu Menjing replied, "Given the situation, what are you thinking? I don't have the energy. It's precisely because of this situation that we should cherish the present. Who knows when this person might kill us?" Just as he finished speaking, He Shirue crawled next to Wu Menjing and started getting frisky. Initially, Wu Menjing resisted a bit, but eventually gave in. Yes, this was their birthday gift to Shu Chen, a live broadcast for him. Obviously, they were unaware of the camera's presence. Watching the video, Lu Tao's face turned green. Regardless, Wu Menjing was still his wife. "Alright, if you don't want to watch, then don't. There's something even more explosive coming up." Shu Chen tried to take the phone back to fast forward for Lu Tao. However, Lu Tao refused. He remained silent, his face dark, and continued watching the whole show. Shu Chen could only sigh and say, "Lu Tao is truly a man." About 10 minutes later, after the two in the video finished, they sat on the ground catching their breath. Suddenly, Wu Menjing said, "Honey, what if we can't get out?" He Shirue looked up and said, "If we can't get out, then we'll die. Dealing with this kind of thing, it's just my bad luck." After a moment of silence, Wu Menjing asked again, "But what if we can get out?" He Shirue gritted his teeth, "If we can get out, I'll find a chance to kill Zhu Meng. How dare she treat me like this?" Wu Menjing exclaimed, "No, killing is against the law." He Shirue snorted, "Against the law? Isn't what they're doing to us now also against the law? Think about how you've been living these days." This statement silenced Wu Menjing. After a while, she spoke again, "If I can get out, I'll poison Lu Tao and his parents. When I think about it, this matter is also related to Lu Tao. I want to completely end his bloodline." Hearing this, He Shirue laughed heartily, "Alright, when the time comes, we'll do it together. Then we'll run away. Into the mountains, as far as we can go. If we get caught, we'll take them down with us." Lu Tao, holding the phone, squeezed it tightly, a hint of fierceness in his eyes. The compassion he had felt outside the pit had long disappeared. At this moment, Lu Tao's mind was clouded by anger. Not only did he witness his wife's live broadcast, but he also heard those despicable words. Shu Chen took the phone handed back by Lu Tao, looking at Lu Tao with red eyes and said, "Don't rush, we are in the middle of something big." After some comforting words, Lu Tao calmed down a bit. "Go on. Now, I'll give you a few options." First, Shu Chen told Lu Tao that he could go down now, gouge out the eyes of these two people, break their legs, and Lu Tao could then go back and report to the police. After all, their initial deal was to leave them disabled. Go on. Second, just kill them to avoid more trouble in the future, but Shu Chen wouldn't do it himself because it was beyond the scope of their deal. Lu Tao had to do it. In fact, Lu Tao didn't even need to do it, he could just ignore them. In their current situation, they wouldn't last 10 days on their own. If Lu Tao felt unsatisfied with letting them starve to death, he could kill them himself. Shu Chen immediately ran to the van and handed a pistol to Lu Tao. Trembling, Lu Tao took the gun, never expecting Shu Chen to have such a thing. Shu Chen chuckled, "This gun is a gift. You can keep it after you're done, or destroy it." As for where the gun came from, it was found in Zhang Shuang's breakfast shop. Since everyone was dead, might as well make use of it. And this place is remote, no one will find their bodies in a short time. I'm planning to leave, you figure it out. Shu Chen continued with narrowed eyes, "The rest is up to you. Make a decision quickly. You've wasted half a day already. Being absent is crucial. Whatever you choose, finish up and go back to your parents' place for a while. Play mahjong with the neighbors when you're free." After explaining everything, Shu Chen got into the van with Wang Kai. As he said, this place was no longer safe. Danger! Lu Tao was stunned. Shu Chen was ready to leave just like that, leaving him to deal with this alone? No way! Absolutely not! Lu Tao ran directly to the front of the van, blocking Shu Chen's way. Shu Chen poked his head out of the car. "What's up? Anything else? I said I would cripple them, and now you're worried about retaliation." He felt a headache coming on. "You want them dead? I gave you a solution and a weapon, and you still hesitate? Want me to do it for you?" Lu Tao was speechless, indeed, as Shu Chen said. Lu Tao was afraid. He truly was. They were two living people, not animals. "What's wrong with you? Hurry up and decide." Facing Shu Chen's pressure, Lu Tao blushed and couldn't speak. "Hurry up! Do it quickly!" Woof! 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 Even Wang Kai in the passenger seat stuck out his head, barking at Lu Tao. Lu Tao looked at the factory building, then at Shu Chen. By now, Shu Chen had started the car, making Lu Tao even more anxious. but he still couldn't speak. Creak! The van Shu Chen was driving shook slightly, making a crisp sound. It was the sound of the handbrake loosening. Shu Chen shouted, "Hurry up! I'm leaving!" Lu Tao looked back at the factory building, sweat dripping from his forehead. Anyone could see the struggle in Lu Tao's heart. Human lives. They were human lives. Buzz buzz. This was the sound of Shu Chen stepping on the van's accelerator. Hearing this sound, Lu Tao was filled with fear, afraid that Shu Chen would just leave, leaving all the trouble to him alone. "Kill them!" "What? Speak louder, I can't hear you." Lu Tao roared and shouted, his voice overpowering the sound of the car engine. "Kill them! Kill this couple of scoundrels! Kill this pair of bastards who cuckolded me!" After saying this, Lu Tao trembled all over and sat down on the muddy road. Shu Chen and Wang Kai exchanged a glance, each showing a smile. This was a performance Shu Chen and Wang Kai had planned in advance. Knowing Lu Tao well, Shu Chen was sure that upon seeing the pitiful state of Wu Menjing and Hishiruei, he would feel pity. That's why Shu Chen showed Lu Tao that ugly video and used leaving as an excuse to force Lu Tao to make a choice. Wang Kai had once said that one could be bold in actions but must keep a calm mindset, stay low-key, and handle things flawlessly. Lu Tao was too honest and kind. According to him and Wang Kai's analysis, if they really left, there was a high probability that Lu Tao would let them go. Shu Chen would never allow such a thing to happen. It would bring him huge trouble. What they needed now was subtle development. If something went wrong, Shu Chen could end up meeting King Yama, and Wang Kai could prepare for the next reincarnation. Shu Chen took a bottle of water from the car, turned off the engine, walked up to Lu Tao, and handed him the water. "That's more like it. But I only mentioned injuring them before. Killing is not part of the agreement. If you want my help, you'll have to pay extra." Rules were rules. Even though the customer was like a god, if the god wanted to change the agreement, they had to pay more. Trembling, Lu Tao put the gun aside and took the water from Shu Chen, drinking it in big gulps. After finishing the water, Lu Tao wiped the sweat off his face. "How much?" "I don't care, as long as you help me get rid of them." "How much do you want?" Shu Chen smiled and raised a finger to Lu Tao. 1 million? Lu Tao fell silent for a moment. "No problem, 1 million it is. I can gather it. I'll give you the gun back, you go ahead." Lu Tao picked up the gun and handed it to Shu Chen, who didn't take it, smiling as he said, "Add $1, not 1 million. Rules were rules. Even God couldn't break them, but Shu Chen had set the rules. So in this situation, Shu Chen was above God. "How much? $1? Lu Tao thought he misheard until he saw Shu Chen nodding with a smile. Lu Tao realized he hadn't misheard. Shu Chen was indeed asking for $1. $1, 2 lives. Lu Tao suddenly found it somewhat ridiculous. He thought Shu Chen was teasing him. "Just give the money, but this time you have to pay up front." Lu Tao, looking puzzled, reached into his bag. He happened to have a $1 coin in his bag, given to him by the shopkeeper when he bought soy milk this morning. Will a coin do? Of course, not to mention a coin, even ghost money would be fine. Shu Chen solemnly accepted the $1 coin Lu Tao handed him. "Alright, the agreement is reached." Looking at Shu Chen's serious face, Lu Tao still felt something was off. Shu Chen asked, "Before getting rid of them, do you want to rough them up a bit? Like giving them a beating?" Shu Chen vaguely remembered that Lu Yi had beaten Liang Guolong badly, even breaking Dragon Brothers' Dragon Ball. Since Lu Tao and Lu Yi were brothers, they should both have such thoughts, right? "No need, just take care of them. I don't want to see them again." Lu Tao's decision surprised Shu Chen, but after some thought, he understood. Lu Tao was afraid he might soften up. Shu Chen had wanted to say something more, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Sometimes being soft-hearted wasn't a bad thing. After all, such melodramatic events were rare, and many people might never encounter them in their lifetime. Since Lu Tao was unwilling, then so be it. "Go on, wait here, I'll be right back." Watching Shu Chen enter the factory, Lu Tao sighed, lit a cigarette, and started smoking. In the dilapidated factory, Shu Chen approached the pit and shouted to the 2 mandarin ducks below, "Hey, are you hungry?" Hishiruei struggled to lift his head, glanced at Shu Chen without a word, then lowered his head again. During these days, Hishiruei had come to understand that no matter what, Shu Chen wouldn't let them starve to death. He would provide them with some food, more or less. Maybe every 2 days, maybe every 3 days, but there was always something to eat. From being angry at Shu Chen's teasing at first, Hishiruei had turned to pleading, and now he felt nothing. Hishiruei had long been numb. "Whether you give it to me or not, I'll eat if you give it, and if not, forget it, I won't die anyway." Wu Menjing had the same attitude, even more numb than Hishiruei, as she had experienced more than Hishiruei. During her captivity, she had a miscarriage. As an experienced woman, she knew she had lost the second child with Hishiruei. Wu Menjing naturally blamed Shu Chen for the miscarriage and secretly vowed that if she could get out, she would make sure Shu Chen paid. but Shu Chen wouldn't take the blame. Shu Chen knew about the miscarriage, but he couldn't be blamed for it. She was pregnant but still chose to enjoy the moment with Hishirue. However, Shu Chen didn't care about these things because they were about to be reincarnated. Not only that, Shu Chen wanted them to be reborn as animals in their next lives. He hadn't wasted his time on Rabbit Mountain for the past half year. He had learned some skills from the old Taoist. Hey! You're ignoring me, so I'll pay attention to you. Shu Chen leaped directly into the deep pit. Wu Menjing and Hishirue were stunned to see him go down. They immediately got up from the ground, and Hishirue even tried to rush towards Shu Chen. But he suddenly felt dizzy and fell down again. He was too weak, he couldn't even stand properly. He mocked Shu Chen, "You dare to come down, let's see how you get back up." Wu Menjing, like a demon, writhed on the ground, trying to grab Shu Chen's feet, while muttering, "Give back my child's life. Give back my child's life. What the hell?" Shu Chen kicked Wu Menjing's hand away. "Stop messing around. Can your baby fall in this situation? You can still do such things at this point. I really admire you." Shu Chen never showed a good face to Wu Menjing, the little fairy. Anyone who could keep a good temper in front of a little fairy was either a saint or a bootlicker. "Speak up, do you have any last words? Today, I came down specifically to take your lives." Wu Menjing, who had been shouting, suddenly froze. "Take our lives? He wants to kill us." Hishirue was also stunned, but he didn't believe it. "If you wanted to kill us, you wouldn't have kept us here for so long." "Humph, you don't dare to kill us." Hishirue picked up a urine bottle from the ground and threw it at Shu Chen. "Come on, come and kill us. If you kill us, you'll be buried with us." Shu Chen lightly dodged Hishirue's urine bottle attack, and it hit Wu Menjing's head behind him. Shu Chen walked up to Hishirue. "It's okay, I know you don't believe it, but you'll believe it soon." Although Hishirue was lying on the ground at the moment, his momentum was still strong. He pointed to his head with his finger. "Come on, kill me." The next moment, Shu Chen lifted his foot and stomped fiercely on Hishirue's chest. Shu Chen, with divine power, didn't know how powerful this kick was. Gabba, the sound of bones breaking echoed, the crisp sound piercing through the pit. Hishirue's ribs were all broken, and Shu Chen felt like he had stepped on something soft under his feet, unsure if it was a lung or a heart. "I gave you a chance to say your last words, can't blame me if you don't." Shu Chen coughed shyly. "It's said that villains die from talking too much, so I won't ramble with you." Hishirue looked unquestionably at the scene, still not believing that Shu Chen really dared to kill him. At this moment, Hishirue's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out, a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. In just a few seconds, Hishirue lost consciousness completely. The once Green Hat King, Hishirue, met his end. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" A piercing scream erupted behind Shu Chen, coming from Wu Menjing. Seeing Hishirue's tragic state, she cried out immediately. "Shu!" Shu Chen turned around, making a hushing gesture towards Wu Menjing. Wu Menjing covered her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably. This person in front of her was truly a devil. "Ms. Wu, do you have any last words?" Wu Menjing desperately tried to step back, but in this deep pit, where could she retreat to? "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I can sleep with you! I can be your servant!" Shu Chen smirked. "Ms. Wu, why don't you understand? You died because of sleeping, you know?" Shu Chen walked up to Wu Menjing, gently gripping her neck. "Ms. Wu, your husband Lu Tao asked me to say hello to you on his behalf." "Lu Tao! Lu Tao! It's Lu Tao!" Wu Menjing widened her eyes, her body struggling, but soon she fell silent. "Hurry up, don't slack off." "Woof! Woof! Woof! Big brother, I can't do it anymore." At this moment, Shu Chen was directing Lu Tao to fill the pit. Yes, they were doing the aftermath work. A few hours ago, after Shu Chen dealt with that couple, he called Lu Tao over to take a look. After seeing it, Lu Tao vomited on the spot. It was his first time seeing a dead body. After Lu Tao finished vomiting, Shu Chen handed him a shovel to start working. The two men and a dog worked until late at night, finally filling the pit, applying cement, and painting it. "Now, go back to your parents' house, do as I said before, pretend nothing happened." After everything was done, Shu Chen signaled for Lu Tao to leave. Lu Tao rode his motorcycle, looking worriedly at Shu Chen. "What if the police come looking for me?" "Just act clueless, insist you don't know anything. If they ask about Wu Menjing's whereabouts, say you don't know, maybe she eloped with a wild man." Lu Tao nodded. With an anxious heart, he rode towards home. After seeing Lu Tao off, Shu Chen started the van, preparing to flee. Yes, to run away, he had told Lu Tao before, it wasn't a joke, he really intended to escape. During the time he was entangled with Wu Menjing and Hishirue, Shu Chen was not idle. Occasionally, he needed to go to the city to purchase supplies, and one day while he was doing so, Shu Chen ran into his middle school classmate, Wang Dong. Back in middle school, Shu Chen and Wang Dong had a great relationship, almost inseparable. However, after graduating from middle school, they rarely met, eventually losing contact. Unlike now, where everyone has a phone and chat apps, the only way to keep in touch was through paper-made yearbooks. Shu Chen was pleasantly surprised to meet Wang Dong and immediately dragged him out for drinks. Wang Dong happened to be off that day, so the two headed straight to a hot pot restaurant. They drank from noon until evening. At first, Shu Chen was very happy, feeling that sense of familiarity in a foreign place, an experience one could never understand without going through it. However, as they continued drinking, Shu Chen's mood dampened. The reason being that Wang Dong had become a police officer. That alone was fine, a cop is a cop, and Shu Chen was no thief. What truly dampened Shu Chen's spirits was something else. Wang Dong had had a bit too much to drink and accidentally let slip some confidential information while chatting with Shu Chen. It turned out that a year ago, Wang Dong had joined a special task force formed to investigate a fraud case. Shu Chen became interested and eagerly asked for more details. Wang Dong, being a bit of a chatterbox when tipsy, said, "It all started with that citywide scandalous photo incident a year ago when the entire city was plastered with indecent photos." Shu Chen was shocked. "Wasn't that about Li Xuanju?" Wang Dong continued, "The day after the city was covered in photos, we received a report from the woman in the photos. However, she didn't report the photos but rather being defrauded of 300,000 in cash. Based on various investigations, the fraudster was likely the same person behind the photo scandal." Shu Chen, unfazed, raised his glass and had another drink with Wang Dong, prompting, "And then?" After another drink, Wang Dong continued, "Just a fraud case combined with spreading indecent photos wouldn't warrant a special task force. But guess why it was established?" Wang Dong teased. Urged by Shu Chen, Wang Dong went on, "It's because this suspect has a special ability, he can tamper with surveillance cameras." Shu Chen nonchalantly remarked, "Isn't it something ordinary people can do too, messing with surveillance?" Wang Dong shook his head, "Destroying one or two is simple, but to tamper with hundreds? That's beyond an individual's capability. We suspect this suspect is a super hacker. Not only can he destroy surveillance, but he can also manipulate it. For instance, a place under constant surveillance shows nothing at 5:10, but at 5:11, a car suddenly appears out of thin air." Shu Chen whispered, "Like editing?" "Exactly. Like editing, on a large scale. This suspect is formidable. Incredibly so." Wang Dong praised, "But despite his skills, he's not using them for good." Shu Chen refilled Wang Dong's glass, they clinked glasses and downed their drinks. "So, did you catch the suspect?" Wang Dong sighed, "As I said, this suspect is highly skilled. We couldn't find a trace. We once suspected a man named Louis, the fiancé of the woman involved in the indecent photo incident." Shu Chen tensed at the mention of focusing on Louis. "What about Louis? Is it him?" Wang Dong shook his head, "It's not Louis." Just as we turned our attention to him, the widespread destruction of surveillance cameras occurred again, this time not in our area but in CD City. So Louis was also ruled out as a suspect. Shu Chen was almost about to exclaim, surprised that they even knew about CD City's affairs. Was the suspect caught? Wang Dong sighed, "No, the person is cunning. After appearing in CD City for a while, they vanished without a trace, leaving the task force clueless and on the verge of disbanding." "Disbanding? Disbanding is great." Shu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but Wang Dong's words made his heart leap to his throat again. "But recently, that person has come back. The widespread damage to the monitors has happened again." Shu Chen hurriedly asked, "He's back. What about the rest? What about the rest?" Burp. Wang Dong burped and then said mysteriously, "I can't tell you the rest, even though we're brothers, there are rules." And that's how the events unfolded. The day after meeting Wang Dong, Shu Chen urgently called Lu Tao to help him solve his problem. Because he really needed to run away. "Wang Kai, are you sure you always clean the cameras thoroughly?" Sitting in the passenger seat, Wang Kai casually replied, "Do you think I'm you? I handle things, you can trust me." Hearing Wang Kai's assurance, Shu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shu Chen took Wang Kai and headed to CD City. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Well, actually, Shu Chen had nowhere else to go. In his view, nowhere was as safe as the Taoist temple on Rabbit Mountain. So Shu Chen decided to seek refuge with Gu Yanxun. He planned to hide in the mountains for a year or so. As for making money to buy gold, he decided to take it slow. Shu Chen had asked Wang Kai about the gold matter, hoping for an installment plan like before. But Wang Kai told him that only divine power could be paid in installments. For the second phase, he had to consume 100 caddies within a short period, or it would be in vain. 100 caddies, to be consumed in a short time? Shu Chen asked Wang Kai how short the time was. Wang Kai replied, "It's not that short, 3 to 5 days is fine." Shu Chen looked at the silly dog with a dumbfounded expression. After a simple calculation, 100 caddies of gold amounted to a minimum of 25 million. This meant he would have to do what Lu Tao did 25 more times, and encounter ghosts like Lian 6 times. What a joke! When Shu Chen and Wang Kai arrived at the Taoist temple on Rabbit Mountain, they found the gate tightly closed. Despite knocking several times, no one came to open it, not even the young disciple. Helpless, Shu Chen had to descend the mountain first and find a hotel to spend the night with Wang Kai. However, the next day when they returned to the mountain, the old Taoist still hadn't returned. "That old man, I've been telling him to get a phone, he keeps saying he will, but it's just talk." Having been turned away twice, Shu Chen couldn't help but complain. "Climb over the wall?" Wang Kai suggested. "That doesn't seem right." Although he said it wasn't right, Shu Chen had already walked to the wall. The temple's courtyard wall wasn't very high, so Shu Chen lightly jumped and grabbed onto it. With a push, he climbed over. Inside the temple's yard, leaves were scattered everywhere, indicating it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. Wang Kai also jumped in, saying, "Looks like they've been gone for a while." Shu Chen rolled his eyes. "How long could it be? We've only been back and forth for about a month. We can't leave and they follow suit." Indeed, Shu Chen had only been back for about 20 days, a few days short of a month. "Should we stay for now?" Wang Kai tentatively asked. "That doesn't seem right." Nevertheless, they stayed. As a token of staying at the temple for free, Shu Chen and Wang Kai thoughtfully cleaned the yard, wiped the statues, and tidied up the kitchen for the old man. Watching Shu Chen busy at work, Wang Kai teased, "How come you suddenly became so diligent?" Shu Chen just pursed his lips and ignored Wang Kai. After all, Shu Chen had also learned some minor Taoist skills. For a Taoist, it's all about being at peace and content. Amitba. A man and a dog stayed at the Taoist temple on Rabbit Ear Mountain for 6 days, but Gu Yanchun and the young Taoist did not return. This puzzled Shu Chen. Could it be that the old man had left his religious life and gone down the mountain to get married and live a normal life? But that didn't seem right. The old man was in his 70s or 80s and probably didn't have such needs. Could he have been arrested by the police for fraud and deception? However, while the old man did not return, Shu Chen encountered someone else. To be precise, it was a pregnant woman. At that moment, the woman was vigorously knocking on the temple door, pulling Shu Chen back from his spiritual journey. "Who are you looking for?" Shu Chen was stunned when he opened the door and saw the pregnant woman. With such a big belly, she was probably due to give birth soon. Moreover, the woman was alone, climbing up Rabbit Ear Mountain by herself. When the woman saw the young Shu Chen at the door, she hesitated. "I'm looking for Master Gu. Is he here?" Shu Chen shook his head. "The old man is not here, he's gone out on business. He probably won't be back for 10 days or so. Come back in a few days." The pregnant woman became anxious. "Can you please contact Master Gu for me? I'm about to give birth." Shu Chen was taken aback. "Give birth? If you're giving birth, you should see a doctor, not a Taoist priest. Is this old man also moonlighting as a midwife?" After some questioning, Shu Chen finally understood. It turned out that when the woman was newly pregnant, her family had consulted a fortune teller. They said that if her child was born on September 15th, they would have the destiny of a wealthy and noble emperor. Her in-laws were very superstitious and insisted that the child had to be born on September 15th. However, when the woman went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor told her that her due date was around October 18th. Giving birth more than a month early, would the healthy child not become a premature baby? Since it was her own child, the woman refused to comply. She argued with her in-laws at home, but no matter how much they argued, they refused to change their minds. Absurd! Truly absurd! The world is indeed vast and full of wonders. Shu Chen sighed. "What about your husband? Doesn't he support you?" When the woman heard Shu Chen mention her husband, her eyes welled up. "My husband died in a car accident shortly after I got pregnant." "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know, I'm sorry." Shu Chen quickly apologized. The woman told Shu Chen that her husband had loved her very much. Many relatives and friends, including her parents, opposed her decision to keep the child. But she couldn't let her husband down. This child was the only thing he left in this world. So she resolutely decided to give birth to and raise the child. Look! This is a truly good woman. Compared to the woman in front of him, what Li Xuanjie, what Wu Menjing, they are all nothing. Not even worthy of being called women. So you want the old man to accompany you and persuade your in-laws? The woman nodded. Master Gu Yanchun had some reputation here, and as long as he accompanied her, her in-laws would definitely change their minds. But I can't reach him now. Although Shu Chen wanted to help the woman in front of him, he couldn't contact the old man himself, so how could he help? Disappointed, the woman lowered her head. thanked Shu Chen, and walked down the mountain. Watching the woman's figure disappear, Shu Chen felt increasingly uneasy. Suddenly, he had an idea, so he ran to the old man's room, put on a Taoist robe, and said to the curious Wankai lying in the sun, after doing so many bad things, "Let's do a good deed today and accumulate some virtue." Big sister, wait a moment. Hong Yi, feeling down, was walking down the mountain with her big belly when she suddenly heard a voice behind her. Hong Yi turned around to see the young man from earlier calling out to her, accompanied by a big yellow dog. The young man was now dressed in a Taoist robe, but he wore a pair of leather shoes underneath, looking somewhat mismatched. "What's the matter?" Hong Yi asked. "Sister, you mentioned wanting to seek Master Gu's help. Since he's not here, I'm here to help you," Shu Chen said enthusiastically. Hong Yi looked at the young man with a strange expression. "Help me? How do you plan to help?" Shu Chen patted his chest. "Of course, I'll help you convince your in-laws. But you..." Hong Yi tried to speak but was interrupted by Shu Chen. "You have to try everything at least once. You won't lose anything, and don't worry, I won't take your money." Under Shu Chen's persuasion, Hong Yi agreed to let him give it a try. Just as Shu Chen said, trying wouldn't hurt, and who knows, it might even succeed. Hong Yi's car was parked at the foot of the mountain, so Shu Chen naturally rode back home with her. As for his van, he returned it the same day he arrived back in CD City. After all, it was just a rental, and every extra day meant more money. He even considered buying a used car for himself. Renting a car all the time was not ideal. Hong Yi's home was not far from Rabbit Mountain, about a half-hour drive on the ring road. Soon, they arrived at a residential complex. After parking the car in the underground garage, they got out and prepared to take the elevator home. "Later, you'll introduce me as Gu Yanchun's junior fellow apprentice. Sister, don't slip up," Shu Chen instructed. Hong Yi nodded. To be honest, she was feeling a bit nervous too. If her in-laws found out, there would be no peace at home. Hong Yi's residential complex was high-end, with one household per floor. They took the elevator directly to her doorstep. Hong Yi stood at the door, taking a few deep breaths before taking out her keys to unlock the door. Just as she was about to insert the key, she turned back to Shu Chen with a worried expression and whispered, "Should we forget about it? It doesn't feel right." Shu Chen rolled his eyes. "Sister, you wouldn't want your child to be premature, would you?" Hearing this, Hong Yi clenched her teeth and inserted the key into the lock. The door opened, and the aroma of food wafted out as Hong Yi's mother-in-law was cooking, while her father-in-law sat on the sofa reading the newspaper. "Dad! Mom! We have a visitor!" Hong Yi called out. Her father-in-law looked up from the sofa, seeing Shu Chen dressed as a Taoist, and immediately stood up to welcome him. "Oh, which Taoist is this? A rare guest. Please, have a seat." At that moment, Hong Yi's mother-in-law emerged from the kitchen. "Hong Yi is back, pregnant and all, don't run around." "Oh, this Taoist, you're so polite." She quickly put down the spatula and performed a standard Taoist greeting to Shu Chen. Quietly observing the interior of Hong Yi's home, Shu Chen noted that, as Hong Yi had mentioned, her in-laws were deeply superstitious and traditional. Not only were there Taoist artifacts displayed, but also Buddhist statues. Shu Chen bowed to the elderly couple. "Apologies for the disturbance. I am Shu Chen, currently practicing under my senior brother at Rabbit Mountain." "Rabbit Mountain?" The elderly couple seemed puzzled. Where was Rabbit Mountain? Hong Yi quickly added, "Dad, Mom, it's the Taoist temple of Master Gu Yanchun. This is Master Gu Yanchun's junior fellow apprentice." The elderly couple suddenly realized. They might not know Rabbit Mountain, but Gu Yanchun's name was renowned. They had attended some Taoist academic conferences and had the privilege of meeting Gu Yanchun in person. "So, you're Master Gu's junior fellow apprentice. Please have a seat, please have a seat. Let me make you a cup of tea." Hong Yi's father-in-law warmly welcomed Shu Chen. Hong Yi's mother-in-law added, "Take a rest first. It's scorching hot today, the meal will be ready soon. We don't have any fancy dishes to offer you, just some home-cooked meals." This warmth caught Shu Chen off guard. Initially, Shu Chen had come to teach two sharp-tongued and superstitious old folks, but now, he found it hard to bring up the topic. Hong Yi glanced at Shu Chen with a wry smile, as she had already anticipated this situation. In reality, her in-laws were not bad people at all. In fact, they were exceptionally kind. They just had a tendency to be overly superstitious. Sitting on the sofa, Shu Chen chatted with Hong Yi's father-in-law about everyday matters when suddenly the old man seemed to remember something. "Master Shu, I've been studying some basic Taoist techniques recently, but I can't seem to grasp them. Have I been learning it wrong? Could you please take a look?" "Basic Taoist techniques?" Shu Chen looked at the old man with interest. Hong Yi, sensing trouble, hurriedly interjected, "Dad, the master has just arrived. Shu Chen smiled and said, "No problem, I can take a look for you." Hong Yi's father-in-law immediately brightened up, got up, and went to his room to fetch his precious manual. Seeing him leave, Hong Yi quickly said, "My father-in-law is well-traveled, he's not." Before Hong Yi could finish, her father-in-law came out happily holding a book, leaving her speechless. Shu Chen discreetly winked at Hong Yi, reassuring her. "Master, please take a look. It's this technique I've been practicing for months, but it's not working at all." The old man handed the book to Shu Chen, and on the cover were the words Samadhi True Fire Technique. Shu Chen's mouth twitched at the name. So grand. If mastered, wouldn't one become a contemporary Sun Wukong? "Sir, may I ask where you got this manual from?" Hong Yi chuckled and said, "It was sold to my father-in-law by the person who calculated the best time for me to conceive." Hong Yi's father-in-law glared at her. "How can you call it a sale? It's a contribution. That Taoist master is truly skilled." "A contribution?" Shu Chen exclaimed silently. "Are Taoists this popular nowadays? If he couldn't find anything else to do in the future, he might as well consider becoming a Taoist." Shu Chen opened the Samadhi True Fire Technique and started reading. What he saw shocked him. This was no ordinary basic Taoist technique. Mastering it could lead to immortality. If one could breathe fire, what else but a deity could they be? Of course, provided they could master it. Squinting at the deceived old man before him, Shu Chen asked, "Sir, how far have you progressed in your practice?" Hong Yi's father-in-law was overjoyed and hurried to Shu Chen's side, bending over to flip through the pages of the manual. After reaching the first page, he said to Shu Chen, "Master, right here, I can't feel this energy at all." Shu Chen looked at the book, his mouth twitching. "If you could feel it, you'd be meeting the king of hell." The book contained a simple and understandable passage: "Feel the energy in your lower abdomen with your heart." What followed was even more sensational. "Once you sense this energy, control it with your mind, turning it into a flame and letting it burn in your lower abdomen." Goodness, with fire burning in your lower abdomen, even immortals would be burnt alive. "Sir, where did you get this book from?" Hong Yi interjected. "It was from the fortune teller who sold it to my dad." The old man glared at Hong Yi and said, "It's not about selling or not selling, it's about offering. If you don't understand, don't speak out of turn. This book was offered to me by the gentleman after I offered him. He said if I practice according to it, my illness will be cured." Offering? Given? Practicing according to it can improve health? Shu Chen couldn't help but sigh. No wonder everyone says old people's money is the easiest to deceive. "May I ask, where did you meet this fortune teller, old man?" Hong Yi's father-in-law truthfully replied, "It was on the overpass near the first hospital. That gentleman is truly skilled. Just by talking to me for a few moments, he could tell I have cardiovascular disease." Shu Chen pondered for a moment and analyzed. This old man must have been targeted by this scammer a long time ago, or the scammer was following him. Or maybe this scammer is indeed somewhat skilled. Nowadays, who dares to venture out without some skills? However, these skills are not being used for good purposes. As far as Shu Chen knew, there was a skill called smelling medicine. Many pharmacists in hospitals possess this skill, which involves discerning the various Chinese and Western medicines recently taken by smelling the person's body, such as the taste of aspirin indicating cardiovascular disease, or nifedipine indicating hypertension. Basically, they could make an educated guess. And the cost of trial and error was very low. If they guessed correctly, they could start fortune-telling for money. If they guessed wrong, they would just be called crazy, but no one would actually take them seriously. However, all of this was not important. Shu Chen's purpose in coming here was not to save the old man in front of him but to save the child in Hong Yi's belly. "Old man, this book is fake. There's no need to practice it. It would be a waste of time." Upon hearing this, Hong Yi's father-in-law's face alternated between green and blue, but the young man in front of him was a respected Taoist, so he couldn't retort. Hong Yi also furrowed her brows. She knew naturally that these things were fake, but there was no need to be so blunt with an old man. She suddenly regretted bringing Shu Chen here, even though the young man disguised as a Taoist meant well. At that moment, Shu Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Watch closely, this is true Taoist magic." Before the two on the sofa could react, Shu Chen had already stood up. Shu Chen formed hand seals, softly chanting a spell: "Spiritual treasure, celestial lord, comfort the body, heaven and earth's natural essence, disperse impurities, refine the essence of the spirit, let me connect with the truth." Numerous silver-white light spots appeared out of thin air in front of Shu Chen, emitting a soft glow like twinkling fireflies. Hong Yi and her father-in-law watched in astonishment, speechless with surprise. As Shu Chen's hand movements quickened, more and more silver-white light spots danced freely in the living room. Purifying body divine spell. Swift as the law. Go! With a loud shout from Shu Chen, the scattered silver light converged and floated towards the old man's head. The old man raised his head in astonishment, murmuring to himself, Taoist magic. Divine Taoist magic. The gathered silver light spots, like gentle autumn rain, slowly descended over the old man's head. Instinctively, the old man closed his eyes, allowing the silver light to fall upon him. The silver light merged into the old man's body, and suddenly, the discomfort that had plagued him for years vanished, and the dizziness that had tormented him for years disappeared. The old man abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at Shu Chen with fiery eyes, as if he were looking at a deity. Shu Chen continued to form hand seals, and the old man dared not disturb him. Hong Yi, equally afraid, was stunned by this scene. As a modern young person, Hong Yi naturally scoffed at so-called feudal superstitions, but this scene before her completely overturned her understanding. She looked at her comfortable father-in-law. This demeanor couldn't be faked. Moreover, it was the first time her father-in-law had met Shu Chen. There was no need for him to cooperate in this performance. Clang! A crisp sound interrupted Shu Chen. Looking towards the source of the sound, it was his mother-in-law coming out of the kitchen. The object that fell to the ground was the spatula in her hand. Hong Yi's mother-in-law cautiously said, Let's eat. As the spell was interrupted, the silver light surrounding the old man instantly disappeared. Old lady, my illness is cured. This Taoist, no. This immortal used magic to cure my illness. The old man exclaimed, about to kneel in front of Shu Chen, but Shu Chen quickly stopped him. Old man, if you do this, I will leave. Helping the old man up, Shu Chen continued, I just made you feel a bit better. Your illness is not completely cured. You still need to continue receiving treatment at the hospital. You must believe in science. The old man vigorously nodded, yes, believe in science, believe in science. As for this purification spell, it was one of the few spells that Shu Chen barely learned in the past half year. Its function was to temporarily alleviate bodily pain. At that time, just this one purification spell took Shu Chen over 2 months to learn. In the words of Guyanshun, that was, this kind of thing that can't be openly discussed. It's good for scaring people, but useless. You have to practice this kind of thing for 2 months, switch to Wang Kai, and Wang Kai will learn it in half a month. Guyanshun's words at that time greatly discouraged Shu Chen. However, what Shu Chen didn't know was that Guyanshun spent 6 years practicing the purification spell for the first time. During the meal at Hong Yi's house, Shu Chen felt extremely awkward and uncomfortable. Every time he reached for a dish, including Hong Yi, the three of them would immediately retract their chopsticks, letting Shu Chen go first. Not only that, what gave Shu Chen a headache was that they not only retracted their chopsticks but also sat up very straight immediately. This made Shu Chen feel overwhelmed. Could this be what they call turning the tables? In the end, Shu Chen simply stopped eating, put down his chopsticks, and said to the two elderly people, the reason I'm here is actually to tell you something. Everyone's gaze focused on Shu Chen, waiting for his next words. I have calculated a divination for the child in Hong Yi's belly. Never let the child be born prematurely. It must be full term, otherwise it will harm the child's fortune, and even affect all of you. Everyone has their own destiny. Letting the child be born prematurely is going against the heavens. Going against the heavens requires sacrifices. Upon hearing this, the two elderly people were shocked and quickly asked what the sacrifice was. Having witnessed Shu Chen's profound Taoist skills, they already believed firmly in his words. Shu Chen squinted and said, Go check in history those emperors who went against the heavens. How many of them didn't have their parents die tragically, grandparents perish? The most famous one is the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. What do you think the sacrifice was? The two elderly people suddenly turned pale, asking tentatively, Just let it be and everything will be fine? Shu Chen nodded solemnly, Just let it be and everything will be fine. Hong Yi's mother-in-law immediately spoke up, No problem. The Taoist is right. Just let it be, just let it be. Hong Yi's father-in-law turned to Hong Yi, Hong Yi, quickly use your phone to reschedule the hospital appointment. You must listen to the Taoist. Hong Yi's expression was strange, as if it was you who wanted me to give birth early. Indeed, only magic can defeat magic. Shu Chen chuckled to himself, taking the opportunity when the two elderly people weren't paying attention to wink at Hong Yi. When Shu Chen left Hong Yi's house, it was already afternoon. Originally, Shu Chen planned to leave after lunch, but he couldn't resist their hospitality. Hong Yi even whispered that when she gave birth, she would definitely treat Shu Chen to a good meal. Shu Chen just smiled and said nothing. There's a saying, how does it go again? The matter settled, he brushed off his clothes and left, concealing his achievements and fame. In the underground parking lot, Wang Kai was waiting impatiently. As soon as Shu Chen came out, it asked, Why did it take so long? Couldn't fool the old folks? Kidding, is there anyone I can't fool? Shu Chen felt Wang Kai was looking down on him, but he had no evidence. Let's go, there's still something to do. Indeed, Shu Chen had something to do. As the saying goes, love what you do, and today Shu Chen's profession was like a righteous master for the heavens. Accumulating virtue, one cannot give up halfway. Shu Chen and Wang Kai got a shared electric bike and rode to the vicinity of the first hospital following the navigation. One wouldn't know until they rode, the distance was quite far. The electric bike almost ran out of power before they barely made it here. Upon reaching the hospital vicinity, Shu Chen took Wang Kai to search around the pedestrian bridges. After checking several bridges, they finally saw a middle-aged man dressed as a Taoist fortune teller on the stairs of a pedestrian bridge. In Shu Chen's words, he had zero tolerance for such frauds. Wang Kai could only pout, vaguely remembering someone who once swindled 300,000. Shu Chen bent over, standing in front of the fortune teller who was packing up to go home. The fortune teller looked up at Shu Chen. "Sir, care for a fortune reading?" Shu Chen nodded and smiled. "Yes, read my fortune." The fortune teller was delighted, not expecting business at this late hour. For those in their line of work, not operating for 3 or 4 days was normal. The fortune teller gestured for Shu Chen to wait, then took out his tools again. "Sir, what shall I read for you?" "Read my romantic luck," Shu Chen said. "No problem, sir, please extend your left hand." Shu Chen complied, and the fortune teller carefully examined his palm, then exclaimed, "Sir, your romantic luck is very prosperous." "What does that mean?" The fortune teller pointed at Shu Chen's palm. "Sir, you see, your lifeline is forked, indicating prosperous romantic luck." What else?" The fortune teller pointed at another line. "Sir, this line is called the line of passion. Not everyone has this line. See, I don't have it." The fortune teller showed his hand to Shu Chen, and if there are wavy patterns on the passion line, it's called the Venus belt, also known as the desire belt. The fortune teller pointed at the pattern, letting Shu Chen see for himself. Then the fortune teller continued, "And for those with this desire belt, like you, romantic relationships will be exceptionally smooth, and the opposite sex will show interest easily." Shu Chen chuckled inwardly. This guy, spinning tales one after another, no wonder Hong Yi's father-in-law fell for it. Shu Chen pretended to be clueless. "Wait a minute, according to you, why don't I have a girlfriend yet? Are you making this up?" Upon hearing Shu Chen's question, the fortune teller was delighted, waiting for this moment. "Sir, you're mistaken. You have the passion line, but it hasn't been awakened, so it's currently ineffective. How can I awaken this line?" The fortune teller pretended to be profound. "This requires me to consult the matchmaker god, as the passion line falls under his jurisdiction." "But," Shu Chen looked anxious, "but what?" "But this ritual is extremely draining on my powers and requires some offerings to the matchmaker god to implore his intervention to activate the romantic line." "Oh boy, now they're asking for money." "No problem, how much do you need, master?" The fortune teller immediately interrupted Shu Chen. "Money? How mundane, this is an offering, not for me, but for the matchmaker god." Shu Chen put on a look of sudden realization. Yes, offering. Shu Chen reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a stack of brand new red banknotes. The fortune teller saw this scene, a glint in his small eyes, subconsciously swallowing his saliva. This young man, keeping a low profile. "Taoist, how much do you need? You name the price." The fortune teller calculated silently. He usually charged based on the person he was reading fortunes for. Meeting a clever one, he charged 500, meeting a foolish one, he charged 200, meeting someone neither clever nor foolish, he charged 300. Today, he finally encountered a good fat sheep to deceive. He must fleece him well. Not too much is needed, sincerity is enough. Money is an external thing, the spirits do not care how much. I will offer 5,000 yuan on your behalf to the matchmaker deity. 5,000 won't do, it will make me seem insincere, let's make it 6,000. Shu Chen lowered his head to count the money. "What?" The fortune teller thought he misheard. He had encountered many who haggled over prices in his line of work, but he had never seen someone raise the price on themselves. Is this what they mean by being foolish and wealthy? Well, since you are so sincere, I am also quite pleased. I will pray for you more fervently, lend you a helping hand, and may you soon find a happy union. The fortune teller was also a person of principles. If the client was willing to pay more, then he could put in more effort as well. He would jot down the birth details of this fat sheep in front of him, and when he had time, he would casually seek a sign for this young man at a nearby temple. After all, Buddhism and Taoism are not divided. Everyone is a practitioner, no need to be petty. Shu Chen, who was counting money, suddenly stopped his hand. "Taoist, I also want to ask you to help me with something. I have already offered this 10,000 to the matchmaker deity. Please go ahead. Actually, I have been feeling lost recently, unable to find a job, and even if I do, I can't keep it. Can you tell me what kind of job would suit me best?" The fortune teller raised an eyebrow lightly. So it was about a career. This was easy. For a fortune teller, this kind of thing was a piece of cake. "Wait a moment, let me calculate for you. The fortune teller closed his small eyes and his fingers moved continuously. Shu Chen also watched the scene quietly, somewhat curious about how this swindler in front of him would respond. After a while, the fortune teller opened his eyes. Are you currently working, or are you temporarily unemployed? Shu Chen squinted at the fortune teller. You're supposed to be good at this, why don't you guess? The fortune teller nodded, giving a vague answer. You should have been in the service industry before. Shu Chen smiled as he put the stack of red banknotes back in his bag. I guess you could say it's a kind of service industry. The fortune teller, seeing Shu Chen's action, felt a pang of unease, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Taoist, your skills are lacking. Shu Chen bent down, glaring at the fortune teller. Let me tell you what my profession is. Smack. Shu Chen looked around and seeing no pedestrians on the overpass, he slapped the fortune teller directly in the face. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face, but this slap left the fortune teller dazed. What are you doing? Shu Chen held back his strength with this slap, otherwise the fortune teller would have been knocked out cold. The fortune teller tried to stand up but was stopped by Wang Kai, who had placed a paw on his neck. In an instant, the fortune teller couldn't move. Let me tell you what my profession is now. Shu Chen coughed before saying, I am now a Chengguan. Smack. Shu Chen gave the fortune teller another slap, this time with a bit more force. The slap left the fortune teller's face burning, a clearly visible palm print appearing on his dark complexion. You. The fortune teller was about to speak. Smack. Another slap landed on cue. At this moment, the fortune teller's face was starting to swell. He tried to stand up to escape, but found the dog holding his neck surprisingly strong. He couldn't break free at all. Sitting on the ground, the fortune teller tried to resist with his feet, kicking at the young man in front of him. Ah! Ouch! 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 As soon as his foot extended, Shu Chen punched his shin bone, causing intense pain to shoot up the fortune teller's leg. Smack! Another slap hit his face. Don't scream, or I'll kill you. Facing Shu Chen's murderous look, the fortune teller immediately shut his mouth. Shu Chen smiled and asked, Tell me, how much money did you cheat? The fortune teller was now terrified. I didn't cheat, I swear. Smack! Another slap struck his face, almost knocking the fortune teller's eyeballs out. Speak again, I'll give you another chance. The fortune teller was now at a loss. I really didn't cheat, I haven't had any customers for days. He touched his hot cheeks, feeling like he had encountered a jinx. Shu Chen raised his hand again, ready to strike, making the fortune teller cry out, Please, don't hit me. It's true, I really haven't had any customers for days. According to the fortune teller, he had been setting up his stall here for some time, and had already cheated most of the people he could, planning to move to a new location soon. Smack! Despite his desperate explanations, another slap landed on his face. After several slaps, the fortune teller's face was swollen like a pig's head. Brother! No, sir. If I cheated any of your friends or family, you tell me how much, I'll refund double. No, triple. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Shu Chen looked at the pig-like face in surprise. What cheating? Taoist, what are you talking about? This is a donation. Money is so worldly. Smack! Another slap hit his face, but this time it wasn't Shu Chen, it was Wang Kai. Wang Kai found the fortune teller's presence extremely annoying. Not hitting him would make Wang Kai uncomfortable. The fortune teller turned in shock, looking at the big yellow dog holding his neck, feeling a surge of fear. What the hell was this dog? Its strength was as great as the man in front of him. Smack! Wang Kai gave him a paw, leaving bloody marks on the fortune teller's face. It was a pitiful sight. Help! Help! The urban management is beating people. The dog is attacking people. Seeing someone approaching on the overpass, the fortune teller quickly opened his mouth and cried out, trying to seek help. Cough! 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 As he called for help, the fortune teller suddenly felt a blockage in his throat, starting to cough violently. After coughing, he began to retch. It turned out that Wang Kai had spat a thick phlegm into his mouth. Shu Chen's mouth twitched. Wang Kai was really despicable. This swindler probably wished for death. Seeing someone looking at them, Shu Chen kicked Wang Kai. Let's go. As Wang Kai lowered his paw, the fortune teller fell to the ground, continuously spitting out the dirt from his mouth. The man and the dog had already disappeared into the sunset. When Shu Chen and Wang Kai returned to the foot of the Rabbit Ear Mountain, it was already late at night. Shu Chen took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and together they started climbing the mountain. How does it feel to uphold justice? No feeling, no sensation without eating gold. Well, Wang Kai was thinking about its gold again. Shu Chen sighed, endure it for now, we can't separate them. We'll talk about it when we have enough money. 100 caddies of gold. He really couldn't think of a way. Wang Kai, how much gold did your previous owners give you at most? Shuchen suddenly remembered this. Wang Kai had been around for so long, he should have encountered some wealthy people. One thing he knew for sure was that every time Wang Kai reincarnated, he had to start over, and what he had eaten before didn't count. Didn't I tell you? It's the one who was beaten to death by hundreds of iron-armored soldiers. Just thinking about it made Wang Kai angry. At that time, the martial champion had already looted over 700 caddies of gold. If only he could be more low-key, Wang Kai could enter the third stage. Shuchen suddenly felt some sympathy for Wang Kai. It seemed that Wang Kai hadn't been doing well before. It's okay, follow me from now on, I'll feed you well sooner or later. Feed well? Wang Kai looked at Shuchen disdainfully. Now he couldn't even afford 100 caddies, let alone being fed well. When a man and a dog reached the halfway point of the mountain path, they saw that the Taoist temple was brightly lit, indicating that there were people inside. Gu Yanchun is back? How coincidental, he had been waiting for him for so long, and just when he went out for a walk, the old man returned. Old man, open the door, I'm back. Shuchen pounded on the wooden gate of the Taoist temple, but no one came to open it after a long time. At this moment, Wang Kai tugged at Shuchen's pants leg. Shuchen squatted down, and Wang Kai whispered in his ear, "Be careful, there's a smell of blood." Hearing this, Shuchen's expression tightened, and he took out the pistol from his waist. Shuchen had originally intended to give this pistol to Lu Tao to handle things, but that cowardly Lu Tao didn't dare to take it, so Shuchen took it back. Shuchen whispered to Wang Kai, "You keep knocking on the door, I'll sneak in." Wang Kai glanced at the pistol in Shuchen's hand, nodded, and continued to pound on the wooden door. Shuchen skillfully climbed over the wall of the Taoist temple, stood on the wall, and surveyed the courtyard. After confirming that there was no one in the yard, he quietly jumped in. Shuchen bent down, pressed against the wall, and moved cautiously along the wall. No one in the shed. No one in the kitchen either, but the lights were on. No one in the main hall, nor in the side hall, but all the lights were on. Shuchen cautiously made his way to where they lived and found that the old man's room was lit. Shuchen approached and was shocked by what he saw. Damn! Old man, you better not be dead. Gu Yanchun lay on the bed, covered in blood, his white Taoist robe stained dark red. Shuchen rushed in and found Gu Yanchun unconscious. He quickly tore open the old Taoist's clothes, trying to find the source of his injuries. But after tearing off the clothes, Shuchen found no wounds on Gu Yanchun's body. This blood wasn't his. Did this old man go out to kill and set fires? Hey, old man, wake up! Shuchen slapped Gu Yanchun's cheeks, but there was no response. Gu Yanchun was in a deep coma, breathing heavily. It felt like he might not be able to catch his breath at any moment. For a moment, Shuchen didn't know what to do. He had no experience in saving lives. Bang! 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 There was still knocking on the door outside. Wang Kai was still knocking. Shuchen walked out of the room and shouted outside, "Stop knocking! Come in quickly! This old man is dying." When Wang Kai came in and saw the scene before him, he was also stunned. What's going on? Suddenly, Wang Kai's expression changed. There's something dirty. Quick, get out of the way. Wang Kai suddenly jumped up and clawed at the empty space above Gu Yanchun's head. Bang! Bang! Something invisible was slapped away by Wang Kai, crashing into the cabinet by the bed, scattering things all over the floor. Shuchen, who had reacted, focused his gaze towards the cabinet and indeed saw something there. He had been too hasty just now and hadn't sensed it at all. Another ghost? Shuchen was about to rush over to battle it out with this thing, but was stopped by Wang Kai. Don't go up there. It's a snake. If it's poisonous, I won't be able to save you. Shuchen immediately stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. He instinctively pulled out his gun and, relying on his intuition, fired a shot towards the direction of the cabinet. Bang! The loud gunshot echoed in the room, and in the empty space in front of Shuchen, a deformed bullet was floating. Hit it, but it seems to have no effect. Wang Kai suddenly shouted, "Be careful, it's coming towards us." Shuchen instinctively ducked. Although he avoided a fatal blow, he couldn't evade the rest of the attacks. In Wang Kai's view, Shuchen was swept by the snake's tail. The snake's tail hit Shuchen squarely in the face, and he felt a burning sensation on his cheek, almost being knocked to the ground. Wang Kai charged at the snake again, extending his paw and fiercely scratching the snake's body. The snake's body was scratched by Wang Kai, exposing flesh, and Wang Kai's paw was almost broken. Tough. So darn tough. Wang Kai couldn't help but marvel, wondering if this body was made of iron. With the help of the bullet left on the snake's body and the wounds Wang Kai inflicted, Shuchen could accurately see the snake's position. He picked up a hoe from Gu Yanchun's room and smashed it with all his might towards the invisible snake. Empowered by divine strength, the hoe was smashed into two halves. As the saying goes, great strength leads to miracles. Shuchen's physical strength, combined with his own power, definitely surpassed that inferior handgun at his waist. In Wang Kai's view, Shuchen's hoe hit the snake's head perfectly. However, even so, it didn't cause a fatal injury to the snake, just making it writhe in pain on the ground. Quick-witted Wang Kai grabbed a pitchfork from Gu Yanchun's room and thrust it with all his might into the snake's body. The pitchfork pierced through the snake's body, and realizing the situation was lost, the snake chose to flee. It rushed out of the room at a rapid speed. Shuchen and Wang Kai followed, only to find the gate in the yard had been pushed open. The snake had long disappeared. Is it a ghost? Shuchen asked Wang Kai beside him. Shuchen was unsure. If it was a ghost, how could things like guns, hoes, and pitchforks hurt it? It's not a ghost, it's a monster. Doctor, what do you say? Is this old man going to be okay? The doctor put down what he was holding. Don't worry, it's just exhaustion, there's nothing wrong with his body, go through the procedures, and let's observe him in the hospital. Since driving away the invisible monster, Shuchen carried Gu Yanchun and rushed to the emergency room of the hospital. Shuchen confirmed again, you mean, there's nothing wrong with his body? The doctor nodded, then sat down at the table and took out pen and paper. What's the name of this old man? I'll write you a receipt. Nothing wrong? If there's nothing wrong, why stay in the damn hospital? According to Shuchen's estimation, this old man must have been hit. It would be more reliable to go back and consult the Taoist scriptures than to hang around here getting glucose strips. Shuchen lifted Gu Yanchun and was about to leave. Hey, sir, where are you going? The doctor, seeing this scene, quickly got up to stop him. If he let this man take the old man away and something happened, who would be responsible? Woof! Wang Kai snarled at the doctor, scaring him off. Helpless, the doctor could only shout, security! Security! Stop him! Security? Humph! Shuchen sneered. It was the dead of night, and the security guards were probably fast asleep at the entrance. Shuchen carried Gaianshin to the door where a taxi was waiting. Let's go, back the way we came, Shuchen told the taxi driver. The driver, without even looking back, said, it'll be 100 to go back. Hurry up, stop wasting time. Alright, hold on tight, young man. Shuchen really wanted to beat up the taxi driver. Earlier, when he was rushing Gaianshin to the hospital, the driver demanded 100 yuan before agreeing to go. He even charged 100 yuan for waiting outside for a while. And now, going back the same way would cost another 100, treating him like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. The car reached the foot of Tour Mountain, and Shuchen got out with Gaianshin, handing 100 yuan to the taxi driver. The driver took the money with a grin. Take care, young man. After the driver left, Wang Kai opened his mouth, revealing a cell phone inside. Shuchen took the phone, placed it on the ground, stomped on it, crushing the screen, and then kicked it into the nearby ditch. Wang Kai, I forgot to ask you earlier, what exactly are spirits, and why can't they be seen like ghosts? Shuchen suddenly asked as they climbed the mountain. Wang Kai glanced at Gaianshin on Shuchen's back, seeing he was still unconscious, then spoke, how can I explain this to you? Let me think. If you say they are like ghosts, you're not entirely wrong, but there are some differences. Wang Kai organized his thoughts and continued, it's not accurate to say spirits are like ghosts, it's more like they are similar to evil spirits. There is a fundamental difference between ghosts and evil spirits. Ghosts cannot be seen or touched, while evil spirits are invisible but tangible. That's why evil spirits can harm people, unlike regular ghosts. Just like how Shuchen was able to attack Lu Shui, who had transformed into an evil spirit. Spirits are the same, unseen but tangible. But there is a fundamental difference between spirits and evil spirits. Spirits have intelligence, while evil spirits only have cruel instincts. That's why when Shuchen and Wang Kai attacked the spirit snake, it fled upon realizing the danger, because it had intelligence. If it were an unintelligent evil spirit, one of them would have perished in the confrontation. How are spirits formed then? Wang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, through cultivation. In the past, spirits could be seen, much like the folklore fox spirits or yellow emperor. You could have just said that from the beginning instead of beating around the bush. Wang Kai sighed, too tired to argue. Honestly, sometimes Wang Kai really wanted to strangle Shuchen, that bastard was worse than a dog. They continued along the mountain path, and suddenly Shuchen exclaimed, wait a minute. If beings like fox spirits and yellow emperor could be seen, how did those folklores come about? Wang Kai glanced at Shuchen but remained silent. What are you standing there for? Speak up. Shuchen lightly kicked Wang Kai. What's wrong? Are you angry? Wang Kai sighed again. An order was given prohibiting spirits from revealing themselves, so all spirits were forced to conceal their forms. If they were to appear, heavenly thunder would strike them down. Shuchen was astonished. Who gave such a powerful order? Revealing themselves would lead to being struck by heavenly thunder. But why did this sound so familiar? Shuchen felt like he had heard it somewhere before but couldn't recall. How do you know so much? Weren't you in the Ming dynasty in your past life? Wang Kai rolled his eyes, extended his dog paw, and pointed at Gu Yanxun on Shu Chen's shoulder. It's what the old Taoist said. I overheard him teaching the little Taoist. You've been studying Taoism for half a year, so I have to find something to pass the time, right? Shu Chen suddenly realized why Wang Kai used to always follow the old Taoist around. However, when it came to the little Taoist, Shu Chen was puzzled. Where did that little brat run off to? And the blood on Gu Yanxun, could it be that something happened to the little Taoist? Oh, what a jinx! Bringing Gu Yanxun back to the Taoist temple and laying him on the bed, Shu Chen immediately started rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Strange, I remember the old man had a book on saving people. Where did it go? The old man Gu Yanxun had a book that contained many techniques for saving people, and Shu Chen's purification spell was the simplest one in that book. Why are you looking through the book? You won't learn it immediately by just reading it. You might as well use what you already know. Shu Chen suddenly stopped, admitting that Wang Kai had a point. Shu Chen stood up and cast the purification spell on Gu Yanxun. Silver white dots of light gathered in front of Shu Chen, as he continued to gesture with his hands and silently recite incantations. Under Shu Chen's command, the silver white dots enveloped Gu Yanxun and slowly entered his body. The whole process lasted for 5 or 6 minutes, until Shu Chen was almost exhausted, but Gu Yanxun showed no reaction, still lying unconscious on the bed. This is useless. Shu Chen turned to Wang Kai in frustration. Wang Kai, looking helpless, said, I don't know these things, why are you asking me? I just wanted you to try. Frustrated, Shu Chen retorted, then why say anything at all? He resumed searching through boxes and cabinets, looking for a book that could awaken Gu Yanxun. When Shu Chen came across an ancient acupuncture book, his eyes lit up. Sitting at the door, Wang Kai lazily remarked, if you accidentally paralyze the old man, that would be quite amusing. If you don't understand these things, can you please stop messing around? You idiot! After a night of turmoil, Gu Yanxun finally woke up, but not because of Shu Chen's efforts, but on his own. And as Wang Cai's foul mouth predicted, Gu Yanxun was indeed partially paralyzed by Shu Chen. Fortunately, the old man was only paralyzed from the waist down, still able to move his upper body. Gu Yanxun spent a few hours fixing himself, with needle marks all over his body. When Gu Yanxun learned that Shu Chen and Wang Kai had driven away the evil spirit, he started another round of scolding. Even Wang Kai received a verbal beating. Are you guys stupid? If it wanted to harm me, it would have done so already. Did you really need to go through all this trouble to bring me back? What's the deal? Do you want me to be more popular in the Taoist temple? Shu Chen was infuriated. Wang Kai also wanted to smash this old bastard with a stool. Shu Chen retorted, how would we know? I saved you out of kindness, you ungrateful old man. Woof, woof, woof. And then, the two men and a dog started a quarrel. Arguing was a common occurrence for Shu Chen and Gu Yanxun, but Gu Yanxun never won any argument. Imagine an old man with a small voice trying to out-argue a strong young man with a loud voice. Not to mention that the young man had no sense of propriety, spewing all sorts of vulgarities and cursing Gu Yanxun's ancestors. So, old man, where have you been lately? After the commotion, Shu Chen brought up the main issue. And with that question, Gu Yanxun fell silent. The old Taoist sitting on the bed looked somewhat desolate. After a long silence, the old man spoke, 2 days after you left, my senior brother came to find me, asking me to deal with some matters with him. On that day, Gu Yanxun was wiping the statues inside the Taoist temple when his senior brother, Gu Dongqiu, arrived. Gu Yanxun and Gu Dongqiu were both orphans picked up by their master, hence they shared the surname Gu and were named after the 4 seasons. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Gu Dongqiu's first words were, it's coming out. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanxun dropped the cloth in his hand to the ground, clearly startled. As for who or what it was, the story dates back to 1974. It was the first time Gu Yanxun had encountered the so-called it. He was only 17 at the time, while his senior brother Gu Dongqiu was 19. In the winter of 1974, their master, Gu Qilin, with a grim expression, found the brothers and instructed them to pack up and accompany him on a journey. The urgency in their master's demeanor startled the brothers, as he had always been calm and composed, no matter the situation. Throughout the journey, although curious, the brothers dared not ask questions. They knew well what the purple robe their master now wore signified. It meant their master was going to eliminate a demon, a powerful one at that. Transportation was inconvenient in those days, and they traveled by horse-drawn carriage, taking over 10 days to reach the first stop, the outskirts of a primitive forest. Their master then informed them that they had to proceed on foot. The master and disciples traversed the forest for 2 days until they reached the entrance of a cave. The cave was about 3 meters high and over a meter wide, its depth shrouded in darkness. From the outside, nothing could be seen, just pitch black. Several people were already waiting outside the cave, some of whom Gu Yanxun did not recognize at the time, dressed in purple Taoist robes similar to Gu Qilin's. Upon their arrival, the group nodded at them. Someone took out several bundles of hemp rope from a bag and connected them all together. One end of the rope was tied to a large tree outside the cave. Gu Qilin took the lead, holding the rope, and entered the cave, followed by the others who grasped the rope and followed suit. Gu Yanxun, Gu Dongqiu, and a few other young Taoists were left outside the cave. Their task was to wait outside and pull the rope with all their might if they did not return within 2 hours. As time passed, the group outside only felt the rope vibrating and stretching taut. 2 hours went by, and no one emerged from the cave. Gu Yanxun and the others began pulling the rope, exerting all their strength to move it bit by bit. After an unknown duration of pulling, they were almost exhausted when they finally managed to pull out a person from the cave. However, the person was already dead, with only half of their body remaining. This sight sent shivers down everyone's spine, urging them to continue pulling the rope with all their might. Soon, they pulled out another person, or more accurately, an arm tightly gripping the rope. Beyond the arm, there was nothing left. Gu Yanxun and Gu Dongqiu were extremely anxious because their master, Gu Qilin, was at the forefront. Though their faces were ashen, they did not dare stop pulling. The others followed suit. But in the next moment, the thick hemp rope suddenly broke, causing the people outside pulling the rope to fall to the ground due to inertia. Gu Yanxun and Gu Dongqiu exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's intentions. At that time, they were both young, and youth meant courage. The two senior brothers immediately dove into the cave to search for their master. However, as soon as they entered the cave, they saw Gu Qilin covered in blood, running out from the depths of the cave. He urgently signaled for them to get out quickly. Just then, they heard a terrifying roar and the two senior brothers turned and ran. Because the space inside the cave was not large, they could get blocked here. After running out of the cave, they anxiously waited for Gu Qilin. Instead of Gu Qilin, what they encountered was an incredibly huge, ferocious-faced head. This head was so large that it almost filled the cave's exit. By then, Gu Qilin had been bitten to death by this ferocious head, and in front of everyone outside the cave, it swallowed Gu Qilin whole. It wanted to come out, but there seemed to be an invisible force outside the cave blocking it, so it eventually chose to retreat back into the cave. Upon hearing the story told by Gu Yanxun, Shu Chen found it unbelievable. So, what on earth is that thing? A head so big it can block a cave? Gu Yanxun, sitting on the bed, said in a deep voice, "A dragon. So, you and your senior brother went into that cave again to battle that dragon?" Shu Chen asked. Gu Yanxun nodded. "Not only my senior brother, but also several other highly skilled Taoist priests." Shu Chen furrowed his brows. "They all died?" "They all died. Did little Gu also die?" Little Gu, the young Taoist who always accompanied Gu Yanxun. Gu Yanxun's eyes looked somewhat distant. "He died." Shu Chen immediately cursed angrily. "You heartless old bastard. Little Gu is only 8 years old. You took him to such a place, he serves you every day. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? You." In fact, Gu Yanxun did not let the young Taoist enter the cave, just like his master did not let him enter the cave. He was left outside waiting. But that big dragon, after decades of accumulation, could briefly break out of the cave. It was all due to Gu Yanxun's misjudgment. Faced with Shu Chen's scolding, Gu Yanxun did not speak this time, allowing him to vent his anger. Seeing the despondent old man in front of him, Shu Chen could not bear to continue berating him. "So, why did you have to fight this monster to the death?" Gu Yanxun remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. "That dragon is the embodiment of vengeful thoughts, from the ancient domestic battlefield." Stop. Just tell me why you had to go find it." Shu Chen, still grieving over the young Taoist's death, didn't want to hear Gu Yanxun's ramblings. Gu Yanxun lifted his head, staring into Shu Chen's eyes. "For the sake of all living beings, if it escapes from the cave, all living beings will be in danger." All living beings? What a grand notion of all living beings. This statement made Shu Chen burst out laughing. "What's wrong? Did all living beings pay you? Did you want little Gu to die for all living beings? You. What about me? When the sky falls, there will be tall people holding it up. Do you think those armies, planes, cannons, and missiles are just for show? What about me? If necessary, drop an atomic bomb on it. I won't believe that this dragon thing can survive a direct hit. Do you even know what an atomic bomb is? You old relic without even a smartphone. If you had a phone, you could have called for help, and little Gu wouldn't have died." Shu Chen became more and more spirited in his scolding, until even Wang Kai couldn't bear to watch and came over to tug at Shu Chen's pants leg. "Just stay on the mountain and wait to die. Stop messing around. We might not even have a corpse collector by then, damn it." Shu Chen spat on the ground and left Gu Yanxun behind without a word, taking Wang Kai away from the Taoist temple. On the way down the mountain, Wang Kai looked at the gloomy-faced Shu Chen and said, "Did you go too far? That old man has been good to you, teaching you Taoist skills wholeheartedly." Shu Chen sighed, "It's precisely because he's been good to me that I can't watch him go to his death. This stubborn old man will definitely go back once he recovers." Wang Kai continued to inquire, "So, what's your plan?" Shu Chen said fiercely, "I'm going to slaughter that dragon." Wang Kai rolled his eyes, "Don't bite off more than you can chew. Honestly, we can't even beat that old man right now. It would be like throwing meat buns at a dog. I don't want to be reincarnated again." Shu Chen understood what Wang Kai meant. He wasn't impulsive. So, he was now planning to rob a bank. There must be gold in the bank vault. That's how it goes in movies. As long as he could get Wang Kai to eat 100 pounds, then he could go challenge that dragon. Of course, the premise was to give him a badass ability. If he had the ability to fly like Wang Kai's previous owner, then Shu Chen would have no choice but to come back, tie up Gu Yanchun, and take care of his needs to prevent the stubborn old man from seeking death again. This isn't impulsive enough, planning to rob a bank. Wang Kai was very helpless about this and asked, "So, what's your plan?" "What plan do I need? I'll tie up the bank manager, you destroy the surveillance, then we'll go to the vault and take the gold, that's it." Simple and crude. Really damn simple and crude. Wang Kai's mouth twitched a bit. A really good idea. But it had to be said, this plan did have some feasibility. As long as they acted fast, accurately, and ruthlessly. Shu Chen walked with his hands behind his head, saying, "Actually, I was planning to take up boxing after things settle down. With my strength, becoming the world boxing champion is no problem at all." "Wang Kai, you don't know, those boxing champions are so rich, private jets, yachts, mansions, it's like playing around." Shu Chen's tone was envious, not to mention private jets, he hadn't even been on a commercial flight in his life. "With gradual development, we could have that kind of life too, flying planes, sailing yachts, swimming in gold." Suddenly, Shu Chen's tone changed, becoming gritted teeth, "But I just can't swallow this. Damn it! Little Gu is only 8 years old. 8 years old. His life hasn't even begun, he hasn't even held a little girl's hand." Was Shu Chen blaming Gu Yanchun? Needless to say, he was. Did Shu Chen hate Gu Yanchun? Not really, Gu Yanchun had been good to the young Taoist disciples, that was genuine. But someone had to take responsibility for the young Taoist's death. And hatred needed to be released, otherwise, one would suffocate. So Shu Chen naturally shifted his hatred onto the big dragon. It might sound illogical and a bit absurd, but that was Shu Chen's current state of mind. He wanted the big dragon to take the blame for Gu Yanchun. He wanted the big dragon to be responsible for the young Taoist's death. He wanted the big dragon to be buried with the young Taoist. "That snake is here." Wang Kai suddenly spoke, interrupting Shu Chen's thoughts. Shu Chen focused and looked ahead, indeed something was blocking their path. As for this invisible monster snake, they had already learned from Gu Yanchun that it was allied with them. It was this snake that had rescued the unconscious Gu Yanchun from the forest. The giant snake made a rustling sound towards a man and a dog, as if trying to communicate with them. Shu Chen said to Wang Kai, "What is it saying? Translate it." "Do you think I'm an interpreter? I don't understand either. Can't you even translate ghost language? Why can't you do it now?" Wang Kai was speechless. Even though ghosts don't speak, they can move their mouths. The snake kept sticking out its tongue. How am I supposed to translate that? After a few painful attempts at translation and communication, Shu Chen and Wang Kai finally understood the snake's message. "Is it asking us to follow it? Seems like it. Follow it? No way, absolutely not." They had just beaten it up, and if it led its cronies to ambush them, they would be in trouble. That would be the end for him and Wang Kai. The snake knew Gu Yanchun, but it didn't know them. A friend of a friend is not necessarily a friend. Shu Chen waved his hand at the snake, indicating it to move aside. "Hurry up and step aside, I'm busy robbing a bank. Do you even know what a bank is?" Shu Chen could only sense it, not see it, but Wang Kai could. Wang Kai said, "It's nodding. If you know, then move aside. The old man is still on the mountain, go find him yourself." With that, Shu Chen was about to take Wang Kai and go around. Seeing Shu Chen and Wang Kai about to leave, the snake became anxious, constantly wriggling on the ground, raising clouds of dust on the mountain road. Shu Chen was startled, thinking the snake wanted to fight, so he quietly put on his iron finger tiger on his left hand and placed his right hand on his waist, ready to draw his gun at any moment. Wang Kai said, "It's shaking its head, seems like it doesn't want to fight." Shu Chen didn't dare to let his guard down. What if the snake launched a surprise attack? Wang Kai added, "It's riding with its tail." Suddenly, on the dusty ground ahead, several crooked Chinese characters appeared. After a while, Shu Chen and Wang Kai finally recognized the character. "I Gotta say, that character was really ugly. The snake continued to write on the ground, but every time it wrote a stroke, it erased it and started over. The next word it wanted to write seemed to be quite challenging for it. Shu Chen felt anxious watching this scene, but he couldn't help it at all. After dozens of attempts, the snake still couldn't write that word. Shu Chen leaned closer and guessed based on the strokes. Have? Wang Kai said, it's nodding. I have? What do you have? Are you sick? This made the snake even more anxious, and in its frenzy, it erased the half-written word it had painstakingly written. Shu Chen, who had leaned in, was also startled and quickly stepped back, pulling out his gun from his waist and pointing it at the snake. Damn it, don't move, or I'll shoot you dead. The snake indeed stopped moving and extended its tail to write on the ground. But the next word it wanted to write was even more challenging for it. After writing it dozens of times without success, Wang Kai weirdly remarked, it seems like it's getting hot, its tongue is sticking out to cool down. Wang Kai was right, the snake was indeed getting anxious, so it decided to stop writing and started drawing on the ground instead. The snake first drew a crooked rectangle on the ground, then wrote the number 100 inside the rectangle. Shu Chen gestured for it to step back so he could take a closer look. After staring at the drawing for a while, Shu Chen finally realized that the snake had drawn money. A 100 yuan banknote. Money? Shu Chen asked tentatively. It's nodding. I have money? Shu Chen looked disdainful. You have money? If you have money, can you give it to me? Get lost, don't block the way. Wang Kai said again, it's nodding as if it wants to give you money. This caught Shu Chen off guard. A snake? Giving me money? Is there such a good thing in this world? Shu Chen's tone changed, politely asking, Mr. Snake, how much money can you give me? Is it a lot? It keeps nodding. Oh my. Look, Mr. Snake, where's the money? Let me see? It means it wants us to follow it. This put Shu Chen in a dilemma. He didn't want to follow a snake, especially one he had fought with before. Mr. Snake, how about this? We'll wait here for you, and you bring the money for us to see. After some thought, the big snake nodded, then dragged its body away, leaving long traces on the ground. After the snake left, Shu Chen looked at Wang Kai. How did it know we wanted money? These monsters have senses far beyond humans. Maybe it overheard us talking. Then why would it give me money? Afraid I'll rob a bank? Ask it. How would I know? Shu Chen seriously doubted the snake's intentions. They waited from morning until noon, Shu Chen's stomach growling with hunger, but the snake hadn't returned. Damn, did we get tricked by this stupid snake? If it's stupid and still managed to trick us, what does that make us? Shu Chen was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to leave and continue his bank robbing plan, a small stone floating in the air swiftly flew towards them. In Wang Kai's view, the big snake was holding the stone in its mouth. The snake ran up to them and dropped the stone at Shu Chen's feet. Shu Chen picked it up with a disdainful expression. Wasn't it supposed to be money? Why this thing? But when he looked closer, his heart started racing. This was gold. More precisely, it was a gold mine with some impurities. Wang Kai swallowed hard, eyes fixed on the stone. Shu Chen also swallowed. Mr. Snake, no, Snake Lord, do you have more of this? It's nodding. Wang Kai's voice was slightly choked with excitement. This was like falling asleep and waking up with a snake bringing you a pillow. Mr. Snake, from now on, your business is my business. We're brothers from now on. Let's go. Where can we find more of this stuff? The big snake didn't move but continued to write with its tail on the ground. This time, Shu Chen was more patient. Mr. Snake, take your time writing. Wang Kai also nodded and bowed. Yes, take your time, we have plenty of it. After enduring countless hardships, the big snake finally wrote two barely recognizable words, seek revenge. Shu Chen immediately understood the snake's meaning. It had returned with Gu Yanshun. Gu Yanshun said the big snake had saved him, so seeking revenge was obvious. The big snake wanted Shu Chen to help it kill the evil water dragon. No problem, you provide the money, I'll provide the muscle. The big snake nodded frantically, showing its intense hatred towards the water dragon. In fact, even without the big snake's request, Shu Chen had the same intention. The appearance of the snake saved Shu Chen from robbing the bank. But how did the big snake know they needed gold? Oh well, it doesn't matter, after all, it can't speak. One man and one dog followed the big snake. No, they followed Snake Lord from one small path to another mountain. Snake Lord, are we there yet? I'm starving. Shu Chen was now famished. He had been hungry while waiting for the big snake and now had crossed another mountain. He was on the verge of collapse. Wang Kai looked at Shu Chen disdainfully. Don't you know to eat before embarking on such adventures? With gold involved, who cares about eating? After a long journey, before dark, a man, a dog, and a snake arrived at a natural pool. The pool was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom, and the water looked dark to the naked eye. Wang Kai said, "It seems like it wants us to go down with it." "Go down?" Shu Chen swallowed nervously. "Could one resurface after going down there?" "Snake bro, is the gold down there?" Snake bro nodded. There was gold in the deep pool, and Shu Chen hesitated. He was not a good swimmer and only knew the dog paddle. Splash! Just as Shu Chen was contemplating, water suddenly splashed up, startling him. From Wang Kai's perspective, the big snake had already jumped into the water, showing only its head and tail, swaying its tail. "It seems like it wants us to grab its tail." In the end, tempted by the gold, Shu Chen gritted his teeth, grabbed the snake's tail, while Wang Kai held onto Shu Chen's thigh. "Snake bro, slow down." Before Shu Chen could finish his sentence, he was pulled into the water, not even having time to take a breath. The big snake moved incredibly fast, so fast that Shu Chen couldn't even open his eyes underwater. Just as Shu Chen was about to run out of breath, he suddenly felt the water above his head disappear, with only his lower body still submerged. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a waterless cave at the bottom of the water, with even a faint light present. Shu Chen took a deep breath, the foul smell of stagnant air almost making him gag. Ignoring this, he quickly reached down to grab Wang Kai. The silly dog was still holding his thigh with closed eyes, soaking in the water. "Stupid dog! Aren't you afraid of drowning?" Shu Chen lifted Wang Kai up with one hand. "Afraid? Don't you know I can breathe underwater?" Wang Kai sneered, responding to Shu Chen's ignorance. Shu Chen tossed Wang Kai out, and the dog did a somersault in the air, landing straight on the ground. "Did I not say that?" Shu Chen couldn't be bothered with it and started examining the waterless cave. The cave was sloping upwards, and they were currently in a downhill position. This puzzled Shu Chen. If this cave formed a V-shape with the pool, why wasn't it filled with water? His basic education couldn't answer this question. "Let's go. Snake bro is climbing up, and you still want to play scientist?" Wang Kai urged, wagging his tail and following. Shu Chen awkwardly smiled, climbed out of the pool, and followed. They weren't moving slowly, but it took them over 10 minutes. From an uphill path, they reached a flat one. From a faint light at the beginning, it turned pitch black. Luckily, Shu Chen's phone wasn't damaged by water and could still turn on the flashlight. "I smell it. The scent of gold." Wang Kai, walking ahead of Shu Chen, suddenly became very excited, as if injected with chicken blood. With their pace quickening, they reached the end of the cave. Shu Chen raised his phone to see a large pile of junk at the end of the cave. It looked like a garbage dump, filled with various items. There were jewelry, old coins, glass bottles, bracelets, and all sorts of colorful gemstones. Of course, there were the gold pieces that Shu Chen and Wang Kai had been dreaming of. This reminded Shu Chen of a saying, "Dragons and snakes have always loved collecting gold and silver treasures." But what was the deal with these crumpled red banknotes? Had these mischievous creatures also progressed with the times? Can we just take these things? At this moment, the big snake turned around and made a strange sound towards Shu Chen and Wang Kai. Snake bro nodded. Hearing Wang Kai's response, Shu Chen licked his tongue, looking somewhat excited. Wang Kai had already rushed into the pile of treasures like a small mountain. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pick out the gold." In Wang Kai's eyes, everything other than gold was just trash. But in Shu Chen's eyes, these things were all treasures that could be exchanged for money. Like the large diamond ring he was holding in his hand at the moment, or the delicate bracelet beside him. However, the immediate task was to pick out the gold. Shu Chen thought there might be a gold mine here because the first thing the big snake gave them was a raw gold nugget. Although there was a gold mine, it wasn't abundant. There were more gold jewelry and artworks. It was too much trouble to communicate with the big snake, otherwise, Shu Chen would have asked where these things came from. After a long search, Shu Chen and Wang Kai finally unearthed all the gold. According to Shu Chen's estimate, these gold items added up to around 80 pounds, if not 100. However, the issue was that a small portion of these gold items was mixed with other things. For example, gold inlaid with jade, or a gold necklace wrapped around a diamond. "Wang Kai, can you eat all these things? What do you think? If I handed you a stone during your meal, could you swallow it?" Wang Kai rolled his eyes. Well, now it was a standoff between a man, a dog, and a snake. This pile of items was all scattered, and without any bags, they couldn't take them out. Shu Chen's eyes lit up. "Didn't you say we could pay in installments for a short period? Eat what you can, pack up what you can't eat." Then, Shu Chen started taking off his pants, feeling lucky he wore jeans that day. After tying knots at the ends of the jeans, a makeshift pocket was ready. Wang Kai just stared at him blankly. Shu Chen urged, "Hurry up and eat, so we can go back. If you don't hand it to me, how can I eat?" Shu Chen then remembered Wang Kai saying that gold needed to pass through the owner's hands once before being fed to him for it to be effective. Otherwise, Wang Kai would have robbed a bank long ago. Wait, when you ate the 9 pounds before, I didn't feed you either. That was bought by you, this time it's found, can they be the same? Shu Chen was speechless and had to squat down in his underwear, hand-feeding Wang Kai the gold. That's it, how much is left? Shu Chen finished feeding Wang Kai the last piece of pure gold. Wang Kai burped and said, it's over 60 pounds now. Shu Chen looked at the remaining gold ornaments and some raw gold on the ground, lost in thought. Damn, this still isn't enough. Not to mention having to extract the jade, diamonds, and jadeite from above. Don't rush to refine them, or I'll starve. Shu Chen was already hungry before entering the cave, and now with this delay, if Wang Kai refined the gold, he might just meet the king of hell directly. I know, hurry and get something else, take it out and exchange it for money. Wang Kai didn't need to be told about this kind of thing. Shu Chen first stuffed the remaining gold jewelry into the jeans, weighing around 20 pounds. Next, he set his sights on the jade items. Shu Chen had no interest in diamonds, which were expensive to buy but worthless to sell. Just as he was about to discard the diamond ring in his hand, he froze, turned to Wang Kai, and asked, Wang Kai, platinum is also gold, can you eat this stuff? Of course, you just need to refine out the impurities inside. Upon hearing this, Shu Chen threw away the ring and cursed, useless. After stuffing the jeans, Shu Chen took off his socks. 2 socks could hold quite a lot, right? When the time comes, he could carry the jeans himself and let Wang Kai carry the socks. After stuffing the 2 socks, Shu Chen took off his short sleeves, tied the sleeves on both sides, tied a knot at the collar too. Surely it could hold more than socks, right? What agate bracelets, jade bangles, jade pendants, Shu Chen accepted them all without discrimination. At this point, he was left with only a pair of briefs and leather shoes. In fact, Shu Chen didn't know much about things like agate, jade, or jadeite. He had never even come into contact with them. But was that important? Not important at all. Shu Chen only knew that these things could be sold for money. After preparing everything, as they were about to leave, the big snake approached carrying a bead and placed it in front of Shu Chen. What is this thing? Shu Chen picked up the bead and examined it. It was a dark red small stone bead, nothing special about it. What did the big snake mean by giving him this? Could this thing be valuable? When Wang Kai looked at the bead, his pupils constricted, then he tentatively asked the big snake, Human Dan? The big snake nodded. Wang Kai gasped, then looked puzzled. If the big snake had something so good, why didn't it swallow it itself? Human Dan? What is it? Shu Chen didn't understand what Wang Kai was talking about. Ignoring Shu Chen, Wang Kai continued to ask the big snake, Are you giving this to us too? The big snake nodded again. But without a catalyst, swallowing this human Dan would be useless. Shu Chen, who had been unable to understand, was about to ask. The next moment, he suddenly felt a bright light in front of him. The dim cave was filled with a strong light. The strong light lasted for a while, then slowly dimmed. A one-eyed big snake with a dark body and a fierce face suddenly appeared in front of him. Damn! This sudden scene startled Shu Chen. He could actually see the big snake. Snake brother, you. Shu Chen didn't understand why he could suddenly see it. At that moment, Wang Kai's face darkened and he said, Run, the heavenly thunder is coming. When monsters reveal themselves, heavenly thunder strikes. A great man ordered that after the founding of the country, monsters were not allowed to transform, let alone reveal their true forms. Once they revealed their true forms, heavenly thunder would strike them down. Shu Chen, who was puzzled, quickly put on his shoes under Wang Kai's urging, grabbed his things, and ran for it. As he passed by the big snake, he faintly heard a sentence. It seemed like the big snake said, Help me kill the evil dragon. Running, Shu Chen turned to look at the big snake and found it looking at him, nodding towards him. What's going on? Shu Chen asked as he ran. The big snake has revealed itself. Heavenly thunder will strike it, run quickly. Get out first and then we'll talk. The man and the dog ran at an extremely fast speed to the pool, then plunged in. Because the big snake was no longer there, this time Shu Chen was carrying his things again. So he could only grab Wang Kai's leg, and Wang Kai pulled him back to the surface. When the man and the dog emerged from the pool, the sky had turned purple. A large number of dark clouds had gathered in the sky, purple lightning brewing in the sky. It seemed like it could strike at any moment. What the hell? What about that human Dan? Wang Kai interrupted Shu Chen's words, anxiously asking. Shu Chen reached into his briefs, took out the small stone he had earlier. Here it is. Wang Kai looked at Shu Chen with disdain. Can't you keep it safe? I want to. Have you given me the time? Actually, it wasn't all Shu Chen's fault. As soon as the big snake appeared, Wang Kai immediately told him to run. He tied all the baggage into knots that couldn't be undone for a while. He had nothing left on him except for a pair of underwear to hold things. Boom! A muffled sound came from the sky, as if the thunder was reaching its climax. Boom! A curved purple lightning bolt struck down from the sky with incredible speed. The purple light illuminated the entire land, nearly deafening Shu Chen's ears and making his head buzz. The purple thunder struck directly into the water pool, causing water to splash everywhere, creating a large hole in the ground next to the pool, with water rushing in and the water level rapidly decreasing. Stones struck by the lightning almost hit Shu Chen's face, and as he turned to run, he was grabbed by Wang Kai. However, Shu Chen couldn't hear Wang Kai speaking at all because another thunderbolt was approaching. Boom! In the same spot, the thunder seemed to have a target. Wang Kai snatched the pill from Shu Chen's hand and held it up high. Suddenly, something seemed to emerge from the lake. A black ghostly light shot out of the water towards the pill in Wang Kai's hand. In the next moment, the pill in Wang Kai's hand emitted a golden light, just like the legendary elixir of immortality. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed as if nothing had happened. Wang Kai walked up to Shu Chen and handed him the pill emitting a golden light, saying earnestly, "Hurry, eat it." "I'm not eating it. You eat it." Shu Chen exploded in anger, refusing to eat something that had just been taken out of his pants. "No way. Absolutely not. Even a dog wouldn't eat it." Seeing Shu Chen's refusal, Wang Kai sneered, "Not eating it? Snake Brother sacrificed his life for it to be a bait for you, and you won't eat it? If you don't eat it, Snake Brother would have died in vain." Wang Kai threw the pill emitting a golden light to Shu Chen, who reluctantly caught it. "So, what's the deal with this pill? I won't eat it unless you explain. Aren't you starving? Eat this, and you'll never be hungry again in your life." According to Wang Kai, this pill was a true elixir, surpassing even Millennium Ginseng in ancient Polygonum multiflorum. Swallowing this pill directly could kill you, so it must be combined with a catalyst. Eating this pill will prolong your life, strengthen your body, and make you ascend on the spot. It's no exaggeration to call it an elixir of immortality. Wang Kai sighed, wondering what deep-seated grudge the giant snake and the evil dragon had for Snake Brother to sacrifice his life and willingly become a bait. Elixir of immortality? Prolonging life, ascending on the spot. Shu Chen's eyes lit up, but the thought of the pill being in his pants made him feel disgusted. "Are you sure you're not tricking me? Stop the nonsense." Wang Kai jumped up, snatched the pill from Shu Chen's hand, and forcefully shoved it into Shu Chen's mouth. Then, he pinched Shu Chen's neck with his paw, causing Shu Chen to swallow the pill. "Ugh! What the hell are you doing?" Shu Chen tried to reach his throat, but the pill had melted into a warm stream inside his body, making it impossible to remove. Ugh! The thought of the pill coming from his pants made Shu Chen gag even more. "Quickly refine it." "How do I refine it?" "I don't know how." "Just relax your whole body." Upon hearing Wang Kai's words, Shu Chen lay down on the ground, completely relaxing his body. Wang Kai's mouth twitched at the sight. But it seemed to be working. Shu Chen felt the warm stream of the pill filling every pore of his body, and the intense hunger he felt before vanished instantly, replaced by a comfortable feeling of fullness. He felt as if he was absorbing some kind of energy between heaven and earth to replenish his own consumption. A pitch-black, foul-smelling substance, like mud, oozed out of his pores. These were the toxins and impurities in his body. His originally robust body became somewhat lean, but this thinness gave a sense of calm restraint. Wang Kai watched the scene excitedly, moving its dog paws and murmuring to itself, 10 years, 30 years, 60 years, 100 years. Shu Chen's lifespan had increased by a full 100 years. Wang Kai was very pleased. Its master might be a bit poor, but his talent was truly remarkable. In fact, Wang Kai had originally intended to swallow the elixir itself, but at the thought that its lifespan was linked to Shu Chen, it immediately gave up that idea. However, Shu Chen did not disappoint Wang Kai. Shu Chen increased his lifespan by 100 years, so Wang Kai also increased by 100 years. Wang Kai looked up and saw a light rain falling from the sky, the previously dissipated dark clouds covering the sky again. 19 heavenly tribulations. Wang Kai swallowed nervously and immediately rushed to Shu Chen's side. "Hurry, run. You're going to be struck by lightning." Shu Chen, who was enjoying with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Wang Kai in astonishment. "Run again." Shu Chen sat up, wanting to pick up those gold and silver jewels, but Wang Kai stopped him. "Run fast. This time the lightning is coming for you. Forget about those worthless things." Shu Chen was stunned at the words. Lightning was going to strike him? What's going on? Did he break some heavenly rule? He hadn't done anything wrong. Where to run? Run towards the city. Get down the mountain first. Shu Chen ran towards the foot of the mountain at the fastest speed, while Wang Kai ran and looked back at the dark clouds above his head. No matter how fast Shu Chen ran, the dark clouds always followed him. At the edge of the city in CD Market, a bizarre scene unfolded. A man covered in mud, wearing only red underwear, ran wildly on the ring road around the city, with a big yellow dog following behind him. Passing drivers couldn't help but look, some even slowed down, took out their phones with their companions, wanting to record videos to post online. Hey, why is my phone black screen? Mine too, I just bought this iPhone yesterday. Damn, why are the street lights out too? All the street lights on the ring road suddenly went out, plunging the entire road into darkness. In the darkness, a flash of white light suddenly appeared. Boom! The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck straight down. The target was the naked man on the road, his only red underwear instantly ignited by the lightning. He was enveloped in the lightning, emitting a pig-like scream. Ah! Wang Kai! I'm going to die. Shuchen covered his chest, lying on the highway, preparing to confess his last words. Die my ass! Run quickly! Run under the overpass! The second strike is even more powerful. The lightning on Shuchen dissipated, and he found himself unharmed, quickly standing up and running forward. The onlookers in the cars behind Shuchen were dumbfounded by this scene. Bro, can you still jump around after being struck by lightning? I don't know. Did you hear that dog talking just now? I did. Damn. The phone broke at a critical moment. Otherwise, we could have posted it online and become famous. Shuchen ran along the ring road, frantically searching for a low-lying place on the overpass. Finally, he saw a small hill in front of him, about 7 to 8 meters high from the overpass. Without hesitation, Shuchen jumped down and quickly hid under the overpass. Wang Kai followed closely, amazed at Shuchen's powerful physical body. So this is foundation building. Awesome! Actually, what really terrified Wang Kai was the power of that human pill. In this era where cultivation was impossible, it forcibly pushed Shu-chun into the foundation establishment stage, attracting the tribulation of the foundation establishment cultivators. It truly embodied the phrase ascend to the heavens in broad daylight. Wang Kai had never seen a human pill before, and the process of refining it was extremely cruel. Human pill, human pill. Just hearing the name made it clear that it was refined using human beings. Wang Kai estimated that the pill Shu-chen took must have condensed the flesh and souls of at least 500,000 people. That's a whole 500,000 people. And 500,000 people was a conservative estimate. To refine such a pill, it could only be done during times of war. Of course, Wang Kai would never tell Shu-chen about this, to avoid burdening him psychologically. Boom! The second thunderbolt of the tribulation struck, and this thunderbolt was evidently larger and more powerful than the previous one. It directly blasted a huge hole through the highway. Ah! Wang Kai! What the hell did you make me eat? A pig-like scream came from under the overpass. The second thunderbolt headed straight for Shu-chen's head. Shu-chen quickly ducked at the fastest speed, but it was still too late. The thunderbolt precisely targeted him. Just as Wang Kai had said, the power of the second thunderbolt was indeed immense. If the first one was just tickling Shu-chen, the second one directly made his scalp tingle. It made his mouth feel like he had eaten 10 pounds of popping candy. Shu-chen's hair was already burnt, leaving only a layer of ash on his head. When he lightly touched it with his hand, it felt slippery. He had been struck by lightning into a bald head. At this moment, Wang Kai slowly slid down the overpass. Hurry up and find a building to hide in. The next one will be even more fierce. There's another one? Shu-chen immediately forgot about his hair and ran towards the city, shouting, "How many more are there?" Wang Kai's voice came from behind him. A total of 9. The third one is coming soon. Run faster. Upon hearing Wang Kai's words, Shu-chen's heart sank halfway. A total of 9? Wouldn't that kill a person? He suddenly remembered the 2 purple thunderbolts that had struck the giant snake by the pond earlier. Those purple thunderbolts that could pierce through mountains. If one were to strike him, not even the Heavenly King could save him. At this moment, Shu-chen was running along the road under the overpass, when suddenly a handsome guy on a motorcycle came towards him. Shu-chen spread his arms, forming a wood shape, blocking the road in the middle, forcing the motorcycle to stop. The guy on the motorcycle slammed on the brakes, cursing loudly, "Are you looking to die?" But when the handsome guy saw the naked man in front of him, the words on his lips suddenly stopped. The guy couldn't help but look at the naked lower body of the man. The man suddenly ran up to him, and the guy on the motorcycle was immediately taken aback. Shu-chen grabbed the guy's neck with one hand, lifted him up like a chick, and threw him directly into the nearby wheat field. Then Shu-chen rode off on the motorcycle, leaving behind a handsome guy with a terrified expression. At this moment, the guy's companion also rode up on a motorcycle. Seeing the guy thrown into the field, he quickly asked, "What's going on? Where's your bike?" The guy looked puzzled and replied, "It was stolen by a hairless wild man." The guy's companion couldn't understand what he was saying at all. "What are you talking about? Call the police quickly." At this moment, a big yellow dog came running towards them from the intersection. The big yellow dog suddenly jumped up and kicked the guy's companion directly into the wheat field. Then, skillfully riding the motorcycle, he rode off into the distance. In the wheat field, the two handsome guys stared at each other in confusion. What was that just now? It looks like a dog. Shu Chen had already shifted the motorcycle gear to the maximum, and the throttle was also at its maximum. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed flashes of lightning in the sky. Another thunderstorm was coming. Oomph. Even if I ride this fast, you still can't hit me, can you? Boom. It seemed like the heavens heard Shu Chen's mockery, and the next moment, the thunder directly struck down. The lightning did not hit Shu Chen but struck the road ahead of him. A large crater was formed on the road, and Shu Chen, unable to slow down, rode the motorcycle into the pit. He was flung out due to the high speed, rolling on the ground for over a dozen rounds before coming to a stop. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been killed by the fall, but Shu Chen was relatively unharmed. Coming back to his senses sitting on the road, Shu Chen stared in astonishment at the sky, subconsciously swallowing hard. This thunder! This thunder! Something was off! Boom! A flash of white light in the pitch-black sky, a thick lightning bolt struck towards Shu Chen. The thunder enveloped Shu Chen, a strong numbing sensation spread throughout his body. Shu Chen sat on the ground convulsing, like a sheep having a seizure. At that moment, Wang Kai rode over on a motorcycle, grabbed Shu Chen from the ground, threw him on the motorcycle, and rode towards the nearby town. A man and a dog arrived at a partially constructed house, which seemed to belong to a wealthy family, with a building reaching 6 stories high. Wang Kai tossed Shu Chen onto the ground floor and then ran off, keeping a safe distance to avoid any trouble. How many strikes is this now? Shu Chen, gradually regaining his senses, looked towards Wang Kai in the distance. This is the 5th one. The one that didn't hit you earlier doesn't count. As long as it strikes, it counts. Shu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it counted, that was fine. Thunder rumbled in the sky. The 5th lightning strike was approaching. Boom! Since Shu Chen was inside the house, he couldn't see what was happening outside. He only knew that there was a flash of light outside the window. He only knew that the building he was in shook a bit. He only knew that this time the thunder didn't hit him. Rural folks really use sturdy materials for building houses. Not even thunder can pierce through. Shu Chen burst into laughter, picked up a snakeskin bag used for cement in the corner, tied it around his waist like a makeshift skirt. Let's hurry, let's head into the city quickly, find an underground parking lot or a tall building. Otherwise, if the 9th lightning strikes down, you're probably doomed. The 9 heavenly tribulations, each one stronger than the last. According to Wang Kai's calculations, the power of the 8th strike should be similar to the 2 purple lightning strikes that killed the giant snake. As for the 9th strike, the man and the dog hit the road again, still 20 kilometers away from the city center. The sky was filled with electric light, indicating the approach of the 6th thunderstorm. They were currently in a place with nothing but farmland, nowhere to hide. Suddenly, Wang Kai shouted, "Quick, stop the car, use your Taoist skills to resist." What's the use of that stuff? It's all just deceiving people. Shu Chen had always scoffed at Taoist skills. In his opinion, nothing beat his handgun. Speaking of which, Shu Chen suddenly felt a bit regretful. Earlier in the underwater cave, due to his haste, he had left his beloved handgun behind. It was probably reduced to pieces by now. Hurry up, it's much stronger now that you're using it. Urged by Wang Kai, Shu Chen stopped the motorcycle. Don't trick me, I might end up dead. Hurry, there's nowhere to hide now. Using it is better than not using it, right? Surveying the empty surroundings, Shu Chen reluctantly jumped off the motorcycle. After Shu Chen jumped off the motorcycle, Wang Kai quickly took over and rode the motorcycle away. If this motorcycle breaks down, Shu Chen is as good as dead, and Wang Kai will be buried with him. Supreme Star, adapt without pause, expel evil, protect life, secure each position, guard the altar, vermilion bird and black tortoise, guard the body. Shu Chen stood by the roadside, a snakeskin pouch tied around his waist, chanting incantations while holding a charm in his hand. Protective deity spell. Swift as an imperial decree. Arise! With a loud shout, a transparent golden barrier appeared around Shu Chen. The golden barrier enveloped Shu Chen, completely shielding him in a 360-degree angle, isolating him from the world. Seeing this scene, Shu Chen was dumbfounded. Am I really this powerful now? The protective deity spell was one of the few Taoist arts that Shu Chen mastered. As for its effect, in Gu Yanxun's words, it could repel mosquito bites. The reason Shu Chen chose the protective deity spell was that it was the only defensive Taoist art he knew. As Wang Kai said, having something is better than nothing. However, the effect of this release exceeded Shu Chen's expectations. Previously, when Shu Chen released it, there was no golden barrier, not even a trace of it. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. When Gu Yanxun cast it, there was only a faint breeze, nothing else. Shu Chen felt like his barrier could withstand even bullets. Ha ha, I have now mastered divine skills. What is a little heavenly thunder to me? Perhaps hearing Shu Chen's mockery, the thunder that was about to strike down began to gather power again. Wang Kai, riding a motorcycle in the distance, couldn't help but curse under his breath, idiot. The sixth thunderbolt arrived as expected, instantly striking down and colliding with Shu Chen's protective deity spell. However, this thunderbolt was different from the previous ones. The previous thunderbolts flashed by, but this time, the thunderbolt lingered like a laser beam. Shu Chen, who was previously smug, couldn't laugh now. His protective deity spell did block the thunderbolt at first. However, the thunderbolt lingered, and cracks like glass appeared on his golden barrier. Moreover, these cracks kept expanding. Shu Chen exerted all his strength to repair the barrier, using all his might. However, the repair speed of the barrier was far behind the speed at which the cracks increased. Asterisk crack. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out. Shu Chen's protective deity spell shattered completely, and he was directly hit by the thunderbolt. Ah! A scream like a slaughtered pig echoed once again, as Shu Chen's body was charred by the thunderbolt, emitting a scent of roasted meat. As the thunderbolt dissipated, Shu Chen was convulsing all over, collapsing on the ground. At this point, there was not a single piece of intact skin on his body, his whole body covered in a blood-red hue, looking extremely terrifying. Wang Kai quickly rode the motorcycle and threw Shu Chen onto it. Shu Chen had lost consciousness and fainted completely. Wang Kai furrowed his brow. Judging by the current situation, if they didn't find shelter soon, the seventh thunderbolt could kill Shu Chen. After securing Shu Chen on the motorcycle, Wang Kai rode towards the city. On the back seat of the motorcycle, Shu Chen, unrecognizable, was slowly recovering, with layer upon layer of new skin growing back from his wounds. When Shu Chen woke up again, he found himself in an underground parking lot. WH. Where am I now? Shu Chen looked at Wang Kai beside him, weakly asking. We're still at the outskirts of the city, too late to enter the city. Luckily, there's an underground parking lot here, and there should be a mall above that can provide cover. Shu Chen nodded. At that moment, he felt extremely weak, unable to muster any strength. The dim lights of the underground parking lot suddenly went out. The emergency light flickered briefly, then went out, plunging the entire underground parking lot into darkness. Shu Chen nervously clutched onto a nearby car, surprised that he could see so clearly in the dark. But now was not the time to dwell on that. The terrifying pressure from above made him tremble uncontrollably. Boom! The seventh thunderbolt struck. The entire underground parking lot shook, all cars flashing yellow lights and blaring alarms. In just a few seconds, all the cars shut off as if short-circuited. The underground lot trembled even more violently, resembling a major earthquake. The cement ceiling peeled off in layers, falling down. Shu Chen anxiously watched the ceiling, sensing something about to break through. He tried to cast a protective spell but failed, left dryly staring at the ceiling. Lady Luck seemed to be on his side. The thunderbolt didn't break through, and as the pressure in the sky eased, he knew the seventh thunderbolt had passed. Where's the motorcycle? Let's go. Over there. Wang Kai pointed, and Shu Chen hurried over. They rode off on a motorcycle, racing out of the underground parking lot. As they drove on the national highway, they were nearing the city, the towering buildings coming into view. Their destination was those skyscrapers. Only thick, tall buildings could shield him from the thunder tribulation. Entering the city, Shu Chen encountered a traffic officer who was stunned to see this young man, barely dressed, with a big yellow dog. Are young people these days so extravagant? The officer signaled for Shu Chen to pull over. Get lost. Instead of compliance, he received a curse and a friendly middle finger. Before the officer could react, the motorcycle vanished like lightning from his sight. The terrifying pressure in the sky grew stronger. Shu Chen arrived in the bustling city, his gaze fixed on the tallest building. It was a 5-star hotel with over 60 floors. Shu Chen, naked, attracted attention and screams from women. Many secretly called him a pervert. But he paid no mind, riding the motorcycle into the hotel's underground parking lot. Sir, you can't enter. The security guard at the entrance tried to stop him, appalled by his lack of attire. Seeing Shu Chen had no intention of stopping, the guard stepped forward to physically block him. Shu Chen halted, and the guard's plan succeeded. He assumed the bald man wouldn't dare hit him with the bike. Sir, please turn back and come back dressed, or else. Shu Chen stooped expressionless, took off a shoe, and smacked the guard in the face with it. The guard fell flat on the ground. Damn it! A few $1,000 a month, risking your life for what? The Tiandu Grand Hotel was one of CD City's 5-star hotels, with a total of 69 floors, each floor reaching 4 meters in height. The ground floor soared to 10 meters, with a massive 3-story underground parking lot. An average person would need a month's salary just for one night's stay here. Those who stayed at the Tiandu Grand Hotel were usually elite professionals, second-generation wealthy, or internet celebrities. Xin Lang was a seasoned second-generation wealthy, known for his lack of skills, extravagant spending, and enjoyment of life. At that moment, Xin Lang was hosting a lavish pool party on the 69th floor sky pool of the Tiandu Hotel. The entire 69th floor was rented out by him. Among nearly 200 people present, all except him were women. The party alone cost 1 million yuan. Xin Lang didn't care about money because his father was a master at making money, especially from the common people. The common people were like leeks, endless to exploit, so the money was endless too. Xin Lang lay by the shore, watching the women frolicking in the heated pool. He wasn't interested in these women. To him, they were just toys. All these women had boyfriends, and tonight he would randomly select a few lucky ones from the pool to share his bed. And afterwards, he would let their boyfriends know about it. This was the kind of human game Xin Lang loved the most. And all he needed to do was spend some money. The top of the Tiandu Hotel's 69th floor was covered with a starry sky dome made of bulletproof glass. Bored, Xin Lang picked up a glass of wine, took a sip, then shifted his gaze to the sky, noticing the dark clouds and wondered, there were stars just now, why did the dark clouds come so quickly? Just as Xin Lang mumbled to himself, he saw a faint flash of lightning in the sky. Was it going to rain? Playing games on a rainy day didn't seem bad either. So, he decided not to go to his room today and just have fun in the pool. Licking his lips, Xin Lang refocused his gaze on the pool. It was time to choose his companions. Boom! A white light flashed on the starry dome, illuminating the entire sky pool as bright as day. Everyone was startled. Xin Lang looked up at the sky and saw a huge thunderbolt locking eyes with him. The thunderbolt was fast. Xin Lang's mind couldn't react in time, and the thunderbolt struck directly at his location. The bulletproof glass on the roof shattered, and the thunderbolt hit exactly where Xin Lang was. In the next moment, Xin Lang disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a large hole about 10 meters in diameter where he stood just now. Gone in an instant. The power of the thunderbolt was immense, piercing through from the 69th floor of the Tiandu Hotel all the way down to the 32nd floor, finally stopping at the third level of the hotel's underground parking lot. Shu Chen sat shivering in the corner, naked and trembling. Although the eighth thunderbolt didn't hit him, the pressure aimed at him alone made him shiver uncontrollably. Feeling the building shake, he was even more frightened. Shu Chen spoke with a stutter, "Wang Kai, can I make it through this?" Wang Kai sighed, his face grim. "You have to see if this building can withstand it." Shu Chen could only pray that the contractors who built the house didn't cut corners. "Once I make it through, I'll definitely go to the temple and light some incense for the Bodhisattva." "Aren't you a Taoist priest? Why suddenly believe in Buddha?" Just as Shu Chen was about to speak, he had a sudden realization. He turned his gaze to the vehicles nearby, vaguely remembering that cars could protect against lightning strikes. Scanning the parking lot, he looked for a sturdy car. After a few searches, he set his eyes on a Rolls-Royce. "This thing is expensive. It must be able to withstand a strike." Shu Chen walked over and pulled hard on the car door. Since taking the elixir, he felt his strength had increased several times over. He deformed the car door, even pulling off the handle. Finally, Shu Chen managed to open the car door and forced his way in. Turning back to Wang Kai, he asked, "Are you coming up?" Wang Kai shook his head. "Don't put all your eggs in one basket." If necessary, Wang Kai could still come to Shu Chen's rescue. Shu Chen nodded and closed the car door. Only then did he have the chance to admire the wealthy people's ride. Just the softness of the seat cushion beneath him was beyond what his van could compare to. This luxurious interior is more than 10,000 times better than his van. Shu Chen was a little curious and wanted to see who the owner of this car was. After searching for a while, he found a driver's license. "Xin Lang? What a strange name," Shu Chen muttered. Then he continued to look down. At first glance, he couldn't help but curse. This Xin Lang person was the same age as Shu Chen. It's really frustrating to see someone of the same age driving a Rolls-Royce while Shu Chen could only drive a van, and a rented one at that. It's true what they say, some are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle and horses. Just as Shu Chen was lost in his thoughts, a strong pressure pressed him against the steering wheel. The ninth calamity of the 19th heaven was about to come. Shu Chen's mouth involuntarily began to tremble, as if his teeth were fighting each other. Suddenly, the roof of the Rolls-Royce seemed to be pressed down by a heavy object, deforming it directly. Fortunately, the roof did not collapse. God bless. Jesus bless. Buddha bless. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, Amitba. Outside, a huge vortex formed in the sky above the Tiandu Hotel, with lightning flashing inside, like a fairyland. Everyone in the city was stunned to see this scene because it was so shocking. Only those who ran out of the Tiandu hotel knew how serious the situation was. Run quickly! The lightning has struck through the hotel. Dozens of people have been killed, not even ashes left. Woo woo, sister. Woo woo. At this moment, an air raid siren sounded over the city of CD, trying to keep people away from the Tiandu hotel. But it was already too late. A huge beam of light shot out from the vortex in the sky, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. The size of this beam of light was beyond description, with a diameter even wider and larger than the Tiandu hotel. It was like the laser beams in science fiction movies that could penetrate the earth. This was simply a natural disaster. Boom! The skyscraper-like Tiandu hotel collided with the beam of light. For a moment, various building debris flew freely in the sky, crashing down on the nearby high-rise buildings and the crowds on the streets. The beam of light lasted for more than 10 seconds, and when people finally reacted, the 69-story Tiandu hotel had been leveled to the ground, leaving behind a crater resembling a meteorite impact. According to the latest reports and official information, the natural disaster in CD City has resulted in 793 deaths, over 10,000 injuries, with an estimated initial property loss of over 4.3 billion yuan. The cause of the vortex formation has yet to be determined. Currently, firefighters are on the scene for rescue operations. Thank you for your attention. Our reporters will continue to track the story for you. This disaster in CD City attracted global attention. The vortex that formed before the disaster was filmed and spread online. The video spread rapidly and even reached foreign websites. By the time the authorities tried to intercept it, it was already too late. In a certain military unit stationed in the outskirts of CD City, military officers were holding an emergency meeting. According to satellite records, the dark clouds formed near Rabbit Mountain, then ran all the way to the city, opening a small hole in the ring road along the way. A partially completed bear house in Li Family Village was also pierced through 3 floors, but the scale was not large. According to the investigation below, we also found a scrapped motorcycle on the roadside, and on the road surface, we found deep pits struck by lightning, with the motorcycle being thrown out after falling into the pit. Upon hearing this, someone immediately asked, "So, what about the person riding the motorcycle?" No one was found, and all the surveillance along the way was destroyed. At this moment, someone suddenly interjected, "Do you all remember the previous incident where the police requested our help to investigate the surveillance destruction using military satellites? The surveillance destruction this time is exactly the same as the samples the police previously sent." As everyone frowned in thought, another person stood up to add, according to the police investigation, the surveillance was deliberately destroyed. The organization behind the destruction of the surveillance is involved in a fraud case in the city of Xi, as well as a violent incident, and recently, a person was found starved to death in a dog cage in a warehouse on the outskirts of the CD City area, which also seems to be related to this organization. There have been incidents of surveillance destruction in Xi City recently, during which 2 people went missing in the Xi City area, and their whereabouts are still unknown. Evidence suggests thunder. Someone is hunting down a person or organization, and it is this person or organization that brought thunder to the city. These words caused an uproar in the quiet meeting room. Nonsense! How could thunder have consciousness? Mind your words. From a scientific perspective, someone used something to attract the lightning down. In such a situation, you're talking about science to me? The entire meeting room fell silent, with only Commander Manhwa sitting in the main seat, not speaking, as he had received a phone call earlier. Someone reported a case, and the police are bringing the person who reported it. This is no longer a case that the police can handle. Orders from above have specifically instructed that the military take charge of this matter. The sound of the guards outside the meeting room could be heard. Report. The police are bringing the person here. Manhwa clapped his hands, signaling for everyone in the meeting room to stop discussing. All right, everyone, be quiet. Let them in. These 2 individuals entered the meeting room, and if Shu Chen and Wang Kai were here, they would definitely recognize these 2. One of them was the handsome redhead whose motorcycle was stolen by Shu Chen. The other was the handsome blonde whose motorcycle was stolen by Wang Kai. Manhwa asked, "Tell us, what do you know?" The redhead spoke up at this point. He never expected that a simple report would lead him to the military. The redhead was not afraid but rather seemed very excited. "Last night, as I passed by Lijia village, a naked man suddenly rushed out and stole my motorcycle. You guys don't know, that man lifted me up and threw me into the field. I weigh 160 caddies, 80 kilograms. The entire meeting room looked at the redhead, who kept on with increasingly unbelievable claims. 160 caddies, lifted up and thrown out? How is that possible? Seeing his brother being questioned, the blonde immediately interjected, "Don't you doubt it. Do you know who stole from me? If I tell you, you'll be scared to death. The blonde paused intentionally, trying to pique everyone's curiosity, with an air of if you don't ask, I won't tell. Go on. Maigwa furrowed his brow, and the blonde was also startled, awkwardly saying, it was a dog. A big yellow dog. This dog came out and kicked me, sending me flying. What nonsense are you spouting? You're not lighter than your friend, are you? Can a dog kick you flying? Young man, think before you speak. Maigwa gestured for everyone to be quiet, then turned to the blonde. Continue. Tell us everything you know. Feeling annoyed that his words were being doubted, the blonde hesitated for a moment before continuing. And then that dog rode off on my motorcycle. The skill, even veteran drivers can't match. A dog? Riding a motorcycle? Even sci-fi movies wouldn't dare to depict this. Everyone present felt like standing up and giving the blonde a slap. This spirited young man truly spoke without engaging his brain. Yellow Hair sneered, looking at everyone mockingly. So, you guys haven't seen the world, still military officers? Just as everyone was about to get angry, Yellow Hair pulled out a cell phone from his pocket, opened the photo album, and handed the phone to Maigwa. Take a look at this. Maigwa looked at the phone, where there was a 3-second video. Maigwa clicked on the video, showing a dog riding a motorcycle speeding down the road. The video was clear, and the dog even looked back at the sky. Yellow Hair smirked, humph. How about that? This was shot with my high-definition phone. If that bastard dog hadn't been riding so fast, I could have captured more. The 3-second video made Maigwa gasp, especially when the dog looked back, sending chills down his spine. Maigwa, with a grim expression, asked, who else has seen this video? Yellow Hair hesitated, pointing at Red Hair. No one else, just the two of us. Maigwa nodded, then passed the phone around for others to see, their faces filled with shock. Yellow Hair felt smug seeing everyone's expressions, but his smile faded the next moment. Maigwa stated, the phone is now in military custody. This matter is not to be disclosed. We will buy you an identical phone. You may leave. Thank you for your cooperation. Yellow Hair and Red Hair looked embarrassed but dared not speak up. After they left, Maigwa stood up and declared, notify all units to completely seal off Tour Mountain and surrounding peaks. Set up checkpoints. Install as many surveillance cameras at mountain passes as possible. If any surveillance is tampered with, units are to act immediately. Deploy drones for 24-hour patrols. I will apply for military satellite usage rights. The casualties caused by this incident were severe, posing a serious threat to national security. Maigwa was determined to capture the culprits at all costs. Maigwa had a premonition. That dog and that person would surely return. As a soldier, the last thing to rely on was intuition, but this incident defied logic. Trusting intuition might lead to unexpected gains. In the ruins of Tiandu Hotel, Wang Kai was digging with a grim expression, searching for Shu Chen's whereabouts. According to its estimation, it had reached the first level of the underground parking lot. The parking lot had also collapsed, making Wang Kai's rescue efforts slow due to rubble and concrete debris. Wang Kai had already fled from the underground parking lot before the ninth thunderstorm arrived. Fortunately, Wang Kai was fast, or it would have been killed by the massive thunderstorm. Wang Kai couldn't understand why Shu Chen's ninth thunderstorm was so powerful. Long ago, when this world was still cultivatable, Wang Kai had seen many foundation-building cultivators and witnessed them crossing tribulations. It was said that crossing tribulations was a matter of life and death, but the first thunderstorm of the foundation-building stage was limited in power, even if it was formidable. Shu Chen's ninth thunderstorm could no longer be called a tribulation, it was simply annihilation. Could it be due to the harmful effects of consuming the human pill? Wang Kai sighed, pushing these thoughts aside and focusing on digging. Wang Kai and Shu Chen had a master-servant relationship, and there was an inexplicable connection between them, so it knew Shu Chen was still alive. However, Shu Chen was currently in a very dangerous situation, feeling extremely weak and on the verge of danger at any moment. Wang Kai was right, Shu Chen's current situation was indeed dire. The Rolls-Royce he was in had been completely pierced, and he was buried under rubble. That was no ordinary thunderstorm. It was like a heavenly drill. When Shu Chen was struck by the heavenly thunder, it felt like a mountain crashing down on him. At that moment, he only felt like all his internal organs had been shattered. The thunder continued to coil around him, constantly eroding his flesh and blood. If it weren't for the hotel and parking lot partially blocking the impact for him, Shu Chen would have been reduced to nothing long ago. Below Shu Chen's head, there was only a skeleton left, with no flesh or blood except for his head. His heart was exposed to the air, beating weakly, as if it could stop at any moment. At this moment, Shu Chen was relying on his survival instinct to absorb the meager energy between heaven and earth to repair his body. With the help of the human pill given to him by Wang Kai and some residual power, he barely managed to hold on. Shu Chen didn't know how much longer he could last. His consciousness was already very blurry. As time passed, just as Shu Chen was about to drift off to sleep, a bright light broke through the darkness and shone into his eyes. Ah, Wang Kai, is this an illusion? To see this damn thing before I die, how unlucky. Then Shu Chen completely closed his eyes. However, what he saw was not an illusion but the real Wang Kai. Wang Kai dug a dog hole to save him. Wang Kai was taken aback by Shu Chen's appearance, not dying despite such injuries. It was truly a terrifying vitality. Although Shu Chen didn't die, he was close to death. To save or not to save? Wang Kai suddenly hesitated. As time passed, the spiritual energy in the world was decreasing. If it didn't take a chance now, even reincarnating 10 times wouldn't help. Wang Kai's expression kept changing, feeling conflicted. Finally, with a resolute look, it bit its paw near its mouth. A cut appeared on its paw, and red blood kept oozing out. Wang Kai snorted coldly, "You're lucky. Meeting this old man, damn it. I'm betting my life on you." Wang Kai's paw, which was originally flowing with red blood, now oozed a drop of golden blood. This golden blood was Wang Kai's heart blood. As a devouring beast, it was the key to its continuous reincarnation, ensuring its soul's immortality in the cycle of rebirth. After giving Shu Chen a drop of its heart blood, Wang Kai lost the ability to reincarnate. If it died in this life, Wang Kai would truly die. The golden heart blood fell into Shu Chen's heart, and under Wang Kai's urging, the golden blood merged into Shu Chen's body. Boom! 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 Shu Chen's weak heart suddenly started beating violently. A terrifying force of vitality erupted from within Shu Chen's body. His skeletal remains with only a heart began rapidly regenerating various organs, lungs, kidneys, liver, intestines. The shattered bones grew anew. Fresh flesh and blood spread from Shu Chen's head downwards, gradually enveloping the newly formed organs, shaping a new body. Life and death, flesh and bones. With the emergence of flesh and blood, Shu Chen's absorption of the energy between heaven and earth accelerated, and his recovery speed became even more terrifying. On his fresh red flesh, new skin grew, eyebrows reappeared on his clean face, and eyelashes sprouted. However, his hair remained motionless, still maintaining a bald appearance. Boom! 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 Shu Chen's heartbeat grew louder, like the thunder in spring. A terrifying aura burst out from Shu Chen's body, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy recklessly. The debris-filled underground parking lot trembled. The next moment, all the rubble and debris were ejected outwards from Shu Chen's center, with Wang Kai also being propelled away. At this moment, he was pressed against the wall, unable to move under the force erupting from Shu Chen's body. Unaware of all this, Shu Chen remained unconscious. Wang Kai's dog face was distorted from the struggle, as it picked up a nearby stone and threw it with all its might towards Shu Chen. "Wake up, you idiot!" Wang Kai's strength was not inferior to Shu Chen's before foundation building, and the stone hit precisely at the crotch of Shu Chen's little hui-hui. "Ah!" Shu Chen screamed in pain, suddenly opened his eyes, instinctively clutching his groin in agony. "Who the hell hit me? Hurry up and put me down!" With Wang Kai's voice, Shu Chen realized Wang Kai was stuck on the wall. "What's wrong with you? Did you get buried too?" As Shu Chen and Wang Kai emerged from underground, they found themselves surrounded by a dozen firefighters. At that moment, only their heads were visible, like a man and a dog resembling groundhogs. Everyone stared in disbelief at the man and the dog. Despite their long experience in firefighting, it was the first time they had seen someone crawl out of the rubble on their own. Shu Chen's eyes darted around, then he screamed in pain, "What are you standing there for? Help me up! My leg is broken! Ouch! Ouch!" The firefighters who came to their senses immediately cleared the rubble around Shu Chen and called for a stretcher and an ambulance. Finally, someone couldn't help but comment on Shu Chen's naked appearance. "Sir, where are your clothes?" Unfazed, Shu Chen replied, "During the earthquake, I was taking a shower." The man and the dog were lifted into the ambulance and headed towards the hospital. Shortly after they left, military personnel arrived. The military had received reports that before the thunderstorm began, someone saw a bald man riding a bike with a dog entering the parking lot of the Tindu Hotel and assaulting a security guard. The guard was knocked unconscious and taken to the hospital, narrowly escaping death and regaining consciousness. Inside the ambulance, the emergency doctor examined Shu Chen and was surprised to find no injuries, not even superficial wounds, despite witnessing him being carried out of the rubble. "Sir, you're completely unharmed. Do you feel any pain inside?" the doctor asked. Shu Chen didn't respond to the doctor's question but instead asked, "Which hospital are we going to?" The doctor hesitated but truthfully replied, "We're going to the makeshift hospital." Many people were injured this time, and the city hospitals are overcrowded, so the government opened makeshift facilities. Where is this makeshift hospital located? Shuchen asked again, as he was not a local and had no idea about place names. It's near Turtle Pond. Shuchen knew Turtle Pond, a tourist spot where he had taken Wonkai to play once. Turtle Pond was not far from Rabbit Mountain, so it was on the way. His precious jewels were still on the mountain. It had been over a day since Wonkai swallowed over 60 kilograms of gold. Wonkai had informed Shuchen that the remaining gold needed to be consumed within 3 to 5 days to reach 100 kilograms, otherwise, the initial 60 kilograms would go to waste. Whether it was 3 days or 5 days no longer mattered, the sooner, the better. Suddenly, Shuchen turned to the doctor and asked, "Miss, is my little Hui handsome?" "Ha? What do you mean?" "I don't understand," the doctor replied. Shuchen pointed to his thigh. Can you give me some clothes to wear first?" The doctor blushed and quickly handed Shuchen a patient gown. Upon arriving at the makeshift hospital near Turtle Pond, the medical staff wanted to carry him inside, but Shuchen refused. "The beautiful doctor has checked me, I'm fine, I can walk in myself." So Shuchen entered the hospital on his own, then slipped out through the back door, stealing a set of security guard uniform on his way out. Fortunately, there was over 200 yuan in cash inside the security uniform, which directly solved Shuchen's urgent need. Shuchen and the dog slipped out of the hospital and hailed a taxi towards Rabbit Mountain. "We can't go to Rabbit Mountain. I can only take you to the outskirts of the city. The police have blocked the road over there," the taxi driver said without looking back at Shuchen in the back seat. Shuchen frowned and glanced at Wonkai. "Blocked? Alright, just take us to the outskirts of the city." When Shuchen and Wonkai got off the car, they found the road indeed blocked with a long police cordon. Out of caution, Shuchen asked a nearby resident what was going on. Shuchen found a big brother sitting by the roadside, who immediately started complaining when Shuchen asked about the situation. "What police? They are all soldiers. Wasn't the city struck by lightning?" "The lightning struck from Rabbit Mountain into the city, and early this morning, the troops came and surrounded this place, not allowing anyone up the mountain." "Damn it! I was planning to go up the mountain to pick chicken mushrooms. These days are when the chicken mushrooms come out." Shuchen was surprised and asked, "Where are those soldiers? Have they all gone up the mountain?" Shuchen did not see any soldiers on the road. In fact, he didn't see anyone at all. The big brother pointed to the mountain. "They've all gone up the mountain. There are easily thousands of them, all on foot. And they're all armed. The scene is like going up the mountain to fight bandits." After bidding farewell to the big brother, Shuchen sat on the roadside with a grim expression, accompanied by Wonkai, and said, "I suspect these people are here to cause trouble for us." The precious jewelry was still by the pond on the mountain, and he strongly suspected that the military had confiscated those items. Wonkai, however, was indifferent. "Just charge up there. Even if they have guns, they can't pose a threat to you." Shuchen was already at the foundation establishment stage. In today's terms, he was practically a superhero. To kill him, you'd need a rocket launcher, and even then, it might not be enough to kill him. Shuchen shook his head. "Regardless, they are all soldiers defending the country. Although we may not have contributed much to the country, we shouldn't hinder them, right?" Saying Shuchen is patriotic? Not necessarily. Saying Shuchen is not patriotic? Not necessarily either. If it were soldiers from another country, Shuchen would definitely charge up the mountain without a second thought. With a protective spell, he could grab a few guns and transform directly into a human weapon. Sparks flying all the way, chaos ensues. Wonkai completely didn't understand Shuchen's thoughts. Humans, always so sentimental. "So, what do you suggest? We only have 3 days left." 3 days later, Wonkai had eaten over 60 pounds of gold for nothing. Wonkai had now consumed over 60 pounds of gold, while there were only about 20 pounds in the bundle by the pond on the mountain. They still needed to sell items like jade to exchange for money to buy gold. So, time was running out for them. Wonkai joked, "If all else fails, let's just rob a bank. Let's think of a solution first, and if all else fails, we'll just rob a bank." When push comes to shove, robbing a bank would be their only option. Shuchen couldn't bring himself to harm these young soldiers, but when it came to banks, he didn't see them as innocent victims. Who asked him to be poor? Feeling down, Shuchen bought a pack of 10 yuan cigarettes and sat on the roadside with Wonkai, smoking, and brainstorming. It wasn't until Shuchen had smoked 14 cigarettes and Wonkai had smoked 6 that he came up with a solution that wasn't really a solution. Shuchen thought he could ask Hong Yi for help, have her go up the mountain to contact Gu Yanchun. Then Gu Yanchun could go to the pond near the snake's residence to find the precious jewelry, so he wouldn't have to go up the mountain. Hong Yi is pregnant, those soldiers shouldn't stop her, right? Wonkai looked at Shuchen with a puzzled expression, and after some thought, he came up with a lousy idea. The mountain is sealed off. What do you think? If you're so smart, why don't you come up with an idea? All you do is smoke. Shu Chen was getting annoyed and snatched the cigarette but from Wang Kai's mouth, putting it into his own. Rob a bank, isn't that what they say? Shu Chen rolled his eyes. What's with this obsession with robbing banks? But speaking of banks, oh no! Shu Chen sitting on the roadside suddenly exclaimed. This startled Wang Kai. Why are you so jumpy? My bank card is still in my jeans pocket. And my wallet. The wallet is full of fake IDs, all with my photo on them. In other words, if his jeans were found, Shu Chen would be in deep trouble. Wang Kai was speechless at this low-level mistake. Even Einstein isn't as smart as you. Due to Shu Chen's clever actions, he and Wang Kai ultimately decided to force their way up the mountain. Before anything else, they needed to retrieve their clothes. Shu Chen bought 2 masks at the store, one for himself and one for Wang Kai. As for why Wang Kai needed one too, with technology so advanced nowadays, there could be facial recognition for dogs, who knows? However, Wang Kai couldn't wear the mask, so Shu Chen had to buy scissors and cut his security uniform into a makeshift mask for Wang Kai to wear on his head. Wang Kai was reluctant, but for the sake of gold, he endured it. Not bad, kind of like a ninja dog from an animated series. Watching Wang Kai with only his eyes and mouth visible, Shu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Wang Kai really wanted to give Shu Chen the middle finger, but he couldn't. Before heading up the mountain, Wang Kai looked up and asked, "Are we going to kill people?" Shu Chen shook his head. "If we can avoid it, we will. On the highest star, adapt without pause, ward off evil, protect life, each in their position, guard the altar, vermilion bird and black tortoise, guard our forms." Shu Chen led Wang Kai past the cordon and immediately activated the protective spell. Facing a regular army, Shu Chen couldn't afford to be careless. Wang Kai looked up at a tree branch. "There's a surveillance camera here." Without hesitation, Shu Chen said, "Destroy it." After destroying the camera, Shu Chen grabbed Wang Kai and ran wildly through the mountains. Wang Kai said he was in the foundation establishment stage now and theoretically could fly, but Shu Chen couldn't fly at all. After running for about 30 seconds on the way up the mountain, Shu Chen was forced to stop. "People below, stop immediately. Disarm. Hands on your head and squat down." A drone appeared above Shu Chen, loudly ordering him. 4 fully armed soldiers appeared on the hillside, aiming their guns at Shu Chen. If one were to look down from above the forest, they would see a dense crowd of people rapidly converging towards Shu Chen's location. In fact, since Wang Kai destroyed the first surveillance camera, the military had already located Shu Chen. As for how they were sure it was Shu Chen, did they really need to be sure? Would a normal person be surrounded by a golden barrier that moved with them? This wasn't a sci-fi movie. I repeat, immediately disarm. Drop your weapons. Hands on your head and squat down. The drone in the sky issued another warning. Shu Chen signaled to Wang Kai, who squinted at the drone, then threw a stone at it. The stone flew like a cannonball towards the drone, appearing to have great force. Unfortunately, the stone missed the drone. Can you do it or not? No? However, the stone thrown by Wang Kai became the catalyst. Bang! 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 The dense sound of gunfire interrupted Shu Chen's words. Shu Chen instinctively bent down. The soldiers had received orders to attack immediately if Shu Chen made any move. Bang! 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 After a round of gunfire, the bullets couldn't penetrate Shu Chen's protective spell, not even leaving a scratch on his barrier. Seeing this, Shu Chen straightened up, a smug smile on his face. Little Ma Ku, daring to act recklessly. However, when a few grenades landed near Shu Chen's feet, his smile faded. Shu Chen wanted to run, but it was too late. Boom! 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 With the grenades exploding, Shu Chen was thrown 7 to 8 meters away. Due to the barrier, he rolled downhill like a big ball. When Shu Chen stopped, Wang Kai immediately barked, "Brother, fight back or run if you don't want to fight. You're not a sitting duck." Wang Kai swore it had never seen such a pathetic foundation establishment cultivator. Embarrassing. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the mountains, like a cannon. At that moment, cracks appeared on Shu Chen's protective spell. A large bullet was embedded in the barrier, almost piercing through it. The bullet was only inches away from him, causing Shu Chen to sweat in fear. He followed the direction the bullet came from. In the distance, a sniper lay on the ground, aiming at him with a heavy sniper rifle. Shu Chen swallowed hard, quickly channeling his spiritual power to repair the barrier. Boom! Just as Shu Chen was about to flee, another sniper from a different direction fired at him. His left barrier cracked. People were converging from all directions, closing in on him rapidly. Run! What are you waiting for? Without Wang Kai's reminder, Shu Chen had already started running, sprinting up the hill at top speed. His target was the 4 soldiers ahead. As Shu Chen charged towards them, the four men quickly fired at him. However, their rifles were no match for sniper rifles, and Shu Chen swiftly closed the distance amidst the hail of bullets. Shu Chen was fast, like a cheetah. No, even faster than a cheetah. Before the soldiers could reload, Shu Chen was already upon them. He opened a gap in the barrier in front of them. The soldiers reacted quickly, abandoning their rifles and drawing knives from their waists, ready to engage Shu Chen in close combat. At that moment, Wang Kai jumped off Shu Chen's shoulder, leaping out of the barrier and slapping one of the soldiers. With a swift move, Wang Kai sent one soldier flying, then spun in the air, kicking another away. A seamless combination of moves. Shu Chen grabbed the remaining two soldiers by the neck, one in each hand. One of them tried to stab Shu Chen's arm with a knife but found it as futile as stabbing a rock. In shock, he gradually lost consciousness and passed out. "Pa!" Shu Chen spat on the ground. "I'm not killing you, but that doesn't mean I won't beat you up." Shu Chen held the two unconscious soldiers by the waist, then closed the barrier. These two soldiers were now his hostages. When Shu Chen's protective spell was almost breached, he was genuinely scared. No matter how powerful his barrier was, it wasn't invincible. Indeed, after he ran off with the two soldiers, he was no longer targeted by snipers. "Ugh! I just wanted to get my wallet back. Why is it so hard?" Shu Chen sighed as he ran towards the mountain peak beside Rabbit Mountain. Boom! Another loud noise echoed from the mountains and forests, lifting a cloud of dust that lingered in the air for a long time. Among the dust were also scattered limbs and flesh. "Is this person insane?" Shu Chen cursed, completely unaware that the soldier he had carried on his waist had woken up. The awakened soldier was also ruthless, quietly pulling out a grenade from his pants leg, attempting to take Shu Chen down with him. By the time Shu Chen realized and tried to grab the grenade, it was too late, so he had to throw both the soldier and the grenade out of the barrier. However, the grenade exploded the moment it was thrown, shredding Shu Chen's hand into a bloody mess, while the soldier who pulled the grenade was blown to pieces. "Madman! Madman! They're all damn madmen!" Shu Chen cursed while channeling his spiritual energy to heal his body. The spiritual energy within Shu Chen was limited, and he needed to maintain the barrier for a long time. If they continued like this, when his spiritual energy ran out, it would be Shu Chen's time to die. "Still patriotic?" Wang Sai's mocking voice reached Shu Chen's ears. "You can't bring yourself to do it, but they won't show mercy." Shu Chen remained silent, his face darkening, as he proceeded to break all the limbs of another person in his hands to prevent them from detonating another bomb when they woke up. "Stop playing the saint. Saints are bound to die." Shu Chen's expression kept changing. "Damn it, let's take them down." Inside the temporary command center, Ma'aigwa watched the footage captured by the drone on the screen, deep in thought. In the footage, bullets had no effect on the man in front of him, not even piercing through the golden glass shield in front of him, which could also regenerate. Ma'aigwa also saw that soldiers attempted to stab the man up close with a dagger, but the dagger couldn't penetrate. Even without the shield, this man's body was equally terrifying, like a robot from a movie. "Commander! This man and dog don't seem to have any intention of killing." A staff member beside Ma'aigwa suddenly spoke. Ma'aigwa was well aware of this. If this man wanted to kill, the four soldiers who faced him earlier would have died long ago. In the footage from the drone, the captured soldier initiated a suicide attack, similar to the scene where Shu Chen was injured by the explosion. Watching the wound on Shu Chen's hand caused by the explosion, Ma'aigwa narrowed his eyes. This man didn't seem invincible either. Notify the aerial units, authorize the use of heavy weapons, then inform the firefighters in the city to be ready to extinguish the forest fire, and have the police evacuate the civilians in the surrounding areas. As each order was issued, the staff knew that the commander was getting serious. Just as Ma'aigwa said, for the safety of the citizens, he would eliminate this man and dog at all costs. In the mountains and forests, Shu Chen and Wang Kai also started to get serious. Soldiers were closing in on them from all directions, with snipers in the distance continuously ambushing them. Suddenly, these people seemed to no longer care about the hostage in Shu Chen's hands. "Those drones are so annoying. We can't shake them off at all. We need to find a way to get rid of them." Wang Kai was also feeling irritated at the drones buzzing around them like flies. At this moment, Shu Chen's fierceness surged. Just as Wang Kai said, if they were out to kill them, why hold back? He wasn't Jesus, he didn't need to suffer. He charged towards a six-man squad with Wang Kai. In no time, he took down all 6 men and disarmed them. Handing a rifle to Wang Kai, he asked, "Can you handle this?" Wang Kai took the rifle, grinned, and said, "Are you kidding? I'm a pro." Wang Kai jumped directly onto Shu Chen, riding on his neck, holding the gun like a human and started shooting ahead. Bullets shot out from the barrier, knocking down the other 4-person team directly by Wang Kai, 3 of them hit right in the forehead. Oomph, how's that? Shu Chen, equally unwilling to show weakness, raised his gun and aimed at a sniper not far away. With a burst of shots, the sniper immediately met his end. He had long found this bastard annoying. Can Shu Chen handle a gun? Of course not, he's never been a soldier. Can Wang Kai handle a gun? How can a dog handle one? But with the divine power blessing this man and dog, the guns in their hands posed no difficulty, becoming recoilless. Coupled with Shu Chen and Wang Kai's senses far beyond ordinary people, they hit their targets precisely. Even if a sharpshooter came, they would have to think twice. Bang! 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 With their counterattack, the mountain forest turned into a battlefield. However, Shu Chen, familiar with the terrain of Rabbit Ear Mountain, fought while retreating. He wasn't there to fight them, his goal was to return to the pond on the neighboring mountain. As time passed, several large sniper bullets hit Shu Chen's barrier. His speed in repairing the barrier noticeably slowed, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Pass me the gun again. Wang Kai, riding on Shu Chen's neck, eyes bloodshot, became more excited as he shot. Shu Chen handed the gun to Wang Kai, then picked up 2 more from the ground. How many damn people are on this mountain? I can't hold on anymore. Shu Chen, running, was clearly out of breath. Bang! 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 Come on! Come on! Give me another gun. I want to shoot down the plane. However, Wang Kai was too busy dealing with the drones in the sky to pay attention to Shu Chen. Boom! Another loud noise rang out as a sniper hidden in the mountains hit Shu Chen again. Ah! Damn it! This time, the bullet pierced through the divine barrier, hitting Shu Chen's shoulder. A large hole was torn in Shu Chen's shoulder, blood flowing down, staining his shirt red. But he dared not use his spiritual energy, it was running low, and if he healed his body, the protective divine barrier would disappear. Without the divine barrier, Shu Chen and Wang Kai would bid farewell to this world. Gradually, Shu Chen noticed the gunfire had ceased, only Wang Kai was still shooting at the drones in the sky. The soldiers had also disappeared. Suddenly, Shu Chen turned around and saw the soldiers who had been knocked down by them earlier being carried away by another team down the mountain. A chill ran through Shu Chen. Wang Kai had said that after establishing the foundation, they could sense danger in advance and avoid it. At this moment, a muffled sound came from the sky. A fighter jet flew over Shu Chen and Wang Kai's heads. 2 small missiles were launched from the fighter jet, heading straight towards Shu Chen and Wang Kai. Oh shit! Continue! In the temporary operations center, Manhwa watched the screen showing the explosion of the missiles and continued to give orders. When dealing with superhumans, they must be taken out with a single blow, so when he saw Shu Chen's arm injured, he immediately dispatched the fighter jet. The fighter jet circled over Rabbit Ear Mountain and launched 2 missiles towards the ground. Boom! The smoke from the previous explosion hadn't even cleared when another hit landed. In fact, the small missiles used by the military this time were not very powerful. First, because there were still many soldiers in the mountains, they had to avoid causing casualties. Second, the targets were not large, so as long as they hit accurately, it was sufficient. Again! Manhwa ordered again, determined not to give Shu Chen any chance to catch his breath. Cough! 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 Amidst the bombing smoke, Wang Kai shielded Shu Chen beneath him, leaving Shu Chen unscathed while Wang Kai's back was riddled with holes from the explosion. In the split second before the missile struck, Wang Kai pushed Shu Chen to the ground, his body suddenly enlarging and covered in a layer of golden skin, shining like gold. Can still run. If we can't run, after a few more times, we won't make it, Wang Kai weakly said to Shu Chen beneath him. Cough! Cough! Can run. Shu Chen, dizzy and disoriented, summoned all his strength and crawled out from under Wang Kai. Upon hearing Shu Chen's words, Wang Kai closed his eyes, kicked his legs once, and fainted, gradually returning to his original size. Clearly, Wang Kai had exhausted all his strength to withstand the missile. Shu Chen lifted Wang Kai and dashed in a random direction. His protective spell had shattered during the first attack. Shu Chen, with all his might, rushed out of the smoke and plunged into the mountains, trying to evade the fighter jets. His actions were observed by the military. He's not dead? What kind of monster is this? Manhwa's face darkened. He immediately ordered the ground forces to intercept Shu Chen, noticing that the golden shield enveloping Shu Chen had vanished. In the mountains, Shu Chen encountered a 4-person squad ahead, making his expression grim. Brothers, surrender and you'll only lose half, deal? Shu Chen shouted loudly, holding Wang Kai in one hand and raising the other. Instead of a response, bullets were fired, causing Shu Chen to flee. Luckily, his speed and agility allowed him to dodge behind a small slope using his snake-like movements. However, he was hit in the calf and back. Thanks to his robust physique, the bullets did not penetrate his body. Shu Chen remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings for hidden snipers. Ordinary rifles couldn't kill him, but a shot from a heavy sniper rifle would be fatal. Looks like I'll meet my end here. Shuchen looked down at Wang Kai in his arms. Brother, remember me in your next life. Suddenly, Shuchen's gaze fell on a cliff to his left. No, absolutely not. He swallowed hard, rejecting the idea of jumping off the cliff. The sound of circling fighter jets echoed in the sky. Thud! Thud! A grenade landed precisely at his feet. Shuchen swiftly picked up Wang Kai and rushed towards the cliff on the left. Boom! The grenade exploded, shrouding the area in smoke where Shuchen had just evaded. As Shuchen peeked out, the soldiers aimed their guns at him for another round of gunfire. Shuchen summoned the last of his energy to activate his protective spell. The shield reappeared, but it was as fragile as glass now, easily pierced by rifle bullets. Despite being riddled with holes and bleeding profusely, Shuchen sustained no fatal injuries. He dashed to the edge of the cliff and without hesitation, jumped off with Wang Kai in his arms. As he plummeted, he lost consciousness. In his final moment, Shuchen curled his body, tightly embracing Wang Kai, performing a desperate free fall. Commander, we can attack the cliff below, they are no longer a threat. Ma Aigwa watched the drone footage, lost in thought. Initially intent on killing Shuchen, Ma Aigwa hesitated. Kill? It would be a waste. Ma Aigwa developed a sense of admiration, not for Shuchen, but for the mysterious power he possessed. If this power could be controlled and cultivated on a large scale, its strategic significance would be terrifying. Not killing? People like this, who consider themselves to have powers beyond ordinary people, engage in all sorts of lawless criminal activities, posing a huge threat to national security and public safety. In a few breaths, Ma Aigwa made a decision. First capture, detain, interrogate, then kill. Drone follow-up, ground troops go down to capture, must be alive. The drone flew down the cliff, while Shuchen was still in free fall, bouncing back and forth between the cliff walls like a ball. The drone followed Shuchen to the bottom of the cliff, hovering above his head. Ma Aigwa assessed the unconscious Shuchen through the footage. Shuchen's face was covered by a mask, only revealing a bald head. But even so, one could tell he was very young. Ma Aigwa sighed, this kind of power should not be in the hands of such a young person, it's too dangerous. Ma Aigwa decided that once he extracted the source of this power through interrogation, he would personally send this young man on his way, along with the mud dog that can ride a motorcycle and shoot people in the neck. Ha! Just then, in the footage transmitted by the drone, Shuchen's body was gradually disappearing into thin air, as if becoming invisible. First the feet, then the thighs, then the body, head. What's going on? Ma Aigwa was shocked. Quick, activate thermal imaging. After the drone's thermal imaging was activated, there was still no trace of Shuchen in the footage. Are there no troops nearby? Go check the situation. Suddenly, the drone's footage completely disappeared. Ma Aigwa knew the drone had been destroyed. Could this person have an accomplice? Quick, send another drone down. When the other drone flew to where Shuchen had been, there was only a pool of blood on the ground. Shuchen had already vanished without a trace. Damn it! Damn it! Ma Aigwa deeply regretted at this moment, regretting not ordering an immediate attack on the cliff with combat power, regretting not using larger missiles to kill him on the spot. Notify all units to surround the area, not letting a single fly escape. When Shuchen woke up again, he was lying on a sofa in the living room of an apartment complex. Wang Kai was lying on the small sofa next to him, wrapped in bandages, observing Shuchen. What's going on? Got caught? Shuchen struggled to sit up and asked Wang Kai. Wang Kai gave Shuchen a look, indicating that there were people present and it was not convenient to talk. Shuchen immediately understood Wang Kai's meaning and began to look around. When his gaze fell on the things placed on the TV cabinet opposite, Shuchen's face lit up with joy. His jeans, his short-sleeved shirt, his two smelly socks, all neatly arranged on the TV cabinet. Shuchen immediately ran over, picked up his jeans to look for his bank card and wallet. When he found his wallet and bank card intact in the pocket, Shuchen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Humph, you really care more about your wallet than your life, huh? Still thinking about your wallet now. A familiar voice came from behind Shuchen, and when he turned to look, it was Guyanshun. Just as Shuchen was about to greet Guyanshun, a fat-headed fish with legs shorter than a person's, walked out of the room. A fish? Walking? Strange. Shuchen furrowed his brow immediately. What are you looking at? If it weren't for this fellow Taoist saving you, you would be in prison by now. Guyanshun explained that when they were unconscious earlier, it was this fat-headed fish that swallowed Shuchen and Wang Kai, then quietly left Rabbit Ear Mountain. Upon hearing Guyanshun's explanation, Shuchen quickly expressed his gratitude to the fat-headed fish. Thank you, this fish brother? Shuchen was momentarily unsure how to address it. The fat-headed fish puffed up its thick lips and waved its short little hand at Shu Chen. I have to say, the appearance of this fish is really comical. Wait, no. Shu Chen immediately realized when could he see a monster. He turned his gaze to Wang Kai, who blinked at him. Even at the foundation establishment stage, you still can't see monsters, then this foundation establishment is too disappointing. Not only monsters, but in the future, no evil spirits can escape Shu Chen's eyes. Shu Chen no longer belongs to the realm of normal people. Who else has been beaten into a hornet's nest like him, yet without a fatal injury? The heavenly tribulation was caused by you? Gu Yanchun's words brought Shu Chen back to reality. I guess so. Shu Chen hesitated for a moment before answering. Foundation establishment? Gu Yanchun asked again. Shu Chen nodded. Gu Yanchun smirked. Throughout history, the powerful figures recorded in ancient texts always chose desolate places to undergo tribulations, or places with no one around. But you chose to face the tribulation right in the city. What a daring move. It all happened so suddenly. How could he have known about the heavenly tribulation? Shu Chen felt wronged. He almost got struck dead by lightning. Besides, if he hadn't gone to the city, he would have been done for long ago. Just as Shu Chen was about to defend himself, Gu Yanchun coldly remarked, "You've really grown some guts, huh? There's a saying that civilians don't fight with officials, but you went straight up against the military. Do you think you can be lucky every time?" Shu Chen was at a loss for words. Expecting Gu Yanchun to scold him, Shu Chen was surprised when Gu Yanchun didn't, instead patting his shoulder and saying, "We only live once, don't joke with your life." Seeing Shu Chen silent, Gu Yanchun raised his voice, "Got it?" "Yes." Gu Yanchun took out a small bottle from his pocket and poured out a pill, handing it to Shu Chen. "Take this, it can replenish your spiritual energy." Shu Chen trusted Gu Yanchun, so he took the pill and swallowed it. Indeed, as the pill went down, Shu Chen felt a warm flow in his body, slowly restoring his nearly depleted spiritual energy. Shu Chen's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. If he had this earlier on the mountain, wouldn't he have been killing recklessly? "Old man, can you give me more?" Gu Yanchun glared at Shu Chen, then put the bottle away. "Do you think this is some roadside Monkey King pill? You eat one less every time." Shu Chen chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. "So, how did you retrieve my clothes and pants?" Gu Yanchun explained that when the heavenly tribulation descended with the appearance of the giant snake, he sensed something amiss from the Rabbit Mountain Taoist temple. He rushed to a pond on another mountain at the fastest speed, only to find Shu Chen's clothes on the ground. Seeing dark clouds gathering in the distance and heading rapidly towards the city, he immediately deduced that Shu Chen was undergoing tribulation. As the thunderstorm grew stronger, Gu Yanchun stood on the mountain top and clearly saw the thunder striking a tall building in the city. Such a thunderstorm would surely cause casualties, and once the police investigated, they would surely find Shu Chen. Gu Yanchun, being meticulous, took the clothes and pants and tidied up the traces at the pond. He had a hunch that Shu Chen would come back for them, so he contacted his friend, the chubby fish monster, to help search in the mountains near the pond and bring Shu Chen back when spotted. Instead of the police, they were met by the military. Gu Yanchun, who was originally at the Taoist temple, was immediately driven down the mountain. "Now do you understand the importance of a phone?" Shu Chen quipped. If Gu Yanchun had a phone, Shu Chen wouldn't have had to risk his life climbing up the mountain. "Humph. You were careless with your own actions, yet you blame me for not calling you? Leaving your bank card and fake ID at the scene, you truly are a genius." Upon hearing Gu Yanchun's words, Wang Kai lying on the sofa opened its eyes, agreeing with Gu Yanchun's words. This fool almost got the dog lord killed. Gu Yanchun walked towards the front door. "Don't go out these days, stay at home honestly. Wait for things to calm down, I'll go out first." "Where are you going?" "Where?" "Of course, to help the innocent citizens affected by the thunderstorm." "Go rest quickly, don't make me curse at you." Shu Chen immediately shut his mouth, cursing inwardly. Is this old man a face changer? After Gu Yanchun left, the fat-headed fish that saved their lives waved at Shu Chen and left the house. "Wang Kai, how long have we been unconscious, and how many days are left?" "Just over 2 days." Shu Chen looked at the jeans on the TV cabinet, lost in thought. "I need to find a way to exchange these things for gold quickly." In the XC City area, Zhao Xian, who was working at a jewelry store, received a call from a former client. This client wanted Zhao Xian to go to CD City, and this client was Shu Chen. It had been almost half a year since he last bought something from Zhao Xian, so his sudden call surprised her. After a brief conversation, Shu Chen mentioned he had a lot of gold and silver jewelry, as well as jade. He wanted Zhao Xian to help him liquidate these items. From the call, Zhao Xian could sense Shu Chen's urgency. She was just a regular salesperson, familiar with the liquidation process but lacking practical experience. Zhao Xian suggested that if Shu Chen was in a hurry, he could go to a pawnshop, although it would incur some losses, it would be quicker. However, Shu Chen rejected this proposal and insisted that Zhao Xian help him with the process, offering her a share of the profits. Hearing about the profit share, Zhao Xian hesitated for a moment, finding it hard to believe that good fortune would come her way. Even if it did, it wouldn't fall into the hands of an ordinary person like her. Zhao Xian tried to recall Shu Chen's character. A young man of her age shouldn't be a bad person, right? In the end, Zhao Xian agreed to Shu Chen's request. After getting permission from the store manager, she hurried to CD City. "Are you interested in this saleswoman?" Insisting on having her help. Wang Kai looked at Shu Chen with a strange expression. The old man is right about not going out recently, it's too dangerous outside. Besides, this girl is nice. Didn't she invite us for a meal before? Shu Chen didn't mention one thing. He had a strange feeling in his heart, believing that Zhao Xian was reliable. Wang Kai had said to trust his instincts, and his instinct was to trust Zhao Xian. "Do as you please, as long as we can get gold, I don't mind." Previously, to protect Shu Chen, Wang Kai was hit by a missile in the back, destroying its innate abilities. It urgently needed gold to replenish its body. "After eating the gold and resting for a while, we'll go find that evil dragon," Shu Chen said. Shu Chen could cultivate thanks to Snake Bro, who had given him so much. So even without Gu Yanchun's reasons, Shu Chen had to go and take down that evil dragon, taking people's money and eliminating disasters for them. Wang Kai shifted slightly. "Should we take the old man with us?" Shu Chen shook his head. "Definitely not. This old guy will just slow us down, right?" According to Gu Yanchun's description, that evil dragon was no pushover. If they couldn't handle it, he and Wang Kai were young and strong enough to run, right? Wang Kai nodded. "Then let's not take him." Then Shu Chen added, "In my opinion, the best way is for the military to deal with this evil dragon." After personally witnessing the terrifying power of a modernized military force, Shu Chen felt that all those dragons, serpents, and bugs were simply no match for the might of aircraft and cannons. Wang Kai rolled his eyes. "So, it's all up to you, right?" "It's not." "Then it's settled." "But isn't it illegal to indulge in fantasies?" When Zhao Xian arrived in CD City, it was already afternoon. As she followed the address provided by Shu Chen to an old residential area, she hesitated. As the saying goes, she never believed that good fortune would fall into her lap. It wasn't until she gathered her courage, knocked on the door, and saw the pile of gold and silver jewelry on Shu Chen's coffee table that she believed. "Beauty, can you confirm if these items are genuine?" Shu Chen gestured for Zhao Xian to inspect them. Zhao Xian walked to the coffee table, picked up a jade bracelet, and began examining it. With years of sales experience, she immediately recognized the bracelet as authentic and of excellent quality. While not top grade, the value of such an item was considerable. At least Zhao Xian couldn't afford it. "Mr. Shu, are you selling all of these items?" Zhao Xian's expression was somewhat excited. After a preliminary estimate, Zhao Xian calculated that the pile of agate, jade, gold, added up to a value well over tens of millions. According to Shu Chen's promise over the phone, Zhao Xian would receive a 5% commission after the items were sold. Shu Chen walked over to Zhao Xian and picked up a piece of raw gold. "The purity of these items is not good enough. Help me exchange them for an equivalent amount of pure gold." He then picked up a gold ring with diamonds and said, "And this one, remove the diamonds to sell and keep the gold." Zhao Xian interjected, "But if we remove the diamonds, the value will." Shu Chen waved his hand. "I only want the gold, do you understand? But dealing with this raw gold might be tricky. Selling it through official channels could lead to an investigation." Shu Chen chuckled. "That's why I came to you. You've been in this business for so long, don't you have a few friends?" Zhao Xian looked at the raw gold in her hand for a moment and said, "No problem, I do know a few friends. I need a total of 38 pounds of gold, only gold. Whether the rest of the money is in a bank card or cash, it doesn't matter." Shu Chen picked up a suitcase from behind the sofa, packed the items from the coffee table into it, and said, "You only have a day and a half. The sooner, the better." Before Zhao Xian could react, Shu Chen handed her the suitcase and escorted her to the door. "Call me when it's done." With a light click, Shu Chen closed the door, leaving Zhao Xian alone in the messy hallway, holding the suitcase. Zhao Xian looked down at the suitcase in her hands, feeling somewhat helpless. From Zhao Xian's experience, Shu Chen understood one thing: never underestimate any woman. Sometimes, you have to admire a woman's efficiency in getting things done. Shu Chen had given Zhao Xian a day and a half, but she had completed the task in just over a day. Looking at the box full of gold bars, Shu Chen was speechless with astonishment. "Mr. Shu, the recent fluctuations in gold prices have resulted in a total sale of 14.47 million for your items. After deducting my 5% commission and the cost of purchasing 38 pounds of gold bars, you are left with 4.58 million. I rounded it up for you, so you have 4.6 million in your account. Zhao Xian was reporting the details to Shu Chen, mentioning that she only took a commission on the part exceeding 10 million, and the gold bars were purchased in batches under her and her friends' names, ensuring Shu Chen's anonymity. These 5 bank cards consist of 4 with 1 million each and 1 with 60,000. They are newly opened accounts with my friend, or else sudden large sums of money flowing in would definitely attract unwanted attention. Mr. Shu, the main issue is the lack of time. To be honest, these items of yours are truly valuable and could have been sold for a high price, but you seem to be in a hurry. Shu Chen and Wang Kai looked at the chatty girl in front of them, lost in thought. If someone could marry a woman like her, that would be a great stroke of luck. Why don't you just marry this girl? Bringing a woman like her home would surely make a wise helpmate. After Zhao Xian left, Wang Kai teased Shu Chen. Shu Chen gave Wang Kai a disdainful look, ignoring the fool. Matters of love and relationships were something Shu Chen had never considered. As he would put it, without a woman in my heart, my sword naturally remains sharp. Wang Kai persisted, teasing, are you sure you're not up for it? Shu Chen grabbed a gold bar from the suitcase and smashed it towards Wang Kai. Not up for it? I can smash you to pieces, do you believe me? Wang Kai opened his mouth and swallowed the gold bar Shu Chen threw at him, then licked his lips. This taste is much better than those jewels. Don't rush to eat. I'll go get some food. I might starve to death later. Shu Chen vividly remembered how Wang Kai almost turned him into a mummy when he refined 9 pounds of gold. This time, with Wang Kai refining 100 pounds at once, he couldn't afford to be careless. He planned to get some ginseng and fleeceflower root. Wang Kai looked at Shu Chen strangely. Think about it, have you not eaten in a long time? What do you mean? Shu Chen looked puzzled. Then he realized that since he had taken that thunderstruck pill, he hadn't eaten anything and hadn't felt hungry or any desire for food. Wang Kai sneered, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can compensate for your physical loss. Do you think building a foundation is that easy? Ask old Gu if he has built a foundation after a lifetime of cultivation. Listen to me, relax and do it. I'm going to eat. Shu Chen was half believing, is it real? What if I starve to death? But Wang Kai didn't give Shu Chen time to think. He jumped off the sofa and started eating directly from the suitcase, devouring it like chocolate. Shu Chen winced at the sight, annoyed that Wang Kai was chewing on it. In no time, Wang Kai had eaten all the gold bars in the large box. Great! Let's start refining. Then Wang Kai sat cross-legged like a person, closed his 2 dog eyes. Seeing this, Shu Chen quickly lay on the sofa, focusing on absorbing spiritual energy. Suddenly, golden light radiated from Wang Kai, filling the entire room. It's starting, get ready! Shu Chen felt a tremor throughout his body, a strong sensation of falling into an abyss emerged. At that moment, Shu Chen felt like he was falling from a height of 10,000 meters. After an unknown period, the falling sensation suddenly disappeared, and Shu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, a strong tearing sensation struck him, as if a terrifying force was about to tear him apart forcibly. Ah! Wang Kai! What's happening? It hurts so much! Shu Chen exclaimed, and Wang Kai also opened his eyes. Don't be afraid, it's all an illusion, endure it. Illusion my foot, I'm in agony. How much has been refined? 1/5, hang in there. Shu Chen's vision blurred, the chandelier above him appeared as a double image in his eyes. He quickly closed his eyes, trying to use spiritual energy to alleviate the pain, but to no avail. It was no longer just physical pain. Shu Chen felt like his soul was being torn apart. To be honest, he really felt like passing out right now. But he couldn't. As time passed, the tearing pain gradually faded, and Shu Chen lay on the sofa, drooling. Ugh! Wang Kai, are you okay? Almost. Shu Chen wanted to get up from the sofa to change position when suddenly, a strong force struck, directly pressing him down on the sofa, unable to move. After being pressed down, a wave of intense heat spread throughout his body, white smoke emerging from the skin on the left side of Shu Chen's body. Shu Chen felt like he was thrown into a furnace. Then, his right side felt bone-chilling cold, actually forming frost. Heat on the left, frost on the right. Shu Chen experienced a wave of ice and fire. The next moment, a silver light appeared out of thin air, enveloping Shu Chen's body, just like the golden light surrounding Wang Kai. Shu Chen's spiritual energy was rapidly absorbed by this silver light. He tried to resist, but the more he resisted, the faster his spiritual energy was absorbed. The silver light grew stronger, gradually isolating Shu Chen from the outside world. Wang Kai, I'm dying. After shouting these words, Shu Chen was completely engulfed by the silver light, then lost consciousness. Before passing out, Shu Chen's last sensation was as if someone had split him in half with a big knife. Why are you barking like a dog? I'm dying too. Wang Kai was also not faring well. The same symptoms as Shu Chen appeared on its body. Heat on the left, frost on the right. This shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening. Then Wang Kai was gradually enveloped by the converging golden light, trying to control it but to no avail. A suffocating feeling overwhelmed it. This startled Wang Kai. In all these years, it had never encountered such a situation. Could it be because of sharing its lifeblood? Wang Kai tried to interrupt the refining process, but it couldn't stop. With the final part of gold refined, Wang Kai was completely enveloped by the golden light, cut off from the outside world. Like Shu Chen, at the last moment, Wang Kai also felt as if it was being cut in half by a knife. Wang Kai also passed out. Boom! A muffled thunder sounded over the sky of CD City. This thunderous sound startled everyone in the city. It was evident how scared the people of CD City were of thunder now. Everyone involuntarily looked up at the sky, only to find clear blue skies without a single cloud, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the Tiandu Hotel, Gu Yanxun, who was performing rites for the deceased, also heard the thunder. He quickly turned back towards his home, feeling the thin spiritual energy in the sky becoming chaotic. A sense of unease rose in his heart. Is that little bastard causing trouble again? Gu Yanxun immediately packed up and hurried home. When Gu Yanxun returned home and opened the door, the scene before him left the old man dumbfounded. Damn it! Gu Yanxun, who prided himself on his composure, couldn't help but curse. There were two Wang Kais lying on the floor. On the sofa lay one Shu Chen, and on the floor next to the sofa lay another Shu Chen. Two people, two dogs, all unconscious. Gu Yanxun's heart surged with shock, and he hastily closed the door in a fluster. In a quiet residential area. Speak up, what's going on here? Gu Yanxun looked at the awakened Shu Chen and asked. How would I know? I know nothing. The two Shu Chens answered simultaneously, making Gu Yanxun's mouth twitch. One at a time, he said. The two Shu Chens exchanged glances and started babbling nonsense together. Aliens, gangsters. Gu Yanxun looked at these two bastards, feeling furious. He picked up the newspaper on the table and smashed it at one of them. Why not tell the truth at this point? You old man, what do you know? This is magic. Exactly. Do you even know what magic is? Have you reached the foundation establishment stage? Gu Yanxun really wanted to beat these two to death. So, now that there are two of you, who is the big brother and who is the little brother? Who will you listen to? I am the big brother. I am the big brother. With these words, the two Shu Chen looked at each other, stood up simultaneously, both looking at each other defiantly, seemingly ready to fight on the spot. Gu Yanxun was scared and quickly tried to calm them down, fearing they might destroy the house if they fought. The two Wang Kais lying on the ground watched this farce in front of them and sighed at the same time. Shu Chen was really a bit unkind, scaring the old man like that. In fact, they did not actually become two individuals as Shu Chen was just teasing Gu Yanxun. To be precise, the extra person and dog were just projections. There was only one consciousness, and there was no such thing as split personality. In ancient times, there were powerful beings who could elevate their cultivation to the legendary stage of projection, creating an external avatar of themselves. The cultivation at the projection stage was hundreds or even thousands of times higher than the foundation establishment stage. They were true immortals on land, something Wang Kai had never seen before. The external avatar possessed the same power, senses, and shared vision as the original body. If the projection died, the original body remained unharmed, and vice versa. Shu Chen could exchange 100 pounds of gold for an external avatar, a power only achievable by those at the projection stage. Wang Kai could only say that this lucky bastard hit the jackpot. No, hitting the jackpot was nothing compared to this. It was like going to the toilet without toilet paper, rummaging through the trash and finding a discarded lottery ticket that happened to win the jackpot. It was unbelievably lucky, to say the least. As for why Wang Kai also had an external avatar, it was all thanks to Shu Chen. Whatever Shu Chen could do, Wang Kai could do. After all, he was the master. Just like how Shu Chen's powers increased, Wang Kai's strength also skyrocketed. Shu Chen, who was teasing Gu Yanxun, saw the look Wang Kai gave him and the anxious expression on Gu Yanxun's face, feeling he had gone too far. With a thought, Shu Chen's naked projection suddenly turned into a silver light and dissipated in the living room. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Kai also retracted its projection in the form of golden light. This. Gu Yanxun was speechless at the sight. As the silver light faded, Shu Chen smiled at Gu Yanxun. I told you, we are immortals, isn't it normal to know some spells? Normal my. When Gu Yanxun heard that Shu Chen was leaving, he disagreed. Do you know how many people are looking for you outside right now? Yesterday, Gu Yanchun secretly went to the foot of Rabbit Mountain again, where there were even more soldiers, and all the roads were blocked. While Gu Yanchun was performing rituals outside, he could see police patrols every few days. That's why I have to slip away. This place is really unsafe. I need to find a place to lay low. In fact, Shu Chen was planning to go find that evil dragon to settle things once and for all. He had caused so much trouble for this reason. After dealing with the evil dragon and avenging little Gu, Shu Chen would take Wang Kai back to his hometown to live a peaceful life. The waters outside were too deep, one wrong move could cost him his life. With the remaining 1 million from Lian, the 1 million from Lu Tao, and the 4.6 million from Zhao Xin, he now had a whopping 6 million in his pocket, a sum of money an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. Returning to my hometown to build a small Western-style house, buying a car worth tens of thousands, and then marrying an older wife and having a child when I'm older, wouldn't that be a carefree life? Shu Chen didn't have such grand aspirations. World's richest man, pinnacle of life. Bah! Let whoever wants to pursue those things. He initially came to the city from his hometown just to return in style, right? But these are stories for another time. At least, the matter of dealing with the evil flood dragon must not be told to Gu Yanchun. How are you going out? Everyone entering and leaving the city is being checked. Gu Yanchun immediately rejected Shu Chen's idea, insisting on waiting for the situation to calm down. I haven't been seen, so what's there to fear? Shu Chen was indifferent to this. When Shu Chen was on the mountain, he wore a mask the whole time. The only one seen was Wang Kai, who, in order to protect him, suddenly grew larger, tearing the security mask on his face. Oh, old man, don't worry. I'll take the mountain road directly. The military is in the west of the city. I'll head straight into the mountains to the east. But, enough with the buts, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. I'll come back to see you when I have time. Woof! Wang Kai barked, indicating they were leaving. Gu Yanchun still wanted to stop him but couldn't find a reason to. Thinking about Shu Chen leaving and being alone again, Gu Yanchun felt an indescribable emotion. After all, he was getting old. Seeing Shu Chen's determination, Gu Yanchun stood up, took out a book from the drawer, handed it to Shu Chen, and instructed, "Be careful on the way." Shu Chen took the book, wrapped it up and stuffed it into his pocket. Got it, click. Gu Yanchun wanted to say more, but the sound of the door closing came, and Shu Chen had already left with Wang Kai. Aren't you going to fix your hair? Have you taken a liking to being bald? In the hallway, Wang Kai watched as Shu Chen put on a hat over his bald head and couldn't help but remind him. Shu Chen rolled his eyes. I don't even have hair. How can I fix it? Strange as it may sound, his hair hadn't grown back since being struck by lightning. Many days had passed, and not a single strand had sprouted. He was very worried that he might remain like this in the future, going bald at a young age, which was truly a disgrace to his status. Why don't you infuse your spiritual power into your head to make it grow back? Shu Chen was stunned, then his face darkened. Why didn't you say that earlier? Shu Chen and Wang Kai's retreat was not smooth. They had oversimplified everything. In the entire city area, any man with a dog trying to leave the city would be asked to cooperate for investigation. Seeing a brother with a big black dog being stopped from leaving and refusing to cooperate, a dispute ensued, and he was forcibly taken away. Let's go, let's go. Watching this scene, Shu Chen took Wang Kai and walked back, finding a hotel and booking a room by the hour to lay low. Shu Chen actually had many ways to leave the city. For example, going back to find Gu Yanchun, having the old man ask the big-headed fish for help, having them eaten and then sent out of the city. As the saying goes, a person lives by their face, a tree lives by its bark. Shu Chen had left in such a carefree manner, and now going back to find the old man was like slapping himself in the face, wasn't it? And he didn't want to be swallowed by that big-headed fish. For example, Shu Chen planned to use his and Wang Kai's doppelgangers to go to Rabbit Mountain again to attract their attention, allowing his real self to sneak out of the city. Have you thought it through? While the doppelganger won't die, all the pain, death, and such will be returned intact to the real self. Do you want to experience the feeling of death? But with just one sentence from Wang Kai, Shu Chen decided to back out. After all, he wasn't a masochist. So, Shu Chen shifted his focus to Hong Yi. While Hong Yi was undergoing routine checks at the hospital, she received a call from Shu Chen. In the call, Shu Chen asked Hong Yi to drive him out of the city since things were getting chaotic in town, and it was inconvenient for him to travel alone with a dog. Hong Yi was well aware of the recent turmoil in the city. People with dogs couldn't leave the city at all. Therefore, without much thought, she agreed to Shu Chen's request. After all, if it weren't for Shu Chen's help in convincing her in-laws, she would have been in confinement by now. Hong Yi asked Shu Chen for a location, promising to pick them up after her checkup. After meeting with Shu Chen, Hong Yi, and placing Wang Kai in Hong Yi's car, Shu Chen instructed, "Sis, take it to Ning'an town, drop it off, and leave, don't worry about it. Aren't you coming up? Hong Yi asked, puzzled, then glanced at Wang Kai in the back seat. What if it runs away? Shu Chen shook his head. I'm not coming up. If he got on the car, he would definitely be stopped and checked. He would find his own way out. Shu Chen rubbed Wang Kai's head and said with a smile, don't worry, it won't run away. If it dares to, I'll stew this damn dog. Wang Kai looked at Shu Chen disdainfully, about to bite him, but Shu Chen dodged. Hong Yi nodded, okay, I got it. I'll let it go when we arrive. Shu Chen looked at Hong Yi's pregnant belly and said, sis, if someone stops you on the way, just say you have a stomachache and are about to give birth. Hong Yi gave Shu Chen an okay gesture, then started the car and drove off with Wang Kai. After seeing them off, Shu Chen opened his phone, used navigation to find the nearest long-distance bus station. He was planning to take a long-distance bus. When Shu Chen arrived at the long-distance bus station, he was dumbfounded. While queuing to buy a ticket, a bald man standing 2 spots ahead of him was taken away. As they left, those people glanced at Shu Chen, scaring him. It seemed that they were not just looking for a dog but also for bald people. Feeling sorry for the bald man and relieved at the same time, Shu Chen thought to himself, thank goodness Wang Kai had told him before leaving that he could grow hair with his spiritual power, otherwise, he would have caused a lot of trouble. If he were discovered, Shu Chen would have to transform into an urban war god and fight them. Humph. He truly didn't believe they would dare to use missiles on him in the city. Lost in his thoughts, Shu Chen boarded the coach, which was stopped and checked 3 times along the way. Safely, Shu Chen arrived in Ning'an town. Outside the long-distance bus station, Wang Kai was squatting, waiting for him, accompanied by Hong Yi. Seeing Hong Yi, Shu Chen frowned, says, didn't I ask you to leave the dog here? Are you going back now? You're heavily pregnant. What if you suddenly go into labor? Hong Yi smiled, I was worried it might get lost. After all, you and it have such a good relationship. It's still early before the due date. The doctor told me to move around more, not just sit all the time. Shu Chen sighed. She was indeed a kind woman, just that her husband passed away early. For a moment, Shu Chen felt a twinge of sympathy for Hong Yi. Sis, wait here, don't rush off. Shu Chen signaled to Wang Kai to follow him. Hong Yi was puzzled but stayed put, waiting. Shu Chen brought Wang Kai to a corner and whispered his thoughts to it. Wang Kai frowned and said, don't bother with these trivial matters. Stop talking nonsense, just tell me if it can be done. Wang Kai nodded, it should be fine. After getting Wang Kai's confirmation, Shu Chen returned to Hong Yi with Wang Kai by his side. Sis, can I touch your belly? Hong Yi was surprised for a moment, wondering what was so good about touching a pregnant woman's belly. Go ahead, it's fine. With permission granted, Shu Chen reached out his right hand and gently stroked Hong Yi's belly over her clothes. A faint glow emanated from Shu Chen's hand, and Hong Yi felt a warm stream entering her belly, making her feel comfortable. Shu Chen gestured for Hong Yi to be quiet. Hong Yi was aware of Shu Chen's abilities, so she did not resist. The whole process lasted for over a minute before Shu Chen released his hand. What does this mean? Hong Yi was puzzled. Shu Chen smiled and said, it's nothing, just a simple little spell to ensure the safety of you and your son. By the way, sis, you're having a son. Hong Yi was first surprised, then smiled happily. After parting ways with Hong Yi, Shu Chen, accompanied by Wang Kai, plunged into the deep mountains behind the small town. Their destination was at the border of New York province, almost at the edge of leaving the country. The evil Jiao was there. Watching Shu Chen's enthusiasm on the way, Wang Kai felt very helpless. To be honest, Wang Kai strongly advised against Shu Chen taking risks. It would be better to earn more gold instead of risking danger. However, Shu Chen had a knot in his heart. If this knot was not untied, this kid would never break through in his life. Even after swallowing 100 caddies of gold this time, Shu Chen's cultivation remained unchanged, still at the early stage of foundation building. Therefore, Wang Kai judged that this guy must have a problem with his state of mind. As the saying goes, the demon in the heart is hard to dispel, and only the person involved can untie the knot. Shu Chen forcibly attributed the death of the young Taoist to the evil Jiao, causing him to hold a grudge. In short, between Shu Chen and the evil Jiao, one of them had to die for this matter to be resolved. Wang Kai sighed and muttered, what a hassle. Alright, no problem, you can go. The traffic officer handed the driver's license to the young man on the motorcycle in front of him, then signaled to his companion to let him pass. Troublesome. The young man put the driver's license in his pocket, mounted the motorcycle, and disappeared around the bend in the road. The old traffic officer shook his head as he watched the young man go. Wearing sunglasses himself is one thing, but putting sunglasses on a dog too, young people these days. Oomph, what do you know? My wife's dog got sick, and just getting in for at the pet hospital cost over $700. Last time I had a bad cold, I spent less than $200. Exactly, these days dogs are more precious than people. People don't live as well as dogs. The man and the dog they mentioned, riding a motorcycle with sunglasses on, were naturally Shu Chen and Wang Kai. A few days ago, Shu Chen and Wang Kai wandered in the mountains for several days, where there was no signal, no navigation, and winding paths, which led these two geniuses to get lost. After going through hardships, they finally managed to break out of the mountains, and Shu Chen refused to go back up the mountain no matter what. He dodged trouble and hid from trouble, daring anyone with the ability to come and catch him. They then found a small county town, spent a huge sum to buy a sturdy motorcycle, and raced along the national highway. The place they had just passed was the border of New York province. According to the navigation, they were still over 200 kilometers away from the primitive forest, their destination, and if all went well, they would arrive in the afternoon. Wang Kai, sitting in Shu Chen's arms, suddenly asked, "Have you figured out a strategy?" "What strategy?" Wang Kai rolled his eyes, but unfortunately, they were blocked by sunglasses. "Of course, it's a strategy to deal with that dragon." Shu Chen was taken aback. Did they really need a strategy for this? Just go straight into the cave and deal with it, isn't that enough? I'm at the foundation building stage. I can even use my doppelganger. Honestly, when Wang Kai heard this, he felt like he wanted to vomit blood. If what old Gu said is true, the head of that evil dragon could fill the whole of over 3 meters. With a dragon of this size, even without being at the foundation building stage, it's not far off. Shu Chen nodded, completely unconcerned. As long as it hadn't reached the foundation building stage, he would kill it. Even if it had, he would still kill it. And it's been decades already, who knows if that evil dragon has already reached the foundation building stage. Got it, if something's wrong, we'll run. Foundation building stage? Humph. What a joke. In Shu Chen's view, the foundation building stage was useless except for increasing lifespan and strength. And the matter of extending lifespan still needed verification, after all, wasn't he still young? Oh, right, and the power of casting spells would be stronger after reaching the foundation building stage. Wang Kai said he could fly after reaching the foundation building stage, but what happened? Could he fly? If he could, he wouldn't have jumped off the cliff back then. Seeing Shu Chen's disdainful expression in the rearview mirror, Wang Kai knew he was getting arrogant again. Shu Chen might be stronger than Wang Kai when dealing with people, but when it came to dealing with these strange things, Shu Chen was no match for Wang Kai. Let's use the doppelganger to scout ahead when the time comes. No problem. Seeing Shu Chen agree so readily, Wang Kai's anxious heart finally settled. Wang Kai was truly afraid that this impulsive guy would charge into the cave and fight the evil dragon to the death. In the late night, the man and the dog finally reached their destination, arriving at the outskirts of the primeval forest. Shu Chen decisively abandoned his 18-handed motorcycle and plunged into the dense forest with Wang Kai. "Do you know the location?" Wang Kai asked. "Didn't the old man say? If nothing goes wrong, it should be over there." Shu Chen pointed in a direction where a high mountain could be vaguely seen. "The old man said it's on that mountain. We'll figure out the exact location when we get there. Let's go." The man and the dog navigated through the jungle, and it must be said that the path here was damn difficult to traverse. There were no paths in the forest, they had to clear the way as they went, and the obstructing weeds and vines made Shu Chen very annoyed. The speed at which he and Wang Kai were moving forward could be described as slow as a turtle. How did the old man get through? It's obvious, we've gone the wrong way. The destination was definitely correct, they just took the wrong direction. Who else would abandon a motorcycle on the road, then jump off the road and rush on foot? Only they could do such a thing. As time passed, Shu Chen became increasingly irritated by the weeds and vines, so he simply picked up Wang Kai and jumped onto the treetops, leaping forward on the treetops. Indeed, with this method, the speed of the man and the dog's progress increased significantly. There are people over there. When they were near the mountain, Shu Chen saw a bonfire from a distance. He and Wang Kai climbed down from the tree and cautiously approached. Shu Chen was also curious about who would be in such a place late at night. As he got closer, he found a group of people gathered around the bonfire. The man and the dog quietly eavesdropped on their conversation. "Rest for 3 hours, then we'll set off. Don't lag behind this time, if you do, I won't come back to find you. You can just wait here to die." Damn, it's not easy to earn a few $1,000 from you guys. The one speaking was a one-eyed pirate wearing an eye patch, and the others didn't dare to argue with him. It was clear that this one-eyed pirate was the leader of the group. "Hurry up and sleep. When it's time, I'll call you." The one-eyed dragon was the first to lie down, and within minutes, he started snoring. Once the one-eyed dragon was asleep, the others dared to whisper among themselves. "Ah, if I had known, I wouldn't have come. It's so hard, my feet are all blistered. Endure a bit, we came here to make big money. If it weren't to save money, who would be willing to smuggle in. Smuggling? Shu Chen suddenly realized that New York province was very close to the border, not far from the country of Myanmar. Shu Chen knew a little about smuggling, and that one-eyed dragon was probably their guide. This meant that the one-eyed dragon must be very familiar with the terrain here. Shu Chen and Wang Kai exchanged a glance, both revealing a malicious smile. What a perfect opportunity for a nap. The one-eyed dragon had a nightmare, feeling extremely uncomfortable as his body floated in the air. When he opened his eyes, he found himself truly suspended high up in a tall tree. More precisely, someone was holding him up, standing on the tree, while he was hanging in midair by his belt. As the one-eyed dragon regained his senses and was about to scream for help, the person holding his belt spoke. "If you dare to scream, I'll drop you." The one-eyed dragon swallowed hard at the threat and refrained from making a sound. "Speak! Where is that cave?" One-eyed dragon? Early morning. When the one-eyed dragon returned to the camp battered and bruised, all the smugglers were still unconscious. No matter how much he shouted, they wouldn't wake up. The one-eyed dragon could only exclaim that he had encountered a ghost last night. That young man and that damn big yellow dog insisted on him leading them to find the cave. But how could he know where the cave was? Every time he said he didn't know, he would receive a slap. After being slapped 7 or 8 times, the disoriented one-eyed dragon learned to comply to avoid further beatings, so he reluctantly agreed to lead them to find the cave. The man jumped directly from a tree over 10 meters high, nearly scaring the one-eyed dragon out of his wits. When he realized he had landed safely, the one-eyed dragon breathed a sigh of relief and gave up any thoughts of resistance. Resist against someone who could jump from a tree over 10 meters high? The one-eyed dragon wasn't that foolish. This person must be a martial arts master from a mysterious eastern country. Helplessly, the one-eyed dragon had to lead them around to search for the cave they were looking for. But from the moment they started looking for the cave, the one-eyed dragon's nightmare began. Every 10 minutes or so, he would either be slapped by the young man or kicked over by the dog. The reason was simple: if they couldn't find the cave, he would be beaten. If they still couldn't find it by dawn, the one-eyed dragon would have to settle down there. At that moment, the one-eyed dragon deeply regretted not heeding his family's advice to bring a gun for protection. However, Lady Luck eventually favored the one-eyed dragon. After several hours of searching, they finally found a huge cave, and the one-eyed dragon managed to escape the clutches of the man and the dog. After the one-eyed dragon left, Shu Chen and Wang Kai stood in front of the cave in a daze. Is this 3 meters? The dimensions of this cave were definitely more than 3 meters. It must be at least 5 meters wide. Moreover, the traces on the cave were still fresh, indicating that the evil dragon mentioned by Gu Yanchun could now briefly emerge from the cave. It was obvious that the cave had been enlarged by the evil dragon. I remember that old man said it was 3 meters back in 1974. He didn't mention much about recent events. When Gu Yanchun was explaining the situation to them, Shu Chen interrupted him, so Gu Yanchun didn't clarify. Wang Kai analyzed, if this evil dragon is really that big, it's very likely to transform into a dragon. As a dragon descendant, as one's cultivation increases, their size will also grow larger. This dragon may be more than just at the foundation establishment stage. Shu Chen was a bit uncertain. Let's go in and see first. Outside the cave entrance, a flash of gold and silver light simultaneously appeared on a man and a dog, and 2 figures tore apart from them. A naked Shu Chen and another dog, Wang Kai, appeared beside them. Let's go! Shu Chen pulled out a wood-cutting knife from his waist and handed it to his doppelganger, which he had snatched from the one-eyed dragon. Then their doppelgangers walked towards the cave while their true selves hid in the distance. Inside the cave, it was pitch black, but it didn't affect them because Shu Chen had been able to see clearly at night since reaching the foundation establishment stage. The cave was sloping downwards, like an entrance to the abyss. As soon as they entered the cave, a foul smell hit them. Continuing down, they found many white bones, all human bones. Further down, they found a decaying corpse covered in maggots, obviously not long dead. This corpse should be one of the people who came with Gu Yanchun a few days ago. The man and the dog frowned and continued downwards. Then they came to a fork in the road. At the fork, a giant snake was sleeping with its eyes closed. The snake had a long horn on its forehead. It was a monster. Shu Chen made a neck-slashing gesture to Wang Kai, who nodded. Shu Chen quietly approached the snake with his wood-cutting knife drawn from his waist. Wang Kai showed its sharp dog claws and slowly approached the snake on 3 legs, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Shu Chen's knife emitted white light, with spiritual energy attached to it, turning the knife into a sharp divine weapon that could cut iron like mud. Just as Shu Chen's spiritual energy surged, the snake sensed something was wrong and suddenly opened its eyes. Shu Chen immediately struck with all his might at the snake's head. Shu Chen's strength was so great that even the rocks next to the snake were cut in half like tofu. The blade rose and fell. Before the monster snake could react, its neck was severed. In an instant, the head separated from the body. While the snake's body was still convulsing, Wang Kai rushed forward, extended its claws, and completely tore open the snake's body. Within a few breaths, the snake's body stopped struggling. After silently and cleanly dealing with the monster snake, the man and the dog finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were worried that making too much noise would alert the evil dragon. Shu Chen signaled to Wang Kai, asking which way to go at the fork. Wang Kai gave Shu Chen a look, indicating that as the master, he had the final say. After some thought, Shu Chen decided to go left. The reason was simple. Men go left, women go right. After walking for about 10 minutes to the left, they encountered another giant snake. With the same moves and coordination, they killed the snake, and Shu Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. What happened to the evil dragon? How did it turn into a snake's den? He suspected that the snake brother who was given the elixir had escaped from here. Did the evil dragon take over the snake brother's old home, causing the snake brother to hate it so much, willing to risk his life as bait to deliver the elixir to them? Or did the evil dragon take over the snake brother's wife and children? Shu Chen shook his head and immediately dismissed these chilling thoughts from his mind. As they continued deeper, they came to another fork in the road. This time, the fork split into 3 paths. Without hesitation, Shu Chen chose the left path again. It had to be said that Shu Chen's choice was correct. After advancing a little to the left, they saw an extremely huge underground palace. The space in the palace was vast, almost the size of a football field. Various bizarre stalactites covered the walls of the palace. Wang Kai and Shu Chen cautiously approached. The scene before them sent shivers down their spines. In the center of the underground palace, a snake the size of a small mountain coiled. The giant snake had fish-like scales, a dragon-like head with sharp horns, and sharp teeth protruding from its mouth. A dragon's head on a snake's body. It was undoubtedly an evil flood dragon. As Shu Chen and Wang Kai observed the evil flood dragon, it suddenly opened its eyes. Its terrifying snake pupils locked onto Shu Chen and Wang Kai's direction. The image of a man and a dog reflected in the evil flood dragon's eyes. Oh no! CD City, near Rabbit Mountain. The road leading to the village below the mountain was deserted and blocked off. A young woman in a white hanfu with flowing hair leisurely walked along the road. She was heading towards Rabbit Mountain. When she reached the mountain's edge, she encountered a group of soldiers manning a checkpoint. The woman paid them no mind and continued walking past them. The soldiers seemed not to notice her, allowing her to pass through the checkpoint. The woman climbed Rabbit Mountain and arrived at the entrance of a Taoist temple on the mountain path. After a brief glance at the temple, she turned and left. She then followed the path on Rabbit Mountain to another peak, where she stood by a pool where a giant snake had been struck dead by lightning. She stood by the pool for a while, then waved her hand towards the empty space, conjuring an image before her like a movie. In the image were 2 figures, a man in only underwear and shoes, and a large yellow dog holding a glowing pill in its paw. In the picture, the dog was feeding the glowing pill to the man in his underwear. The image shattered. A faint smile appeared on the young woman's exquisite face. Found you. In the mountains of New York Province, inside a cave at the border forest, Shu Chen and Wang Kai faced off against the evil flood dragon. A terrifying chill rose from the depths of Shu Chen's soul, and in an instant, he realized they were no match for the evil flood dragon. It was a natural oppression from a higher being to a lower being, emanating from the depths of the soul. How the hell do we fight this? Shu Chen swallowed hard, looking down at the axe in his hand. Compared to the massive creature in front of him, his axe was like a toothpick. Run! Wang Kai pulled Shu Chen and they started running. In that moment, as Wang Kai pulled Shu Chen, the evil flood dragon moved. Its mouth revealed sharp fangs, its massive body twisted, causing the entire underground space to tremble like an earthquake. The next moment, the evil flood dragon's head lunged towards the spot where Shu Chen and Wang Kai had been standing, moving at a speed akin to a powerful spring. Boom! A loud noise echoed, shaking the entire underground space. The flying debris from the impact hit Shu Chen squarely in the back, sending him crashing to the ground, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. Shu Chen scrambled to his feet, looking back to see the evil flood dragon not far behind him, its snake eyes fixed on him intently. At such a close distance, Shu Chen realized the evil flood dragon's eye alone was half the size of his body. Suddenly, Shu Chen shouted, "Take this!" Then he infused a large amount of spiritual energy into the axe in his hand and hurled it with all his might towards the evil flood dragon's eye. After doing all this, Shu Chen turned and ran as fast as he could, not even looking back to see if he had hit his target. Roar! A terrifying roar, neither dragon nor snake, echoed from behind him. Shu Chen succeeded. The firewood knife was inserted right into the evil dragon's eye. At the same time, the evil dragon became furious. As Shu Chen ran around the corner, Wang Kai was battling 2 evil snakes. One snake had already been defeated by Wang Kai, writhing on the ground. Judging from the wound on its belly, this snake wouldn't survive long. These evil snakes were obviously lured by the evil dragon. Hurry, run! Shu Chen rushed to Wang Kai's side, threw a punch at the snake in front of Wang Kai, knocking it down, then picked up Wang Kai and started running. A loud noise came from behind as Shu Chen ran and looked back, only to see the evil dragon charging towards them through the tunnel, just over 10 meters away. Let me down! I'll run on my own. Wang Kai struggled and jumped off Shu Chen. Just as they were trying to escape, more snakes appeared in front of them, trying to block their path. Are these snakes out of their minds? Shu Chen had just seen with his own eyes the evil snake he knocked down being devoured by the evil dragon. The evil dragon didn't even consider these evil snakes as its kind. They seemed to be controlled, Wang Kai said as they ran. When the evil dragon roared earlier, the snakes that were about to flee suddenly turned around and attacked Wang Kai. Evil creatures have intelligence and are not inferior to humans in wisdom. To make such abnormal moves, they must have been brainwashed. At that moment, the pitch-black cave suddenly turned fiery red, with light coming from behind them. Shu Chen turned around to see the evil dragon, with its mouth full of sharp teeth, and a fireball forming inside its mouth. Wang Kai! This damn thing can breathe fire! This scene terrified Shu Chen, who quickly picked up Wang Kai again and cast a protective spell. A golden shield appeared beside Shu Chen. The next moment, flames shot out of the evil dragon's mouth like a laser, heading towards Shu Chen at incredible speed. The flames collided with the protective spell, corroding it like acid, slowly melting Shu Chen's shield like ice cream. Shu Chen hurriedly infused spiritual energy to repair the shield, but its effect was limited. At that moment, the evil dragon behind Shu Chen suddenly accelerated, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed Shu Chen and Wang Kai, along with the fire. Inside the evil dragon's body, under the terrifying physical pressure of the evil dragon, Shu Chen's protective spell rapidly deformed visibly. Release the shield. Before I die, I'll give it a shot. Wang Kai suddenly extended his paw and shouted. Shu Chen immediately dispelled the protective spell, and a foul smell hit them. Wang Kai took the opportunity to scratch the evil dragon with his claws. The next second, Shu Chen and Wang Kai were crushed into a pulp, eventually turning into golden and silver lights dissolving within the evil dragon's body. Outside the cave, Shu Chen and Wang Kai both gasped for breath, feeling the approach of death. It was a silent feeling, no breathing, no consciousness, unable to communicate with the outside world. They felt their bodies continuously descending, devoid of physical pain, but with a stiff consciousness, staring blankly ahead. The man and the dog unconsciously knelt on the ground. Is this the feeling of death? At that moment, the evil dragon rushed out of the cave, its massive body rising into the air, charging towards Shu Chen and Wang Kai. Roar! The evil dragon roared at the man and the dog. However, when it was just a dozen meters away from them, the evil dragon suddenly became immobile, as if locked in place by some force. The evil dragon struggled continuously, its eyes filled with unwillingness, with the firewood knife still stuck in them. Eventually, the evil dragon was forcibly pulled back into the cave by that force. In the forest on a rainy night, raindrops fell on the leaves, making a crisp sound that filled the forest with noise, even more annoying than the square dancing antis. Shu Chen and Wang Kai had been kneeling on the ground like statues for a whole day, unmoving, until the heavy rain poured down on their heads. Until the rain soaked their clothes and dog fur. Shu Chen gasped for air, suddenly collapsing on the ground, greedily breathing in the fresh air. Shortly after, Wang Kai also regained his senses, lying down and panting heavily. Shu Chen's teeth chattered, his body trembling, as he turned to Wang Kai. Are you okay? Wang Kai, equally shaken, replied, I'm fine. The feeling of impending death was unforgettable for Shu Chen. He swore he never wanted to experience it again. It was an indescribable sensation. Shu Chen glanced at the cave. The evil dragon was too terrifying. They couldn't even handle it together. Should we give up? Wang Kai suggested retreating, preferring to live than risk their lives needlessly. Due to the blood pact with Shu Chen, Wang Kai had no next life to spare. There was no need to play with death. Shu Chen looked at Wang Kai, silent, then turned to continue staring at the cave ahead. The two of them foolishly stayed put, neither showing any intention of moving. After a while, Shu Chen spoke up. Can the doppelganger still be summoned? Why can't I summon it now? He had just tried to summon his external avatar again but failed. Wang Kai nodded in response. It should still work, after all, it's just a supernatural ability, but you need to rest for a day or two. Relieved by Wang Kai's words, Shu Chen knew that if the doppelganger couldn't be used anymore, he would have to go back and kidnap Gu Yanxun. Shu Chen would never willingly walk into death. Death was too terrifying. Don't you have any big moves? Can't you deal with this evil dragon decisively? You're a devouring beast. Of course, Bring me 10,000 pounds of gold, and without your help, I can kill it. Shu Chen was speechless. If I had 10,000 pounds of gold, why would I need you? I could just get dozens of missiles to blow up this mountain. Shu Chen stopped mid-sentence. Wang Kai, listening to him, looked displeased. Can you finish your sentence? Ignoring Wang Kai, Shu Chen stood up, signaling for them to leave. Where are we going? Back home? Wang Kai asked in confusion. To find insecticide. We'll come back and deal with this big bug. Shu Chen and Wang Kai arrived back at the same mountain where they encountered the group of illegal immigrants. They had been waiting here for 6 days without seeing anyone. It's been 6 days, why hasn't anyone shown up? Wang Kai's patience was wearing thin. Just a little longer, just a little longer. Shu Chen was also feeling impatient, but the situation left him with no choice but to wait. Shu Chen's plan was to find a guide to take him and Wang Kai to Myanmar. He knew Myanmar was chaotic, and his goal was to go there and get explosives. After obtaining the explosives, he would return to blow up that damn evil dragon. According to Wang Kai's analysis, the evil dragon most likely had already formed its demon pill. Even if it hadn't, it was probably close. Shu Chen and Wang Kai had no chance in a direct confrontation. It would be like throwing meat buns at a dog. Shu Chen's only thought on this matter was, times have changed. Shu Chen didn't care if the dragon had formed a pill or not, even if it was just a lump of shit, he would find a way to blow it up. This was the era of high technology, no need for fancy tricks. The evil dragon must taste the wisdom of modern terror, courtesy of upright apes. Ordinary bombs are useless against him. The flesh of the big-headed evil dragon is indestructible, Shu Chen said disdainfully. I could just strap the bomb to myself and let it eat me, right? I am the bomb. The bomb is me. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai could only give Shu Chen a thumbs up, even though he didn't have thumbs. You're awesome, I admit you're tough, but just so you know, I'm not going. The feeling of death was something neither Shu Chen nor Wang Kai wanted to experience again. Shu Chen pursed his lips. Look at you, so spineless. I never intended to let you go in the first place. Wang Kai, looking at Shu Chen's expression, suddenly felt his dog dignity being insulted. Damn it, if you dare to go, I dare too. Who's afraid of who? Blow it up. It must be blown up. Shu Chen, seeing this scene, muttered to himself. This silly dog, so easily fooled. Shu Chen smiled at Wang Kai, giving him a thumbs up. You've got guts. Wang Kai, looking smug, said, Of course I've got guts. Seriously, do you even know who I am? The time came to the 6th evening. The man and the dog, who thought they would be waiting in vain again today, suddenly heard a voice coming from a distance. We're almost at the transfer station, let's rest for a bit. Shu Chen and Wang Kai exchanged a glance, looking somewhat puzzled. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Sure enough, the bruised and swollen one-eyed dragon appeared before them once again. Well, long time no see. Shu Chen greeted the one-eyed dragon with a smile, while Wang Kai looked at him mischievously. The one-eyed dragon, realizing the situation, quickly pulled out an old pistol from his waist and aimed it at them. With a gun in hand, the one-eyed dragon was arrogant. I was just thinking of looking for you. And here you are, coming to me on your own. There's an old saying, what was it again? Oh, narrow is the road for enemies. Kneel down today and apologize to me, and I'll let you go, or else I'll kill you. 1 minute later. Ouch, ouch. Stop, stop. Easy, easy. I was wrong, sirs. I won't dare again. I won't dare. At this moment, the one-eyed dragon was being beaten up by Shu Chen and Wang Kai. His face that had just started to heal was swollen into a pig's head once again. The other guests behind the one-eyed dragon didn't dare to step forward to help. They could only watch helplessly as the one-eyed dragon suffered. The one-eyed dragon was truly at a loss at this moment. Why did he provoke these two troublemakers for no reason? Shu Chen lifted one of the one-eyed dragon's hands and said with a smile, Where did you go wrong? The one-eyed dragon was at a loss for words. Smack! Shu Chen slapped him across the face, while Wang Kai flew up and kicked the one-eyed dragon in the butt. Ouch! Dad! Sirs! Stop, stop! I really was wrong. In the primeval forest, a large group of people followed the bruised and swollen one-eyed dragon. How much longer do we have to walk? Shu Chen asked with a frown. Hearing Shu Chen's question, the one-eyed dragon leading the way was startled and quickly turned around with a smile. Bro, we're almost there, at most half a day more. Just bear with it a little longer. They had been wandering in this cursed forest for 3 days already. Shu Chen originally didn't want to wait for the group of illegal immigrants and was ready to drag the one-eyed dragon along. But when he saw 2 children among the group, he thought better of it. Without this one-eyed dragon leading the way, these people would either have to turn back or wait to die in the forest. They were all forced to come out and make a living. Not easy. Blame it on this messed up world, where wealth is distributed unfairly. Most of the wealth is held by a few, while the majority have to risk their lives for the remaining bit of money. Hey, what's the deal with those park areas? Walking with his head down, Shuchen suddenly remembered the video he had watched about the park. Park? One-Eyed Dragon paused, then said, that place is not peaceful at all. Brother, when you get there, you must be very careful. One-Eyed Dragon explained that illegal activities were carried out in that park, and the locals were fine, able to find some work there. But for outsiders, they might end up locked inside for life, or even meet the king of hell. Shuchen licked his lips, squinted, and said, I heard the bosses there are very wealthy. One-Eyed Dragon didn't turn back, so he didn't see Shuchen's greedy expression. Definitely, the bosses there are among the wealthiest. Hearing this, not only Shuchen but even Wang Kai's eyes lit up. After a long journey, they finally crossed the last mountain and could see the small village below from the mountaintop. After seeing the village, all the guests left on their own, and One-Eyed Dragon also completed his task for this trip. Seeing Shuchen still standing there, One-Eyed Dragon was puzzled. Brother, we've arrived, what are you doing? Shuchen walked over to One-Eyed Dragon with a smile. One-Eyed Dragon subconsciously tried to step back, but Shuchen hugged him by the neck. I have nowhere to go, and I'm unfamiliar with this place. How about I visit your home? One-Eyed Dragon swallowed hard, sweating coldly. Big brother, my home is in a poor state, not suitable for guests like you, maybe. Before One-Eyed Dragon could finish, Shuchen interrupted. It's okay, I'm also from the countryside, seen all kinds of poor places, let's go. One-Eyed Dragon wanted to say something, but Shuchen had already reached for his waist and pulled out a gun. This gun belonged to One-Eyed Dragon, but Shuchen had been holding onto it for these days. Shuchen played with the gun, while One-Eyed Dragon was too scared to speak, fearing that Shuchen might shoot him. After all, they had reached their destination, and his role as a guide seemed unnecessary now. Speak! Shuchen suddenly shouted, causing One-Eyed Dragon to collapse on the ground in fear. Brother, please, don't kill me. I have a wife and children at home. Shuchen kicked One-Eyed Dragon. Shut up. One-Eyed Dragon fell silent, too scared to speak. Shuchen pointed the gun and asked, where did you get this gun? Tell the truth, or I'll chop you up for the dogs. Wang Kai rolled his eyes at this, but cooperated with Shuchen, making a grimacing expression. I found it. Oh, Shuchen snorted, not believing his nonsense. I'll give you one more chance. Shuchen crouched down, pressing the gun against One-Eyed Dragon's neck. One-Eyed Dragon was so scared that he peed his pants and confessed, I'll tell you. I bought it from a thug named Liang. He warned me not to tell anyone. Please, don't tell anyone, or I'll be killed. You should have said that earlier. Shuchen tapped One-Eyed Dragon's face with the gun and continued, where is this Liang? Can you find him? One-Eyed Dragon nodded vigorously, yes. He lives in a town a few dozen kilometers away from here. In Shuchen's view, this guy named Liang could even sell guns, so he must have bombs as well. He came here to buy bombs, but maybe he didn't need to buy them after all. Actually, robbery could work too. After all, if he could keep his retirement money untouched, he planned to return to his hometown, build a house, and get married. Take me to find him. Under Shuchen's coercion and temptation, One-Eyed Dragon agreed to take Shuchen to find Liang. However, the condition was that he had to go home first, and One-Eyed Dragon would only be responsible for leading Shuchen to Liang. He wouldn't show himself, and Shuchen couldn't disclose his own affairs to Liang. For this simple request, Shuchen agreed without hesitation. One-Eyed Long's home was located in a small village at the foot of the mountain. Just as One-Eyed Long had said, his home was indeed run down, nothing more than a rudimentary wooden hut. You must be making quite a bit of money running errands, right? Why not build a big house to live in? Shuchen teased One-Eyed Long. From what he knew, the fees for being a guide by One-Eyed Long were not low. These days, Shuchen had asked a smuggler how much they paid, and the person said they paid 3,000 yuan. And this time, One-Eyed Long was leading over a dozen people, so it was at least tens of thousands of income. One-Eyed Long chuckled, I wish, but this money isn't all for me, most of it has to be given to the park. One-Eyed Long explained that the money was collected by the park's people, and he could only get a very small portion. If he didn't pay the park, he would lose his job as a guide, and things could get even worse. Shuchen furrowed his brow, realizing that the park seemed to have absolute power in this place. How long have you been doing this? One-Eyed Long replied, for over a decade. It's impossible that you haven't saved any money in over a decade. One-Eyed Long chuckled again, I wanted to build a school for the kids in the village. All the money went into buying bricks and tiles. One-Eyed Long pointed to a half-built tile house on the edge of the village. He said that all the children born here were unfortunate souls, destined to struggle in poverty and possibly meet a violent end in the future. Having mingled in this place for a lifetime, he knew all too well about the fate awaiting those children. So, One-Eyed Long wanted to resist. People from your side always say that education changes destiny. I want to give it a try too. Hearing One-Eyed Long's words, Shuchen was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He hadn't expected that the battered man in front of him was actually a good person. If he had known earlier, he would have been gentler when he beat him before. But, if there was anyone to blame, it was One-Eyed Long for not speaking up earlier. It had nothing to do with him. Lost in thought, Shuchen suddenly remembered something and looked at One-Eyed Long seriously. That kid named Liang, does he sell C4? C4? What's that? One-Eyed Long looked puzzled. Shuchen looked at One-Eyed Long with disdain. People from small countries were so uncultured. You don't know what C4 is? Have you ever read a book? C4 is. It's. Shuchen suddenly paused, realizing he didn't know either. He only knew about C4 from playing shooting games in the past. Seeing One-Eyed Long's curious expression, to save face, Shuchen could only say with a straight face, it's a big bomb. Yes, it's a very powerful bomb. Wang Kai shook his head secretly as he watched Shuchen, a product of 9 years of compulsory education, embarrassing himself to the point of being an international disgrace. Brother, bombs are also strictly regulated in our place. I can only take you to have a look. One-Eyed Long returned to the small wooden house, tidied up briefly, then drove his old pickup truck that could fall apart at any moment, with Shuchen and Wang Kai on board. The old pickup truck emitted black smoke from its exhaust pipe and nearly made Shuchen and Wang Kai vomit on the bumpy muddy road. After a series of twists and turns, the two men and a dog finally reached their destination. The small town One-Eyed Long had mentioned was not large, and all the buildings looked very old, giving off a strong 90s vibe. One-Eyed Long parked the car outside the town and led them on foot. As they entered the town, One-Eyed Long led them through 2 blocks and pointed to the car repair shop in the distance, saying with a bitter smile, "Brother, that's where you can buy guns. Just go and ask, can I go back first?" Shuchen squinted at Cyclops. It seemed like this kid was quite afraid of that guy named Liang. "If you leave, how can I communicate with them?" "Big brother, most of the people here can speak Chinese. Just go ahead and relax." Alright, get lost." Impatiently, Shuchen waved his hand at Cyclops. Cyclops, feeling like he had been granted amnesty, turned around with a grin and left. When he reached a corner, Cyclops ran as if his life depended on it, afraid that Shuchen, this jinx, would catch him again. After Cyclops left, Shuchen headed straight to the repair shop with Wang Kai. Outside the repair shop, there was a big man with bare arms and a dragon tattoo on his shoulder squatting on the ground tinkering with a tire. Seeing the unfamiliar face of Shuchen approaching him, the big man first spoke in a foreign language, then switched to Chinese when he realized they didn't understand. "Repair, buy parts, or go on a mission? Any recommendations? Discounts available with recommendations. I'm looking for Liang, is he here?" The big man stood up, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and placed it in his mouth. "I am Liang, what's the matter?" Without beating around the bush, Shuchen directly said, "I want to buy some firearms, I heard you have them." Liang frowned at the words, then lit his cigarette with a lighter. "Brother, who told you that? I don't have any firearms, I'm just a mechanic, dealing in firearms is illegal." Oh, he had encountered a cautious old hand. Shuchen took out a bank card from his pocket. "I'm here for a big deal, have you thought it over?" Liang glanced at the bank card, bent down to continue working on the tire. "You've got the wrong person, please leave. If you need a repair, I can help you." Damn it! Shuchen was furious. It felt like punching cotton, a feeling of powerlessness. Besides, the guy was speaking politely, so Shuchen couldn't resort to using force to intimidate him. So he could only leave with Wang Kai dejectedly, figuring out a plan for the evening. If all else failed, he would tie up this Liang and give him a beating. While Shuchen and Wang Kai were wandering around the town, a sneaky blonde guy approached Shuchen. Glancing around and seeing no one, he then spoke broken Chinese to Shuchen. "Big brother, do you want to buy this?" The blonde guy made a gun gesture towards Shuchen. Shuchen was taken aback, then smiled and asked, "You have it? How did you know I wanted it?" It turned out that the blonde guy had been hanging around Liang's repair shop earlier and saw Shuchen being kicked out by Liang, so he figured he might want to buy a gun. The blonde guy explained, "Liang absolutely doesn't sell guns to strangers." Shuchen looked at the blonde guy with a half smile. "So, are you willing to sell? What's there to be afraid of? As long as there's money to be made." The blonde guy led Shuchen and Wang Kai deep into the town, crossing several alleys until they arrived at a rundown building. Inside the building, there were several young guys, who, upon seeing the blonde guy with guests, all smiled and came forward, calling each other big brother, with one of them even offering a cigarette to Shuchen. The blonde guy walked to the center of the room, pulled out a hidden compartment in the floor. "Brother, I have everything here, you can choose whatever you want, the more you buy, the more bullets we'll give you. Rest assured, we offer free delivery." Shuchen walked over, leaned down to look into the compartment, and indeed, there was a dazzling array of guns. All kinds of pistols, submachine guns, rifles. As Shu Chen surveyed these firearms, his eyes suddenly lit up as he found what he was looking for. A hand grenade. Squatting down, Shu Chen picked up the hand grenade and turned to the blonde guy, asking, "How much for this?" The blonde guy was stunned. "Wasn't this big brother here to buy guns? Why do you need a hand grenade?" "Brother, this thing is rare, heavily regulated, this is the only one." Shu Chen frowned. "Can you find a way to get more? I need as many as possible." Huang Mao pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "I can help you get more from others. Dozens should be no problem." Dozens? Dozens of hand grenades wouldn't even be enough to floss the teeth of that evil dragon. What's the use? Are there any other types of bombs? Anything that can explode, in large quantities? Huang Mao shook his head. Guns are easy to get, but bombs are really hard to come by. Shu Chen sighed, put the hand grenade back, stood up and said, "It seems like this deal won't work out." Then Shu Chen prepared to leave with Huang Kai. Just as they were about to leave, a henchman next to Huang Mao suddenly spoke up, "Brother, wait a minute." Shu Chen turned back and asked, "What's up?" The henchman hesitated for a moment and said, "As long as it can explode, right?" "Yes, as long as it can explode, the more powerful, the better. I know where to find it." Led by Huang Mao and his group, they arrived at a warehouse outside the small town. "Brother, there are explosive things here. The power is absolutely maximum." The henchman pulled open the warehouse door, revealing the mysterious veil inside. The scene inside instantly stunned Shu Chen. His mouth twitched a bit, but at the same time, he was very excited. That young man was right, this stuff could indeed explode, and the power was not small. The entire warehouse was filled with gas cylinders. There were at least a few thousand of them. Hiss hiss hiss. The sound of gas spraying out. Shu Chen was checking the gas cylinders to make sure they all contained gas. The bad news was that roughly 2/3 of the gas cylinders were empty. The good news was that the inventory here was large enough. Even if only 1/3 had gas, it would be enough. When these gas cylinders explode, it's no joke. When he saw Chinese characters marked on the gas cylinders, Shu Chen looked at Huang Mao with a strange expression and curiously asked, "Where did this stuff come from?" Huang Mao also turned to look at the henchman and said, "Tell us, how did you get this stuff?" The henchman awkwardly smiled and said his father had snatched it from a group of smugglers. They had originally planned to sell it for money, but no one in their area wanted to buy it. They thought about selling it as scrap metal, but with such a large quantity, no one could take it all. For a while, they didn't know what to do with it, so they left it in the warehouse to gather dust. They had planned to sell it as scrap metal after some time. Shu Chen exclaimed, amazed. It was the first time he had heard that gas cylinders could be used for smuggling. The world is truly vast, with all sorts of wonders. Strange knowledge keeps increasing. Name your price. I want all the ones with gas. The ones without you can keep for scrap. Huang Mao's henchman said, "Brother, can you wait for me a moment? I'll go ask. It'll be quick. 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes will do." Shu Chen nodded. "Go ahead, hurry back." With permission granted, the henchman turned and ran back into the town. Free delivery? Shu Chen looked at Huang Mao. Of course. Just a small delivery fee will do. After all, you didn't buy any guns, so. No problem. Go find a vehicle. I'll wait here. Huang Mao showed a happy expression and immediately called the remaining henchmen to find a vehicle. Shu Chen said again, "Don't just stand around. You said you could get hand grenades. Get as many as you can." Huang Mao nodded, then walked back into the town. At this moment, only Shu Chen and Wang Kai were left in the warehouse. Wang Kai asked, "Can these iron cans kill it? See that 15 kilograms can over there?" Shu Chen pointed to the characters on the gas cylinder. "Yes, I see." Wang Kai nodded. The explosive power is equivalent to 150 kilograms of explosives. Do you have any idea what that means? I don't know. Wang Kai shook his head. Just 1 kilogram of explosives can blow up a 2-story small building. Shu Chen pointed to a house in the small town. Wow. Are you serious? Wang Kai looked incredulous, then puzzled at Shu Chen. Aren't you illiterate? How do you know this? Shu Chen smirked arrogantly, just searched it on my phone. Wang Kai. Yellow Hair's henchman arrived with his father, and after some bargaining, they settled at a price of 30,000 shots per can, which is about 100 yuan per can. There were a total of 761 cans of gas. After a while, Yellow Hair's other henchmen arrived at the warehouse with several tractors to start loading the goods. When they were halfway through loading, Yellow Hair returned on a motorcycle, carrying a briefcase. Inside were 32 grenades, almost the entire stock of the town, according to Yellow Hair. The 32 grenades were eventually sold at 600 yuan each. Yellow Hair also thoughtfully brought a card reader. Shu Chen walked over to Yellow Hair, put his arm around his neck. After today's business is done, find out who has big goods, maybe I'll come back to buy next time. Yellow hair was puzzled. Big brother, what do you mean by big goods? Shuchen coughed. I mean stuff that can create mushroom clouds. Yellow hair swallowed nervously and asked in a low voice, missiles? Seeing Shuchen nod, Yellow hair wondered if this boss was preparing for war, wanting even missiles, but why not buy guns for war? Yellow hair replied casually, I'll try to find out for you. He didn't have the ability to deal with missiles. Of course, Shuchen also knew that getting missiles was unrealistic. In fact, he was just asking casually. If these gas cans could kill the evil dragon, that would be fine. If these gas cans couldn't kill the evil dragon, he would have to figure out another way. Asking casually wouldn't cost him anything. The gas cans were neatly loaded onto 3 tractors, piled up like small mountains. Under Shuchen's command, the tractors set off towards the village of the One-Eyed Dragon. When the One-Eyed Dragon saw Shuchen bringing back so many gas cans, he was dumbfounded. He hurried over to help Yellow Hair's group unload the goods. After unloading, Yellow Hair's group bid farewell to Shuchen and left. The One-Eyed Dragon looked at the pile of gas cans and asked, Big brother, how do you plan to deal with these things? Not only the One-Eyed Dragon but Shuchen also fell into contemplation. The problem they faced now was how to transport the gas cans to the primitive forest. Obviously, the tractors couldn't climb the mountains. Shuchen looked at the One-Eyed Dragon's pickup truck, then shook his head. Shuchen said to the One-Eyed Dragon, how much can you earn as a guide? Be specific. The One-Eyed Dragon didn't know why Shuchen suddenly asked this, but he answered, maybe 200,000 shots, less than 700 yuan. After a simple calculation, Shuchen said, go find people in the village, each person takes 2 cans, accompany me on a trip, and deliver them to where I met you. I'll give 500 yuan per person. For those who can only take 1 can, I'll give 200. Of course, if you guide the way, I'll give you 1,000 yuan. The One-Eyed Dragon was stunned, looking at the gas cans all over the ground. He felt sorry for Shuchen. How much money would this cost? What are you standing there for? Hurry up! Shuchen urged impatiently. When they heard there was money to be made, and so much of it, the whole village exploded. Not only did all the men and women come running, even those little brats whose hair hadn't fully grown followed along. In no time, everyone crowded around Cyclops' doorstep, making it impassable. Quiet, quiet. The boss said it. 1 person takes 2 cans. Don't take more, or you might not be able to walk halfway. Men in the front. Women in the middle. Kids at the back. No. The elderly can't even stand up straight. Why are you joining in the fun? Go back, quickly. Kids, line up by height. Taller ones in the front. If you're shorter than a gas can, go back and drink your milk. It had to be said that Cyclops held real prestige in the village. With just a few simple words, everyone obediently formed a long line. Shuchen couldn't help but sigh. These days, nothing works without money. After everyone received their gas cans, Cyclops led the way with almost the entire village heading towards the deep mountains and old forests. Cyclops was also excited. He had never led such a massive group in his life. Hey, big brother, are you sure you can handle this with your asthma? You should have said something earlier. Sis, you're so big and strong. How come you can't carry even 1? Old man, how did you sneak in here? Aren't you afraid of collapsing on the mountain? In the forest, the hundreds of people moved forward slowly, appearing strong but actually consisting of the elderly, weak, and sick. It was fine at the beginning of the climb, but after over half an hour, some couldn't continue. Along the way, there were constant demands for rest. This scene gave Shuchen a massive headache. At this rate, a 2-day journey would probably take a week. Helplessly, Shuchen had to send some of the elderly, weak, and sick back down the mountain. He took out the hemp rope prepared by Cyclops and tied the gas cans together, hanging them on himself. Not only that, he also tied a long string of cans behind him with another rope around his waist. Even Wankai, the dog, had a rope tied to his tail, dragging over a dozen gas cans behind his butt. Cyclops was stunned to see this. Where did this man and dog come from, and how could they have such strength? Big brother, you. Stop the nonsense and hurry up. Make sure the others keep up. Shuchen was filled with anger at this point, looking for a way to vent it. Seeing this, Cyclops quickly shut his mouth and urged the others to move faster. Despite Shuchen and Wankai doing the work of over 10 people each, the situation didn't change. They had to move slowly, no matter what. These people needed breaks, food, and someone was always falling behind. In the end, Shuchen decided to give up directly and stopped pushing this group of people. They could do whatever they wanted as long as they kept moving forward. Just as Shuchen predicted, the 2-day journey took them a full 6 days to complete. Alright, leave the gas cans there, and get out of here. Shuchen waved his hand towards Cyclops. He was getting a headache just looking at this group of people, especially when they kept grinning with their yellow teeth showing. Bro, we're leaving. Come back to play when you have time. Cyclops led the villagers in the opposite direction, waving goodbye to Shuchen. Shuchen just snorted coldly without saying a word. Play? What a joke! After Cyclops and the others left, only Shuchen and Wankai remained in the forest. The spot where they piled the gas cans was less than a mile away from the lair of the evil dragon. It was their chosen safe spot. Once the suicide attack began, after the clone died, he and Wankai would become foolish and remain in that state for a long time. How many should we take in? Wankai asked. Take as many as we can. Let's try to blow it up in one go. Once they engaged in a battle of attrition with the evil flood dragon, Shuchen and Wankai felt extremely uncomfortable. After all, with each explosion, they had to experience a near-death encounter, and their recovery was not quick. Let's begin. Both Shuchen and Wankai emitted a golden and silver light simultaneously. After the light dissipated, their avatars appeared beside them. Shuchen picked up a rope and tied 3 gas canisters to Wankai's back, dragging a dozen more on its tail. I've always found it strange, Wankai suddenly remarked. What? In theory, foundation building cultivators can control objects, using spiritual energy to fly themselves. Why doesn't it work for you? Wankai suspected it was due to Shuchen's inability to cultivate. Shuchen pursed his lips at the comment, who cares about flying? Once we're done here, we'll retire, and if you want to fly, I'll take you on a plane. Wankai glanced at Shuchen disdainfully and remained silent. Shuchen took a grenade from his bag and instructed Wankai to hold it in his mouth. If we get separated, you detonate it yourself. Using a grenade to ignite the gas canisters was the reason Shuchen bought grenades after purchasing the canisters. After preparing Wankai, Shuchen began attaching canisters to his own avatar. Shuchen's avatar was covered in gas canisters, with only its head and right hand exposed. Not only did he have a tail made of canisters around his waist, but he also held one in his left hand. Excluding those on his body, there were over 30 canisters on each of the 2 tails behind him. The reason he didn't equip his right hand was that he needed it to wield the knife against the snakes. After all, there was not just one evil flood dragon in the cave, but many other monstrous snakes. Once everything was set, Shuchen and Wankai's avatars set off in a grand manner. Due to the gas canisters, every step they took produced a clinking sound. It seemed unrealistic to sneak into the cave quietly. Shuchen and Wankai stood outside the cave, surveying it. Shuchen suddenly asked, "Scared?" Wankai nodded, a bit. Pretending not to be scared would be a lie, considering they had been killed in the cave not long ago. Although they knew they were avatars and wouldn't truly die, that instinctual fear lingered. Shuchen took a deep breath and walked towards the cave. Damn it, let's blow it up. After a cold smile, Wankai followed suit. The sound of their footsteps echoed loudly in the cave, alerting almost all the monstrous snakes, who started approaching them. When these monstrous snakes saw Shuchen wielding a large cleaver, they instinctively halted their advance. The cleaver in Shuchen's hand emitted a white light, with spiritual energy overflowing from the blade. Back off, or I'll cut you down. The monsters, being intelligent beings, slowly retreated upon hearing Shuchen's words, clearing a path for Shuchen and Wankai. Seeing this, Shuchen breathed a sigh of relief, opting not to fight if possible. Hurry up, the flood dragon might come out soon. Shuchen's plan was to detonate the gas canisters in the underground palace to kill the flood dragon. If they accidentally caused a collapse by detonating the canisters in the tunnel and failed to kill the flood dragon, it would complicate things for their next entry. Shuchen and Wankai quickened their pace, even breaking into a run towards the end. With their previous experience, they were familiar with the path this time and confidently chose the left path at the fork. As they ran faster, the gas canisters that had been making a clinking sound behind them now produced a rattling noise. Passing the second fork, Shuchen could feel a slight vibration in the ground. He knew the flood dragon had heard their sounds. After turning the last corner, the man and the dog successfully reached the underground palace. The moment they arrived, they saw the evil dragon below had already lifted its massive body, its terrifying serpent eyes staring fiercely at them. Shuchen caught sight of the evil dragon, a hint of a cold smile on his face, then loudly taunted the beast. "Son, your old man is back again. Thank you all for your company. Without your daily support, I wouldn't have been able to persevere." Inside the cave, Shuchen locked eyes with the serpent, realizing the axe he had plunged into the evil dragon's eye sockets was now missing. At that moment, the evil dragon moved, revealing its terrifying fangs, appearing quite angry. "Come at me, you coward!" Shuchen shouted, then hurled the large axe in his hand at the evil dragon with all his might. The axe drew a graceful arc in the air, landing precisely in the evil dragon's massive nostril. The move was not very powerful but highly insulting. The evil dragon's anger peaked instantly, opening its terrifying jaws wide and charging towards Shuchen and Wankai. "Here it comes!" Shu Chen reacted swiftly, grabbing Wang Kai beside him and, along with the gas canister behind him, threw them towards the evil dragon's gaping maw. Wang Kai was momentarily confused. The next moment, Wang Kai and the string of gas canisters on its back flew into the air. Shu Chen hadn't discussed this move with Wang Kai beforehand. Wang Kai, coming to his senses, turned into a suicide squad, quickly placing his paw near his mouth. The moment he entered the evil dragon's mouth, he would detonate the grenade. If Wang Kai and the gas canisters behind him were likened to earthworms, then the evil dragon was like a plump eel. Roar! The evil dragon let out a deafening roar, its saliva splattering Wang Kai in midair. Wang Kai looked disgusted, and the next moment, the evil dragon swallowed Wang Kai along with the gas canisters behind him whole. Shu Chen, standing above the underground palace, watched intently. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Suddenly, the evil dragon's massive body swelled up like a gigantic balloon. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, as if the whole world was trembling. Flames shot up from the evil dragon's abdomen, the powerful internal explosion blasting a large hole in its body. Flames gushed out of the wound on the evil dragon's belly like a volcanic eruption. The evil dragon, charging towards Shu Chen, collapsed instantly. Its massive body thrashed and convulsed, shattering the stalactites around it. The evil dragon now resembled a large blender. As the flames dissipated, thick sticky blood oozed from the wound on the evil dragon's belly. It weakly collapsed on the ground, its terrifying serpent eyes still fixed on Shu Chen. Mad! Why aren't you going mad? Shu Chen rejoiced, decisively leaping down from the passage, diving into the underground palace, roaring as he charged towards the evil dragon. Halfway through his charge, Shu Chen noticed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from the evil dragon's wound, healing it. This sight made Shu Chen realize the situation was dire, prompting him to hasten his pace. When Shu Chen reached the evil dragon, it attempted to open its mouth to bite him, but as soon as it started to open, it immediately shut it, recalling the recent events vividly. Bite me! Why aren't you biting? Shu Chen, full of arrogance, kicked his leg, landing with the gas canister directly on the evil dragon's face. Look again? Don't you know this scares me? Shu Chen punched the evil dragon's eyes, forcing them shut. A pained groan escaped the evil dragon's mouth as its body writhed, nearly throwing Shu Chen off. Without hesitation, Shu Chen pulled the grenade from his waist. Suddenly, a sense of danger swept over as a sharp stalactite covered in spiritual energy flew towards them from a distance. It pierced directly into Shu Chen's body, sending a chilling sensation through him. Shu Chen glanced at the wound on his chest, unfazed. Just die. Boom! The sound of a hand grenade exploding echoed. Bang! In the next moment, the gas tank also detonated, engulfing Shu Chen in flames. It's worth noting that Shu Chen had more than twice the number of gas tanks compared to Wang Kai. The evil dragon took the explosion head-on, blood and flesh flying in all directions, and was thrown back. Its massive body crashed into the walls of the underground palace, causing the ground to shake as if the palace was about to collapse. When the flames subsided, the evil dragon's head was unrecognizable, lying on the ground struggling, revealing stark white bones. At that moment, a green light emerged from the evil dragon's body, enveloping its wounds and visibly healing them at a rapid pace. As the evil dragon's body gradually healed, its breath grew weaker. With the weakening breath of the evil dragon, a massive golden magic array appeared out of thin air in the palace. The magic array spun continuously, and 2 golden chains, as large as the evil dragon's body, slowly emerged from the array, flying swiftly towards the dragon. One chain bound the evil dragon's tail, the other bound its body. When the evil dragon's body healed and it opened its serpent eyes to see the chains, boundless hatred surged from its heart. The evil dragon tried to break free from the chains, but they held firm as if welded to its body, unmoving no matter how it struggled. Damn it! It was only a few years away from leaving the palace. These damn pests always kept bothering it time and time again. Roar! The evil dragon let out a roar of defiance, shaking all the giant snakes in the cave with fear. Outside the cave, Shu Chen and Wang Kai were staring blankly ahead. This time, Wang Kai had learned its lesson and found a soft spot to lie down before its clone died. Shu Chen remained in his usual posture, kneeling on the ground, body leaning forward, staring ahead like a statue. Whether it was the sensation of death or the kneeling position, Shu Chen's body trembled continuously, saliva dripping from his slightly open mouth. Day and night passed, and it took Shu Chen and Wang Kai 2 days and nights to recover their senses. Cough! Cough! Shu Chen, who could move, kept coughing, while Wang Kai was catching its breath. Cough! Cough! I wonder if that damn dog is dead. Shu Chen trembled as he crawled to a big tree and lay down to rest. The feeling of death made him restless, wanting to vent his frustration but lacking the strength. Wait, let me check again later. Wang Kai shivered uncontrollably, unable to shake off the cold feeling from its soul. You actually threw me out. You have some nerve. Wang Kai suddenly remembered being thrown out by Shu Chen and was itching with anger. If it weren't feeling unwell, it would have definitely fought this bastard in front of it. Shu Chen awkwardly smiled. I was just afraid you couldn't explode out. By the time they could summon their external avatars again, 5 days had passed. They immediately summoned their clones, equipped with gas tanks, ready to explore the cave once more. I have a bad feeling about this, Shu Chen, who was binding gas tanks for Wang Kai, suddenly said. What's wrong? Didn't you see when you died? That evil dragon was using spiritual energy to heal its body. Shu Chen recounted what he had seen to Wang Kai, noting the rapid healing of the evil dragon's body. What's the big deal? You can do it. Wang Kai rolled his eyes. You silly dog, why can't you get it? Shu Chen looked at Wang Kai with a dumbfounded expression, then asked, how many days have we been daydreaming? A little over 2 days. Shu Chen continued, how many days have we been waiting for the clone? Wang Kai replied without hesitation, 5 days. Seeing Wang Kai still not getting it, Shu Chen said with frustration, it's been 7 days since we last blew it up. So as long as we don't kill it in one go, it has plenty of time to recover. Got it? Wang Kai's face suddenly darkened at the words. Shu Chen took the gas canister off Wang Kai. Stop messing with this broken canister. Let's go see if that damn thing is dead or not. And if it's not dead, what then? A battle of attrition? Battle of attrition, my foot. Haven't you had enough of that? Armed with light gear, the man and the dog arrived at the entrance of the cave and immediately went in without hesitation. Several mischievous giant snakes rushed towards them. Hurry up and scram, Shu Chen waved his hand nonchalantly at them. With the experience from last time, Shu Chen knew these giant snakes posed no real threat. However, this time he miscalculated. The snakes didn't heed his words and one of them bit Shu Chen's head right away. Oh, damn it! Shu Chen reacted, raising a sandbag-sized fist and smashing it down on the snake's head. The snake was dazed by Shu Chen's blow and fell to the ground. These snakes are controlled by the evil flood dragon, which means the evil flood dragon is still alive. Wang Kai frowned. Just knock them out quickly. Shu Chen rushed forward and delivered a series of punches to the other 2 snakes. Wang Kai also jumped up and kicked another snake with his dog leg. Despite not fearing these mischievous giant snakes with their current strength, luring out the evil flood dragon would be troublesome. After all, they didn't bring any gas canisters this time. Should have brought a couple more knives. Shu Chen regretted not getting more knives back when they were in the village. After defeating 3 giant snakes, to avoid attracting the attention of the evil flood dragon, they cautiously advanced towards the palace. After a series of sneak attacks and battles, they quietly made their way near the palace. When they saw the golden light emanating from the dark palace, both Shu Chen and Wang Kai were astonished. They hastened their pace and when they reached the entrance of the palace, both the man and the dog were dumbfounded by the scene before them. In the palace, a golden array spiraled, and 2 chains emerged from the array. The evil flood dragon's entire body was bound by 2 thick golden chains, rendering it immobile. Who did this guy offend? Shu Chen muttered under his breath. Could it be that some expert had entered the cave in these 7 days and casually suppressed the evil flood dragon? It should be a Taoist array. I just don't know why the array disappeared and suddenly reappeared. Wang Kai vaguely remembered Gu Yanxun mentioning it. It was because of the array that the evil flood dragon couldn't leave the cave. That group of Taoists led by old Gu probably rushed in without regard for their lives to repair the array. Shu Chen and Wang Kai had come in twice but hadn't seen the array. The array probably didn't disappear, just weakened. Otherwise, the evil flood dragon would have broken out long ago, but Shu Chen's face lit up with excitement and arrogance. But none of this matters now. I only know that this bastard is going to get a beating. Then they began to assess the evil flood dragon, preparing to find an opportunity to kill it directly. And as they had anticipated, after days of recovery, the evil flood dragon's body was as good as new. Should we go back and get the gas canister? Wang Kai asked quietly. Take what? How much can we take out at once? It's impossible. Shu Chen immediately dismissed the idea. Besides, even if we blow it up, it's useless. If the gas tank explodes, both Wang Kai and I will be done for. In 7 or 8 days, the evil flood dragon will recover again. If only we had a cannon to shoot the gas tank away, then we wouldn't have to go to our deaths. The evil flood dragon, bound by chains, was now nothing but a living target. The idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The conditions simply didn't allow for it. Hurry up and act. Who knows how long this formation can hold? It'll be troublesome if it disappears in a while. Shu Chen shifted his gaze to the stalactite on the side, which had been pierced through by spiritual energy before. Pick a big one, infuse it with spiritual energy, and stab it through the head. Shu Chen pointed to the large hole behind the evil flood dragon, which was also a passage. The entire underground palace was interconnected. The position was right above the evil flood dragon's head, and as long as they could get around, they could deliver a fatal blow. After making up his mind, Shu Chen and Wang Kai wasted no time. They chose an oversized stalactite, and Shu Chen gathered spiritual energy in his hands, jumping up and punching the stalactite down. Bang! The sound of the stalactite breaking was loud, startling Shu Chen and Wang Kai. They quickly hid behind a rock, relieved to see that the evil flood dragon hadn't opened its eyes. Shu Chen hoisted the stalactite, larger than himself, and quietly retreated with Wang Kai into the tunnel. Just as they were about to exit, the evil flood dragon's eyes opened a crack. After many twists and turns, Shu Chen and Wang Kai finally reached above the evil flood dragon's head. Shu Chen gestured to Wang Kai to carry the front of the stalactite while he took the back. When the time came, they would both exert their strength and definitely pierce the evil flood dragon. Wang Kai nodded, then stood up on his hind legs, using his two paws to hold the stone. Shu Chen poured all his spiritual power onto the surface of the stalactite. White light emanated from the stalactite, like a divine weapon. Shu Chen and Wang Kai jumped up with the stalactite, exerting all their strength, aiming to fiercely stab the dragon's head below. Just when they thought they were about to succeed, the evil flood dragon suddenly turned around. Opening its huge mouth, a terrifying fireball spewed out, hitting Shu Chen and Wang Kai directly in the face. Shu Chen and Wang Kai perished. In a small town on the border of New York province, One-Eyed Long was eating noodles at a street stall. After the entire village had finished delivering the gas tanks, One-Eyed Long, who had originally planned to return with the villagers, changed his mind. The location where the gas tanks were delivered was already very close to New York province, just over a day's journey away. One-Eyed Long thought at the time that since he had come this far, it would be a waste not to make a trip. So he bid farewell to the villagers and came here alone. This small town had a hideout in the park, and he usually shuttled back and forth between this town and his village, and his business was naturally provided by the park. If you ask why One-Eyed Long doesn't take on private jobs himself, that's a long story. He lost one eye because of a private job, blinded by the people from the park, and since then, One-Eyed Long dared not entertain the idea of doing private jobs. One-Eyed Long had been here for almost a week, and today he finally received a business order, with 9 people needing him to lead the way. After a simple preparation, carrying some water and dry food, One-Eyed Long set off with the customers. After a day of long trekking, One-Eyed Long led the customers to rest by the mountainside, preparing to set off again early the next morning. During the rest, One-Eyed Long suddenly thought of Shu Chen. Why was the boss messing around with so many gas tanks in this deep mountain forest? He couldn't transport them all by himself. He cast his gaze in the direction not far away, where they placed the gas tanks. It was fine at first, but once One-Eyed Long's curiosity was piqued, he couldn't stop. Finally, he stood up, gesturing for the few guests to wait for him there. He would be back soon. One-Eyed Long, with a flashlight in hand, moved through the deep mountain forest. About 40 minutes later, he saw piles of gas tanks. He began to search for Shu Chen and his dog's traces. Suddenly, a figure flashed where his flashlight shone, startling One-Eyed Long. As he looked closer, he found Shu Chen kneeling on the ground, staring blankly at him. "Damn! Brother, this is bad." One-Eyed Long, seeing Shu Chen unresponsive like a fool, finally gathered the courage to pat his face. The original group of 10 illegal immigrants had now become 11 people plus a dog. After seeing Shu Chen's condition, One-Eyed Long hurriedly patted his face, finding no response, suspecting he might be possessed. After much deliberation, One-Eyed Long decided to call a few people to carry Shu Chen away, fearing he would starve in the wilderness. Of course, the big yellow dog lying on its back was also taken by One-Eyed Long. One-Eyed Long planned to return to the village and have the village shaman check on Shu Chen to see if he could be saved. The mountain road was already difficult to traverse, now with an unconscious man and a dog, the whole group was grumbling. Finally, 2 days later in the afternoon, they successfully reached the village. During the journey, One-Eyed Long, fearing Shu Chen and Wang Kai would starve, had to moisten biscuits and force-feed them. Upon seeing the village, the damn illegal immigrants ran off, leaving One-Eyed Long alone cursing them. "Damn it, I hope you get caught and become laborers soon." One-Eyed Long cursed, feeling overwhelmed by the unconscious man and dog on the ground. Helpless, he had to go down the mountain to find people from the village to assist. About an hour after One-Eyed Long left, Shu Chen slowly regained consciousness, breathing in the fresh air deeply. Soon after, Wang Kai also came to, retching continuously. "That bastard! He actually ambushed us." Shu Chen cursed repeatedly, dumbfounded by his surroundings. How did they suddenly end up in One-Eyed Long's village? Wang Kai also reacted, "What's going on? Both man and dog were puzzled about the situation when people came down the mountain, including One-Eyed Long and several strong men from the village. "Brother, how did you wake up?" One-Eyed Long looked bewildered, just lying down a moment ago, now up and about. Shu Chen immediately understood that One-Eyed Long had brought them here. "What's wrong? Can't I wake up?" Shu Chen sneered. Suddenly, he looked towards the village at the foot of the mountain. A way to kill the dragon flashed in his clever mind. Down the mountain, Shu Chen and Wang Kai were sunbathing, while One-Eyed Long had been sent out by Shu Chen to run errands. "Can we get such a big tractor?" Wang Kai said incredulously. "Doesn't matter, just get any, we'll reinforce it with ropes, as long as those tanks don't fall off," Shu Chen replied. Yes, this was the brilliant idea that Shu Chen had come up with. He planned to get a tractor, tie all the gas tanks to it, drive into the cave, and dump all the gas tanks on the evil dragon's head with the tractor. The dragon, bound by chains, couldn't move, nowhere to hide. It breathes fire, right? Well, it will explode. It regenerates, right? Just blast it to pieces and see how it recovers. They still had nearly 700 gas tanks. The power of 700 gas canisters exploding simultaneously is no joke. This bastard is as good as dead. After killing it in Wankai 3 times in a row, Shu Chen didn't want to tangle with it anymore. It was better to deal with the evil dragon quickly so he could return to his hometown, fix the villa, and marry his wife. Before long, One-Eyed Long drove a semi-new tractor over. "Brother, how about this? It's already the latest, there won't be anything newer." Shu Chen asked strangely, "How many owners has it had?" One-Eyed Long smiled awkwardly. "It should have had 5 or 6 owners. It won't break down halfway, will it?" "It shouldn't, it was just overhauled a few days ago." Hearing this, Shu Chen nodded. 5 or 6 owners were fine, anyway, it was just a disposable item. As long as it didn't break down when entering the cave, it shouldn't be a problem. At the edge of the forest, Shu Chen and Wang Kai were acting as porters. Their task now was to move the tractor to where the gas canisters were placed. Moving the tractor was a physically demanding task, just going uphill was tough for both man and dog. Wang Kai was in front, stepping on the gas and steering, while Shu Chen was pushing hard from behind. Once inside the forest, there were crooked trees blocking the way everywhere. Fortunately, Shu Chen got an axe from One-Eyed Long, and with the help of his spiritual power, those obstructing trees fell one by one. So, man and dog cleared the way while moving the tractor at a snail's pace. Wang Kai, honestly, I've never worked this hard in my life. Vroom vroom. Vroom vroom. The muffled sound of the tractor echoed in the deep mountain forest, frightening the small animals that had never heard such a noise before, making them scatter in all directions. They couldn't have imagined they would see a tractor in such a place. "Hey, put some effort into it, did you skip a meal?" Wang Kai was currently stepping hard on the tractor's gas pedal. The tractor's 2 wheels were stuck in a large pit. Shu Chen was at the back, exerting all his strength to push the trailer. Hearing Wang Sai's sarcasm, Shu Chen immediately became unhappy. "What are you barking at? If you can do it, come and try." Wang Kai shut his mouth immediately upon hearing this. He didn't want to do manual labor like this. Seeing that the tractor couldn't get out, Shu Chen, in a fit of anger, lifted the entire trailer. In that moment, with the gas pedal fully pressed, Wang Kai shot out, and Shu Chen, due to inertia, fell flat on his face. "Pa! Pa!" Shu Chen, getting up, spat out the grass from his mouth. Wang Kai turned around and saw Shu Chen in this state, laughing uncontrollably. After 4 days and 3 nights of slow progress, man and dog finally managed to get the tractor next to the gas canisters. They had forcibly carved out a path through the entire forest. "I'll go fill up the tank first, then we'll load the canisters and blow it up." Shu Chen took out a fuel tank from behind the trailer, preparing to refuel the tractor. He had bought this fuel at a high price from the villagers. The villagers were delighted to hear that the boss was willing to pay a high price for oil. Some even took the oil from their own tractors to sell to Shu Chen. "Do you think the formation will disappear?" Wang Kai was a bit worried. If the iron chains on the formation were gone and couldn't restrain the evil dragon, all their efforts these days would be in vain. "Why don't you go check?" Shu Chen said. Wang Kai nodded, then transformed and ran towards the cave. After refueling, Shu Chen also created a clone, and the 2 of them, along with Wang Kai, began the task of loading the canisters. The gas canisters were stacked one by one on the trailer of the tractor. Wang Kai and Shu Chen's original bodies were responsible for moving them from below. Shu Chen's naked clone was responsible for stacking the building blocks on top. "Seriously, can you please carry a pair of pants with you from now on? Every time your clone comes out naked, it's really an eyesore." After moving 1 gas canister, Wang Kai couldn't help but comment on Shu Chen's naked clone. "You talk too much. You talk too much." Both Shu Chen simultaneously raised a friendly middle finger at Wang Kai. As they were halfway through loading the truck, a golden light emerged from Wang Kai, and its clones were retracted. The evil dragon is still tied up, no problem. Hurry up, so we don't have too many dreams in the long night. After over an hour of loading, most of the gas cylinders were forcefully stuffed into the trailer of the tractor, turning it into a small mountain. When they couldn't fit anymore, the remaining gas cylinders were tied behind the tractor with ropes and dragged along. The mountain-like gas cylinders had deformed the tractor's tires. This must be at least 10 tons. Shu Chen seriously doubted if this second-hand tractor could handle it. Wang Kai looked up at the gas cylinders and swallowed hard. How powerful must this be? Let me calculate. Shu Chen took out his phone and started calculating. If those people online weren't talking nonsense, one gas cylinder explosion equals 150 kilograms of explosives. 700 kilograms. I can't believe it. Ignorance is bliss until you do the math. 210,000 pounds of explosives. Shu Chen and Wang Kai exchanged a glance, both revealing a sly smile. That evil dragon is doomed. V-room, V-room, V-room. The tractor's engine roared. Whether it was because the load was too heavy or because of the low-quality diesel, thick black smoke billowed from the tractor's exhaust pipe. It had to be said, the recently repaired tractor was quite powerful. With the full force of both Shu Chen and Wang Kai pushing, it actually started moving. It was just a bit slow. Shu Chen's clone jumped directly onto the tractor and, following Wang Kai's clone, headed towards the cave. Their original bodies found a place to hide. The incident where the one-eyed dragon carried them down the mountain left Shu Chen still shaken. It was a lesson for him and Wang Kai. When the clones die, Shu Chen and Wang Kai are left without the ability to resist for a long time. In the future, they must hide their original bodies well before using their clones to do things. Outside the cave, the tractor filled with gas cylinders charged straight into the cave. The cave entrance was large enough for the tractor to pass through. The giant snake in the cave was dumbfounded at the sight of the steel behemoth and instinctively tried to retreat. But the next moment, as if possessed, these giant snakes rushed towards the tractor. Humph! Shu Chen smirked, knowing that these monsters were being controlled by the evil dragon again. Wang Kai gripped the steering wheel with his dog paw, controlling the tractor, while Shu Chen jumped directly off the tractor to clear the way for Wang Kai. These monsters were no match for Shu Chen, with his spiritual power concentrated in his fists, knocking them down one by one. Quick, hit the brakes! Can't stop! Because it was a downhill road, the tractor's speed kept increasing, and Wang Kai was almost smoking the brakes. After flipping over the giant snake, Shu Chen quickly ran towards the tractor, using all his strength to drag it from behind. Passing the first intersection, Wang Kai, like an experienced driver, sharply turned the steering wheel to the right. Just as they were about to overturn, Shu Chen decisively rushed to the wall, released a protective spell, and used a barrier to forcefully push the tractor back. Slow down, damn it! Come on, your turn! Just as Shu Chen was about to curse at the dog, a group of giant snakes emerged. Shu Chen immediately confronted them, engaging in a battle with the snakes. Watching the giant snakes knocked down by Shu Chen, Wang Kai, with a mischievous grin, drove the tractor over the fallen snakes, almost squeezing out their gallbladders. V-room! V-room! The tractor passed the second turn safely, and Wang Kai stepped on the gas pedal to the maximum. They were about to reach the evil dragon's head. The tractor roared, and Shu Chen jumped onto the vehicle. He opened the box next to Wang Kai, revealing dozens of grenades inside. Roar! The distant cave entrance echoed with the howl of the evil dragon, and red light shone outside the dark cave. The evil dragon spewed fire at the cave entrance. Flames shot through the passage, and Shu Chen immediately turned his spiritual energy, casting a massive protective spell in front of the tractor. Bang! 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 With the protection of the spell, the tractor roared madly and charged towards the flames. In the next moment, the tractor burst out of the cave entrance, plummeted straight down, while the evil dragon, with its mouth wide open due to spewing fire, was waiting below. The tractor fell directly into the evil dragon's mouth, filling it completely. At that moment, Shu Chen pulled the grenades and lifted the barrier at the same time. Boom! A massive explosion shook the underground palace. The entire underground world trembled. In the explosion's instant, the scorching flames broke through the air, displaying an indescribable force. The shockwave swept through like a raging wind, destroying everything in its path. The large magic array in the palace lost its luster, and the giant chains binding the evil dragon dissipated into the void. The bomb broke all laws. The explosion hit the evil dragon head-on, shattering its entire dragon head from the inside out, consumed by flames. In an instant, the evil dragon was left with only half of its body. With its head gone, the evil dragon's lower body still wriggled, but then the secondary damage from the gas tank explosion struck. Countless sharp gas tank fragments shot towards the evil dragon's lower body, turning the remaining half into a hornet's nest in a matter of seconds, leaving no movement. The evil dragon's life came to an end. Simple, brutal, no need for any fancy tricks. The evil dragon could never have imagined that it would die at the hands of a second-hand tractor in its lifetime. Due to the explosion, the underground palace suddenly collapsed, stalactites falling like spring bamboo shoots, cracks appearing on the palace's top, and within seconds, most of the palace was buried by the mountain. If viewed from above, the mountain above the palace had sunk slightly downwards. Rocks rolled down from the mountaintop, raising clouds of dust. When Shu Chen and Wang Kai finally came to their senses after being dumbfounded, 5 days had passed. During these days, they were almost constantly facing death, pushing their mental states to the brink of collapse. What should have taken 2 days to recover from ended up taking 5 days. Should be dead. Dead, right? Shu Chen, lying on the ground, tried to get up, but as soon as he did, his legs gave out, and he fell back down. No, I don't know, I died before the explosion. Wang Kai panted with its tongue hanging out. The only thing it remembered was being engulfed by the evil dragon's flames when Shu Chen lifted the barrier. I don't care anymore, I'm out of tricks, whether it lives or dies, I'm going back to my hometown to build a house. Shu Chen had had enough, he had exhausted all his resources, experiencing death 4 times in a short period. Another time and he might end up in a mental hospital. Wang Kai remained silent, it had also had enough. Who did it think it was? The mighty gold-eating beast had turned into a suicide squad? If this got out, it would be a huge embarrassment. After about 2 hours, Shu Chen and Wang Kai could finally move freely. Shall we go check it out? Wang Kai suggested. No. If we go, let the clone go. If that evil dragon comes out, we're really dead. Shu Chen immediately rejected the idea. He would never let his original self take such a risk. They could just wait a little longer. Alright then. Wang Kai nodded, then continued, if we really blow it up, we'll make a fortune. Shu Chen paused, make a fortune? How? Sell the dragon meat. Let me tell you, with a beast this big, even if we sell it at the price of beef, we'll both make a killing. Wang Kai looked at Shu Chen with a dumbfounded expression. Are you stupid? What do we need the meat for? With a beast this big, it must have produced a demon pill. That thing is a valuable treasure. Demon pill? What's that? Is it like an elixir? The thought of elixirs made Shu Chen shudder. After all, being struck by lightning wasn't a pleasant feeling. Wang Kai shook his head. Elixirs are man-made, but demon pills are. Well, in any case, they're valuable treasures. Wang Kai was at a loss for words on how to explain to Shu Chen. Shu Chen gave Wang Kai a disdainful look. For him, elixirs and demon pills were no longer important. He just wanted to wait for his doppelganger to recover, check the situation in the underground palace, and then make a run for it. Shu Chen sighed as he looked up at the sky. How did things escalate into this mess when all he wanted initially was to make money to feed Wang Kai gold and improve their lives? Just as Shu Chen pondered about life, a group of black dots appeared in the azure sky. As the dots drew closer, Shu Chen squinted and realized they were a fleet of armed helicopters. Holy crap! Shu Chen stood up abruptly. Why would the military come here? This was the border, were they going to war? No, they're heading this way. Wang Kai squinted and said. Shu Chen realized it was bad, were they coming for him? The experience on Rabbit Mountain seemed like yesterday. Back then he and Wang Kai almost met their end. Let's hide. The two of them found a dense tree and concealed themselves. The helicopters landed, but not where Shu Chen and Wang Kai were. It was about a kilometer ahead of them. And that was the lair of the evil dragon. Was the military coming for the evil dragon? Shu Chen's expression kept changing. After a mental struggle, he gritted his teeth and said to Wang Kai, let's go. Let's go check it out. We can check, but don't rush in. If things go south, we run. Wang Kai reminded. Shu Chen nodded in agreement. Carefully, they made their way towards the cave entrance. When they got closer, they saw the people orderly advancing into the cave. Humph. Seeking death. Seeing this scene, a cold smile crept onto Shu Chen's face. Not to mention the evil dragon in the underground palace, just the monstrous snakes were enough to give these people a hard time. Ordinary people couldn't even see these monsters. Moreover, their skin was extremely tough. Regular bullets couldn't penetrate them. As expected, gunshots soon echoed from the cave. Shu Chen knew the people had encountered the monstrous snakes. Soon, the gunfire ceased, and several mutilated bodies were carried out of the cave. Well done. Shu Chen secretly praised the monstrous snakes. Ever since his near-death experience on Rabbit Mountain, Shu Chen had lost interest in these people. However, his smile faded quickly. A monstrous snake covered in bullets was carried out, dead. You couldn't see the monsters, but you could touch them. Just like when Shu Chen first encountered Snake Brother, although he couldn't see it, when he fired a shot, the bullet hit it. Obviously, the weapons these people were using were much more powerful than his old rusty pistol. What are these people up to? Dead bodies were occasionally carried out of the cave, as were the slain monstrous snakes. Shu Chen and Wang Kai were quietly watching everything not far away. After the bodies of the strange giant snakes were carried out, they were thrown onto the helicopter, apparently intending to take these strange creatures back. As time passed, the number of dead people and giant snakes increased, but they showed no signs of stopping. As the gunfire inside the cave ceased, someone took out various large devices that Shu Chen did not recognize from the helicopter. These devices were pieced together and eventually formed something resembling a pile driver. They transported this device into the cave, and after about 10 minutes, Shu Chen felt a slight vibration in the ground. The vibration was very weak, certainly imperceptible to ordinary people, but as a foundation builder, Shu Chen's senses far exceeded those of ordinary people, and he could feel it. The vibration came from the location of the underground palace. Shu Chen furrowed his brow and analyzed, these people's target should be the evil flood dragon. Could it be that the evil flood dragon has already been blown up? If the evil flood dragon isn't dead, how dare these people go in? But if the evil flood dragon is dead, how did they know? Moreover, these people obviously came prepared, meaning they must have known about the evil flood dragon's existence a long time ago? If they knew, why didn't they come earlier to kill it? A series of questions left Shu Chen with a splitting headache, just as he was pondering. Everyone except the pilots entered the cave with flashlights, each carrying large and small bags. Should we go and kill those pilots? Suddenly, this thought popped into Shu Chen's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He and Wang Kai hadn't recovered yet, so there was no need to take risks. Besides, there was no point, as he wouldn't gain anything from it. At that moment, Wang Kai tugged at Shu Chen's clothes, leaving? Shu Chen shook his head, why leave? Let's watch a bit more. These people going in might help us confirm whether the evil flood dragon is dead or not. Time passed by minute, and Shu Chen could still feel the faint vibration in the ground. The man and the dog lay in the bushes like this, waiting from day to night, and from night to day. A whole day and night passed, and not a single person came out. Could they all have been killed by the evil flood dragon? At noon, the faint vibration disappeared, replaced by a creak sound. The sound was not loud but somewhat sharp, coming from inside the cave. Shu Chen couldn't make out what the sound was. About an hour later, two people came out. Creak. As the grating sound grew louder, Shu Chen and Wang Kai became fully alert. What happened next left the man and the dog dumbfounded. A huge creature that could fill the cave entrance was being carried out, and Shu Chen recognized it at a glance. The creature was none other than the evil flood dragon. More precisely, it was the evil flood dragon's half-snake body, with tank treads below the snake body. The creak sound was indeed coming from the treads. The snake body was covered with wounds, densely oozing blood, clearly caused by the fragments of gas cylinders. Seeing this scene, Shu Chen finally got the answer he was looking for. The evil flood dragon was dead, blown into two halves. Or rather, blown into just half. No wonder these bastards carried bags in, it seems they wanted to use treads to carry the body out. Shu Chen couldn't figure out for a moment, what did these people want with this body? Could it also be for the mythical elixir Wang Kai mentioned? Forget it, it doesn't matter. The evil flood dragon is dead, and his goal has been achieved. Let's go. Time to leave. Shu Chen patted Wang Kai's head, signaling it to retreat. What about the elixir? Wang Kai looked reluctant. Shu Chen rolled his eyes, he knew this greedy dog, Wang Kai, was at it again. They've been blown to this extent, even if there's that so-called demon pill, it's probably blown to pieces. Let's hurry and leave, if we're discovered, we won't stand a chance. In fact, Shu Chen was also a bit reluctant. If even Wang Kai, this guy, said it was a treasure, then it must be a real treasure. Whenever he could use his external avatar, he would not hesitate to fight them, but the problem was he couldn't do it now. As for risking his real body, forget about it. What's more important than his own life with some damn demon pill? Let's go. What are you still doing here? Shu Chen saw Wang Kai still lying motionless in the bushes and urged him to move. Reluctantly, Wang Kai got up from the bushes and walked away with a lingering reluctance. Shu Chen couldn't bear to watch anymore, so he turned back, picked up Wang Kai, and left that place of trouble. He was going back to his hometown to build a house. About 2 hours after Shu Chen and Wang Kai left, a large transport plane flew over. It was there to transport the evil dragon's half-snake body. However, due to the large size of the aircraft, it couldn't land in the forest, so it hovered in the air, lowered a steel cable, and the people below lifted the snake body up to achieve aerial transportation. Not far away, a woman in a white hanfu with long flowing hair was walking in the forest. Her phoenix eyes revealed a cunning light. With a slight smile on her lips and dimples, she appeared very friendly and approachable. The beautiful woman, like an elf, hummed an unknown cheerful tune as she leisurely walked towards the evil dragon's cave. The woman soon arrived at the entrance of the cave, while the soldiers were still busy with their work, seemingly unaware of her presence. Stealing is not a good thing. The woman looked at the busy people in front of her and smiled slightly. Then, she raised her slender jade hand and tapped a point in the air. The busy soldiers, as if paralyzed, remained in the same position as the second before, stiff and motionless. The woman chuckled, walked to a stiff soldier, and gently tapped his forehead with her slender jade finger. The next moment, the soldier's head separated from his body. A large amount of blood gushed from the severed neck towards the woman. However, the blood passed through her body, splattering on the grass behind her. The soldier's head flew more than 10 meters and hit a tree hard. The woman furrowed her brows slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with her performance just now. She approached another person, tapped his forehead again, and the same situation occurred. The person's body and head separated, and the head flew away. 1 person, 10 people, 100 people. The woman danced among the crowd, leaving no one alive in her wake. The ground was stained red with blood, and bodies covered the lawn, turning the area outside the evil dragon's cave into a hell on earth. After dancing for who knows how long, the woman slowly walked towards the bushes where Shu Chen and Wang Kai had hidden, still immaculate. The woman gazed at the bushes for a long time, then smiled gently. Her smile was like a spring breeze, warm as the spring sun, evoking ancient feelings in people's hearts. Her smile, as pure as a lotus flower, without a speck of dust. Thank you for your support. Sorry, something's not right. Shu Chen, who was walking in the forest, suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Wang Kai asked, looking up. Why am I feeling so uneasy? Goosebumps suddenly appeared on Shu Chen's body, a strange and indescribable feeling creeping up on him. No, we have to go back and check. What? We've been running for so long, and now you want to go back? Wang Kai suspected that this guy might have been possessed. Why else would he suddenly want to go back? Should we just forget about it? Honestly, although Wang Kai was also reluctant to leave the demon pill behind, he still believed, it's not worth risking our lives for it. Shu Chen shook his head, feeling that something was off. His intuition told him he would regret not going back. Wang Kai sighed, alright, let's go. If it's dangerous, we'll retreat, don't force it. As Shu Chen and Wang Kai approached the cave, both man and dog became tense. From their current position, they could see black smoke rising in the distance above the forest. It looked like a car explosion, but there were no cars in the forest, only planes. Were those people under attack? What kind of attack could bring down a plane? They exchanged a glance and cautiously moved towards the cave entrance like thieves. As they neared the entrance, the scene before them left them stunned. Bodies littered the ground outside the cave, headless corpses everywhere. The sight of so many dead bodies was chilling, corpses scattered like in a massive graveyard. Shu Chen and Wang Kai shuddered simultaneously. Shu Chen, forcing himself to stay calm, looked towards a nearby area. There were no signs of a battle at the scene. This meant that these people were all killed with a single blow. Wang Kai, equally shocked, analyzed the situation deeper than Shu Chen. It's the work of one person, the wounds are almost identical, Wang Kai whispered. It looked at the heads further away, all with similar wounds on their foreheads, and their expressions showed neither pain nor surprise. They all died almost simultaneously. After reaching this conclusion, Wang Kai suggested retreating. Let's go, this place is dangerous. We can't handle it alone. Shu Chen agreed with Wang Kai, indeed, it was very dangerous here. However, when Shu Chen noticed that the evil dragon's half-body was not taken away, he started to think. The fact that the bodies were left behind meant that the person who killed them was not interested in the evil dragon. A bold idea popped into Shu Chen's clever mind. Wang Kai, what benefits does that demon pill have for you? Wang Kai's heart skipped a beat, realizing trouble was brewing. And no benefits. Let's get out of here quickly. Shu Chen turned to stare at Wang Kai, making him uneasy. Finally, Wang Kai reluctantly said, there's a high probability it can help me advance to foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment? Shu Chen felt a headache coming on at the mention of those words. Will you be struck by lightning? Wang Kai shook its head. No, in a way, I'm also a demon. Demons advancing to foundation establishment don't face heavenly tribulations. A demon dog. Shu Chen nodded, somewhat understanding. The demon pill must still be in the cave. Whoever killed them seems uninterested in the evil dragon. A few days ago, while chatting with Wang Kai, it mentioned that the demon pill of the evil dragon was likely in its head. The evil dragon was blown up, with a tractor carrying gas tanks exploding at its head. The demon pill must have been blown to some corner of the underground palace. Of course, this was under the assumption that the demon pill wasn't shattered by the gas tank explosion. Let's go. Let's find the treasure inside. What if that person is still there? Wang Kai looked at Shu Chen, concerned. Shu Chen nonchalantly replied, "They must have left already. If that person truly had such great powers as you say, we would have been discovered long ago." Wang Kai realized the logic in Shu Chen's words. Determined, the man and the dog stood up decisively and walked openly towards the cave entrance. Passing by the scene of carnage outside the cave, Shu Chen frowned. If someone less brave had seen this, wouldn't they have been scared out of their wits? As they entered the cave, Shu Chen's tense heart finally relaxed. He and Wang Kai were still alive. Now, they just needed to make sure there was no one inside the cave, then they would be completely safe. There shouldn't be anyone. Outside the cave on a small hill, a woman dressed in white like snow was sitting on a tree swinging her legs. Her gaze was fixed on Shu Chen and Wang Kai, who had just entered the cave. That's right. As soon as she spoke, the woman's figure disappeared into the tree as if she had never been there. Inside the cave, Shu Chen and Wang Kai looked around cautiously, like prey searching for a hunter in the dense forest, ready to react instantly to any movement. The cave was now quiet without the trace of the mischievous giant snake. As they cautiously explored the underground palace, they were surprised to see most of it collapsed and covered by rocks, with a drilling machine brought by the military men. These professionals managed to create a passage in the collapsed palace and extract half of the evil dragon's body. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Searching for a demon pill in a palace the size of a football field was almost impossible. Let's try our luck. If we can't find it, let's not waste too much time. Wang Kai jumped down the palace in one swift move, worried that someone might come back, whether it was the army or the person who eliminated the army. Whoever came, it wouldn't be good for them. When Wang Kai moved a rock and saw Shu Chen still standing there lost in thought, it became impatient. Hurry up and get to work. Wasn't it your idea to come here? Wang Kai, what does the demon pill look like? You haven't told me yet. What else could it be? Just a smooth bead, green like the one in your hand. Shu Chen lowered his head at the mention and looked at the palm-sized green bead in his hand, lost in thought. In the primeval forest, a man and a dog were running wildly. Their first reaction after obtaining the demon pill was to run away from that place of trouble. Shortly after they left the cave, an armed helicopter flew over them towards the cave, indicating a larger-scale operation this time. If they had delayed their escape by an hour, they would have been trapped in the cave, facing a dire situation. So, why didn't you just swallow it? Shu Chen asked as they ran. Shu Chen was referring to the demon pill, which Wang Kai had not swallowed but had Shu Chen keep it. Didn't you say there would be no calamity if you ate it? Why not eat it then? The demon pill was kept in Shu Chen's inner pocket of his jacket, and every time he ran, it would jostle, making him uncomfortable. Wang Kai rolled his eyes at the comment, "You need a medicine guide even for the human pill. Why wouldn't I need one? Being handsome doesn't mean having privileges, you know?" "Pa!" Shu Chen spat on the ground, "You should look in the mirror, handsome?" What a joke. Then Shu Chen continued, "So, what kind of medicine guide do we need?" Wang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Just like you, capture a mischievous spirit." Shu Chen frowned, "Weren't there many giant snakes at the entrance of the cave? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" By now, they had run so far, and the main forces had passed, they couldn't go back. Those spirits are dead, their spirits have long dissipated, useless. Moreover, they have to willingly sacrifice themselves. Not everyone is like you, able to encounter Snake Brother. Before Shu Chen could respond, Wang Kai interrupted him. Wang Kai pursed his lips and said without envy, "The lucky guy, stop being sarcastic." Nowadays, mischievous spirits were rare, and to make others willingly become medicine guides and die for you was nonsense. After a long silence, Shu Chen said, "So, there's no other way?" It took so much effort and risk to end up with something inedible. "Well, we could go catch a few ghosts." Shu Chen rolled his eyes. He had only encountered Lian and her daughter as ghosts in his life. To be honest, ghosts were rarer than spirits. Or maybe you, as a foundation builder, could suffer a bit and be my bait. That could work too. Shu Chen felt the urge to strangle this foolish dog at those words. After a day of rushing, Shu Chen and Wang Kai successfully burst out of the primitive forest. "That damn thief stole my motorcycle. I'll be damned." At that moment, Shu Chen was cursing by the roadside. His motorcycle, left on the side of the road a few days ago, had vanished without a trace. "If I catch him, I'll make sure to skin him alive." Wang Kai sighed helplessly, "Let's walk, what else can we do?" It was all because of this idiot. If only he had hidden the bike earlier. After such a long time, not getting stolen would have been a miracle. So, the man and the dog had to walk along the road. Shu Chen tried to hail passing vehicles by raising his thumb, mimicking people in foreign movies. The result was that the drivers completely ignored him. He had planned to find a hotel to take a bath and get a good night's sleep, but it seemed like that plan was going down the drain. The nearest town was almost 100 kilometers away, which infuriated Shu Chen. Wang Kai, are there no surveillance cameras around here? In this godforsaken place, where would there be any surveillance cameras? Wang Kai replied. Hearing this, Shu Chen smirked mischievously and stood in the middle of the road. Wang Kai immediately understood his intention. This guy was planning to rob someone. Keep a low profile recently, so many people died in that area. Wang Kai pointed towards the direction of the forest. It's not like I did it. What's it got to do with me? Shu Chen said disdainfully. Soon, a car came speeding towards Shu Chen. The driver, upon seeing Shu Chen standing in the middle of the road, slammed on the brakes just in time to avoid hitting him. The driver rolled down the window and started cursing at Shu Chen. Are you out of your mind? If you want to die, go somewhere else, you. Shu Chen squinted his eyes, walked over with a smile. Brother, can you give us a ride? The driver, furious at Shu Chen blocking the car, immediately got angry. Get out of the way, or I'll run you over. Smack! Shu Chen slapped the driver across the face. Can't you understand when someone's talking to you? The force of the slap disoriented the driver, almost knocking him out. Seizing the opportunity, Shu Chen opened the car door, yanked the driver out along with the seatbelt, and threw him by the roadside. You. The driver looked at the young man in front of him in horror, unable to speak. Shut up, say another word, and I'll throw you down there. Shu Chen pointed to the guardrail, below which lay the primitive forest. The driver was too scared to say anything. At that moment, Wang Kai walked over and smacked the driver on the back of his head. The driver's vision darkened, and he collapsed by the roadside. Maybe we should throw him down there, so he doesn't get run over by passing cars. Shu Chen thought Wang Kai had a point, so he picked up the unconscious driver like a chick and tossed him down the slope. Out of kindness, Shu Chen tried to find a slightly lower spot so the driver wouldn't fall to his death. Shu Chen couldn't help but sigh. He was too kind. If only the whole world were as kind as he was. Let's go, get in the car, find a place to take a bath. Shu Chen happily sat in the driver's seat, and Wang Kai jumped into the passenger seat. This thing is much more comfortable to drive than a van. Tisk tsk, the automatic transmission is really nice. Shu Chen praised the comfort of the small sedan as he drove on the highway, listening to music. It's just that the seatbelt alarm keeps ringing, a bit annoying. You're the one who broke the seatbelt, who else to blame? Wang Kai squatted on the passenger seat, also without a seatbelt. Overall, Shu Chen was quite satisfied with the car. Once he returned to his hometown and built a house, he planned to buy one for himself. What's wrong with a young man returning in glory and enjoying life? After all, he was now a millionaire. As evening approached, Shu Chen and Wang Kai finally reached the nearest town. As for why they walked, it was because when they were still a dozen kilometers away, Shu Chen and Wang Kai got out of the car, leaving it by the roadside. It was fine to hijack a car on the mountain road, but once they drove into the town, it meant Wang Kai had to constantly destroy the cameras along the way, or they would be targeted for sure. And destroying cameras all the way would definitely attract attention. Since the last encounter with his classmate Wang Dong, Shu Chen wouldn't mess around with cameras unless absolutely necessary. Wang Kai was right, things were sensitive lately, so they had to keep a low profile. After entering the town, Shu Chen and Wang Kai found a hotel to stay in. Finally, Shu Chen was able to take a shower as he had wished. Hurry up, don't get into bed without cleaning up. Wang Kai, the troublemaker, refused to wash no matter what, so Shu Chen had to force him into the bathroom. After showering, Shu Chen lay on the bed playing with his phone, trying to find the latest news. After all, with so many deaths in the forest, it should have been big news and trending. However, he was disappointed to find nothing useful after searching for a while. At that moment, Wang Kai emerged from the bathroom, looking very displeased, clearly not a fan of baths. Hurry up and help me dry off, I can't do it myself. Wang Kai glared at Shu Chen with an expression that begged for a beating. Shu Chen sighed, put down his phone, and grabbed a towel to wipe off the dog hair for Wang Kai. You keep nagging about going back to your hometown. What's your hometown like? Wang Kai suddenly asked. Shu Chen, nonchalantly, replied, what else could it be, a small 18th tier city. It might not even be as big as a county seat, just with a municipal title. It's been many years since I last went back, I wonder how it has changed. Wang Kai then asked about Shu Chen's family, a topic he had never mentioned before. After a moment of silence, Shu Chen said, I have an older sister, my parents must be enjoying life with her. Wang Kai raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Shu Chen's father was a worker, and his mother was a vegetable vendor, making ends meet in their modest living conditions. And my older sister. Speaking of his sister, Shu Chen's mood brightened, and he enthusiastically shared with Wang Kai. My sister was really smart in her studies. Shu Chen's sister excelled academically, winning various competitions and catching the attention of a foreign university, which admitted her without taking the college entrance exam. The school even provided her with a house and a substantial scholarship. But Get to the point. Are you trying to keep me in suspense? Wang Kai looked displeased. However, that school was crazy, insisting that their parents had to move with her, or they wouldn't accept Shuchen's sister. If they don't want you, then forget it. What's the point of studying? Wang Kai sneered. You know nothing, Shuchen retorted, flipping him off, then continued to tell Wang Kai the story. At first, their family also refused, but after many inquiries and consultations with experts from the guidance agency, everyone's advice was not to miss this opportunity. Then why don't you go? I want to go too, but they won't let me. That damn university only allowed the older sister to bring the parents, and Shuchen, as the younger brother, could go but had no affiliation with the school. The school would only provide jobs for Shuchen's parents, not for Shuchen himself. In other words, Shuchen couldn't do anything there, he didn't know the language, didn't have an education, and could only rely on his parents and sister for support, truly a burden. So you've been abandoned? Wang Kai squinted at Shuchen. Shuchen rolled his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? My parents are really good to me, how could they abandon me? The cost of living there is not low, it really isn't suitable for me to go there. At that time, I had just dropped out of school at home. Shuchen's parents and sister had already decided to give up on that university and find another good school. There was more than one good university out there. I was young at the time, but I had a strong sense of pride. I felt like I was dragging down my older sister. She was so good to me. Really, Wang Kai, I couldn't even lift my head to eat at the table during that time. During that period, Shuchen locked himself in his room all day, and after much thought, the young Shuchen made a decision. That decision was to run away from home. As long as he left, his parents and sister would definitely change their minds and go to that school. So Shuchen quietly took more than 700 yuan from his mother's wallet, wrote a letter, and then, with his ID card, he took a long-distance bus in the dead of night. The gist of the letter was, make sure that my older sister goes to study there, don't worry about me, I've gone to seek refuge with a friend, they provide food and shelter there, and I will come back to check on things from time to time. If I come back and my sister hasn't gone to school, I'll show them. You're quite extreme. Aren't you afraid of hurting your parents' feelings? Wang Kai teased. I was only 16 at the time, barely an adult, how could I understand these things? Shuchen smiled bitterly. Actually, I regret it too, but not for running away from home, but for writing such harsh words in the letter. My parents must have been really upset at the time, sigh. So you haven't gone back or contacted them in all these years? Shuchen shook his head. I haven't gone back, I can't face them, I left in high spirits, determined to make something of myself before going back. The result was that before meeting Wang Kai, Shuchen could barely make ends meet. Don't you miss them? Of course, how could I not miss them, but there's nothing I can do, I can't delay my sister's future, can I? Speaking of this, Shuchen suddenly smiled, patting Wang Kai's head. You know what, the name I gave you is really good. Wang Kai, I'm considered a wealthy man now. Wang Kai was stunned, looking strange. Was this kid a quick change artist? Just now he was sighing, and in the blink of an eye, he was all smiles? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the hotel room. Shuchen and Wang Kai suddenly tensed up. Shuchen got up and walked towards the door, trying to peek through the peephole to see what was outside, but he saw nothing. Wang Kai, on the other hand, hid behind the door, ready to act at any moment. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded again. Shuchen furrowed his brow, cautiously opened the door. Upon opening the door, he saw a heavily made-up woman wink at him and in a seductive tone asked, "Sir, would you like a massage service?" The woman emphasized the word service. Shuchen rolled his eyes in exasperation, and at the same time, his suspended heart relaxed. Get lost. After forcefully closing the door and locking it, the next morning, Shuchen and Wang Kai walked out of the hotel. They were getting ready to rush to the nearest county town, buy a car there, and then drive the new car back to their hometown. This was a move out of helplessness. He checked on his phone. The main issue was that Wang Kai, being a dog, was just too inconvenient. He couldn't ride any kind of transportation. The only option was the train, but then there were all those permits. Shuchen didn't have the time to deal with all that. Besides, Wang Kai wasn't an ordinary dog. If they found something unusual, they might end up being taken away for dissection. After making up his mind, Shuchen hired a black car in town and headed towards the county town. By the time the man and the dog arrived in the county town, it was almost noon. Using navigation, they found themselves on a street known as the Car Street. The whole street was filled with 4S stores. Let's go in and take a look around. The man and the dog randomly picked a store and walked in, where a female salesperson immediately greeted them with a smile. Welcome to Honda, hello handsome, looking at cars? Shuchen nodded, just browsing. Are you looking at SUVs or sedans? Shuchen scanned the store and suddenly his eyes lit up. He saw the sedan that was robbed yesterday. Shu Chen walked straight over. How much for this car? The salesperson smiled. This is the latest Honda Accord, priced at 129,800 yuan. What about the mid-range version? Shu Chen asked. As the saying goes, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. Although Shu Chen had never bought a car, he knew one thing, that is, when buying a car, go for the mid-range version. The basic version is too rubbish, and the high-end functions are unnecessary. As a car salesperson, the salesperson naturally understood the significance of what Shu Chen meant by mid-range. The luxury version would be slightly higher in price, at 147,800 yuan. You see those two next to it are the luxury versions. You can sit in and feel it? 2,000 more yuan? Shu Chen frowned. What additional features does it have? The salesperson patiently explained. Compared to the standard version, it has a reverse camera, mobile Bluetooth key, cruise control. The salesperson rattled off a bunch of features, of which Shu Chen could only understand a small part. In terms of value for money, the luxury version is a good choice, and this car is quite suitable for a young person like you to drive, both low-key and classy. The salesperson then started to flatter and told Shu Chen that if he liked it, they could arrange a test drive. I'll think about it. No need for a test drive. I'll go check out other options. After all, he had just test-driven a car yesterday. There was no need to do it again. Shu Chen then walked out of the store with Wang Kai. Buying a car wasn't like buying cabbage. You had to check out several places. Moreover, with a price close to 150,000 yuan, Shu Chen felt a bit heartbroken, and then there was the insurance, taxes. After going through the whole process, it would easily cost around 170,000 yuan. It's all because of you, you damn dog, eating so much gold. Otherwise, with my status, I could buy a Rolls-Royce. Shu Chen muttered under his breath to Wang Kai. Wang Kai was so angry, so he was the one benefiting from all this? When Shu Chen was benefiting, he didn't have this attitude. Hello, welcome to Toyota. Hello, welcome to MG. Hello, welcome to Chevrolet. Shu Chen and Wang Kai went through almost half the street, but they couldn't find a car that was affordable and satisfactory. Helplessly, Shu Chen and Wang Kai had to find a seat on the roadside to rest, preparing to go check out other stores later. Wang Kai, shopping like this is not something a person should do. How do those women manage to shop all day without getting tired? Shu Chen said he was tired, not physically tired, but mentally exhausted. Wang Kai rolled his eyes and ignored this idiot. If it weren't for the people sitting across from them, making it inconvenient to talk, he would have cursed at him long ago. Shu Chen took out his phone from his pocket and bent over to fiddle with it, wanting to check some vehicle information on his phone. However, after nearly an hour of searching through his phone, he found no useful information. Either it was expensive or it was junk. While he was engrossed in looking at his phone, Wang Kai nudged him with his tail. Shu Chen raised his head, only to find two people standing in front of him. A girl and a young man, both looking quite young, probably students. They stood in front of him, staring at him intently. Is there something you need? Shu Chen asked, frowning. However, the two did not respond to Shu Chen and continued to stare at him. This puzzled Shu Chen. Just as he was about to speak again, the girl reached out her hand towards him. What do you mean? The girl said coldly, hand it over. Shu Chen was taken aback, feeling somewhat puzzled. Hand over what? The girl continued with a cold expression, your phone. The young man added, I advise you to be sensible and hand it over, or I won't be polite to you. Oh, looking for trouble. Shu Chen chuckled and casually put his phone back in his pocket. Why should I? You were bending over here taking pictures of me for an hour. Now I want to check your phone. When the girl saw Shu Chen put his phone in his pocket, she immediately screamed. The loud noise attracted the attention of many people on the street, and they began to gather around them. What can you do if I don't give it to you? Shu Chen looked disdainfully at the girl and gestured provocatively towards the young man. And you, please, go ahead and hit me. Do you really think I won't dare? The young man, provoked by Shu Chen, suddenly felt that he had lost face in front of his female companion. He pretended to roll up his sleeves, preparing to confront Shu Chen. However, the girl stopped the young man. We are reasonable people, let's not fight. As the crowd approached, the girl became bolder and loudly questioned, if you have nothing to hide, why don't you dare to show me your phone for inspection? At this moment, a curious onlooker asked, what's going on? What happened? The girl turned around and replied to the crowd, this guy was sitting here bending over with his phone, secretly taking pictures of me for over an hour. Now I demand that he show me his phone for inspection. Upon hearing the girl's words, the crowd began to discuss. Are there still such perverts around? It's hard to say, haven't you seen the news recently? Young man, why don't you just show the girl your phone for inspection? Young man, why don't you just show the girl your phone for inspection? It was an old lady who said this. Upon hearing this, Shu Chen immediately became annoyed. He turned to the old lady and retorted, "I suspect you're wearing my dog's underwear. Take off your pants, and let me check." This statement stunned everyone present, and the old lady was so angry that her face turned red. "I could be your mother's age, you. Shu Chen shouted loudly, cutting off the old lady, "You have a loud voice, don't you?" Then he pointed at the girl, "Is this woman your illegitimate child with some man outside? You're protecting her so much, does your old man at home know?" The old lady felt insulted and tried to grab Shu Chen's arm, but how could Shu Chen let her catch him? Shu Chen dodged lightly, and the old lady almost fell flat on her face. The onlookers criticized Shu Chen for his lack of morals and ganged up on him. A middle-aged man said, "How can a young person like you bully an elderly person?" Shu Chen retorted, "Then why don't you bring out your daughter for me to bully?" "Don't worry, I won't take responsibility." A middle-aged woman remarked, "Young people these days." Shu Chen mocked, "You do realize you're almost at death's door, right?" An old man interjected, "Hey, how dare you speak like that, you uncultured brat." Shu Chen laughed, "Old man, you're practically halfway into your grave, yet you still meddle in others' business? Your mom is calling you home for dinner. Do you even have a mom?" Shu Chen found himself alone in a verbal battle against a group of troublemakers, holding his ground. Those who were scolded by Shu Chen turned green with anger. "And you wretched woman, how dare you steal my motorcycle? Come on, let's find the police." Suddenly, Shu Chen grabbed the girl who falsely accused him of taking photos. "Damn it, who can't throw mud at others?" Seeing the girl in pain, her tears welling up, and the spirited young man turning purple with rage, the crowd surrounding Shu Chen grew restless, wanting to intervene. Shu Chen warned, "I'm telling you, if anyone dares touch me, I'll drop to the ground and make you pay." Hearing this, the crowd hesitated, allowing Shu Chen to drag the girl and the young man away. However, some remained skeptical. Just then, Shu Chen sensed danger approaching and instinctively dodged a mineral water bottle flying past his head. Shu Chen turned abruptly, "All right, you dare to attack me." He then looked at Wang Kai, who blinked as if to identify the culprit. "What are you doing? What are you doing? You! Let go!" Two on-duty traffic police officers approached, asking, "What's going on?" Shu Chen immediately put on a pitiful face and said to the police officers, "These two people stole my motorcycle, and I finally caught them. You have to help me." Ouch! The girl caught by Shu Chen was about to deny it but cried out in pain when he squeezed her arm. "And you, not only did you not help me catch the thief, but you also teamed up to bully me, an outsider? And throwing mineral water at me? I'll expose you online. Still promoting tourism in the county? Disgusting. I'll make the whole world know how you bully outsiders." Hearing this, the two police officers' expressions changed. One of them advised, "Young man, release them first, let's discuss this later if things escalate." Shu Chen looked aggrieved, "Officer, you have to help me." He then threw the girl and the young man to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The young man kept coughing and clutching his neck. I didn't do it. He was the one. He took photos of me. Don't believe me? Check his phone," the girl said fearfully to the police. Shu Chen snorted, "You wretched woman, even with the police here, you dare to argue. If you don't return my motorcycle today, I'll beat you to death." Shu Chen made a move to hit the girl but was restrained by the police. "That's enough. Come with me if you have something to say." All right, everyone disperse. Disperse. You three, come with me." Inside the roadside traffic booth, Shu Chen and the girl and young man were taken by the police. "All right, let's clear up any misunderstandings. Let's not blow things out of proportion. Otherwise, I'll have to hand you over to the police station for processing," one of the traffic police officers said to them. He pointed at Shu Chen, "You go first." Shu Chen said, he was traveling on a motorcycle and stopped by the roadside to have a bowl of noodles. When he returned, his motorcycle was stolen. He saw with his own eyes that this couple was pushing his motorcycle away. It took him a great effort to track them down. "You're talking nonsense. Officers are not like that. We don't even know him," the girl said anxiously. "Exactly, we've never seen him. How could we steal his motorcycle?" the spirited young man added. The girl explained, she didn't know Shu Chen at all. She was just resting by the roadside with her boyfriend when Shu Chen sat across from her and secretly filmed her for over an hour. "Officer, don't believe him, ask him to show his phone." Shu Chen immediately retorted, "I even said my motorcycle key was in your bag. Show me your bag." "Why should I? My bag contains my privacy." "Then why should I show you my phone?" The traffic police officer looked at the girl and said, "So, you were the one who caused trouble for this gentleman first?" The girl immediately retorted, "What trouble did I cause? It was clearly him who secretly filmed me. I saw it with my own eyes." The traffic police officer nodded and looked at Shu Chen. Did you really see her steal your motorcycle? Shu Chen confirmed, definitely. Could I have been mistaken? Well, the two traffic police officers exchanged a glance and instantly understood what was going on. Wasn't this a classic case of a dog biting a dog? The girl accused Shu Chen of secretly filming her. Shu Chen was unhappy and immediately accused the girl of stealing his motorcycle. So, how do you plan to resolve this? Will you check her bag? Will she check your phone? And then everything will be settled? Why? Why? The traffic police officer rolled his eyes. A fairy meeting a scoundrel. These two men and a woman in front of him were no good. Then you'll have to go to the police station to resolve this. There's a high probability you'll be detained for 15 days for disturbing public order. In the end, under the mediation and suggestion of the traffic police officer, the girl agreed to his proposal. She handed her bag to Shu Chen for inspection, and Shu Chen showed her his phone. Shu Chen sneered. What does agreeing with me have to do with anything? I just want to take you to jail with me. I don't care, I'm just here for a trip, and I have nowhere to stay anyway. Then he turned to the traffic police officer. Comrade officer, you should contact the police station. Oh right. We just had a fight earlier, let's add a charge of fighting. A few months in jail will do. With that said, everyone was dumbfounded. A classic case of killing 1,000 enemies and harming oneself 800. The girl suddenly screamed. What are you trying to do? The girl felt like she was going crazy. How could she encounter such a tough nut to crack? She just wanted to check his phone, that's all. She didn't do anything wrong. The spirited young man frowned. Don't push your luck. We've already made concessions. Shu Chen suddenly grinned. I don't know about you, but this stinky woman should be a student, right? Spending a few months in jail as a student, it's like having an extended summer vacation. Hearing Shu Chen's trash talk, the traffic police officer frowned. Sir, mind your language. Shu Chen, who was smiling a second ago, suddenly turned sinister and said, I have plenty of time to play with you. I'll go to your school gate every day, put up banners and ribbons. I'll sue you for defamation. Wait for the court summons. Whether you can handle it or not, I don't know, but I'll make you sick anyway. A thug. It's just thuggish behavior. The girl was about to speak harshly, but she locked eyes with Shu Chen. The man's gaze was particularly fierce, as if he wanted to kill her. She suddenly felt intimidated and quickly changed her tone. So, what do you suggest to resolve this matter? Shu Chen turned to the traffic police officer. Can I make a request now? Although the traffic police didn't like Shu Chen's attitude, he still spoke. You can discuss it yourselves. If you can settle it privately, that's fine. It's not a big deal to begin with, and the days in detention are not pleasant. Shu Chen looked at the girl's handbag. I want to check your bag, but my phone is off limits to you. It's that simple. If you can do this, we're done. If not, we can go to the detention center and be buddies there. Shu Chen seemed unfazed, provoking both the girl and the young man. How did they encounter someone so unreasonable? No manners at all. See, take it all. The girl, as if venting her anger, threw her bag on the table, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. You were the one who took photos of me first. Sob, sob, sob. The girl immediately squatted down, burying her head in her knees, crying in pain. The young man glared fiercely at Shu Chen, then squatted down to comfort the girl. Baby, it's okay. It's just our bad luck today, encountering a bad person. It's okay. It's okay. Shu Chen didn't indulge them, emptied the bag without a second thought, and then said to the traffic police without even looking, Officer, I've checked. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now, okay? What kind of check was that? The traffic police understood that Shu Chen just wanted to discuss the two in front of him. He sighed and looked at the girl. What do you say? If you have no objections, we can consider this matter closed. The girl remained crouched on the ground, sobbing, ignoring the traffic police. About 20 minutes passed, and the girl still refused to look up. The traffic police asked her many times, but she remained silent, as if deeply wronged. Miss, you are already obstructing official duties and delaying our duty. If you don't explain, I will have to take you to the police station. Upon hearing this, the girl finally stood up, her face contorted in pain. She still didn't speak, just silently packed up her things. The young man said something to Shu Chen that he hadn't heard in years. You just wait for me. Officer, look. He's threatening me. The traffic police felt a headache coming on. These people, why are they so annoying? Both the man and the woman. Shu Chen narrowed his eyes, suddenly changing his mind. He took out his phone from his pocket and handed it to the girl. You showed me your bag, now I can check your phone. The girl looked up with swollen eyes, thinking her tears had an effect. As she reached out to take the phone, Shu Chen sneered. Yes, you can look, but there will be consequences. Crying won't solve it then. The girl had no idea what Shu Chen meant. She just took the phone, trying to find evidence of Shu Chen secretly taking photos of her, to bring this perverted peeper to justice. However, Shu Chen's phone was empty, the gallery was blank, with only a few system photos. There were only 2 or 3 contacts. Feeling embarrassed, the girl immediately said to the officer, "He must have another phone." "That's enough. Okay, get out of here quickly." The traffic police, impatient, had had enough of these people and just wanted to get rid of them. Shu Chen took back his phone and walked out of the police booth first. After a while, the girl and the spirited young man also came out and saw Shu Chen still waiting for them. The man and the woman chose to walk around him and leave immediately. "Hey, bro!" Just as they were about to leave, Shu Chen's voice came from behind. They turned around to find Shu Chen smiling at them. "You asked me to wait, so I waited." With that, Shu Chen turned and walked in another direction, leaving the two of them bewildered. Shu Chen found a bench at the other end of the square and sat down, his face looking very unpleasant. As the saying goes, endure a moment of calm to avoid a storm, take a step back and you'll get angrier. Shu Chen was in such a state now, almost exploding with anger. Being inexplicably suspected of taking photos of the little fairy, although he managed to turn the situation around with a clever move, was Shu Chen someone who would easily suffer losses? Obviously not. To be honest, if they weren't in a bustling area, Shu Chen would have kicked the heads of the man and woman like a ball. After waiting by the roadside for about an hour, a dog ran towards Shu Chen. It was Wang Kai. "Found it?" Seeing Wang Kai nod, Shu Chen smirked and stood up from the chair. "Let's go." It was time for him to settle the score now. Wang Kai led Shu Chen around, unconsciously leaving the city area and entering a small village. When Shu Chen was taken to the police station earlier, he had signaled Wang Kai to follow the person who threw a mineral water bottle at him. "Who threw the mineral water at me?" Shu Chen asked Wang Kai. "An old lady, the one who almost fell." "So it was her," Shu Chen sighed. Nowadays, not only the little fairy needed a lesson, but the old ones as well. When dealing with the elderly, just show some respect, can't be too harsh. After all, Shu Chen was a kind person. "Here we are." Wang Kai brought Shu Chen to a red gate. "Alright, leave the rest to me, you go find that man and woman." The old lady was secondary, the man and woman were the main targets to take care of. After all, they were the ones who stole his motorcycle. Wang Kai nodded and ran off towards the village. Instead of barging in, Shu Chen sat at the gate and started to contemplate. He needed to settle the score, but not too ostentatiously. Suddenly, Shu Chen had an idea. Bang! 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 Shu Chen stood up and knocked on the big red iron gate. "Who's there?" A familiar voice came from the yard. The gate opened, and the person was none other than the old lady who had insulted Shu Chen. "Oh, you're not dead yet?" The old lady recognized Shu Chen and was startled, trying to close the gate. Shu Chen wouldn't let her succeed. He grabbed the gate, pushed it open, and entered the yard. "What are you doing?" the old lady shouted angrily. Ignoring her, Shu Chen walked straight into her house. There was another person in the room, an old man who seemed to be the old lady's husband. The table was set with food, perfect timing for his arrival. "Who are you? Get out, or I'll call the police." The old man looked at Shu Chen, trembling as he stood up, obviously not very steady on his feet. The old lady followed suit, grabbing Shu Chen's clothes again. "I warn you, you're trespassing." Still ignoring her, Shu Chen smiled at the old man in front of the table. "Having a meal? Go to hell." Shu Chen kicked the table directly. There was a crisp sound as all the dishes and chopsticks fell to the ground. "Hey! What are you doing? You! Call me again, and I'll beat you to death." Shu Chen shouted at the top of his lungs. The old man, who was already unsteady on his feet, was so scared by Shu Chen's shout that his legs went weak, and he sat down on the bench. The old lady immediately got anxious and tried to pull Shu Chen towards the door. However, she couldn't budge Shu Chen at all. Shu Chen walked directly to the sofa, lay down on it, crossed his legs, and said to the old lady, "You threw a mineral water bottle at me today, and I saw it." The old lady was stunned. She was sure she didn't hit him. "You're talking nonsense. You dodged it. Don't frame innocent people. I advise you to leave now." "Leave? Ridiculous." Shu Chen changed his position, took off his shoes, found a comfortable position, and said, "If you say you didn't hit me, then you didn't, but my head is really hurting now. You figure it out. If you don't compensate me with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, I'll stay here for the rest of my life. I'll eat what you eat, and you'll have to support me in my old age." The old man was so angry that he almost fainted. He picked up his cane and was about to strike Shu Chen. Shu Chen sneered, snatched the cane, and with a gentle force, broke it in half instantly. The old man sat down in shock. You. He had lived for most of his life and never thought he would encounter such a thug. "Oh, you despicable scoundrel. Just wait. You wait for me." The old lady immediately rushed out of the house. Shu Chen guessed she was going to get help, But he didn't care, let her bring it on. Sure enough, after about 10 minutes, 7 or 8 young strong men appeared in the house. Gradually, more people arrived, and the living room was crowded. You're asking for death, aren't you? You've come to our village to deceive and cheat, haven't you? Get up quickly, or I'll beat you to death. One man gestured to grab Shu Chen, but halfway there, he didn't dare to move. Shu Chen took out a fruit knife from his pocket and pressed it against his own neck. Come on, if you dare to come over, I'll stab myself first. Then I'll commit suicide here. All you troublemakers will end up in jail. As soon as he said that, the man didn't dare to move. Especially you, stinky old lady. If you don't pay today, I won't leave. You can call the police if you want, even if I get locked up for 10 days or half a month. I'll come back for you when I'm out. Then Shu Chen took out his phone from his pocket and took a picture of the group of people. Shu Chen looked fiercely at the group. I have nothing to lose anyway. If you push me too far, I'll have to kill some of you. Upon hearing this, the crowd became noisy. What should we do? This kid is just a scoundrel. What scoundrel? He's simply a lunatic. Humph. A bunch of cowards. Shu Chen, with a disdainful look, even picked up the remote control from the sofa and started watching TV. Why don't we all go together and tie him up? He has a knife in his hand. What if he struggles and stabs you? You go if you want, I'm not going. If he really holds a grudge, we won't live in peace. Seeing Shu Chen lying calmly on the sofa watching TV, the villagers didn't know what to do. Alright, everyone calm down. At this moment, a woman walked into the crowd and asked Shu Chen, what's going on exactly? Shu Chen looked at her, smiled, and asked, can you make a difference? The woman frowned and said, yes, I'm the village chief here. The village chief? Oh, she's a big shot. Shu Chen pointed at the old lady. Today, I caught a thief on the street, and this old lady actually helped the thief scold me and even threw a mineral water bottle at my head. My head is really hurting now. What do you think we should do about this? The village chief frowned at the old woman. Aunt Lin, is what he said true? The old lady glanced guiltily at the village chief. I didn't hit him, it just flew over his head. You have to help me. This thug is simply extorting us. The village chief asked again, did you curse at him? Aunt Lin became anxious. I didn't curse at him, I just told him to show the girl his phone. Explain clearly what happened. Aunt Lin recounted in detail what had happened at noon. She was just there to watch the excitement, didn't do anything else. Not only the village chief but also the villagers felt speechless after hearing it. You were just watching the show, why did you have to run your mouth? Now, he's targeting you. It's not just me saying this, others have said it too. The old lady felt extremely wronged and unlucky. Why was she the only one being targeted when others also cursed at him? If others eat shit, why don't you take a bite too? Stop the bullshit, if you don't compensate today, this won't be over. Shu Chen directly took off his smelly socks and threw them at the crowd. Everyone quickly dodged, afraid of being attacked by this biochemical weapon.